swear to God, I will hold you in my
刚开始呢是最不想和 IG 分到一组。
跟他做的时候，我比较硬挺，比他多吧。
就如果上姿态的话，可能会更去打他一个弱点吧，因为我知道姿态弱点嘛。
偏要我们从第一场就开始互相伤害。
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. It's the beginning of day 3. IMEI versus LGD are up for our first match, and you can see they are getting ready as they walk towards the Rift. Imp, the previous world champion himself, is prepared. IMEI still probably feeling pretty good after their victory earlier this week, getting ready for the match against their opponents. Of course, this is the LPL. My name is Dom. Glad to be back with you. Once again, joining me on the desk is Zach Rusty Pie and Barento Raz Mohammed.
Happy to be here once again. First 2 days of the LPL have been pretty awesome. The third day, I would expect, being our biggest, will be the best one yet.
Yeah, I liked yesterday. Yesterday, especially, some of the games were fantastic to see. Really fiery, especially WE versus Newbie. So coming back into this day, it feels like anything can happen.
Yeah, it certainly does. We've got some very exciting matches coming up for you. First up, we've got IMEI versus LGD, followed by Snake versus IG, and finally RNG versus OMG to round out our final match. Which one are you guys looking forward to?
Ooh, you know the answer to that one.
Raz, what is it?
It's IG versus Snake. That's my answer. And because, you know, me and Rusty, it's going to be hilarious to like throughout this desk because for me, it's all about IG. He predicted Snake to be first in this group, but it doesn't matter because the Western analyst is getting IG ready here.
You are one of every other analyst except myself that said Invictus Gamer come out first in this group. Granted, they are favorites, I would say, coming into this. We had consistent rosters from them. They performed well when we saw them last compete. But I think Snake actually have the edge when we look at this. I just think they're stronger and potentially have more insider information to IG through their roster.
That's true. You got the double agent of Zatai.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just saw the schedule once again on your screen, again, recapping those matches so you know about what time those are going to start. But again, these are best of threes, highly variable as to when they're going to happen. But expectations, who do you think is going to take the win of that match between Snake and IG at the end?
I think we kind of alluded to it. We really disagree on that match. And we're even just to take a look at the bracket.
Yeah, this is the standings right now. So far, Snake and LGD, along with Game Talents and Xiaogu, are the only ones who have not played a game just yet. IMEI and IG are ahead of their group in first place, and on the opposite side, I believe it was not RNG, their opponents.
Oh man,
IMEI and
yep.
And IG also taking the points.
Yeah, struggle street for a couple of the teams in both of these groups. Of course, the two teams that haven't played in Group A we will see today as well, so an opportunity for them to try and rise in the ranks and potentially show that they are capable of playing the game, and LGD is the best example of that to me.
Yeah, so let's actually get into that matchup, IMEI versus LGD. What are our thoughts on this?
Ooh, because I think it really just comes down to LGD. Because we've seen IMEI, and IMEI looks really good. I mean, they went up against RNG, and it was a big surprise because it felt like they were kind of losing out in their lanes, IMEI was, and they were moving really well around the map. But we haven't seen LGD. And when we see LGD, their roster specifically, it's kind of question marks, specifically in the jungle position where they have Kruk, Amy, and Intruder. Now, who's Kruk? He's a solo queue jungler from Korea. Not very solo queue talented. I've never heard of him, and it feels like he has a lot to prove.
Wasn't the theory was they went into the solo queue ladder, they had a look at the challenger list, and they threw a dart at the board and just picked the one that it landed on, and he happened to be a jungler, so that's the roster role they picked up.
Here's the problem with that theory, though. Not even challenger. Maybe he has another account that I haven't seen, but in the account that he's played throughout season after season, highest tier he's been in was Masters. So I'm just, I'm clueless. We'll find out.
So then this is the big question mark for LGD then. Obviously, we've seen that they can play at the top of the game, but will they actually do it?
Yeah, LGD, we know historically they're a playoffs team, so they'll start off pretty mediocre, let's say. They have good wins, they have good, really bad losses, I should say.
Yeah.
They get to about week 7, week 8, they show up, and they start actually performing well. We find some consistency within the roster. It's just that it takes 7 weeks to get there, and they're always in that last spot trying to fight for the last playoffs position, desperately trying to make it. If they just showed up earlier, they'd actually be better off and in a better position when it comes to playoffs. And all of these roster changes that you've just alluded towards, having 3 junglers, 2 top laners, and 1 player that can do every single role just in a sub position, and we don't actually know if he'll show up at any point.
Yeah.
Like, that's not consistency.
And it just, here's the double whammy of it. It's like, first of all, it's like, all right, spring split feels bad because maybe they won't take it seriously. For week 1, you know, at the same time, now we've got spring split week 1. Will they do it? I actually have a little bit of faith in them this time around, mostly because they're starting with Wayless and they're starting with PYL, which hasn't been a thing that they have been doing. So, you know, that's a bit of a surprise for me. And I'm looking at this and saying that's all they need. And Imp has been playing fantastically.
Yeah, you can see LGD on your screen right now as we're running through all 5 of the players looking really strong. And Aimee still probably feeling pretty hot after their win on the very first day, looking to bring them down. Let's actually get a little bit into Aimee then. They looked remarkably strong with Ben 4 and Road.
That's the big one for me is we know what Road can do. We know what Road can do in rotating around the map. Ben 4 was a big surprise to me. He put on his Lee Sin boots and he was flying across the rift. So I really love the fact that he was being led around by Road, is what I feel, because that's what it was. That was literally what was happening.
It looked that way, yeah.
Yeah, and on top of that, it just felt like he knew how to play his matchups. He knew how to play his champions incredibly well. So, this real big surprise, they went into the Chinese solo queue ladder and found themselves some talent.
He played 1 series and has basically made fans out of everybody that watched the game because he was a highlight hunter, and that's actually my big concern with him, is that he maybe makes too many big plays and relies on Road shot calling so that they are the right ones.
That's true. And biggest thing with Aimee is, remember, looking back at them, they're starting with Road and Ben 4, so I guess they're not going to be using Flawless. On to LGD, it looks like.
Yeah, we're scrolling through right now. Looks like Wayless along with Imp and PYL. Didn't catch the first 2 on that, if it is going to be Amy or Jinyu. Taking a look, it's actually funny. And yeah, Amy's actually in the jungle. Godvi, back to the old name.
Yeah, so we'll hit Amy in a second. Funny is someone they may recognize, but we'll go through Aimee first.
Yeah, still running the same roster they did on Friday. Amazing J, Ben 4, Athena, along with Xin Zhao and Road.
Now, Funny, formerly known as Punished, formerly of the mid lane, honestly just I don't understand how he got to this top lane position, but he's there. And they have a top lane sub that they could use who's Korean, but they're not. They've decided that perhaps this roster swap works. Zatai's done it before.
And here's the thing with me. I actually like this because they formerly had Marn in that top lane, and a big point of confusion, or at least worry, was that they weren't able to communicate well with Marn. It just felt like he was always on another page, on another book, on another map for me. And so you bring in a Chinese, now a top laner, right? And Punished, he was doing well in his role, or at least learning in the last couple weeks until Wayless took over the position. And so I think he can learn. I think he can grow. We'll see if that works out. They still have Jinu, who is a sub right now for themselves. And so he's been on the with the organization for quite some time. So they have some options.
His opponent on the other side, Amazing J, however, already demonstrated a pretty exceptional performance in day 1. We've already seen how powerful those tank top laners are going to be. Do you think he can live up to it?
And the thing with Amazing J is he has a team working around him too. So there's going to be a lot on the line for Funny to try and keep up with Amazing J, but mostly because the team was moving to him, or he was moving with the team. He's a big part of the shot calling. He has been since Worlds last year. And so it's a tough ask for Punished to actually be able to keep up with somebody who just has resources being pumped into his general direction.
That's what it comes down to. Keep up with them. Can you keep up with Amazing J? Because he's not looking to keep, fly ahead in CS. He's just trying to fly around the map. And so the big point for me is that sure, he had a positive matchup up against Amazing J when they fought, last met, but he was just trying to get as much CS as possible and abuse a matchup, but he found himself alone in that lane as Amazing J was walking towards mid.
And I feel like that's a question we're going to be asking for a lot of these matchups, because when you look at the individual skill level for a lot of the players on LGD, you've got Wayless, aka Godvi, Imp, the previous world champion, PYL, who has just been absolutely terrorizing whenever he goes off.
Yeah, and specifically Imp. I've been watching a lot of his solo queue games on, maybe too much, and he's been playing fantastically. He's been on his game. It looks like we're getting in there.
Yeah, Champion Select has started. We're going to find out what these picks are going to be. For now, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Raz, and Rusty and I will take to the cast for this match. But getting into these bans, Jin is in fact the first one targeted at Xin Zhao, and that fairly staple LeBlanc to follow it up out of Aimee.
Yeah, so LGD are going to be starting on the blue side of the map, Aimee on red, which means that LGD have that first pick available. Targeting Jin already could be against Xin Zhao, aptly named, I will say.
Yeah.
He plays almost exclusively Jin, and also played a lot of Siva, who has shifted out of the meta, except in the LPL, as we did see her in the first 2 days already. And so we'll have to look towards where they want to prioritize that first pick position.
Yeah, that Syndra is banned away. We'll have to, and the Rengar, so fairly standard. Camille still open. So far, she's been banned in just about every single game so far. And there are still 2 bans left before we end up getting through. And again, there are so many strong picks right now. One of the big points that we've been talking about is that the LPL, they seem to have already settled into a fairly comfortable meta in terms of strong priority picks.
Yeah, absolutely. And as an example of strong priority picks, Syndra being banned by LGD when Wayless, now known as Godvi, is on the roster. Actually quite interesting to see that one pan out. I was expecting their last ban to be a mid laner, but it appears they've chosen a non-existent champion as their ban of choice.
We'll find out what that is in just a bit, but Aimee now going to look to respond
Or its next level strategy stuff.
and just not banning one.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems like a very LGD thing to do.
It could be a message sent. Aimee's response should be nothing in return as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, seems like we did have a bit of an issue with that as the clock runs out on that third ban. We'll get that fixed in just a moment. But the Jin ban targeted at Xin Zhao, he actually played Caitlyn both games in the previous week against RNG, excuse me, the previous day.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think role-wise, there's a lot of opportunities for Xin Zhao to play new things. He's had a lot of time, and he has had a lot of time to learn with all of those new champions. So perhaps it's not limited to just the Jin, but it's still a good ban, as it is his best.
Mm-hmm. So it turns out that LGD did miss the ban. They just ran out of the timer. So they are going to remake, but that is still the exact same first 4. Jin, Syndra, and then LeBlanc and Rengar. So we'll get that started in just a second. But then to continue on with that discussion, AD carries have been, you know, the meme is AD carries in 2017. They've been doing remarkably well here in the LPL.
I just want to like squash the meme out now before it becomes too much or exists for too much longer. We're watching competitive League of Legends come back, and everybody has been complaining. Let's say it's on Reddit. Everyone in League of Legends is in their own experiences in solo queue saying AD carry sucks, and it does for solo queue and for your experiences. But competitive AD carries in League of Legends are still perfectly fine. It just means the meta shifts to champions like Jin and Ashe, who just do their job, and that is hit the arrow or hit the W, lock down engage tools. Ezreal feels the same thing where he won't die. We'll go Iceborne Gauntlet and just be able to kite people and slow them for your team to catch up. It is all about the tanks. Courage of Colossus is incredibly strong, and so the AD carries are no longer playing Vaynes and Lucians. They're actually just shifting, but they're still good, Dom.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully they'll still continue to be good because they're going to have to deal with some really big tanks. The LPL has been using a lot of Maokai, Nautilus, and Poppy, and even a little bit of Singed as well, so could be a little scary. Hopefully we're going to see something a little bit exciting to deal with these big tanks.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Of course, even in the jungle position, you're expecting tanks to be in the top lane, but we've got the likes of Rengar banned, which opens the Lee Sin, Kha'Zix, and Rek'Sai, the 3 big other champions that you'd have to look towards. Even Elise has cropped up in the LPL a little bit, so top lane, we are expecting those tanks. We might get a Singed into the Maokai if we're lucky or unlucky. Depends how you want to look at it.
It's all a question of perspective.
Exactly. So yeah, there is top lane options there. You're expecting a Maokai, and we did say this yesterday. It probably should be banned against teams that are really good with it, and it's more so because they can work the flank perfectly. Their team fighting is increased further, so teams like WE, like Newbie, and potentially LGD, depending on if they show up today, would actually get a lot of benefit from that Maokai.
Yeah, if Funny can demonstrate, hey, I've learned a lot, I am comfortable on these big tanks.
Yeah, the interesting part there is being a former mid laner. We saw this from Zatai. He might actually just go top lane and play Fiora.
Yeah.
Because it's a mechanically intensive champion that he wants to outplay people with. Like, there's a real opportunity for that to just happen.
And the rest of LGD are just going to do what LGD normally do and either win or sit back.
Exactly
but, of course, there's still plenty of time for that to happen. The big tell for me was that Aimee demonstrated that they had some very, very strong, powerful teamwork over the course of their games on Thursday. Coming back in, they've shown, hey, we're prepared for the LPL. We haven't spent the time since Worlds lounging and relaxing. Hopefully they're going to continue with their performance here. As we get into the next bans, we'll see what the next one is.
There it is.
Katarina, in fact, is going to be the ban.
Yeah, so LGD are banning away a lot of carry champions from their opponents in IMA. Of course, Athena, a very good mid laner in his own right, has actually cropped up as potentially one of the best in the LPL. Of course, being the Korean import, you would expect good things from him, but he really did stamp his foot down with not the highest expectations.
Yeah, and Camille gets through as a result. Malzahar is the final ban for IMA, and immediately Funny, a.k.a. Punished, locks it in.
Yeah, so they do lock in the Camille. If it comes to it, it can be flexed into the jungle role. It's not ideal, but it is still adequate. And so they get to see what they're against. This does give availability for Amazing J to play something like the Fiora into the Camille, and they'll just have a carry off, because Fiora is one of the best carries that can actually deal with Camille in the top lane, whereas Camille will do well and outscale tanks, especially in split pushing.
Yeah, the Lee Sin is the pickup for Ben 4. Very good champion right now, still very strong. Taking a look, it looks like he played it in game number 1 against RNG on Thursday, and in game number 2. So this is actually the third time that Ben 4 is on that Lee Sin. And Jin Chao taking that Ashe.
I believe he played Kha'Zix in one of them, and so it'll be a second time.
Oh, you're right. Yes,
But his
it is the one.
from what we saw, was fantastic. Picked up a quadra kill, stood out as a performer, honestly, and so locking that one in makes sense for IMA. It gives them an added bonus to their engage tools with the Ashe that's already locked in for that roster. But now we look over at LGD. The Rek'Sai is something that you expect to be locked in because it's just the best of the jungle tier, and we have to look towards what role they want to pick now. Katarina, LeBlanc, and Syndra are all banned. Perhaps they want to prioritize Ryze, Cassiopeia, or Orianna, whichever one they'd actually prefer.
Godv was giving it a hover. We'll see if he decides to lock it in, but instead goes for something a little more safe. Ezreal with that mobility. That means that the Ryze gets passed over back to IMA. And first it was Cassiopeia for Athena in game number 1. And then he was able to play, let's see.
So this is where it gets interesting, right? So IMA, if they lock in the Ryze, get the first ban of the second ban phase. There's no mid laner locked in for LGD, and there's already 3 of the banned. This is why I expected a mid lane pick for LGD. Instead of the Ezreal, they already know they're against an Ashe, and the trade-off here is LGD's decision is we want to actually not get banned out in the AD carry position, so we're going to lock it now, but they've acknowledged that Godv's champion pool is large enough that even if they try to ban him out, which IMA will try to do, as you can see, he should be fine.
Yeah, that Orianna is still up. Not to mention Godv has an enormous champion pool, so I'm sure he'll have an answer. Still looking for supports. Tahm Kench removed again. I can already hear Frost going in my head, that Tahm Kench priority. Showing up time and again.
I mean, let's be honest. They're banning it into the Ashe and into the Lee Sin. They could probably have picked it themselves. This to me says that maybe they just want to go hard and pick Brand or Zyra right off the bat with LGD's next rotation of picks.
So IMA would have gotten the first pick, leaving it open. They could have chanced it, but that means that they've got to have another priority pick in mind. Orianna is the follow-up. They're going to try to pressure out Godv's champ pool.
And this is like incredibly obvious from IMA. This is the next best thing that you're meant to do. Pick a role in the second ban phase, ban it out, and then try and, so they've got the Ryze already. They had the opportunity to do this. Now they have the first pick. It can be support if they are prioritizing that higher, but I'd expect it doesn't necessarily need to be top lane as Fiora's already gone. So we'll see where they go.
Yeah, that Fiora ban for Amazing J. Still need to get that top and support. Looks like they are going to take the Zyra away from LGD here. And IMA looking very dedicated throughout this champion select. They're building a plan, and they are building it well.
This means that PYL should not be able to play Thresh or Bard. It does limit his options in the way of being a defensive support. It might just go directly towards someone like the Brand.
Oh,
So
and
could lock in a
Ziggs actually gets locked in here for LGD.
Is it mid Ezreal, Dom?
That's the question.
It is weightless after all.
Yeah. Or is the Ziggs mid? This is actually the chance in PYL. He said he probably couldn't take the Thresh into it. Taking another hook champion as he scrolls through.
All better options. Misfortune is the standout. If he goes Thresh, it's because he's prioritizing disengage super heavily, but it's really hard to hit those hooks against the team comp that he is against, with the Zyra plants being in the way and whatnot.
Thresh is the final pickup, and LGD's composition has been rounded out, leaving Amazing J with that final pick for the top lane. He's going to have to deal with that Camille, the first of the LPL so far. Ooh, and what better way to deal with it than a perpetual bleed?
That's not even a bluff either. Like, he
Oh.
will. Yeah. And it's dirty, and I feel dirty, and I will have a shower after this series. But he locks in Darius. Now, why would you lock in Darius? Because you can trade and sustain against a Camille. Fiora was already banned from them in the second ban phase by LGD. They've acknowledged that they wanted to have a carry top matchup, and they've picked a team composition IMA that needed something that was a little bit tanky, but can still compensate and deal with Camille. So he's got two options. If the team gets ahead, he can just go Blade of the Ruined King and
Oh
just
my
sit
gosh.
top lane with his Black Cleaver, Blade of the Ruined King, and just try and trade with the Camille. Or he can go Sunfire Cape or Dead Man's Plate and be a tanky Darius that can frontline for his team, as right now they've got a few half tanks.
Yeah, and now taking a look at the final compositions. This is IME looking to continue their wins and retain hold of that first place in their group. And LGD, meanwhile, looking for their first win. This is, again, the first match for LGD since last year. Are they going to come out swinging this time, or are they going to keep it standard? Now, let's actually get in a little bit to the analysis of how we're going to be looking for LGD to play this out.
I mean, so we can go two directions with this one,
Yeah.
right? We can look at their team composition and say LGD, they've got a pick composition. That's IMA. I have it backwards. I wrote
Yeah,
it backwards on my sheet. They have a good team fighting composition. They have really good sieging. They actually have decent disengage, and they have Camille who can split push, right? There's all these options. But we could also look at LGD as a team and be like, how do they win on League of Legends? That is by face ramming consistently in all three lanes until it works in one of them, and then they just go back to that one that works. Like, there's two ways that they could approach this. And
Sort of looking for the weakness in IME, right?
yeah, and I guess our big challenge is, are they going to do that style, or are they going to be reserved and try and play a standard game of League of Legends on Summoner's Rift? We really don't know.
That is the ultimate question. IME, however, from what we saw Thursday, they had control of Vision, Road, Ben4, and Athena. That trio had complete control over the bottom side of River, mid lane, and bot lane. If that could continue, it might mean that IME are safe to this face ramming of LGD.
Yeah, but we also have to look at the lane pressure as we're hopping onto the Rift Dome. The Rise in that middle lane, when you look at pushing power against the Ziggs, he can do it, but he expends a lot of mana early. And so we have to question if he's going to try that, if it gives their jungler enough availability to actually push himself, if Ben4 can get in there and be aggressive like we see he wants to do.
But as you've said, we've loaded onto the Rift. Godvi is going to be taking that Ziggs into the mid lane, into Rise. And that leaves Imp with the young debonair Ezreal. Ooh! Did he see the arrows? I'm sure he saw the particles split up as Imp takes the first hit. But seems like we're getting a defensive start. No early cheeses going on. Currently both junglers sitting on the top side of the map, as is standard.
Yeah, so it will be a pretty straightforward start to this game. I think everyone just being in a fan start shows a bit of caution. They err to the side of caution, LGD's first game. I'm not shocked about this. We look towards IME, actually. They have momentum, firstly, from winning their first series 2-0. But they've also got the early aggression in their champion picks. The Rise might want to rotate with Lee Sin, lock people down. Something that Godvi doesn't have, especially because he's gone for the cleanse to try and survive, which is why I believe that Athena should go elsewhere on Summoner's Rift unless he blows the cleanse early with a gank from Ben4 with red.
Yeah, we're really going to have to keep an eye on Ben4 to enable Athena to push, and definitely Road as well, if he can unlock this bottom lane for IME and go back to that strategy that worked for them on Thursday. But it's up to Imp and PYL to answer that, as junglers start off with their first camp. Immediately Ben4 crosses over, not taking the Raptors, not taking the Krugs, going for the standard 3-camp start.
Exactly, it's a standard Lee Sin start, whereas Rek'Sai can afford to full clear if she wants. She can go to the Raptors before red if you're really feeling aggressive. Red buff makes more sense to use your Smite on, though, because it'll give you the health regeneration. And so both junglers starting on the top side of the map will do a standard clear. The question is, do they actually look towards deep wards, invading, or even early ganks? There's a Thresh lane to work with, and a Zyra lane. Like, bottom lane's quite volatile.
Yeah. Immediately, Road and Xin Zhao with the hard shove invade
There it
into the
is.
jungle. Amy is spotted out by Road's ward. He's still got his smite, though, and he's going to eat a lot
Oh
of
my
damage
God,
from
he's
the
dead.
plants.
He's dead.
He's got his smite. Is he trying to get the bonus health and outplay.
There was just no point doing that. Now Lee Sin's got... Oh, God. Here we
Ooh,
go.
Sonic Wave over the wall, and LGD aren't looking too great with this start as Aimee very quickly and cleanly invade and punish Amy.
I'll see you in 5 minutes, Rek'Sai. That was a disastrous start. But once again, Road just finds his way out of the lane in situations where usually he should not. He is against an Ezreal's Thresh. So this is where I question the Thresh pick once more. There's no pushing power, especially against the Zyra Ashe. If he was Karma, maybe PYL had a better priority in the lane to be able to assist Amy. But as a result of their lane choices for team composition, they've actually given Aimee complete control of the bottom side jungle for free.
Yeah, Ben 4 gets a 3-buff start with that trade. Ooh, Funny gets pulled out of the hook shot, but Amazing J still eats a lot of damage. And taking a look at those summoners, looks like fairly standard. Courage of the Colossus on Ben 4 and Road, interesting.
The big thing we actually have to point out looking at Masteries is Fervor of Battle from the Darius, opposed to Grasp of the Undying or any kind of sustain. Doesn't have Courage of the Colossus for his E pull-in either. Because these two are trading.
Ooh, Athena gets knocked under the turret, but sidesteps the bouncing bomb, so Godby gets the chance to recall.
Yeah, so what this means is that he'll do a lot of prolonged damage, but he's against the Courage of the Colossus Camille, who if he times the trades right with his shield being available, will pretty much just be able to one and done and then run away and win most trades.
Funny, continuing to keep even in that lane as you can see Amy trying to go for some sort of gank in the mid lane, but Athena just going to push him away with a quick control rod. Still not entirely sure where Ben 4 is on that side of the map, which means Jin Zhao and Road can continue shoving into PYL at the bottom.
Yeah, now they have push priority in every single lane. The Darius is starting to get pushed back towards him because there's a slight potion advantage for Funny just after the one trade. Also a slight experience edge. You can see 5-4 at the moment. And so a slight bit of respect being paid until the wave evens out. But mid lane was pushing. They've got the reset and free recall now for Athena. Bottom lane's pushing. And so Ben 4 just has his pick of the litter. Where would you like to gank? Is it the losing lane or is it the winning lanes? Like, which would you like to make worse? And with an Infernal Drake up, I'd say you gank mid or bottom and just transition.
It's up to LGD to keep those lanes safe, as with first recall, it is Warding Smite picked up by Ben 4.
So this lane, while we're looking at it as an example, is about a minute off being gankable, completely gankable. If Jin Zhao and Road start trimming the wave, it would actually indicate to their opposition that there is a free gank possibility. And Amy tapering towards the top side of the map indicates that they should be super safe. But it's Imp and PYL.
Yeah.
And so the reason that I'm highlighting this is there's a high probability that they just continue to push and just place a ward and pray that it works. Or they could just not place a ward and continue to be a little bit too disrespectful.
You can see Ben 4's in the area. He's not sure if he's been spotted or not in the river. So he's playing back. Aimee trying to bait it out a little bit. Taking a look at the fan vote again. Despite Aimee's 2-0, only 24% of fans think that they're going to take the win.
Tell you what, LGD fans for life.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can interpret that. Aimee even winning at the start of this game.
Yeah, Scryer's Bloom is going to... Athena... excuse me, Amazing J taking some big punishment here. He's only level 5. Funny's level 6. He does go for the engage. Amazing J backs up. Funny can attack without getting under turret yet. Fully stacked. Meanwhile, Amy is going to take some punishment as Athena flashed, and I think that was his ghost as well to try to find Amy.
Yeah, didn't ult use both of his summoner spells to breach the walls. Now Amy does live. So this is actually, after all this trading, good.
Athena's so low, but Ben 4's still there, and Godby has no mana.
Oh no, don't run that way, Athena. He almost killed himself on the ground
the minefield.
Okay, everyone's fighting everyone. They really want first blood to happen, but it's not.
Yeah.
And so now we have to reset one more time. All of these resets are good things for LGD because the pushing priority that the opposition team of Aimee had is starting to recede more and more. Ziggs definitely can push, especially as he gets towards level 5, and even more so at level 7, requires less spells to be able to clear those waves.
The scaling damage on that bouncing bomb. Now he's got blue buff and Lost Chapter, so he can reset that wave and keep Athena occupied. Ben 4 is back on the top side of the map, and Amy is doing the same on the Gromp before looking for a recall. And Amazing J going straight for the Ninja Tabi, while Funny picks up that fade.
And whilst we're seeing Funny win trades, Amazing J is still ahead in farm by 15.
Yeah.
We look at the CS across all of the players, and you know, IMA are actually doing incredibly well. That's the only real advantage that they actually have right now. They can't transition any of this into kills. Sooner or later, however, as you can see, structures will fall.
The hook goes wide. Xin Zhao and Road, 15 CS ahead of Imp. True Shot Barrage is picked up and hits both of them. But Imp and PYL are taking a lot of damage.
This will be
Amy's
the
on his way
turret.
down.
If they recall right now, you'd expect IMA to just hard push, bring the Lee Sin down. They have smacked this bottom lane.
Oh, wow. That bottom tier 1 for IMA hasn't even been touched. It's still at pristine, brand new condition.
They actually just put Imp and PYL in the bin.
Oh, boy. Turret's taking a lot of
He's
damage.
gonna
Here
ult
comes
it.
Godvi. There he goes. Tosses it away. Imp again zoned from the far side. Xin Zhao takes some damage, and there's Amy to further zone away, but Ben 4's already down there.
And so we call this the budget twisted fate, in a way. Now Ziggs can throw his ultimate, he won't have it available for mid, so he doesn't feel too happy about it. But he can stop turrets from falling down for prolonged periods of time, and being a mid lane champion opposed to AD carry Ziggs means that he's able to do this for every single lane, including his own, if he chooses to recall. That's one advantage Ziggs does provide.
Amy gonna try to hold this turret, but Rek'Sai just doesn't have enough. This is first turret gold, 9 minutes into IMA.
Yeah, something that pretty much happened of its own accord through drafting. We already mentioned the Thresh being a not the wisest of picks, and this is one of the big things that can happen when you pick that.
Meanwhile, the Infernal Drake is started by IMA to follow it up, further expanding on that pick strength.
I will also say it's more the Ezreal as well as the Thresh, not just the Thresh. I don't mean to roast PYL and before someone tweets at me saying I'm wrong, it's both. I just wanted to pick a target, you know? That works.
As a result, however, it's 2,000 gold for IMA as we start to approach this 10-minute mark. Amazing J is 16 CS ahead. In the mid lane, Athena's keeping even if not ahead, and in the bottom, Xin Zhao completing that BF sword along with the Zerker Greaves. So still very strong, and actually returning back to that bottom lane with Road. So wanting to keep that top lane where it's at.
Yeah, exactly what they want to do. So they don't want to actually pressure the second turret, get the map going any further yet at a faster pace. They're happy farming. They've acknowledged that the wave is in a position for them to at least pick up 2 waves before they rotate, and Ashe does also have the arrow. So I would expect clear 1 wave, perhaps slowly clear the second wave, and then throw the arrow down mid lane and try and get a pick with that Rise and have Lee Sin nearby. There's no Drake to get. They didn't go top lane. There's literally nothing else that they could do. So.
Might be looking for those picks. They're pressuring bottom right now, and you can see LGD are trying to set up some defensive vision with control wards. But already, Road pressuring into the jungle for some wards. Ben 4 is on his way down to back him up, and Xin Zhao keeps on shoving that lane. Here comes Athena as well.
I guess the alternative is just keep going bottom.
Expand on the advantage. Put Imp in the bin.
But Ziggs is like an existing champion on Summoner's Rift.
He's used the ultimate once.
So at 11 minutes in the game, right? Yes, they're putting him further and further behind, and it's great because they're also keeping top in a good position. Mid's still scaling and farming. Like, everything's pretty much where they want it. But by consistently and persistently going bottom, they slow it down.
Whoa, Funny's looking for Athena, who flashes and ghosts. Godby did use his ultimate as well, so must have caught Athena with some big damage.
And now Ben 4 can continue to taper towards the bottom side of the map. Once Athena returns, he'll be in a content position. Or he can just, you know, assert his dominance now. He's the alpha Lee Sin.
Oh, Imp is actually caught in the bottom lane. Arrow and Stranglethorns brings him low, but he's still alive. True Shot Barrage actually catches the minion wave right on. Godfrey continuing to pressure in the mid lane, though. He's got that satchel charge, but he's not maxing it second, so it's going to take a little bit longer as PYL misses the
He wants
hook.
it.
Oh, Ben 4 gets the kick onto PYL. Exhaust, flash knock up onto Ben 4. He goes down. First blood for Godby. 12 minutes in. Road with the flank. Doesn't have Stranglethorns. Teleport from the side as Funny joins in. Gets the knock up onto Road. Trying to finish him off. Godby flashes in, and they will trade. The arena is dropped onto Xin Zhao, and he's going to walk it off as PYL will fall. Despite first blood to LGD, it ends up being 2 for 2.
And Ben 4 just really wanted the montage kick.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, the exhaust still being available from PYL. Actually, like, they're going for
They don't have
this.
any minions. Amazing J's in the back. Amy could be the target. He gets dunked on. Amazing J's going to keep it rolling, taking those turret hits. Jin Zhao flashes and survives. 4-2 Aimee.
Great decision from Aimee to actually dive, utilizing the Rise ultimate to actually cut off any escape routes and only putting the tank of Amazing J in there. We will see this attempted montage, but the exhaust, again, BYL's able to live. Ben 4 pays for it, and this is where the top laners come in. Road has nothing left to provide, and so by Funny going for Road, he's actually just looking for free gold, and it takes an incredibly long amount of time to do it when Jin Zhao's there doing damage. So mistake from Funny, and by that time Amazing J comes in and absolutely bops them.
Yeah, a lot of very concentrated mistakes from LGD, and Aimee being able to capitalize on them. Very aggressive turret dive at the end to cap off those final 2 kills, still yielding a reward. 13.5 minutes in now, we're seeing an even larger lead open up for Aimee, and they continue to press the vision forward and keep LGD down.
Yeah, and it feels like the game plan from Aimee has started to come to fruition, and it's just pressure LGD into making bad decisions. When put on the back foot, it feels like they aren't making the right calls. They're not even just sitting back and farming contently, they just are looking for times to fight or opportunities to get picked off. Not respecting an Ashe arrow, not respecting an Ashe Zyra lane. PYL roaming is causing a lot of problems. Ziggs can wave clear successfully. It just keeps happening.
So the hook onto the red buff means Ben 4 is going to steal it again. The
He'll
tag
fight
team.
this. This is just run,
Oh,
Funny.
Funny's trying to. Got the 5 stacks, but he's able to get over the wall. Amazing J doesn't have any chase.
Yeah, it doesn't have flash. The thing is, 2 levels in advantage to Amazing J, and a level 11 ultimate from the Darius is absurd.
We can still see Ben 4, Road, and Jin Zhao just controlling that bottom side of the map. That lets Amazing J go crazy aggressive in the top lane.
Look at the difference.
Yeah, might even be able to take this turret here.
He will get the turret. He also has a 50-odd CS advantage. Like,
Yeah.
Just by playing laning phase, Aimee are going to win this. We spoke towards the draft already, and you're seeing it now happen. Like, what is Funny doing here?
Oh, tries to leap away, but he's caught by the slow. Barely able to get away from the pull. But here comes Athena, and there goes Athena. Just giving him a wave.
Just popping his head out,
Yeah.
saying g'day.
Even Amy and Godby are trying to make a play here. They've been spotted. Aimee, again, have got such exceptional vision control.
Yeah. And it's just vision in the right areas. You can see really good defensive vision from LGD. The control wards on your mini-map does make that clear. But it doesn't matter how much defensive vision you have if you can't make use of it.
Yeah.
Like, what you'll do with that is see Ben 4 run somewhere and clear that ward eventually. But because they're staying in laning phase, they are literally staying in laning phase, they are winning this game organically.
Just continue to expand the advantage. 15 minutes in, now it's 5,000 gold. Mountain Drake is going to spawn, and Aimee are on top of it before he even gets a chance to settle in and make himself a nice comfy nest. Aimee burn through that Mountain Drake's health. That's going to be the second one.
That it's comfy to live in water either. Like,
Oh! Oh
He got
my
it.
goodness! Imp from the black, completely blind. He's able to steal the Mountain Drake.
and that's actually, I'm not going to say game-changing by any means, but that's really important.
Yeah.
It's a Rise and Ashe that'll do so much damage. Even Zyra with the plants to neutral objectives. So when the Baron comes up and starts to become a major priority, the fact that they're able to steal that Mountain Drake does slow it down. They already have an Infernal, and you put that with the Mountain, they would destroy Baron Nashor.
Instead, LGD are able to slow it down a bit. They've still got that LGD factor. I guess the question was, are they going to start the LPL 2017 turned on, or will they do it later? So far, seems like they're a little bit slow to flip the switch.
They're actually just not sure what they're meant to do. Like, I'm pretty sure that they're just sitting there playing League of Legends like it's solo queue, hoping that something will happen for them. And right now, they're just losing the game in slow motion until they work it out. Top lane's done. He needs to start making plays, or at least change his item build to be tanky sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Athena's now going to a side lane so they can put in place a 1-3-1. That 1-3-1 has an Ashe Zyra in the middle lane with a Lee Sin. So if they ever find a 3v3 fight, chances are they win it. This is only getting worse for LGD until they make a move. And it could be as simple as just grouping randomly, because that's just what it takes at this point.
Yeah, Amazing J is a full level ahead. 50 CS up over Funny. Athena in the Same vein, 20 CS ahead over Godvi. And Jin Jiao, another 20 ahead of Imp. They're controlling the jungle now, stealing camps, stealing buffs. Smite is going to take it as the hook misses yet again.
Yeah.
And despite the vision,
And
PYL
a
actually
flash.
has to flash here.
Whoa,
Arrow
hello.
catches Imp. Athena immediately goes in, gets the point and click snare, follows it up. Imp doesn't get the fat flash, auto chases, and Athena secures the kill with some help from Jin Jiao.
That was dope. Jin Jiao hit a really good cross map arrow. Well, not full cross map, halfway, but it locks it down enough time for Athena to be able to round that out. Didn't do the most efficient combo on that Rise, but more than enough because of how large he is already. And IMA running rampant.
Oh, they're trying to catch Road here. He's caught by the slow and the arena. Poor Zyra didn't stand a chance, but meanwhile, IMA are still taking advantage of this by securing control over the Rift Herald. They are running rampant over LGD right now.
And giving it to Amazing J, so that top lane only gets worse. I mean, there is a Trinity Force now for the Camille. Will be doing a lot of damage. You saw how much you can do to Road. Didn't waste summoners, though, the Zyra. Very much aware of the fact that he was out of position and dead. And so moving into the next fight, they have a lot to deal with that Camille, even though he's picking up kills. Darius will probably do the same thing, but better, especially given the advantages he has.
Blue buff is spawned, but the control ward spots it out. Ben4's in the area, and PYL gets ready to zone it away. It's gifted over to Godby. Flash kick finds PYL. Ben4, as you said, the highlight hunter. Can he follow it up? No, he can't. Imp cleans it up. Amazing J is now going to try his luck. Gets kicked back and dropped down by Godby. 2 kills for LGD.
I think he's trolling. He was trying to kick him over the wall, I believe, was the big strategy that he had in mind there. It just definitely didn't go over the wall.
Oh no.
So, unlucky.
Yeah, meanwhile, Athena is going to start rotating the rest of IMA towards that red buff. They're pulling it back, and IMA is going to get the smite to secure it, which means Godby can keep farming in the mid lane.
I like this Ben4 guy. He does what we all think we want to do.
The highlight hunter.
And he hits it, but it doesn't mean that it always works. It just means that he hits it. He's reliable.
Oh, that's teleport from Amazing J on spawn. So IMA not going to use it to play any sort of Baron game despite it just spawning. They've got Mountain Drake up in 2 minutes and are going to return towards that 1-3-1.
And this could come back to a team composition based thing again. Athena can deal with whoever it is in the side lane. Amazing J can also. And so they can commit to the 1-3-1. They don't necessarily have to force the objectives because the way they've been playing this game already.
Oh no,
Amy! Got stopped by. Okay, that was Krugs. That was not Amy. That guy was rebelling. It was a teenage Krug.
Smells like teen Krug.
That was a reach.
Yeah, well, we're going for it. Oh, the hook catches Road. Again, Inferno Bomb along with the Satchel Charge is not enough. Meanwhile, Funny is going to try soloing Athena to no avail.
Yeah, who's
5-0-1. Goes to catch up with Amy. Catches him with the snare, but he's right next to a tunnel and just makes it out.
This is the point. They don't actually need to use Amazing J's teleport because whoever goes to Athena dies to Athena. He's now 5-0-1. Still has his Seraphs and will be back to full health because of the Rod of Ages passive anyway.
Yeah.
If LGD don't group soon.
Even
they
taking a
lose
look at the
soon.
levels, Athena's 2 levels ahead of Godby right now, who's been sitting in the mid lane just catching these minions as they're being pushed in, but slowly but surely, Jin Jiao's been working on the turret. Looks like he might finally get it.
Jin Jiao will arrow him too. It's a full damage build. He's got his 2 items completed. He's actually stronger than the Ziggs.
Ooh, teleport flank. There's no arena to drop it down. Snare misses, but Funny follows over the wall to separate. Road goes down to the flash from Funny. But PYL, Funny, and Amy are going to chase Ben4 and Amazing J away. They've got no flash.
There it is.
Knockup catches Amazing J. The hook goes wide for PYL. And Amazing J heals himself up. Realm Orb is going to pull Funny in. This might turn around. Mega Inferno Bomb still not enough to finish Amazing J.
Oh.
He gets dunked down. Not even the Mystic Shot does it. And he walks away with his life, ending this with a 1-for-1 trade.
Now the turret might actually still go down, but Athena wants to stop that.
He's got flash and could be looking for the highlight reel with Ben4.
All right, they're in trouble.
Sonic Wave goes in, but Flay pulls it back. Godby are pinned, LGD is pinned against the wall. The AoE is about to start stacking up
Rise
as they're
can see
being
it.
heralded in. Ben4 goes forward, gets knocked back, and LGD are running away. The bouncing bomb, is not wide enough, and LGD, by the skin of their teeth, escape from the bullpen.
It was a lot of effort to get them out alive. Athena is a monster running around Summoner's Rift, but they do get out. And so they're able to fight another day. We're seeing some signs of life now from LGD. The resilience is always there. They're a skilled team. We were just waiting for them to turn on, and we thought it might have been too late. The gold lead still indicates that it might be too late. But they're there, they're breathing.
Yeah, that's a whopping 8,000 gold. The Mountain Drake spawns and IMA are on top of it. Imp is up with the True Shot Barrage. Good look for round 2. And Godv is about to get his Mega Inferno Bomb as well. And the pings you can see from IMA. We need more people here. We need to kill this
This is
faster.
actually amazing. Ben 4 is 0-2-0. He's been involved in absolutely nothing, but the amount of insects he's got is definitely...
The Highlight Hunter.
Whereas Athena 6-0-1.
Uh-oh. Funny.
He wants to pull
Gonna
him
have
out
to try
of
to
the
get
E.
away here. Pull him off with a hook shot. Retreats back and is able to buffer the hook over the wall. So he escapes with his life this time.
Now, from what we've seen with that interaction, I'm not actually sure that the pull actually gets Camille out of the E animation. It seems like it overrides.
He buffered it, so the hook was in the wall when the pull came out.
Yeah, it's like Nautilus hook.
Yeah. Or excuse me, it was in midair. If it was already in the wall and he started moving, then he would be pulled out.
Okay, that'd be a really hard thing to do. So if Amazing J pulls that one off.
I mean, he did earlier, catching him as he was dashing in. But then again, if he's coming
still
towards
stunned,
you,
though.
yeah.
There he goes again.
Oh, yeah. Ben 4. His highlight reel is only like 20 seconds long right now. He needs to get at least a good 2 or 3 minutes for any good video.
You can't make a highlight reel when he dies at the end of every single one, though. Unless he cut after the kick.
Just keep on going for the compilation. Meanwhile, Funny is going to clear out these Krugs on the bottom side,
Baron.
split pushing. They hop over the wall, avoiding the Scuttle Crab vision, but Amy's down there. He's burrowed as well, but this is Aime just burning through the health so quickly. Ping's going down, Amy's there, but he doesn't go for it, and that is Baron snuck by Aime. Catches Amy. They're not going to get too much crowd control. No, they
Rise
Realm
ulted.
behind him. Oh no! Flash. There's the Sonic Wave. He goes way far, but Ben 4, man, this guy is not going to stop giving chase.
He doesn't have flash. So
Athena follows. Godfrey's getting some pings onto the mid lane right now, and Funny has joined up with the rest of his team. Amy
give the man an
keeps on
assist.
sidestepping. Athena catches up, but now Amy's got nowhere to go. Finally goes down with his first kill. Jin Zhao will finish off this bottom tier 2, and LGD look like they are at a complete loss.
And Ben 4 is on the board. That's the important part here. I may get the Baron buff. They are sieging the inhibitor. I actually don't think they should be just yet.
Oh, there's nobody to help it out. Road flashes away. Stranglethorn sets the disengage, but Ben 4 shows up, and you know what that means. We've got an insect coming.
Ooh.
Amazing J. Flash dunk gets 1. He's got the damage onto PYL. Make it 2. Give him
we
more.
go.
Ben 4 wants to get in on this, but he doesn't even stand a chance.
next?
Imp is like, no, please help me. Amazing J is finally going to be slowed down. And oh
no!
my god, he turns it around, heals himself back up, will finally fall to Imp. But that was way closer than it should have been. The first inhibitor has fallen, and Athena and Jin Zhao will start to clean up the second here.
I hate Darius. I may are playing really well at the moment, though. LGD, they still are in the game, but only by the skin of their teeth. You're expecting this game to be over, but yet they hold on only because Darius wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Just not yet.
4-2-4 right now. A full 60 CS, 55 CS ahead of his opponent. 2 levels on his own. Finally, we have the Triforce and Muramana finished for Imp, and Godv finishes off his Lich Bane as well. Trouble is, I don't think he's going to make it far enough onto the map to ever attack a turret again. Unless this game goes on for another 20 minutes or so.
Okay, to be fair, like let's just say that it happens and they get a team fight. They will be able to just straight down mid with the Ziggs and take everything.
I'm not so sure that this is a great battle plan, though. Get the
Oh, no.
opportunistic Ziggs.
No, not at all. You don't pick Ziggs to lose lane and hope.
Ooh, Realm Warp zone's got beat back, but Flash over the wall. Oh my goodness.
I think there's a chance that might be the last fight.
Yeah. Can you really
Just
call it a
after
fight
that.
at that point? That was pretty brutal. They continue to chase forward though. It's 4 versus 5, and Amazing J is bringing a minion wave to clean up that final inhibitor. Should IMA not be able to close this out on their own as 4. They've
Yeah.
still got Baron buff and a large set of minion waves coming in. The hook again goes wide for PYL.
So that's what they're waiting for. The Baron to empower this next super minion wave. There's 2 waves worth of them. And between Athena and Amazing J, bottom lane will fall. So I may are taking it a little bit slower, but they should be able to at least get the 3 inhibitors for their troubles now. Athena's playing out of his mind.
Yeah, this is Aime looking so strong. Hook is going to catch the absolute worst target and pull the Darius just a little bit closer as Aime are now working on those Nexus turrets. Triple inhib down with Baron buff.
LGD have to go. They have no choice. They're about to lose the game. They not fight.
Yeah, they've lost both Nexus turrets. The kick catches Godby. He's trying to kite it back as the fight breaks out, but this is not going to look good for LGD. Amy's in the back line. He's able to get one along with some damage from Imp. But meanwhile, the super minions have been working on the Nexus, and they're going to take game number 1 for Aime. And you can see Amazing J on your screen giving a little, very satisfied little smirk there.
To have a quick stretch and acknowledge that that was one of the cleanest and most simple victories that you'll see from Aime, and that we have seen from Aime since their addition to the LPL. That was very basic and rudimentary in the way that they won.
And joining us once again on the desk is Mr. Raz. Tell us, what did we just witness?
You know, there was an interview, or at least a press conference, where Amazing J was asked, or he mentioned that he had 3 champions in his pool. You can add a 4th one. Darius, that is a great pick, and it feels like if you're confident with that, maybe Camille's not 100% ban anymore.
Yeah, it certainly could be if you've got that Darius to counter to deal with that, but I mean, it wasn't just the Darius. Aime were across the board just cleaning up LGD. Taking a look at these stats, it was 15-9, 16,000 gold difference. A single Baron taken. LGD didn't get a single turret
And
with a Ziggs.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Here's my biggest focus, and it kind of starts with pick ban. But with that being said, take a look at the damage here from
Oh,
Ziggs.
man.
If it's not Athena MVP, I will be so sad.
Yeah, I mean, he played out of his mind.
Give it to Ben for trying, but it was definitely Athena.
Oh, man. Enormous amount of damage there. And, of course, you saw Amazing J very high on the damage charts as well. Very strong performance. But like we said, Aime were winning lanes. They were winning in the jungle from minute 3 when they invaded the red buff.
So here's the thing, because you wanted to bring up that red buff, it really did start from minute 1, maybe even before that in pick ban, because I actually thought it was fairly cute to have that Ziggs come through, right? Ziggs is fantastic when it comes through, especially since you have the Ezreal, and you're like, well, in my mind, I was like, whoa, they have Wayless on this team. Back away now. That's an Ezreal mid. Maybe it can play safely in the mid lane, and at the same time, they'll have pressure in the bottom lane with the Ziggs. And that, in my mind, that's where it came from. But it didn't turn out that way because the pick ban didn't work out in their favor.
And that's what it actually should have been, in my opinion as well. Have the Ezreal mid actually have the push priority in the bottom lane, or pick the Karma instead of the Thresh and try and push bottom lane, because the goal of the Ziggs is to take down those structures. The craziest thing is that he can auto-attack once and take down a tower for free, effectively. So if you've got a pushing bottom lane, they're at the turret, then it's pretty free. But because everyone was losing push, top was losing, bottom was losing, he just sat mid and cleared waves and was like, well, this is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do so much. And while he was sitting there trying to cover for his side lanes as well, Aime were moving across the map, setting up vision and just making plays.
And you mentioned it just before about the jungle pressure, because Aime recognized that they had these shoving lanes. We have those moments where past couple days teams would have those advantages and they don't press on it. Aime is a team that will press on it. So Ben recognized that, and in the bottom lane we saw, honestly, a Zyra early invade. We saw a Rek'Sai who was level 4 up against Ben 4 who was level 6. That was disgusting.
Yeah, just so much damage. Aime really coming out swinging. And I guess that answers the question for our first sort of statement for LGD. We know they can play at a 10, but right now they're not.
And I think it also answers the converse to that, is that Aime are playing really well. And we weren't sure if it was an RNG underperforming thing, but it's Aime overperforming to what we actually thought they would do.
Here's that Amazing J once again, so huge.
And Amazing J, he's showing up really largely, and that's one of the last game team fights. Just look at him strolling across the map. Imp, you better walk away from that one. It's ridiculous to see him come up with this pick. Of course, we haven't seen Darius at all. Some people have been wondering, because he kind of demolishes a lot of the top lane picks right now, because we're seeing predominantly tanks. But you know what? It's going to be fantastic up against Camille as well.
And eventually we're going to get a chance to talk about that pick ban as we start to get into the next game and look forward. But one final capstone on this. LGD, oh, actually, we'll take a look at the MVP real quick. 8-0-2 for Athena. Your man got it.
Damn right.
I mean, that's all you have to say. Athena played out of his mind. He got that Rise. And here's the thing. I like Ziggs into Rise as Ziggs starts to get more items. But the problem with that is that it's a good matchup once it gets items. Rise is a very simple, not so much a trading pattern, but a clearing pattern of just spamming his E.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. He doesn't have to use much mana, while Ziggs has problems in terms of doing that.
See, I don't even think it's that great once you get items, because you get the Morellos first, and then you're up against the Rod of Ages Rise, who's still just going to be able to trade with you, or at least trade to clear the minion waves. He can use his ultimate if it comes to it to get back to lane, and like there was no actually removing him from that laning phase. So I think it was honestly just good drafting from Aimee.
And it's just creativity coming from Waylace, and it's negative creativity. It's one of those moments where you just want him to play something. If it was an Ezreal creativity, I'd be like, all right, bring it. You know, the rest of your lanes are working out for you. You got Ezreal in the you got Ziggs in the bottom lane, but it's a creativity where it's just like that's not what you want to do with your draft.
Well, we're going to have to get into that draft looking into the next game. But again, this is Aimee playing up after their performance at Worlds, which raised a couple of questions. They got in just barely beating out WE, and then they went remarkably even, and now they're playing up.
Yeah, I mean, specifically, still, Ben4 is still gearing up. He's still getting more notches under his belt. We saw a few plays from him. They were like, you know what? That's ambitious. I like how you went for the play, but that's maybe not the right play to make.
They were all ambitious.
Yeah.
There wasn't a play that wasn't ambitious. 0-2-0. While this team had 7 kills and were winning was interesting.
But they're looking hot right now.
They certainly are. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back as we get ready for game number 2. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're about to get into game number 2 between LGD and Aimee after perhaps one of the most decisive wins we've seen so far this weekend. Aimee are looking like absolute monsters.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the most decisive, if not the most decisive games we've seen. The only competition to that is Aimee against RNG in the first time that we actually saw them compete. They're looking really crisp.
They're cleaning up these games pretty quickly, and it comes down to the fact that they understand when to go for these objectives, or at least when to pressure forward, and that's something that we haven't seen from like Newbie. We have seen it from WE, so that's going to make this matchup pretty fantastic once we see the cross group stages. But we're just in week 1.
Of course.
Overall, I just really like what we're looking at here for Aimee.
Yeah, that man on your screen right now, Amazing J, had a huge performance in that previous game. Of course, everyone on the team of Aimee seemed to be playing at the top of their game. I mean, some people more so than others. Some people are just looking for highlight reels.
Yeah, but he didn't need to play at the top of his game either in that game. Athena was doing enough by himself. Amazing J was already winning lane. And even the bottom side of the map, Jin Zhao and Road, were actually doing a lot of work of their own accord. And I think whilst we can highlight how good Aimee were playing, it was essentially gifted to them because I don't think LGD showed up for game 1.
They didn't, and so this is game 2, and you have to really gear up for it because for me, as you said, Jin Zhao and Road, their identity is not winning lane. It's not smashing lane. That's Imp's identity. When I look at this team here, they got smashed because they have Ezreal, Thresh, and they got pressured hard out of their jungle. Their jungler got completely pressured away from the bottom side of the map, so there was just a 2v2 and a 2v3 situation that they were constantly faced with. They had to back to base in a poor matchup regardless, and so it just, while Jin Zhao and Road's tower was untouched, it was already over for this team.
So I think that's a bit of the comparison for a team coming in looking fresh, ready to take on all the challenges of the LPL, and then a team that may have used the time to rest and relax before getting themselves fully back into the swing of things.
Which is just so LGD, isn't it? Rest and relax. They come back reinvigorated, but not exactly fully prepared for what Aimee had to offer. And this could actually come back to coaching, I think, above all else, because they were drafted into this situation and they played it out. And I mean, they didn't play incredibly well whilst going down in the game, but they didn't flounder and look like really bad players by any means. It was just that Aimee had answers for everything.
Yeah, they did. They certainly did.
I just feel like they had answers, and it comes down to pick ban for me. We've already like hit it time and time again. This is an LGD thing that happened even last split where, Wayless, give him Diana, give him these off-meta picks. I'm fine with that. Just at least have some pressure in your lanes. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, it seemed like the most pressure he had was when he would ever use his ultimate across the map to clear a minion wave because somebody else had made a mistake.
It's pressure in the sense that it's stopping pressure. That's what he's looking for.
We're hoping to see a return to form for LGD, but I guess looking forward into this next match, obviously a lot of the issues for LGD started off in that pick and ban. How can they change things up knowing that they aren't going to get to choose their side selection for this next one?
I think the first thing we have to hit is priority on champions, but champions in particular roles. They could have flexed the Ziggs if they wanted instead of picking the Ezreal that early, but they also got banned out of the middle lane by not picking it in their first 3 options, which just gave Aimee free opportunities to ban it all away and force him onto something like the Ziggs. There was only like Ziggs and Xerath left.
Yeah, and one big thing for me here is that Aimee has a bit of a, they're instilling the fear of God here in second game, where now suddenly you can't even ban Camille anymore? That's 100% banned out of in LCK and LPL. Not anymore.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen Camille get through, and she got absolutely destroyed. Now, we have entered into picks and bans for game number 2, so we will bid adieu to Raz, and of course, we'll be seeing him later. But already, LGD back on the blue side, so Aimee seems like they want to choose something a little bit more aggressive this time around with that counter pick on red side. Jin is going to follow it up. Just the same, Lee Sin is actually banned away from Ben 4. Very low kill participation, but very high involvement.
Yeah, and we already saw how good he is on Lee Sin in the first place. Don't take last game for granted. He was performing as well as he needed to, but the last time we saw him play that Lee Sin prior, it was fantastic. He's also got the Kha'Zix to fall back on, so we'll see if they challenge the jungle role in terms of their pick ban any further.
The Rise is going to follow it up along with the standard LeBlanc ban for Godby. And now Aimee going to have to show, are they going to play something a little different here? As Lee Sin and Rise with the 2 new bans, Syndra and Katarina are still open. And, are they going to return to that Camille after seeing the Darius get through?
So this is where it does get a little bit interesting. Fiora is actually an interesting first hover too. The Darius was good into it, but they banned Fiora, LGD. to prevent Amazing J from having it. Now, the second part of the ban phase is what LGD are banking on by going for Camille and saying that we'll be able to ban out top lane when we get to that point. If they don't pick it.
With the hope that IMA aren't just going to deal with that problem here and now. So far, it looks like they're going to counterpick that Rek'Sai away from Amy, despite the fact that he had a very rocky start in that previous game, and Xin Zhao will return to that Ashe.
Now, PYL can still go Misfortune if Zyra is looked at by Road for IMA. There's options in the support role. Now, 80 carries, I don't think Ezreal is that high of a priority, and they know where they're going to go in every other position. So they should just look towards, honestly, mid and jungle, I would say, their next 2 picks. Just let it happen.
Currently giving that jungle a pick. Amy going to take Kha'Zix, and LGD immediately giving a Caitlyn hover. So not even going to look towards that mid lane just yet. Godvi, I think Rise said it, we're going to have to see something a little bit more creative than a very passive Ziggs.
Yeah, and the interesting part is priority in pick order. So usually Amazing J would be someone that wants a last pick. They want to prioritize giving him the right champions. Godfrey is not exactly an exception to that rule unless there is an outstanding champion available to be locked in, which Syndra is, so I'm still confused.
Yeah, there certainly is a lot of time. Poppy, oh boy. What better way to stop Camille from getting into your backline than a steadfast presence, an aura designed to do exactly that. But still 10 seconds to show. We haven't seen any mid laner or support pressure, so both of the teams going into this ban phase with neither a mid lane or a support picked yet. Which one are they going to pressure?
They should pressure mid if you were IMA. They have the first pick when it comes to the other side of the map, but once again, they could look towards the Zyra and ban Misfortune if they really wanted to. But as you can see, it makes a lot more sense to get rid of the Syndra that should have been locked instead of Caitlyn.
Syndra is banned away. There goes the Zyra. Looks like LGD want to pressure that bottom lane again. PYL might be looking for an opportunity to return to that Thresh.
So I'd ban Zyra, and then I'd probably ban Karma with it. Misfortune still stands, but from the looks of it, with all of this mid lane pressure from IMA, they will first pick it anyway. So you'd ban 2 supports here as LGD, bank on them picking their mid laner, and then just pick your support.
It could very well be what happens, LGD. 10 seconds for their final ban.
This is where we challenge their coaching.
And Tahm Kench, so it is the double support targeted. Karma, as you said, still available. IMA could show that they want to go for it, or they could further pressure Godvi's champion pool in the mid lane.
Yeah, so this is expected from IMA. Once again, 2 mid lane bans and they get first pick, so they go for Orianna, and really it's the remaining mid lane champion of choice. There are still other options, such as what is being hovered now, and it doesn't mean that like by banning and targeting mid that you've banned it out. Like, there's always going to be a million champions in the current meta for what can be played in that lane, but it's about getting the best champion, and they value Orianna the highest.
Yeah, Corki is the lock-in for Godvi in the mid lane to deal with that Orianna, and Karma is getting through as well to pair with that Caitlyn, which means the final pick for IMA is actually going to be for Road on that support. So he's going to have to deal with a lot of potential poke if they decide to lock that Karma in, as PYL will run out the clock on the final pick for LGD before finally settling down with it.
And this is better from LGD. Their team composition does make a lot more sense, going for the Karma and Caitlyn to have lane push power. Ashe does quite a good job by herself, so whichever support they choose to lock in with that, it should be a self-sustaining 2v2 lane. I don't exactly prioritize the Braum all that highly, and I'd be shocked if they did actually go for it. Thresh is okay, Bard still exists, and Road is a fantastic Bard player if they want to try and keep their carries alive.
Oh, but Nami is what it's going to end up being for the final pick. Pairs remarkably well the Rek'Sai, double knockup to lock people down, Tidal Wave to keep them from running away, then Ashe Arrow to continue chasing. I might try to follow up with the same trio plan.
Yeah, it's a combination of good engage and disengage, all the same. Tidal Wave can be used to keep them alive from the Camille, keep them away from the Corki even, or the Kha'Zix when it comes to it. You can interrupt that jump if you time it well. Same thing applies with the bubble. Orianna has the ability to speed herself up and go forwards or run away and go backwards. Ashe can slow and do the exact same thing with the arrow, and Poppy also has that W for the same thing. So it's a really well-rounded composition, I would say, out of IMA. They have the availability to team fight exceptionally well, or just run the heck away and poke.
It's going to be a challenge for LGD to try to bring this to a game number 3 as the coaches shake hands and we get ready. IMA versus LGD. So far, they have not dropped a single match as they've only had one, but they also haven't dropped a game. 3-0 in those so far. It's up to LGD to show, hey, we were a little bit slow to start in game number 1, but in game number 2, we're going to run it back.
And where to start for LGD, right? Everyone's playing pretty well on the side of IMA. Do you keep Athena down and just try and wave clear and stop him from having a presence? Utilize the Corki package and roam around the Rift or even keep up with him? It's a hard thing to do when he's playing this well. And if that's what they go towards, they're leaving bottom lane open as another option because Imp and PYL weren't performing all that great in game number 1. And so unless LGD actually steps up holistically, it's a real challenge.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a real testament to their coaching staff if they can have used the time in between games to demonstrate that they can bring it back. The pick band looks a little bit better. They've got some more mobility, a few more choices in how they can play this out. And it's IMA's turn to try to shove that in once again. And really, it actually kind of seems earlier, when talking about LGD, we spoke about the fact that they like to win just by pushing in all 3 lanes until they find a weakness and then exploiting it. It seems like that's what IMA is doing within these games.
That was absolutely what IMA did as well. Yeah, they just had winning lanes, and as a result, LGD had no counterplay to those winning lanes. It was just that simple.
Well, Reborn and Rebirth, the LPL showing a lot of changes between these teams as we have loaded onto the Rift for game number 2 between LGD and IMA. First bit of harass finds the AD carry and support in the bottom lane. Imp and PYL don't want to give up any pressure early on as they did in the last one. As Godv going to defend in the mid lane.
Yeah, now we do need to look towards lanes once again. I've mentioned priority a few times, but the pace of game number 1 indicated that whoever won laning phase actually won the whole game. And so if LGD can't pull that back, they run into a spot of bother. With a Caitlyn and Karma, they're able to sustain themselves well. Army and Ashe don't exactly get pushed out either. And so you look towards the jungle position. Now Amy has a big responsibility. And Amy's always had a big responsibility and never really showed up all of last year when they put him in the roster. Intruder was coined as perhaps a better jungler for LGD. He was also just a Kha'Zix player, so this is a little bit weird to watch this unfold. But the responsibility is still evidenced for him. He needs to get the lanes going before they start just throwing it all away.
Certainly going to be a challenge. He's getting a leash now from Funny, and Amazing J doing the same for Ben 4. Again, jungler starting on that top side. PYL looking to push the minion wave to help Imp out. It seems like they do have the minion advantage this time around.
And I'd say it, but I don't want to jinx it. When will Road leave lane? You know, I don't expect it with this particular lane. The Nami needs to hang around for as long as he possibly can to keep Jin Zhao happy. But it's Road, so the point remains, I suppose. This is how that lane's meant to pan out if it's not a Darius.
Yeah, Amazing J already chunked down to half, going through the first charge of that Corrupting Potion. Level 2 picked up by Funny. Doesn't decide to immediately push the advantage as Amazing J is playing back. Double buff start already completed out of Ben 4. He's working on that Gromp right now. And Imp is going to be able to get a ward in the river here.
So Ben 4 jungling fine. Imp is actually the one to disappear and ward. The timing of that ward was fantastic because it keeps the Scuttle Crab alive. And they might fight for the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, Amy knows that Ben 4 is there right now, but feels confident in his ability to fight Ben 4, who's still staying there in the meanwhile.
Yeah, it's contextual. So Athena can rotate, but so can the bottom side of the map.
Oh, Ben 4 Smite stole the Scuttle Crab.
There was no smite for Amy.
Yeah. Bit of a travesty for Amy, but that's a little bit of river control over to IMA as Godv takes some damage. Ward over the wall from Amy. Excellent presence to see Ben 4 there.
Didn't quite clear the ward either, so unlucky for Ben 4. But it's also just once again exacerbating this mid lane problem and pain point that LGD have been experiencing in this series. Athena's doing work to get rid of 3 potions already and push a recall at level 4 at 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah,
This shouldn't happen against the Corki.
Trading a single potion for 3. Amazing J, eating some damage there. He's going down just a little bit in CS, but Funny feels very confident pushing into that lane, seeing that Ben 4 was on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and conversely, there is finally a successful lane now for LGD. Bottom lane is pushing, but Funny's also just winning the potion game on that top side. Hasn't even used his own single potion that he started with. It'll force a recall from Amazing J sooner rather than later. And we have to look at what he'll actually buy as a result of that forced recall. Because you don't want to do what God V did. And get a Sapphire Crystal.
That's going to help so much against the... Wait, no it's not. Some pressure onto Road as a bubble finds Imp. He's going to eat some damage here.
Yeah, good damage. Road will have sustain. Be able to use that W on himself. Warlord's Bloodlust is also there for the Ashe, so he doesn't actually need to use the heal on Jin Zhao unless it becomes necessary, as these two just keep meeting each other.
Yeah, but again, Ben 4 is going to clear the Scuttle Crab out, so gets that bonus extra, a little bit of experience. Amy trying to clear it out. Wow, these junglers are just butting heads this game.
They're actually just on top of each other the entire time.
It's like mountain goats, very territorial, just locked horns. Have you never watched a nature documentary about? All right,
It's just a really weird
because they're butting
comparison.
heads. They've got their horns locked. I could have just used that instead of gone for the mountain goats. I see now the error of my ways.
Mountain
Amazing J
goats.
teleports up to the top lane, refills that corrupting potion for Ruby Crystal and Cloth Armor. Funny on the recall, picks up for himself a Tiamat. Ooh, as Jin Zhao eats some damage.
Yep, there's a lot of trading here. So Karma has full health, has summoners, but Ben 4 is the first to move towards the bottom side of the map, and this gives an opportunity for Jin Zhao to actually get some health back by auto-attacking the minions freely, not being impeded by Imp and PYL's poke in any way. And so this lane actually goes completely into Aime's favor just from him being here.
Ooh, Ben 4 forces the flash out of Imp. PYL will use it preemptively as well.
And it gets worse for them from that point. 2 flashes now burnt. They can push this lane if they want Aime, get a recall. But by Ben 4 leaving the lane, I think they need to start showing respect, because what should have happened there was Ben 4 auto pushes it to the turret and they all recall as a team. This is interesting.
Ooh,
He's
once again, he's going to start trying to clear out this ward. Rhodes on the far side, but Amy trying to retreat to his team. They've got no flash. He chariots it around. Jin Zhao retreats. Ignite is dead. Oh, and he's going to go down. First blood for PYL. They continue chasing. Rhodes on top of a trap and gets demolished. Imp gets that one. Amy tries to get in there, looks for some damage.
Wow.
Double kill for Imp. And meanwhile, LGD's not done. A big shockwave is going to get tossed out by Athena, but it's not enough. Godv and Funny make it 4-0 LGD.
LGD just flicked a switch and suddenly they turned on the tempo. 2-0-1 Caitlyn? Out of thin air, they just decided to fight. And this is Ben 4 starting it, and all of LGD ending it. It's exactly what they wanted. Except that. They don't want that. Whoops. But he got the
okay.
ward down. We're going to watch this again. So what they tried to do was actually a great flash from Amy, was to catch him and kill him. And Jin Zhao actually gets completely bursted. Good trap as well from Imp to secure that second kill. Ben 4 just says, where is my team? I am in trouble. And the shields from Karma. And this is why you pick Karma, not Thresh.
And now it is a 2,500 gold lead for LGD. And they, as you said, have got the tempo. It's up to Aime for the first time since we've seen them in 2017 to show that they can play from behind.
I feel like they could have went Darius again on the top side of the map and had Amazing J just continue to try and pressure the Camille and push in. But they went for the Poppy, more of a team-based decision also. And this gives opportunities because Funny able to push the lane, use that Tiamat and roam mid. Gets another consecutive kill onto Athena. He can't flash out when the ultimate's there, and Corki's just able to rain rockets.
Meanwhile, Infernal Drake is up, and it looks like LGD are trying to set up some vision for it.
Kite the buff, you peasant.
Godv is getting his blue buff.
What, you wouldn't kite the buff? Everyone kites
No,
the
I
buff.
would.
I don't know what he's doing.
I just love how you called him a peasant. It's Godv, it's Wayless.
He's a fantastic player.
There he
but
goes.
That was
A little bit lazy.
exactly. It means he was going to recall for a package.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
a big deal.
He does have that as he races down the mid lane now to catch the minions set up by Athena. Ben4 gets his red buff and picks up level 6. Amy does the same as he clears out his Krugs. Ace in the hole finds Xin Zhao. He's still got...
He's dead.
The tether is about to land. Imp follows up. The auto attack is able to be fired before the arrow comes across.
Yeah, that arrow needed to be thrown a little bit earlier. Good moves, actually, from PYL to lock him down with the tether. There was no flash available from Xin Zhao, no heal either. And LGD are starting to push further and further ahead just from exactly what we saw from Aimee in game number 1, and that was just a strong laning phase.
Yeah, Godby is spotted out in the river. Ben4 is on the top side of the map, which means LGD can take that first Drake as well. 2,500 gold and Infernal Drake.
It really is just LGD, isn't it? You never know what you're going to get.
It's like rolling a dice. Is it going to be a 1 or a 20?
I was alluding to Forrest Gump this time as well, you know, LGD
Yeah.
are like a box of chocolates. You literally just don't actually know, hey, like...
No. That's a knock-up onto Funny. He flashes, tries to get over the wall, and Ben4 cannot pursue.
They get out alive. Funny has to use his flash, but he's still going to be fine. Again, teleport is available. He doesn't exactly want to use it, but Ben4 coming in here might force something out of him, or pressure you would expect from the jungler of LGD.
Yeah, he's heading up towards that top side of the map right now.
But this is all about recall for Amazing J. They want to utilize him in some way, but with the ultimate not there, I question if they actually can use him successfully.
With the recall, he will pick up that Bomby Cinder in addition to 2 more cloth armors, completing the Ninja Tabby to try to keep himself stable in this lane. As Funny shoves the minion wave up towards the top tier 1. Still no turrets have gone down, but LGD are slowly working on it.
And it's inevitable too.
They might be collapsing on Ben4 here in the river. PYL follows up. Ace in the hole chunks him to half.
Whoa.
As he eats some damage. Funny actually continued pressuring. Oh, Amazing J is able to get out of the slow. Funny's at very low mana. Procs the true damage, but it's not quite enough. He's continuing to walk away. Ooh, heals himself up, but bot dies to the auto attack. Amazing J, solo kills.
And this is Funny just overstaying his welcome. Pushed out of lane, no mana to speak of, and pushes a little bit too far up. Amazing J is able to come in without even using teleport, I might add, and find him and take him down. Now still has a teleport advantage, and this slows down what LGD was slowly ramping up towards. Again, mechanical mistakes starting to appear out of the now top laner of this team.
Godby continuing to shove up in that mid lane. You can see the junglers flanking on opposite sides. Looking at the vision for LGD, it is completely different from the previous game as Road takes a lot of damage. Imp tries to line it up, gets an auto attack. He does almost have the ace in the hole. Amy actually shows himself down there as well. They know that Ben4's not on this side because they see him in the mid lane.
Exactly, and this is also one wave off the turret going down for that first turret advantage. Imp and PYL should be able to get it by themselves, but Amy is here to prevent Ben4 from showing up, and if he does, to try and push him away from actually getting to the turret, so they will push it down. It's just being here and being an able body to make this happen.
Trying to zone it away. Imp is so close, but he just can't quite get to that turret as the minion wave is cleared by Xin Zhao. Here comes another one. Still Amy seems like he's committed to the side. Ben4 is on the Gromp, and there's the recall out of Road. Is it going to finish? Yep, seems like they're giving up that turret.
Godby's also here. There's no way for them to actually prevent this from going down. It was an inevitable fate of the bottom lane outer turret. And they make sure that Imp gets it by himself, as if he wasn't large enough.
Yeah.
When he shops, he's going to have a lot.
Oh, they're going to try to force a fight. Smite is going to steal the blue as Amy hops away. Amazing J finds PYL on the back. Imp flashes and kites it out. Athena shockwave pulls Imp back in and into the wall. He dies. Funny has joined the battle. Amazing J is going to be the target as he gets clean up. Funny so low and will drop. And Athena gets some damage from behind and is able to make it even.
And the use of teleport was fantastic there. They locked down the priority target of Imp before he gets a chance to recall, because LGD just go for that one thing too many. They try and get the blue buff after they've already gotten the bottom lane turret, and they put so many resources towards that turret that it was a good reaction from Aimee to try and capitalize. They get kills, very big kills I might add on to the priority members of the team. It's not going to be game-changing just yet, given the gold lead still being present, but it helps.
It certainly does, as the Infinity Edge is completed first for Imp before even completing a Zeal. He wants to do damage this game, and now rotating up towards that top lane. Funny swaps down to the bottom.
And this is much more standard, you would say. IMA tried to push their laning phase further and further. LGD's response is that we got the bottom lane turret. We now want to utilize our position of power, which is Imp, and just push it. Keep going. Keep getting more and more structures and accelerate the pace of the game. The problem with that is look at all of the armor that Amazing J has got. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty tanky poppy. Completed Sunfire, Tabby, and another Cloth Armor.
You
Now-
ever pretended to auto attack cancel to make sure you get the last hit on a ward?
Have I ever
Pretty sure Ben
pretended
just did
to?
that. Yeah.
Oh, when somebody else is attacking it?
Yeah.
So that you can stagger it a bit and
So
get
that
the...
you get the gold. Yeah. Ben just did that.
Teamwork. Godv has the package and roams up to the top lane. He's spotted out by a control ward, but Imp and PYL continue to use that IE advantage, trying to burn through the health of Xinjiao and Road. Package instead is used to deliver Godv to his blue buff before he returns back towards that mid lane.
And this top lane turret is going to go down as well. It's set up by Funny earlier in the laning phase when he had pressure against Amazing J. Ben 4 is effectively a second support, but he's so far behind that he's not even tanky enough. He just has a Tiamat with armor boots. And so he's just there to take damage and prolong what is already the inevitable. Because that's his strategy, and that's what the team needs to do. They're working now around Athena and Amazing J.
IMA trying to make something happen. LGD send their duo to the mid lane, which means Godv and Amy might be heading down bottom. He is spotted out by the Scryer's Bloom,
It's the Infernal Drake.
and LGD are getting ready.
So barring a giant shockwave or an ash arrow that hits the perfect target at the perfect time, you would expect LGD are just strong enough that they can protect.
Ooh, Funny gets chunked down to half before he finally gets his shield. Amazing J, very
He will
tanky.
want him.
Oh, knocks it up. That's a flash out of Funny, but Amazing J is still chasing. Tries to pin him against the wall, but locks him into the arena instead. Now Amazing J tries to walk forward, but the turret and Imp are doing so much. Neither top laner survives, but Ben 4 is caught. The auto from PYL. He's shielded, but the Dragon's going to do some work, and he will get out there. Arrow finds Godv as he flashes. That's a chase from that missile barrage. Road dodges to the side. Amy using the active camouflage. He's got the cooldown on the leap, is trying to find Xinjiao and will succeed. Currently it is 1 for 2, and Godv continues to chase Road down. He's almost certainly going to die if Godv doesn't stop. Fires off the big one, but
so
doesn't
low.
get enough. Meanwhile, that Infernal Drake is still up, and LGD are looking to take it.
And that's the big priority. Amazing J does do a lot of damage, right? To be able to take out a Camille as a tank says a lot about the state of the Poppy in this game. But because he dies as the biggest member of the team, it's honestly just a mistake. He should have just pushed him and left that happen at the Tribush so they could have pressured the Infernal.
Instead, I may now find themselves 5,000 gold down. Here's that play again.
Yeah, so this is where he wins the trade. He looks a little bit further, and this is fine. Uses the ultimate, actually stops Camille's E, I believe, at the same time as him wanting to use it. So that's why Funny flashes. But this, he's overstaying his welcome, expecting that he's going to get enough assistance from the bottom lane of his own team to help him. But because they come down to help him, everybody dies.
Mm-hmm. You even saw Xinjiao using heal at the end of that as Funny completes his Triforce, has got the Tiamat, and is going to catch that minion wave. Now, without that Infernal Drake, the next big objective for LGD to take is that mid-tier 1. They're still only about 5,000 gold ahead. And IMA slowly but surely are losing control of this game.
I feel like in the last 10 minutes, Ben 4 has bought a health crystal and cloth armor. He is really struggling to get any kind of gold. He finally upgrades something, and it's not even his Cinderhawk. Compare that to Amy at the moment, and that's where we're at between junglers.
2-0 and 3.
Mentioning AD carries.
Yeah, 2-0 and 3 to 0-2 and 1. Things not looking great for IMA here.
About 2,000 gold off the Ashe being relevant.
Mhm.
Athena's going to have to do overtime He might still try and trade this. There's a reason Athena's still pushing when there's a ward spotting. and
Oh,
that's
the
why-
arrow catches it. That's the damage. Shockwave pulls it back in, but Exhaust trades it around. Godvi Ghosts eats a huge phosphorus bomb and is forced to flash,
Oh, no.
but is able to shield himself away. Here comes Ben 4 from the far side. Godvi is too
The
deep.
minions
He's
have got
dying
it.
to the minions. Godvi didn't even need to, but he wanted it. Meanwhile, LGD shoving up the mid lane, knock down that tier 1.
That's pretty typical Godby. He plays like he's a Diana all the time. Now, he does actually trade really well and do a lot of damage, so let's be clear, that's a lot of work that he can do, and pressure to alleviate so they can get the mid lane turret. LGD is still making the most of him being typical Godby.
But LGD are very far ahead right now. What can IMA do to try to stall this out? This is, oh no, Ben 4 is caught in the jungle. That's not going to help them get back into this. Amy follows up and Funny locks down the kill. They've now found Amazing J as he runs in. He too is isolated from his team, tries to kite it back around. Funny, ooh, the shockwave. Funny just walks out of it.
A lot of damage too coming out of PYL and Imp. And they tried to make something. Amazing J is tanky, but you can only see how much he can take. It's not that much, honestly.
Yeah.
And that was against Amy and Funny, not even involving the Caitlyn, who is 4-1 and 3, or the Corki, who is well and truly ready with his big items. Man, ways out of this game for IMA, starting to wane.
But that is the test of a team. We've seen them succeed and do very well, taking one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant win so far. Now they find themselves at a deficit. This is a question of the poise. Can they return and show that they can still take it back?
Yeah, and can they hit the team fight that they need to hit? Their team comp is actually still quite good. Orianna Shockwave can work around their Ashe. Poppy can hit them into the wall to set it all up. Rek'Sai can flash knockup. But they have things available, but to execute with a gold deficit this large means that it has to be picture perfect.
Certainly is going to be a challenge. Still, you've got Godvi shoving in, keeping Athena occupied. PYL and Funny are going to head to that lane to see if they can finish off that tier 2, as a late recall from Amazing J is going to be a bit late. He actually teleports in and Athena gets destroyed. Teleport is going to finish for Amazing J. He's looking for Funny, gets the knockup, but he flashes back and lands the slow, and Amazing J cannot answer back. Meanwhile, Imp shoving up in the mid lane. Jin Zhao trying to keep that turret standing, but Imp does a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, Imp can legitimately 1v2. They don't even need Amy nearby. And so they get a bottom turret, they pressure the mid lane turret, and they should actually group up for this one. And this is the point where if they don't find a fight, and they don't even have an Orianna to find that fight, it's starting to be lights out.
Yeah, the bottom tier 2 has already fallen. The mid is the next one to go, leaving one single remaining tier 2 turret on the map. And LGD, they've got lots of vision, they've got lots of time, and they've also got a 9,000 gold lead. Things are going well.
It feels so much further into the game than it is too.
Yeah.
Because LGD and IMA, the way they're playing this out is slow. Very slow League of Legends. Baron is available, which is why I was pointing out that it's 22 minutes in. And that's probably the last hope for IMA. Try and stop them from getting it, perhaps a steal. Do they trust Ben 4 enough to do that?
I mean, he is the highlight hunter.
Or do they 5-man commit to stealing it and lose the game? It's always possible.
This is the LPL, you never can tell.
I think Funny can kill them.
They see that Funny's still there as he heads around. Finally going to opt in for the recall. Ocean Drake is going to spawn, and so far it looks like Amy and Godvi are setting up for it on that side of the map. Ping's now going down onto Amazing J as Imp was now spotted out by a ward.
Oh, Amazing J. Ooh, I don't know if you could do that, Imp, but
He's pretty strong.
I mean, you can fight him, but you can't kill him.
He's got the last Whisper finished.
Yeah, it's still Poppy. So,
Yeah, good point.
armor penetration doesn't do a lot when they just don't die.
What's the good of penetrating 1,000 armor?
Probably much more.
Yeah, it's
efficient.
actually a lot.
Yeah,
that's like
that's
400 armor.
not what I'm saying.
But the Ocean Drake is picked up. Imp will top himself off with some of those honey fruit, making sure he takes the least efficient route possible in picking up all of them.
And is, you know, relegated to jungle camps.
Yeah.
Ashe cannot sit top lane and fight Funny. And we're in that same position all over again, where it doesn't have to be 1-3-1, but it can be 1-4. and I may lose in all of them.
Imp continues to press forward in the mid lane as they might be looking for the top tier 2 turret. Funny's already got the wave prepped and Xin Zhao is up there.
And they're rotating to Funny, who doesn't have teleport. Amazing J doesn't have one of his own either. And so this is now a window of opportunity for them to perhaps siege, or at least force the Poppy to go back so that he can't pressure that bottom lane turret. And now they bring him to the fight instead of letting them have an opportunity to farm.
Godby in the mid lane is keeping Aimee occupied. And right now, LGD are just playing in the darkness, trying to bait Aimee forward. But Aimee not falling for it. Let's see if Aimee can do what WE did yesterday. Hold on long enough to bring it out to a late game fight that could get them back into this. As slowly but surely, Imp doesn't even care about the minions anymore. Finishes off that tier 2 turret despite the scattered wave clear of Aimee.
Yeah, Godby level 15. Once he ticks over to the next one, that's going to start recalls, isn't it?
Oh, he got it with the rune ends.
Good bloke, Imp.
Much nicer than Ben 4 in that previous one.
Yeah, not like that other dude.
But we're now getting to the 25-minute mark, and this is, despite the kills, 16 kills in 25 minutes. 6 kills in that, or turret kills in that time. It feels, like you said, like a much slower game.
It definitely is, and I mean, with a lead this large, you're expecting more from LGD. And I feel like this comes back to the fact that they're like good individual players. They should be a good team. But it's also the first week of the LPL, and we're not sure that they've been practicing hard enough to warrant them being a fantastic top 3 team just yet.
Mm-hmm.
But if they keep going this way and just win lane, it doesn't matter, right?
Well, they still have to finish this game off. It's only a 10,000 gold lead, only.
Well, they've got vision control set up. They only need the one control ward, it seems. Maybe place a second one, as PYL has just done inside the Baron pit. Clear the wards. They've got 2 AD carries and a Kha'Zix that can completely... Even Camille, they can destroy the Baron's health bar in 5 seconds.
Ooh, Ben 4 is able to buffer his tunnel out of the tether from PYL, but LGD continue to press forward, denying vision, looking for this pick, so looking for the opportunity to open this game up even more. Athena shows up and immediately LGD split. Don't want to be caught by that shockwave.
Yeah, and honestly, this is LGD's second step. Try and find those picks after they've got the vision.
There we go. Funny finally going to do some damage with that Titanic Hydra. Triforce certainly helping out a lot as well.
Amazing J still trading surprisingly well against a Camille that should be starting to outscale. One of those magic resistance items for Amazing J instead of armor means that he'll struggle to trade as much as he would have before. Funny with 2 damage items and Merc trades, so he should be winning. But kudos to Amazing J for holding in.
Just taking it patient as LGD are pressing their vision further and further forward with each push.
Alrighty, 16. Wait till those large rockets hit the Ash. It will destroy him.
PYL recalls, finishing off that Aegis and his redemption, along with refilling his potions and wards. So once again, the vision war continues. Imp trying to hold the fort down while PYL makes his way back. And Godby, as you said, level 16, continuing to shove up in that mid lane.
And Imp has stopped farming too, if you haven't noticed. He's been sitting in the jungle just controlling the vision. He has enough items of his own opinion anyway to be able to do this. They're giving farm to the Kha'Zix because he can also 1v1, and they don't want Imp to get caught out of position. He's sitting in where they have good vision and pressuring Xin Zhao's health bar by having Amy be missing. Look at that.
Oh, that was supposed to be the tank. Ben 4 forced to tunnel over the wall immediately. Whoa, Godby able to get a solo kill on the road on the far side. Teleport now being used as it looks like Amazing J is going to try to force a fight. Godby's in the front. Shockwave is going to whiff, and Amy in the back forces a flash out of Xin Zhao, getting those carries isolated. Amazing J is separated from the team, and LGD
oh my God, Amy.
clean it up with a solid ace, losing not a single member.
And that's what we were waiting for from LGD. It took them 28 minutes to actually get it done. And it actually took Godby finding Road before the fight even starts. But You know what? Better late than never for this LGD side. Imp wants the Siege. The rest of the team wants the Baron. Throw communication out the window, Dom, because they're just good enough players.
At this point, it might as well. Baron is going to go down while Imp works on this inhibitor turret. It finally falls.
They could have won the game.
But instead, they've got the Baron and an open inhibitor, which Imp can't even finish off as the rest of IME start to respawn. Ben 4 is back up, and Imp looks like he wants to get blue buff and pick up that big wave bottom. Here's that fight again.
Yeah, so it starts with Rogue getting bursted out. You can see how much damage Godby's doing already to Ben 4. And they decide to recall, I believe, in an aggressive area. No, Rogue goes to check again.
Oh! Phosphorus Bomb, Rocket, Sheen auto attack.
It's a case of the bursts. Now, Imp is out of position for the start of this fight. Godby legitimately just goes ham. There's a good flash, though, to dodge the Shockwave. No Shockwave means that Amy is able to run rampant, thanks to PYL. And the 60% cooldown reduction that he gains from leveling up that Q and evolving it, he's able to take out both carries by himself. It was amazing. Jay was busy dealing with him.
Now it's 30 minutes in, and LGD have got the Baron and a 16,000 gold lead. They secure that third Infernal Drake. Not a single one is going to spawn for the rest of the match. And IME find themselves in a really tight spot.
Pretty much backs against the wall, waiting for LG to try and siege into them. 3 Infernals on a Caitlyn.
The young 1,300 damage crit.
Yeah, that's
without
all.
a headshot.
Yeah, that's all, man. Not a big deal or anything. There it was. 2,500 was the crit.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
That's an entire health bar of 2 of the players. That's more than that.
Ace in the hole finds Ben 4. Just to get some initial harass, force him back into base. Corral IME away. Level 16 picked up for Amy, so he's going to have even more ability to chase and scare people away. Smite clears one.
Headshot. I just want him to flash crit.
Flash headshot.
Believe in RNGesus.
You know, better players do crit more. As LGD clean up one inhibitor and start working on the second and the third.
You can tell he wants it too.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Just heals right back up.
All right, here it is. Oh, there it goes.
1, 2. I'm counting the bullets now. Oh, he's got 3 stacked up.
I may have to fight now. Like, if they don't fight, they lose the game. Same thing applies to LGD. Whoa, okay, goodbye.
Oh, wow.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. Was my screen gray a second ago? I thought there was color here. Oh, the quick redemption as Funny goes in. Tries to separate Athena, but he's locked against the wall. Imp gets a huge crit, cleaning up 1. But that's already 3 members of IME dead. And LGD, calmly, coolly, and collected, walk forward to finish off game number 2. And that's going to bring us to a game number 3. The question was, would LGD show up? Turns out, yeah, just not right away.
It took them a game, and that's more LGD. I think it does stem from drafting phase, and I'm sure we'll break that down a little bit later. But for a Game 2 performance, almost mirroring what IME did in game number 1, we do have a spicy third game to come up with.
We certainly do, but joining us once again on the desk is Raz.
Hey.
Welcome back.
How's it going?
Well, it's going pretty good.
I'm feeling happy about this one because it feels like we actually have a competition here. I may have been cleaning up, and it feels like now that you have this game 2 coming through, an actual this pick ban makes sense for LGD, and it has to be a buffer zone as we take a look at the stats here.
Yeah, that is as smooth a growth curve as I've ever seen one. 20,000 gold lead, 10 turrets to 0. Again, it's the swap. LGD didn't drop a single turret this time.
And actually, you can tell that curve makes a lot of sense for me. They used Camille as she is supposed to be used. Now, there are a few times where Camille did get soloed out by the Poppy. That's kind of a confusing point. But overall, it felt like they knew how to use Camille, and Funny was just in the right positions here.
Amazing Jay did the most damage on his team as well. By a fair bit, to be honest with you. Athena did try his best, but this is what it comes back to. And as you mentioned, that Camille able to leave top lane now against the Poppy, able to help pressure that middle lane, and that's where these kills start to actually break out. Athena goes down simultaneously with the other side of the map, and honestly, I just that was where it crumbled.
Yeah, that one moment. There's that one moment where Ben picked that fight. And the bottom side lost 3 kills out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Camille looked for a pick mid. So out of just like 30 seconds, if you blinked, you had 4 kills right over to LGD.
And it seems like this is kind of what we saw out of IMA in the previous one. They had very strong laning phase, they had very strong draft, and they had effectively set their advantage and kept it from the 5-minute mark on. LGD did the same in Game 2.
Yeah, I was initially worried about Wayless because he's on Corki. He had a positive matchup, or at least not once he started to get more items, but at the same time, he even had Camille come in. So he was looking to gear up. And I was wondering, is he going to stick to his lane or is he actually going to look to roam? And he did just that. He actually roamed, pressured the map top side once bot lane was broken. So it looked like they knew what they wanted to do the moment they had pressure, and they never let go.
Yeah, and this even comes back to the drafting as well. They took away so many champions from Wayless, and he just picks the Corki anyway and does exactly what we expect from him. And when we compare the 2 champions, Orianna against Corki, one of them can roam better.
Yeah.
And when your team is winning this time instead of losing, the ability to roam around the map is increased further, and so Wayless performed exceptionally well.
Yeah, the question is then, if the game was decided so early on in Game 1 and in Game 2, how do we determine who's going to decide Game 3?
This is definitely a fun matchup because usually we have seen teams that they get the lead, they don't push forward, and it's a throw fest. And here we go.
Yeah.
Godby takes it.
This is the MVP. 5, 1, and 8, 68% kill participation, and 34% of his team's damage.
Yeah, I mean, he played fantastically well, and I mentioned it. This is going to be an interesting matchup going into Game 3 because usually we've seen teams that get that lead early on, and they kind of throw it away because they don't know what to do and how to make that lead grow. Both of these teams know exactly what they want to do, or at least that's what they've shown with these both of these games. The moment a ridiculous amount of gold falls into their pocket, they spend it wisely.
And I think it's priority as well. So when we look at it all, knowing that they want to have a winning bottom lane is it a good adaptation from LGD coming into the second game? Because after the first game, they might have noticed that it was a slight problem.
Yeah.
And so by changing this one thing, they're able to get that advantage and use that advantage, actually have Amy come down and help out. And it was actually just a massively different team entirely.
And just pulling it back and making that point mean something for me is Funny specifically. Funny, I look at him and I'm wondering, man, is he going to turn into a good top laner? And he's matching him in roams here.
He certainly is. But we're going to be right back with game number 3. Don't go anywhere. It's LGD versus IMA. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're about to get into game number 3 between LGD and IMEI, whom after this game have dropped their first loss of 2017. And LGD, they started off to a rocky start, but then in game number 2, they cleaned up real good.
Yeah, they brought it back pretty seriously. Game 1 felt like the opposite. Again, I will say IMEI performed well in the first. They didn't exactly perform well in the second, but I do want to credit that to LGD, not to IMEI actually underperforming. So their first loss was at the hands of one of the most sporadic teams you'll ever watch play League of Legends, but they were performing.
Exactly. I'm just going to draw it back and say that I think it's IMEI's game, or at least LGD's game, to win, and IMEI has to prove something for me because LGD, the first game felt like a throwaway because IMEI knew how to close out the game the moment they had the lead at literally 1 minute into the game here. And so LGD, they had a better composition where they can actually match them and match them with pressure. Going into game 3, I expect that pick ban. I don't know why I'm going to expect this out of LGD. But I'm going to expect the pick ban to be clean, and we're going to actually have a game where we, maybe LGD come out strong
You're
here.
expecting that.
Yeah.
I
Well,
know,
I mean, we've already seen what a good pick ban can do for them and what a bad pick ban can do when it sets you up in all losing lanes and then immediately transitioned in against a team that can play it out.
But yeah, just bringing it back, I think Funny is playing well. And that's something that's really surprising to me is that coming in, of course, he's role swapped in the mid lane where he wasn't playing well. He was getting better, but not as close or not anywhere near Wayless. So Wayless took the position, you move Funny to the top side of the map. And he is performing well, or at least he's able to roam out and actually impact the rest of the map.
So this time we do have a swap on sides. It's IMEI playing on the blue side. LGD have swapped over to the red side this time. So not going to get to see the same pick ban pattern. Things are going to change up this time.
Which I think is very much needed. It's a refreshing change. Once again, IMEI lost the game, so now they can hit the drawing board on the opposite side. It could also change what was the winning formula for LGD being on that side 2 times in a row, so now we've done the swap. IMEI, first pick, perhaps LGD ban the Camille instead.
I think they must. It comes down to IMEI had the solution where they were hovering Fiora and they had the Darius. This time around, they're going to have that first pick Camille solution. Maybe they go towards it, or maybe maybe LGD is not comfortable with that. Maybe LGD don't have that answer. Maybe they don't have a comfortable pick into it, so they just ban it out. It's a staple ban here. 100% pick ban up until the set.
You can see IMEI on your screen walking back, looking very focused after that loss. You've got to imagine that they are getting ready to try to bring it back and continue with this undefeated match record. If they can take a win here, they'll be at the top of their group for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely right. Those are really cool LPL chairs, by the way. Sorry
Yes.
to derail that,
They
but they're
are
actually
super
really cool.
I 100% noticed that too. I was a little bit jealous.
But you can see Wayless and Imp right now sharing some strategy as they prepare to get into this. The coach standing behind them to get them ready. What are we expecting out of this pick and ban now that we know LGD are on red side and the propensity they have seen towards getting that Camille first?
I think immediately I look into this, and if you're IMEI, you say, what can we take away from LGD's mid laner? I don't think we can take much away. He has far too large of a champion pool, and so they have to look to get a counter pick in any way possible. LGD's getting red side this time around.
Yes.
So that's actually just not going to happen, especially since LGD should be looking to just outright counter pick mid. So if that's just not the case, if they can hold something like an Orianna, that's what I'd be looking for. They just need to push.
But they can,
proper push.
they banned LeBlanc, Syndra, and Ahri.
Yeah.
Like, one of those stands out and is not like the others. And yes, Wayless can play that champion,
Yeah.
but if you're going to give him Corki into Orianna, someone that can build a Hex Drinker, then you may as well just give him the Ahri and prevent the Hex Drinker
Yeah,
and
much
try
rather
and
that.
take it to him more aggressively, because then he's killable.
I agree with you. Our pick our ban makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it is the question of, do you enable your own team to succeed with your picks or attempt to disable them? But we have entered into picks and bans now. Immediately the Corki is banned away. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Raz for this final game as we get ready. He will join us afterwards. But that Corki stripped away from Godvi immediately.
Yeah, that's probably something that should happen. Godvi had an outstanding Corki performance in the second game. It's well respected now by IMEI. Athena obviously noting that he wants to play against something else. Perhaps it is closer to that Ahri.
But the follow-up is going to be that Malzahar from IMEI. Disable PYL's point-and-click engage. Rengar going to be the standard ban from LGD. We'll have to see if they let this Camille go through or not. whether they trust their ability to play against Amazing J if he decides to go for it.
Exactly. So LGD have a big choice. Obviously, they've made the right one, I would say. Getting rid of that champion, knowing that they're now on red side. So good adaptations once again by the red side LGD.
Banning that Camille away. Syndra is going to be the final one for Godby. And that leaves LGD with the option of trying to pressure the jungle pool or perhaps leaving IMA to go for something a little bit more standard with their first pick.
I mean, LeBlanc is still there.
You're right, that
Athena,
LeBlanc is there
very
too.
good LeBlanc player.
Yeah, and they decide to pressure it out. So the final ban is going to be that LeBlanc, leaving IMA with a lot of strong picks still up.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll go for a first pick Ari. Let's expect something a little bit more standard. So Camille gone. Makes sense that IMA would actually go towards this as their first pick in the big tree, man. So by being able to lock him down, the question is, can Funny play these tanks? Or is he just a carry player? Because all we've seen from him is Camille.
Yeah, Camille twice now. It's time to show that he's got something else in the tank to deal with that Maokai. And right now it looks like they are going to prioritize that Elise for Amy. And interesting that they're picking it now in this phase instead of letting Amy pick it himself.
Yeah, noting that Kha'Zix is still available, and they performed well on that one. It's a scary option, honestly, to give anybody. So Kha'Zix is there, Lee Sin is there, Rek'Sai is there, and they still prioritize the Elise. And this is an early indication they want to pick comp.
Yeah, and now to get back to the question you just asked, can Funny play something other than tanks? We don't know. He's gone to a carry again.
Yeah, you really can't tell, Dom, as to what he can play besides carries. Fiora, interesting champion of choice. Knowing he's against the Maokai, can use the riposte on the Twisted Advance. The Twisted Advance is available far more often, especially as we hit the later stages of the game. It does say, again, pick comp, actually comboed now with Split Push. Let's have to try and find some staple champions to round out their comp.
But the Lee Sin and Rise is going to follow it up. Athena, an absolute monster on that. And Ben 4, we've seen the Lee Sin before. This is going to be the third time now.
And it was banned away from him in the second game by LGD. So he's going to go back to his champion that works. Not always the best matchup into Elise. The Spiderlings can block your Sonic Wave. But if you can get through that, then trades are generally quite even.
In answer, Orianna is the mid lane pickup for Godby. He's got pretty good engage on that Elise and Fiora to get in, but now we enter into the second phase of bans, and LGD are looking pretty strong.
There's a couple of scary things for LGD to deal with, though, on the opposite side of the rift. Athena getting his Rise back, Ben 4 getting his Lee Sin back, and Amazing J being on that big tank, which is his natural habitat, being a tank.
Yeah. Another thing that's a little interesting, both of the teams have completely ignored the bottom lane in these picks.
Which is where this ban phase is important.
Yeah. After how important that was in game number 1, which decided the game for IMA, and then in game number 2, which decided the game for LGD, they leave it for last.
And they're just going to ban each other out. It might even be Ashe Zyra banned by LGD, but it depends on what their priority is for the first pick. So if they want Caitlyn, they might just ban another AD carry like the Jhin and pick Caitlyn themselves, but then they'd leave open something like the Zyra that can fight back. It seemed fine against the Nami, so the Zyra, not exactly unexpected.
Yeah, Karma banned away. Is this going to be an AD carry or support targeting out Imp or PYL? We know Imp can go crazy on these carries if he gets the chance, and that Caitlyn is still up.
If I was Road, I'd go all in, commit to saying ban out PYL, get rid of something like Misfortune, and then just go Bard. But, you know, Road, Tahm Kench is also available.
That Tahm Kench is up. But LGD will get first pick, so do I may let that go through down to the last second. And Caitlyn is the ban.
Yeah, so we saw, you know, by banning two supports, by banning the Zyra, LGD indicated they wanted priority on that AD carry option. Imp might actually even default to a Twitch if they can get themselves a staple AD carry. It is Imp, and so that's just not surprising if he even looks at the champion briefly. But I think priority could actually be on support role here, unless they want to take something from Jin Zhao.
Yeah, you can see them speaking quite heatedly about that pick, but it is going to be Misfortune locked in for LGD. I asked Frost yesterday if you can take Misfortune AD carry. Generally, she informed me that's not going to be great.
But you can.
You can, yes. It's an option, and this is LGD after all.
Yeah, no, they could probably find a way to put an AP Misfortune mid with the comp they have at the moment, somehow.
Well, looks like that Misfortune probably going to be going for PYL as Jin Jiao going to take that Jin in the AD carry role, and Road looking to take that Thresh away from PYL, what he took in game number 1. Similarly, that works very well with Lee Sin, and we've known Ben 4 and Road's propensity to roam together.
And I personally think the Thresh is okay. I would also even consider Morgana. I actually just think that she's a really good support at the moment. This as well. The
Yeah.
reason that I say it is disengage options. So Orianna Shockwave, you can Black Shield it. Fiora trying to kill somebody, you can keep them alive. Use the blinding perhaps, just stop them from getting on top of him. As honestly, he'll probably lock this. It might be a troll, but he probably will.
Kog'Maw, you can see them talking about it, and
He's still playing it. I think he's one of the only AD carries that's still playing it. I expect the Twitch still. But
whoa!
look, it is Imp.
Okay, alrighty, Imp. I still think one of the coolest highlights from when I saw Imp was when he was going head-on-head with Deft in the, or head-to-head on Deft with EDG versus LGD
Jinx.
semifinals, Kog'Maw versus Jinx.
Yeah.
And that was back when Kog'Maw still had the crazy attack speed.
Yes, and now what has happened is they've changed Kog'Maw back to the old Kog'Maw that doesn't have the attack speed bonuses, doesn't actually break the attack speed limit, and now is not even getting an auto attack reset when he presses W. It's harder to work around, but once you play enough of him and get a feel for what the new Kog'Maw does,
Yeah.
it's actually still quite good.
Taking a look at Imei's composition, however, this is a very strong champ select. They've got Maokai, Lee Sin, and Tom Kent for Road and Ben 4. Self-sufficient mid lane, self-sufficient AD carry. Seems like Imei are feeling pretty great about this.
Yeah, and Frostgrown's alluded towards this before. The players are playing their main champions. There's a team fighting composition from Imei. LGD also doing a similar thing. With the exception of Funny, we just don't know what he actually plays. It seems to be carries in the top lane. But Kog'Maw Misfortune as a bottom lane. PYL has been playing a lot of Misfortune in solo queue and Malzahar, which is why it's consistently taken away from him. I may have banned it in every respective game. This is a pretty scary team composition for both of them. But if I may get ahead, as you mentioned, with the tanks that they've got available, then they could run away with it.
They certainly could. It's up to LGD to prevent that from happening. They've got emergency late game scaling on that Kog'Maw and Orianna, not to mention a Fiora, but it's going to be very difficult because we've seen what Imei can do with a composition like this as we get ready. The first 2 games were decided within about 5 to 10 minutes. Will we get as explosive a start here in game number 3? Imei looking to retain hold on first place, LGD looking to claim their first win.
Of course, we're going down the team compositions for both of these teams. We said that they're on comfort champions. I still give the edge to Imei because they have a team composition, not just comfort champions. To compare this to LGD, they do look like a strong team. Individually, their champions they're going to excel on them. But a Misfortune Kog'Maw bottom lane doesn't actually scream protect the puppy in any way. In fact, Kog'Maw's going to be a lone reindeer, trying his absolute hardest to kill everybody while they all run at him.
And I feel like that's always been the question about LGD. They are a very talented team full of very talented players, but they don't always play like a team. It's time to show now that they can do that, because you certainly know Imei are playing at the top of their game as a team.
And one thing we need to immediately hit before we even see the junglers start, Amy is the only member of LGD, barring a Shockwave, that has crowd control that is considered hard CC. They have a cocoon. They legitimately have a cocoon.
I mean, Funny has Riposte if he absorbs some crowd control with it.
Yeah, but he's designed to split push, and this is what I'm saying as
Yeah.
well. Somehow, they're going to run a 1-4 composition, utilizing a Kog'Maw Misfortune bottom lane. It's just a bit unusual. Abstract.
Well, we've been saying it all night. It is Imei. If anyone's going to do it, they are. Excuse me, LGD. Sorry. It is LGD.
It's just, like, if they do, they have no right to actually do it. But that's just what makes LGD so special.
Truly the D20 of LPL teams.
And no hard CC against the Tom Kent's just kind of funny, because it's just a Shockwave or a Cocoon that is priority. He's got a really easy job now, Road. Just be a Battletoad.
You know that I may have it in stock. Alrighty. first push advantage is going to go in favor of LGD as they look to get level 2 first. Though they do have to be a little bit cautious. In the mid lane, Godvi and Athena trading it out. Junglers both started topside and went for a standard clear. They're going to finish off with their buffs at about the same time.
Slight edge for the Elise as you're watching it, but Ben will use his smite to catch up. So now we look at where they progress from this point. Raptors are still good on 7.1 and beyond, but Elise is prioritizing them in the top side of the map.
Yeah, might be looking for a very aggressive play onto Amazing J early.
Athena just hard pushed in and recalled. He started with a mana crystal, so he should actually have enough for a tier.
Yeah, Amy's actually heading up towards the top lane, using Amazing J's propensity to go aggressive early on. But he's playing back right now, staying back from the minions. Flash! Ooh!
Good flash, though.
Reaction dodges the cocoon.
Yeah, Amazing J being able to get out of that one alive doesn't mean he'll win lane any further. He doesn't actually have the ability to survive if Elise does come back. But by staying alive, he's already acknowledged the game plan that LGD have, and will now have to react accordingly.
Yeah, Ben 4 immediately invades, seeing that Elise on the top side of the map. Not going to be able to take too much outside of the Gromp, but Amy should be rather happy.
No, LGD are going to stop him from
Are
getting
they
the
actually going
drop.
to fight him here? Ward from Imp on the far side, just to keep an eye on it. He's got to be careful not to tank the damage himself now that Road shows up.
Gromp wins this battle. They will still take it, so a long enough time has gone past, with which LGD do need to go back to their lane and get the minions and collect those, as these two.
Yeah, funny. Oh, gets in range. Oh, doesn't proc the next vital though, and Amazing J not having a great time there. Athena, as you said, returned to lane with that tier. Godvi also got a recall as well and was able to pick up a second ring.
Athena is absurdly good at Rise. You can just see the way he's actually controlling the minion waves and doing damage to Godvi the entire time.
Trading back and forth and keeping Godvi locked down. Definitely going to be very important as Godvi can be huge.
This is constant recalling. They're fighting the minion waves and not each other.
In the bottom lane?
In the bottom lane and the middle lane. They've just consistently recalled. Amazing J as well did the exact same thing. He's at risk of dying here.
Oh, he spots Amy out, but might be too little too late. Oh, meanwhile Snare finds Godvi under turret.
That was Summoner's use though.
Mm-hmm.
As Road decided he was a jungler.
I feel like we've seen this happen before. LGD, they're playing the map right now. Or excuse me, both LGD and IMA are playing the map right now. Road going for the early roams. We haven't seen too much outside of the invade from Ben 4, but Amy has ganked top twice now.
And the thing we have to actually highlight is it's not necessarily even strategic for the most part. Amy going top is, but Road being here is opportunistic instead. They're just taking opportunities because they're controlling minion waves. There's now Ben 4 having a crack.
Yeah, Amazing J getting very aggressive, and Amy's immediately like, something's off. We can't do this. And dashes back, going to use the opportunity to refill that corrupting potion and start working towards a bit more. Road is
a mid
the
laner.
mid laner.
Yeah,
All right.
he's having a great time
Yeah,
collecting those minions.
Look at all this experience that he's getting. Oof.
And then Jin Zhao's just question mark pinging every push. Now
Jin-
Misfortune's mid. We have really just meta shifted, haven't we?
Yeah. Double support mid lane. Okay. Imp is left on his own with Jin Zhao. He's down just a handful of CS. Ben 4 waiting on the top side of the map. Amy,
They know.
yeah, was looking for a gank but didn't find it. Oh, you can hop into the brush
You
there.
can, yes.
Ben 4.
So Ben saw the ward go down, and he knows that Fiora's in lane, so it has to be Amy. He's hanging around expecting that he'll counter gank, but he's also just explicitly hanging around so that he can keep Amazing J alive, and he's about to walk onto a ward, unfortunately, if he continues to pursue that lane. And it's time wasted, which is where these supports are suddenly becoming mid laners and roaming around the map, because they're trying to make the difference. And that's why this is opportunistic, whereas the junglers are being strategic.
LGD now matching IMA in this game. Game 1 was decided in 3 minutes. Game 2 decided in 7. So far, it looks like this is the closest match we've had of the two yet. This could be the true test. Can LGD live up to the skill that we expect of their players? Or can the team play of IMA demonstrate that they're ready to take the LPL on in Storm?
Yeah, and they're not even playing with reservations exactly for a Game 3. They are starting to pressure each other. They're looking for things to happen. It's just that nobody's found it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like a disconnected game, you know? Like, it feels messy.
Still very early on. Imp continuing to farm up, going for the Vamp Scepter first, as Road just going to take a little bit of harass here. He's got the gray health, however. Plenty of time. Not seeing too many big differences open up across the map. Slight CS advantage for Amy, as he was topside most of the time, which means he's got more Krugs and Raptors than Ben4, so still very even.
One interesting shift to note as well is that Misfortune being dragged around the map compensating for the Tahm Kench means that bottom's in a 1v1 scenario, as Athena is secretly available to get in there.
Yeah, he had the Realm Warp, wasn't spotted out, but thought he might have been. So just going to play it back as Funny continues to try to farm this out. PYL and Imp go for a quick roam, trying to control the river as Godv gets gifted blue. That Mountain Drake, going to be very high priority for both of these teams. They have a lot of potential for late game big neutral buffs. They're certainly going to want it.
Just kind of trading. Ben and Amy are struggling to actually get anything achieved on the map. All they got was a single flash on the top side. We're just waiting for something to crack.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's being...
Probing for weaknesses, but not yet finding any.
They are all being quite mentally strong, very vigilant.
Yes.
Athena
Constant.
likes recalling so much that he'll never get ganked.
I think that's like his 4th recall already in 9 minutes. He's still even in CS, however, and hasn't used his Realm Warp to get back into the lane, so he's managing the minion waves well.
But that's what I mean. It's like a strategy you can implement as a top laner most of the time. It's harder to do mid.
Oh, Amy chickens out, doesn't have his smite, and Ben4 just going to clear away that Scuttle Crab. It's 90 seconds of vision now for Ime on that side, and Ben4 is getting some vision on the deep side.
That is a wasted ward, though. There's no blue buff in sight. And that will not spot anything apart from Amy. So he's just looking aggressively to find the Elise, not to actually go for an objective as Ryze is top.
Yeah, there goes the Realm Warp. Flash snare. He already used the riposte. Funny is almost certainly dead here, and first blood goes to Ime.
And Athena is making it happen. He is actually the one rotating as best he can. Ben4's taking a shot at being a mid laner. This is the danger point. And Athena, being a respectful mid laner, is trying his best not to die. Really clever play. IMA making it work.
That is the first kill. Can they expand it into more?
Still hanging out. Amy definitely looking. There's actually a teleport also in the tri-bush that shouldn't be spotted.
Oh, the sapling slows Funny on the way out of the teleport.
Oh yeah, so the sapling sees the teleport. I'm confused with Amy at the moment.
In trying to sneak top?
He's just like, he's spending a lot of time and resources to try and make something happen. Not necessarily in the place where he wants to make it happen, but in the place where he needs to make it happen, right? Like, they've drafted themselves into this hole where they need to get top lane ahead. But they've actually got amazing Jay ahead because Athena is roaming better than both junglers. Which is where this game's starting to really unfurl.
Athena has been playing like an absolute champion these past few days.
Oh, that was a shockwave.
Ooh. Whoops. Fat finger.
Tragedy.
Yeah. It was a zoning shockwave. Sending a
It
message.
was-
You take my control ward. Ooh! Ben4 gets in and then right back out over the wall. As Amy is going to finish off that wolf.
That shockwave being down, though, with a minute until blue buff is up. I have expectations of them looking for the blue buff perhaps into the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, they know Funny doesn't have his teleport, and Amazing Jay walked back to lane with his. Realm Warp is back up for Athena, and Ben4 also has his Dragon Kick.
Yeah, which again comes back to the importance of the Mountain Drake we've alluded towards. We'll see if they actually place vision and things around it.
Yeah, LGD's
He's looking top again.
LGD have set up a few wards. Athena, as you said, looking top, doesn't find it. Going for the cooldown boots, as is standard on Rise.
But the timing of it is the important part. Blue buff has just spawned. Perhaps they ping that he's at the blue buff, but really he's already ganking top lane. Trying to beat the tempo.
And take a look at Amazing J, again roaming down towards, whoa, Amy is caught. Cocoon goes wide, flash kick into the wall. Ben 4 is locked against the wall, and Road brings him back in. Athena ghosts to catch up. That's exhaust and flash from Godby. Bullet time is going to force the disengage as 4 members of IMA are unable to get it. Curtain Call finds him. He sidesteps one and flashes the wall to escape with his life.
Don't take that one, Ben, please. That was one of the weirdest trades that I think I have seen. Maokai being down here should mean a free Drake. It's on a ward, though, and they know there's no Maokai, but they can't get there.
Yeah, there's nothing LGD can do to contest it, despite Ben 4 completely whiffing his smite.
No, Godby does have his ult again.
Oh,
he doesn't have his ult again.
Yeah. So fast to react is going to dodge that shockwave, and IMA are playing sharp. We've seen Amazing J on reaction, flash dodge a Cocoon, Ben 4 flash dodging a shockwave.
It's not a big deal, but Wayless going for the QW, so attack dissonance into ult, slows down the ultimate. That's twice he's done it, and it doesn't actually work out the best for them, as you can see in the results of his hit rate on that shockwave.
In
the
the
resounding 0.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, Funny did get some pressure onto the top tier 2, but didn't have a minion wave to help him push, so that only led to a 6 CS advantage, though he has finished off that Black Cleaver. Even in CS in that mid lane as Godby finally makes his way back, and Imp also just about even in CS with Jin Zhao. The blue has respawned. I mentioned it earlier, plenty of vision for IMA, and it's cleaned right up.
They didn't give him a way out. Athena left, so he had to waste the ward on it. Where's the communication? In saying that, a blue buff, pretty good communication to take away from Godby. Most importantly, taking it from an Orianna, not just the player that is Godby. Denying him that means that lane pressure and control should be absolutely in favor of Athena, and he's now level 11 with both summoners almost available. And so this means that he can push lane with his blue advantage and disappear. And this is what separated the winning from losing teams in LGD versus IMA games 1 and 2. Oh, that's big.
Oh, ouch! And the Deathfire touch. Yeah, taking a look, it is still fairly even. 1,000 gold in favor of IMA from that first blood and minor advantages that they've been able to accrue, but Athena.
You can see him moving around constantly. Godby has to recall. And so he's playing his timings perfectly. He is actually the star of the team at the moment.
While 2 days ago it might have been Road and Ben 4 who were really stepping up, Athena has been having excellent performances. And is continuing to show that he can do it even when down to a best-of-1 situation. Amazing J going to eat some damage here. This is the Vital again. Immediately Amazing J turns it around. That's a challenge as Amy is caught in his own jungle flash and the Cocoon goes wide, but they could still head top. Amazing J kites it out and Funny has got to retreat. Flash, engage! They're going to try to turn it around. Amazing J is taking damage from the minions, but he heals himself back up. Athena's ready and there's no flash for Funny. Ooh, dodges one, but you can't dodge a point and click. Athena's going to clean this up. That's another one, 2-0, and they're going to look to take the first turret of the game. But LGD are going to try and trade back with 2 of their own. Top tier 1 goes down, but mid tier 1 is soon to follow. Imp is working on the bottom to try to get it more in their favor, bring it back a little bit closer to even, but he just doesn't do enough damage with that Blade of the Ruined King.
He has a lot of attack speed, but as you mentioned, the damage isn't actually there yet. So IMA are going to continue to push the top side of the map with Road placing vision and zoning LGD off. They won't get it, but they will do a lot of damage, and that damage will not regenerate. And so this is still positive movements once again, except for this one.
PYL tried to get aggressive with Imp onto Jin Zhao, but it's Imp who is left regretting these decisions. Oh, that 4th bullet was a strong one.
No flash for him, so there was definitely no survival there. And that was really good, actually, synergy with Amazing J. And Jin Zhao saving the smash for the crit bullet to ensure that he couldn't actually juke it no matter what.
Now 17 minutes in, it's IMA slowly starting to open up the lead as LGD are starting to show some weaknesses in remarkably an unexpected lane. It's Godfrey's weaknesses that are enabling Athena to do some amazing things. As Aimee pressure the bottom tier 1, teleport being used by Funny to defend it. Road is going to pick up Amazing J and try to get out of there. Riposte is going to catch Amazing J and lock him down, but Funny has to back out as they're doing so much damage.
Here.
Yeah, he ghosts in. He's got the shockwave, tosses it out to zone. That's Repel to try to get in there, but Amy's dropping down, and Aimee are almost winning this. Athena gets in, and Athena looks like he wants to clean this up. The exhaust was already used, and Godfrey is separated from his team. Imp has respawned, but is in the mid lane, and that is Aimee winning the fight. Kick from the back, following it up for the highlight finish. 7-2, Aimee.
And in the battle of the mid laners, it just feels like Athena does more. The rest of the team, Road, dodging so many spells, keeping himself alive for long enough that Orianna could not hit that massive shockwave on multiple members. He tries, but he doesn't get it. And it just does not feel like LGD have what it takes. PYL doing this flash right now comes to hurt him. He had no reason to stay against the Jhin and a Maokai, especially after the sapling connected. And watch how Road actually plays this, because he takes so much damage at the start of the fight. His priority is to get 3 stacks on Funny, so Funny has to respect the Tahm Kench E. And watch how he dodges Godby. So gets the exhaust, has it ready. Knows that it's going to hit him now, and so he doesn't get hit by the shockwave. And because he lives for that long, Amazing J and Athena able to do all of this damage. And honestly, the Maokai's ahead. This is a Fiora that should be split pushing, but she has to team fight, and I may have a better team fight.
Now, 18 minutes in, it's 4,000 gold in favor of Aimee. We haven't seen any effectively cataclysmic swings in either of these teams' games so far, so currently the projection is in their favor. But Aimee are playing so well, and LGD just find themselves at a loss to dealing with this Aimee roster.
This team would be a lot better if Ben 4 was rotating quicker. That's the only major thing that's been missing in this series. A standout first series. This time he's slow to the mark. Of course, when his team wins without him, he is able to come in, lock it down, and kick people to finish off team fights.
So then what can we expect from LGD to try to bring it back to close this series out and look to take a win? As Godby, who flashes the snare.
That's a lot of respect actually paid. We need LGD to just hold on for dear life. They actually need a Ravenous Hydra, I would imagine, for Funny. He's just going to lose until he has it. He went for Black Cleaver. Going for Black Cleaver indicates he wants the team fight. But then they didn't draft for that, as we mentioned.
Ooh, they're going to continue chasing. Ben 4 completely whiffs that one. Let's put that one in the highlight reel as well.
It was a 50-50. You have to expect that someone will juke. Good players usually do.
Yeah.
Better players expect you to aim for that juke. Doesn't connect.
But that
himself.
That's LGD using the window to secure their own red buff, but Aimee return to the strategy that works. Athena's pressuring bottom. He can 1v1 just about anyone. And Jin Zhao's back in the mid lane with the very mobile Ben 4 and Road swapping back and forth between those side lanes. Uh-oh. First bullet is going to hit. Athena's on the side. Amy tanks the fourth one. That is a deep teleport. Where is he going?
I don't think he even knows where he's going.
He's going with Athena. What? Imp is the target and does not stand a chance. That poor reindeer actually will flash and survive as Athena doesn't follow up with enough damage. Oh, Amazing J dodges with a quick snare and is able to walk away with his life, but only because LGD allow it.
That is so unusual. That was not on purpose. There's just no way. He teleported and was like, all right, who can we actually benefit hitting from this? And Athena locks it down. Like, Athena's doing everything.
Yeah, it seems like Aimee are trying to accelerate the pace of this game as Road gets pulled back. Riposte is used a little bit early. The snare catches Amy for the damage, but not the slow. And Athena's continuing to pressure on that side lane, keeping Imp away from the minions while he's slowly working on the turret.
He will double kill them if he's allowed.
He's certainly going to be trying. There goes the bullet time. The auto attacks. Ooh, flash! The ricochet's not enough, and Athena will just recall. Road is right there, and Imp is level 11.
And that's the big thing we have to actually hit. So we haven't touched on it yet, but Imp is still playing Kog'Maw. And if there's one man in the LPL that you'd want playing Kog'Maw, it's not Deft because he left, it's Imp. And that guy will actually be able to solo carry an entire game if you get him to 3 items. But he's not exactly at that mark just yet.
continuing to farm up and catch those minions. At 200 CS right now, fairly on track. Ben 4
They're
is
banking on a Tahm
on the
Kench and
hunt.
Rise ultis to get there if
He
they get the
hops.
kick.
Yeah, he hops forward. There goes Tahm Kench, kicked into the wall, and there's nowhere for him to go. He used his flash early. Doesn't kill Ben 4 because of the exhaust from Road, getting that damage reduction and keeping his jungler alive. It's 8-2 right now, and IMA are accelerating this game more and more.
And that's the thing. If Imp had items, there's a chance he gets kills onto the squishy members of the team. But Lee Sin's going to get armor. He's going to start to scale up in how tanky he is. It's going to be a Maokai and a Lee Sin running at him. He can't go near Athena because he will get completely destroyed. And they don't have anything to protect him besides Orianna. Orianna's job is not actually to protect him, but it feels like that's his new purpose.
They're trying to defend this mid-tier 1 right now as Athena works on it. Slowly but surely, IMA are pressing forward. All of the tier 1s have been taken but for this mid one, and IMA are prepped and ready. Next Drake is going to be another mountain. You know IMA have got their eyes on that Dragon timer. LGD trying to clear out this vision and slow the pace of the game down, but IMA are just so darn fast.
Yeah, the next major objective should definitely be that Mountain Drake that you mentioned. They can still threaten a Baron, or just do this.
Ooh. Ah, BYL is going to survive. Godby body blocks that Sonic Wave, but that is support recall.
Yeah, they're both just going to go back to base. Ben 4 is rinsing and repeating the exact same thing over and over.
Find someone, kick him, get damage on a turret. Athena's now swapped to the top lane as Jin Chao eats a cocoon and just gets taken right away by Road. Oh boy.
Jin Chao doesn't use the curtain call, values it for when the team is grouping. Godby is now going to die to a Maokai.
Yeah.
Legitimately.
He doesn't have a flash. Road is there as well. There's the curtain call. And Ben 4 wants to be part of the team. Is he helping, guys? I'm helping, right?
He's totally helping. Now I may get another kill. Godby out of position this time. They're taking turns, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The rinse and repeat style that we're seeing from them is going to come back to bite them because their team composition doesn't let them do anything. They're playing like their team comp doesn't let them do anything.
Yeah, the bottom tier 2 falls, the mid tier 1 falls. Mountain Drake is up in 40 seconds. Ben 4 has got his kick up again, so you know he's looking for a kill. Meanwhile, Funny is split pushing on the other side of the map. That's a 5-man recall.
Look at the health of that turret,
of
though.
IMA.
Like, it's going to take him a while. It will die. Maybe not even this wave, though, unless the next one crashes, so he'll get a turret.
He's working on it.
That's it. He's done something for the team, which is fantastic. But the Drake's up in 10 seconds. Maokai has his teleport. And Funny has to recall first. Like, Ben 4 can just walk straight into the pit and do it.
9-2 right now. And IMA are in control of this. LGD have got scaling, but slowly but surely they are falling further and further behind as IMA are taking step after step.
I wonder
to
if
get closer to the
that's
next.
going to be the Wits End Cosmo build. Where else would he go with 2 daggers besides a Phantom Dance? You know? Or a Rapid Fire Cannon?
Tough set.
It feels like because he's gone the Blazer on Hurricane, he might be the on-hit build. You never really know with him.
Ooh, Amazing J eats a cocoon and he's forced to flash as LGD try to force a fight, but IMA simply back away. Meanwhile, IMA are fighting on the other side. Funny is the target, and he goes down.
Now they have to deal with the bottom side of the map. 3 members pushing. They can actually siege if LGD don't respond. And when they do respond, you have expectations that the Lee Sin and the Maokai would be pushing mid and or using that teleport threat to help them out.
Yeah, finally, LGD make their way over there, but that's half the damage on that turret.
And Imp's going to lose so much health.
Ooh. 4th bullet finds Imp. Athena
Oh!
follows up, flashes for the kill, and then carried away by Road, who's going to take some damage. Actually sidesteps the Acathian surprise, but the mid-tier 2 has since fallen, and IMA are pressuring multiple lanes at once now. Slowly but surely, LGD are cracking under the constant pressure of IMA.
And Ben still has his kick, so they're definitely going to go for this.
There goes the Realm Warp. Athena finds his way into the back. That's kicked right on top of a freshly arrived Athena. IMA might be looking to end this series right here and now. As 5, they continue to pressure forward. Athena follows it up for a double kill. Amy zoned away. Funny is the only one surviving aside from him. The inhibitor falls. IMA continue to press forward.
They're looking towards ending this game, Dom. It feels like they have what it takes to complete this.
First Nexus turret falls. The second one is taking a lot of damage. The minions have been cleared, but Amazing J is very tanky. They're trying to kite this out around Funny. Imp has respawned and is going to do a lot of damage, trying to clean it up. Amy gets one. They're going to continue chasing. Amy takes a big crit and is forced to back away. And Athena cannot follow up. Not even the snare is going to follow it up. That deadly flourish, that captive audience.
They don't get to end the game just yet. You're starting to see the makings of what Imp can actually do to a team if left unattended. But that's just a massive fight at the end of the day for IMA. The fact they get that inhibitor, Athena is just popping off something fierce. And only 2 members of the team have died, and it's their bottom lane, 13-3.
There are pings now going down onto the Baron from IMA. LGD have got some vision in the area, though Imp is getting a recall.
It's the perfect objective to take. They get the bottom lane inhibitor. It's the furthest distance away. Now, Funny does have teleport and Amazing J does not. So my expectation is a lot less baiting and a lot more doing when it comes to the Baron buff himself.
Yeah.
They just need to wait for Scuttle to dissipate.
They should see Imp on the other side of the map.
Yeah, well, that's the go bud.
And he's clearing out those super minions. Recall even going to be completed. Seems like IMA are just setting up vision.
And if Imp stays for the next wave, they've got a Tahm Kench and a Rise ultimate. So they could immediately just go for kills instead of the Baron. Make that pick with the numbers advantage when the bulk of the damage from LGD is missing. And then do the Baron and end the game.
Seems like IMA might be trying to end the game here. Oh, Realm Warp over the wall. Yep, very stylish. As the Baron is started, again, they've got double Mountain. Amy, this is going to be a hero steal if he can go for it, but not if he dies first. He's going to try to run away from the pit. Bullet time does enough, but Athena secures it. Amy has died. Amazing J is going to go down, but his GA is popped. Shockwave only finds Road as they continue to chase forward, and IMA clean it up. 4 members dead. Funny, not a sight to be seen as LGD will fall, and IMA are now 2-0 in the LPL as they're going to win game number 3 over LGD.
Fantastic performance from IMA. The Baron buff and Funny to go with it. Should be enough to actually get them over the line here. That is a good turnaround when you look at game 3 from IMA.
Yeah, finally the ace and the Nexus falls. IMA, we talked about a gut check. Seems like they have shown, hey, we can come back in a series. Joining us once again on the desk, however, is going to be Raz in that 30-minute win. Again, IMA demonstrate that they are the team to beat right now.
Yeah, and I mean, IMA showcasing a lot, but Rusty, you put it best. Athena's a god right here.
It was legitimately the Athena show, right?
Yeah.
Like, the junglers were 0-0-0 for how long into that game, but the Rise was controlling Wayless as well of all mid laners. Like, Athena was controlling Wayless and rotating. I think what we have learnt from this game, and from the first one actually, is that he should just not get Rise. Athena should not be allowed to have that champion in any way.
I mean, even that Cassiopeia that we saw in his series earlier this week just demonstrated Athena's playing on the top of his game, and not only that, the rest of his team is playing around that.
He's growing, and he's growing around with his team. That's the big point for me, and I think Athena is doing quite well for himself. I mean, that's an obvious point, right? But against Wayless, he's performing so well. Wayless had a few poor ultis, and we're going to take a look at this graph here.
Yeah, a 14,000 gold lead by the end of it. They did drop 2 turrets, so it wasn't a perfect game, but the kills really say it all. 18-3.
Yeah, that was an absolute smashing by the end of it. And it was a little bit slow out of the gates when you look at how these teams started, and it was slow, cautious. You know, it was the 3rd game. They were trying to make plays, but they weren't over-committing to anything. They weren't overzealous and dying. And then they actually hit it, and they hit the ground running, I mean.
It's fun to see, especially between both of these teams. LGD didn't play that poorly overall. I mean, technically they did. Athena really did. Once he got the lead, he didn't let go. But
Amy was invisible, Raz.
Mhm.
Amy was legitimately invisible on Summoner's Rift in
He
that
did
game.
try to look for some of those early ganks, but just wasn't able to do anything with them.
That's the thing with both of these junglers. They tried really hard to make it to get it going on their own, especially since they tried so hard to. This is the first time I've actually seen a hard carry in Fiora going up against the Maokai. Like, a lot of the times we see passive tank on tank, kind of like a Nautilus or something up against the Maokai, or maybe even a Poppy for it. But you put in a question about that tank play. We're not seeing it. This is the first time. I mean, Camille is understandable. If it's going to get let through, pick it up. But Fiora?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think we have a lot of questions to ask about this one when it comes to drafting. We don't know yet if it's already been exposed that Punished, now Funny, can only play carry champions. But I think it's a step in the direction we do have to ask that question coming into his next set.
It certainly is, and I feel like that's a question we need to expand to LGD as a whole. Their pick and ban in game number 1 was pretty touch and go. In game number 2, they were able to clean it up, and then in game number 3, they kind of went to comfort.
And this is what I actually want to expand on as well, right? First rotation for LGD, they lock in Elise and Fiora. And, you know, that's fine. Like, you have a great time being Elise and Fiora. You've acknowledged that you're going to split push and you've got to pick champion.
Ah, here we go. Yeah.
And then they just pick nothing
Yeah.
that complements Elise and Fiora. Like, absolutely nothing. They picked a Cogmore.
Yeah.
Like, what does
yeah.
that do with it?
You scratch your brain on that. And that's what the entire time in the back, I was like, I mean, there had to be a reasoning behind it, especially the Cogmine. For me, it was like, I think they're just trying to win lane. The misfortune in the bottom lane and the Kog'Maw kind of does well into the Jhin, or at least in terms of trading and pushing in the sense. But there's no way you look at that bottom lane, you're like, that's complementing your strategy overall.
But
There's
I think
nothing about that.
even in that sense, we saw the supports roaming from minute 4, minute 5, so it really was a 1v1 in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and again, I think this comes back to the pressure Athena was placing down because Tahm Kench constantly mid lane roam, constantly roaming constantly
Yeah.
to that middle lane, and it just felt like PYL's attempt to match him was actually hurting their 2v2. They could have pressured Jin Zhao harder and maybe got the turret earlier, forced Road to come back to lane instead of letting him free farm perhaps in the middle lane.
Yeah.
And they just didn't really play with a clear-cut strategy, I would say.
Yeah, and I look at IMA right now, and 2 wins already on the back of their shoulders. I think this is a fantastic way to play, or at least fantastic way they're playing in their group. They still have IG, they still have Snake here, and I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, my God, they're moving so much, and so far against RNG and against LGD, it seems like teams are trying to catch up to them in terms of when they're running around the map, right? It seems like they can't get a hold of their laners because they don't care about laning. So it feels like they understand how to roam in the laning phase very well. And so looking onto the next set for me, I'm interested in if these 2 beasts in Snake and IG can actually do just that.
And the thing that I really want to highlight about this as well is that you're saying good teams that could actually take it to IMA. LGD are a good team, but they don't play in the same way that these other 2 do.
Yeah.
As we do have our MVP.
Yeah, that's going to be Amazing J. 3, 0, and 10. 72% kill participation and 25% of his team's damage on a tank.
What do you think, Rusty?
Yeah.
That's not Athena.
That's not Athena.
That's not Athena.
I swear I saw a rise on that, and then it wasn't. It was a mouse.
I mean, I envisioned a rise, so I'm just going to say it's a rise. That's exactly what it is.
But again, Amazing J still playing very well despite the fact that he did have a little bit of a rough start. Even with Amy pressuring it, he was still able to come up big on that Maokai.
That's the thing. He understood what situation he's being put into. You know, you have an Elise, you have a Fiora. They're coming for you. They want you, and that's their game plan. And so he recognized that. He played back. He used his flash when he needed to. And the moment he recognized that he had a member and a friend on his side named Athena on Rise, that he was able to get that top lane massively. There was even a situation, by the way, this is hilarious, when he TP'd behind the mid lane second tier.
Yeah,
and it's like, I guess I just found a Kog'Maw here, and Athena's like, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
So Athena
They
played
flipped
fantastic.
a coin. They're like heads or tails, and it went tails, so they went to the
Mid-bot.
Cogmore instead of mid lane.
Yeah.
Laner
Yeah.
ults in. Like,
Yeah.
And that was one thing we didn't actually fully hit. Their team composition had a Tahm Kench rise as well, so they're able to rotate around the map. If you give that an advantage in any way, shape, or form, they're just constantly moving and pressuring every single place at once.
And I mean, we're talking about LGD and their creativity, or at least in Wayless's champion pool and what he likes to go into the map with. IMA's creativity when they're on the map and where to move was fantastic. Like, they were looking to just rush that Baron just off that wall because, of course, they had the ulti on Rise, and they have Tahm Kench as well. They can do anything they want, and so they recognize the possibilities of getting past certain vision. And they've been doing that so well in this week right now in their 2 sets.
Yeah, they certainly have. The big thing that I'm looking forward to them in the future is their pick ban phase. Even coming into Game 3, they came out with such a strong composition that follows their play style so smoothly with how they roam, with how they play around vision.
Yeah, and we've been saying this a lot, right? We're coming into a 10-ban system where the challenge is actually for coaches to step up and firstly recognize how their team plays, how they like to win the game. So in this case, IMA, they very much like to be a team fighting style team. They're very good with communication. They work hard and they work all the time. So they will learn the new meta very quickly. LGD, I don't know if they play the same way.
Yeah.
And so they might not learn as quickly. It'll be harder, firstly, to draft for them. But secondly, we do have to look towards their coach and say, I'm not sure that was the draft that they needed in Game 3. Because 4 carries, 5 carries, just doesn't really cut it.
Yeah, that's not Mara in the top side. That is funny. And I think that's something that when I was looking to Funny, I was like, you know, I thought this was going to be a great addition to the top lane simply because it was like, you know what? You don't need another carry. You need a tank on the top side of the map who can actually allow you to team fight. Because you know what looks fantastic is Wayless and Imp with pressure team fighting. If they have a front line moving forward, they have space to work with. But it looks like they keep putting themselves in an impossible position. So this is just their first set, and it was against IMA as well. So maybe in the oncoming games we can see something different from him.
It certainly could be. It might just be that we're getting like a handicap style. Hey, we want to start off slow and then move forward. But speaking of moving forward, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Coming up next, we've got IG taking on Snake. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the LPL. My name is Richard Pulscam. I am joining this broadcast. Pleasure to be here. And alongside me on the desk is, of course, my Australian sister, Froskurin. And next to her is Raz. And first time being on a broadcast with you. Very excited. How are you today, my friends?
Fantastic. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
You just got off the plane too, so
I did last night, yeah. So I was crashing maybe half an hour ago. But right now I've got the adrenaline of being on a broadcast. Froskurin, yourself?
I'm super stoked that you're here, Pulse. It's always a wonderful experience to work with you on the international events. You came all the way from the EULCS, and literally this guy just got off a plane and came to the studio. So huge congrats and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. No rest for the wicked. And speaking of which, we need to get onto this game because this is a very hype matchup between these two teams. Lots of cool storylines just in terms of the players. And also we have players moving over from one team to the other.
Okay, so I'm going to take this one, Raz. This is Invictus Gaming versus Snake, and I am so hyped for this match. First and foremost, have to hit Zatai. Zatai left Invictus Gaming. He's now going to be the role swapped from top lane. So originally mid laner to top laner, now back to mid laner for Snake, and he's going to be facing across from his old Dynasty team. And just to give like emphasis to what this actually means, this is as big as when Doublelift left CLG. Like Zatai was a prodigy. He's a veteran. He's a staple of the LPL, and he has always been on Invictus Gaming. His brand is synonymous with them. So for his first match, kind of coming back into the mid lane to be across from his old team, this is hype.
This is definitely, he was the poster boy for IG. This is amazing just to see this matchup as the first match for Snake and for Zatai, that he has to go up against Rookie, who honestly took his role. That was what it was. He went into the top lane. He had to learn from PDD how to play that role. He was playing on Hecarim, had a few bad games when he first took that top lane, and he played it into a point where he was honestly a major stability point for that team.
Yeah, he really kind of curated this identity that he understood how to actually split push, which is fairly rare for a lot of top laners in the LPL. One of the few that does know how to do it alongside him, however, is now his new top laner brother, Flandre, up there on the top side. Now, Flandre had a bit of a rough kind of summer 2016. He did manage to upswing in the very end, especially in the regional qualifier. So going in, like on paper, Snake's roster looks hot. It's a shame that Rusty's not on the desk because I know he's really hype around this, but they have so many great tools in their arsenal. It's now a question of can they execute on them.
Yeah, I actually really want to hit that point, Frost, because you were talking about like the top side of the map, and I think that's a really big part of this matchup for both teams. You look at top lane, jungle, and mid lane, a lot's going to revolve around that.
I'm just looking at, honestly, this just to cut it off, because
Froskurin's like really ready to get into this.
Honestly, it really is, because we talk about Rookie, he's playing fantastic. We talk about the top lane of Duke, he had a fantastic set too. I want to see Rookie, or at least Kid specifically, I want to see Kid versus SOFM, because he played so damn well the last time we saw him. And now he's going up against SOFM, who is regarded as a top jungler in the LPL.
And Kid's not just playing like potato champions in the jungle anymore, he's playing the carry champions. You know, he got the Rengar, he got the Kha'Zix, so he threw the gauntlet down and said, you know, I can step up. I'm no longer the liability. Now I can be the carry for the team or assist there. SOFM, style of me. This guy came out of the GPL, now playing in a big professional league. He's known for, just to give like the audience kind of flavor of him, he'll run all attack runes on his Graves rune page, and he'll just kite the buffs, but he doesn't take any armor or MR. Like, this is the type of playstyle this guy has. It's balls to the wall.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. That's just him. It happens. You
He
can't.
is, like, if you go and look at his rune pages, they're just absurd, just ridiculous. Like, SOFM.
It's just exciting to watch. And going to the top lane as well, Raz, you were talking to me about Flandre, and he's very much the another player who's very much like that, like super aggressive to a flow, will play these really aggressive champions, but then at the same time, also a person you want to be playing around.
And so this is a big thing for me when it comes to Flandre. It feels like he is the style of Snake. He creates Snake in a lot of ways, in which they play through that top lane, and he will find times where he's like, all right, you know, you're doing well. Oh, you just built full AP on Fizz and an AD tank Fizz
LeBlanc
meta.
top with Trinity Force.
You'll get
Classic.
that, and you'll also see times where he's like on Echo, and he goes for that, the boots. I forget what it's called specifically, but he'll go Trinity Force as you're supposed to see, and he'll go for just AP as well. So it's interesting. He'll kind
Magic
of
Pin.
Oh, Sork boots.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Standard of course on top lane.
But it looks like we're going to go ahead and take a look at the rosters right now, because this is the other question that I had. We've talked a ton about the top side of the map for both teams, but it's really the bottom side of the map that this game could be decided on. We've had a lot of hype around Invictus Gaming's new iteration of their bottom lane, Megan and Marge there, formerly known as Balin for Megan. And it was kind of a question of who was Snake going to start in their bottom lane, because they also have kind of a gauntlet of substitutes, OQ kind of being the big name joining the roster. And this could actually be where Snake fall down. You know, they have Zatai, they have Flandre, they have SOFM. We expect them that they're going to be hyper aggressive, that they're going to dive the back line. Who's peeling for that poor AD carry?
It's really interesting when it looks at Snake in their bottom lane. I know that Oku's the biggest name coming in, but also Mo here in the support position taking over. But we're just going to take a look at the Snake lineup too.
So they're not even going to go towards OQ or Crystal. They're going to their third AD carry that they have on the roster in Mint. And like you said, Mo there joining him that support position, a sub from Invictus Gaming. And across the board, you can see IG's lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be Duke in the top lane with Kid adding an extra Kid onto his name, Rookie, and Margin Megan, of course. Great names in the bottom lane there, so excited to see them perform.
It's interesting. It's actually a major surprise that they're putting Mint in. I guess they're going to be checking him out, see how good he is on the first game of day. But, you know, you got to use OQ, and they're probably going to use it later on.
So we also have to kind of check in on what we expect from Snake. So a lot of hype around the roster. We've talked about the top side. But the fact of the matter is the last time that we saw him, Snake really struggled, particularly in their 5v5s and coordinating those team fights.
Yeah.
They almost had to create this identity. It's kind of that running joke that Snake were only good in a lane swap meta simply because they had to abuse a lane swap meta because they couldn't 5v5. Now that lane swaps have gone and passed, Snake really fell down in the standings and only just shot up at the very end. It's now a question of, can they reset? Is this new roster enough to put them back in that 5v5 power point?
With Snake, they always had the identity of being that bully. They knew what to do, and they played around that SOFM's invade, so it was like they always had that issue where they would get those leads, and they would always play overly aggressive, even when they had no business doing so. They have Zatai. That's not going to make it any better. So the last time we saw Zatai in the mid lane, we actually saw him when he was on IG, and they had Rookie as the AD carry. It was definitely a big swap in terms of their overall team, and he played well too. So he definitely has it when he wants to play it.
There's a super famous quote from Zatai that he doesn't have a champion pool. He has a champion ocean, and there's Lux Sharks kind of swimming around in it, and this guy is literally known for taking Renekton mid. Like, he'll just hard random something, lock it in. He has this identity that he would almost have like a gimmick with him, that he would learn new champions very fast, and then he would catch other mid laners off guard and not necessarily have a mastery over it, but just have so many tools available to him. We'll see if he retains that identity, if his top lane trials have kind of taught him anything, but traditionally Zatai has been a very aggressive, assassin, flashy-oriented mid laner.
That's what's going to be surprising to me. I want to take a look at Zatai because when he was in that top lane, he started to be a lot more conservative, and he started to be a lot more stable as a top laner, where he initially came into it, he was crazy. So does he go back into being what Zatai was before he went into the top lane? Is he going to be that flashy mid laner that looks to roam outwards and really create as big of an impact as possible? Or is he going to be that stable mid laner?
And you know, it's a lot of pride on the line because he's looking across at his old organization, and he's also looking across at Rookie, who we just saw on our screen. Rookie, superstar mid laner right now. I mean, really the only shame is that we don't get to see, or we haven't gotten to see Rookie against now Faker back in his prime, just because when Rookie was really strong in the LCK, Faker was having a bit of an off year, because that would just be such an explosive matchup, but this guy is on fire.
And I'm just looking at this because IG, when they both of these teams have a star line in the top side of the map, right? Where do they set that pressure? When it comes to IG, they put that pressure onto Rookie. They roam towards Rookie. They play towards Rookie. Rookie is their god. When it comes to Snake, Flandre seems to be the one they play towards primarily, or SOFM. So sometimes it changes. It depends on what kind of Snake we're looking at.
I think we might have even just missed it. I think I caught a sneak peek of Tank there.
Wow, okay, we didn't even see that on the graphic that came up just before. Do you want to just push the discussion forward a little bit to Mint? We saw him coming into the ADC role.
Oh.
It is Tank. We are heading into Champion Select, so we're going to get rid of Froscure and get off my desk.
Get out of here.
And it's going to be me and Raz taking this one. And it will be the Rush Hour casting desk, so ready for this one. Rush Hour's already been taken, though, so I guess we're Rush Hour 2.
There we go.
Definitely not Rush Hour 3, because that was the bad one.
No one talks about Rush Hour.
No, they don't. Doesn't exist.
Yep.
Get out of here. All right, Snake and IG getting into Champion Select. And Malzahar and Rengar. First thing I'm noticing from the graphic is very dark, so hard for me to actually see this one. But LeBlanc is the second ban coming out from Snake here, Raz.
So very standard. Immediately what I'm looking at with Snake is they're taking out the LeBlanc. They don't need to take out LeBlanc usually. They can leave it to purple side on IG to be able to do that. But it looks like we might even leave. I think Zyra could be a first pick potential if this keeps going forward with these priority picks or bans.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Camille's going to be taken off the table on the red side. Makes a lot of sense. We did see Camille a bunch in the first series of the day, which I was pretty surprised about. Is definitely a monster in the top lane. Lee Sin taken away from Kid. And also out of SOFM's champion pool, he is a monster with that champion in his own right. And just waiting for IG's final ban of the first banning phase.
I mean, when I'm looking at a kid can play Kha'Zix, that's still a major priority. Anything's up. I'm looking towards a Ryze. Ryze is honestly still up. That should just get outright banned.
Yeah, we'll see if that is the case. And it's going to be Zara. You were alluding to that as a potential first pick here from Snake, but that has left Ryze open for Flandre maybe to take. However, a lot of good picks still on the table, such as Cassiopeia, Orianna, who could be picked into it.
Exactly. So you get the Ryze up. We've seen what a Ryze can do to an Orianna. It's not a pretty sight. So if I'm IG, sure, I think they're going to be just fine with a Cassiopeia pick for a rookie because they'll play towards it anyways. So if they have the options available, they'll take up what's left.
Yes, indeed. And it will be Varus as the first pick there for Snake. Most likely going down to Mint there in the bottom lane, but could also go into the mid lane there for Tank. However, Maokai, he exists.
Yep.
He's going to be picked here for IG, and that Ryze we were just talking about as well.
Yeah, these picks are going straight pretty quickly. Maokai and Ryze, staple here, but they're blind picking it. That's the real worry. It leaves Snake the opportunity to then pick up against it. Honestly, Cassiopeia is still just as fine. And then you look at the top side, we've seen so many. We've seen Kled, we've seen Nautilus. They're all still open. Honestly, I would rather leave that up until the second phase just to see what we can get because there's just too much.
For sure. And Snake, another fast lock-in here of the Rek'Sai and the Cassiopeia because the Ryze has been picked up there for the mid lane. And Rek'Sai, again, still very much a top-tier jungler alongside that Lee Sin and Elise, which could be picked up here by IG themselves.
So the bottom lane for IG is still open. If I'm Snake, you just honestly look towards the ban as much. I would say supports as many supports as possible.
What are you thinking about, Raz?
This is a hard one. This is actually really difficult. There's so many champions left up.
There is indeed. There's the Elise lock-in, pretty much as expected from IG. Snake now, these two bans available to them. Where are they going to hit? Mid lane has been locked down. And you can see the coach getting very animated. See what he's thinking right now.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the already staple Maokai, Ryze, Elise. We see a lot of, honestly, those three picks get banned quite frequently. We don't see them quite a lot because Maokai specifically, sure, this is my thing against Maokai. It's getting through so often. I would just want it to get outright banned because teams are not really properly dealing with it.
Yeah, for sure. As soon as Maokai gets involved in a fight, you're not really getting him out of that fight. He just becomes a complete monster in these team fights there. However, we did have a wrong ban, which is why we are stalling just for a little bit and why we're looking at the coaches and their teams. So just jumping back into Champion Select, getting back into the point where we were currently at, and then we'll get back into that banning phase, of course, for Snake. So just waiting a couple seconds on that one. And it will be, of course, same picks and bans. So it was just an error, a misclick.
Okay, that's fair.
Not going to punish the teams for that one.
Yeah, you know what? It happened yesterday. Zero was the was the culprit on that one. He definitely felt the heat, especially from the cameraman. Got to look at him, and he was like, yeah, fine, I can understand. So either way, if the same picks remain, I'm looking at, as I said, Maokai, Elise, Ryze. That's a lot of pressure coming from the Elise specifically, who can move around. Now, Kha'Zix, this is the beauty of it all, because Rengar still, or at least Rek'Sai is the one that got locked in properly. And so Rek'Sai will have a problem in dealing with Elise. Elise should be able to pressure, especially with the pushing pressure coming from Ryze. Sure, Cassiopeia has been locked in, but Cassiopeia has a lot of trading pressure. Meanwhile, Ryze is just a very simple manaless in terms of he can just spam his E, get that lane shoving in, especially since he has Elise. That's a lot of gank pressure within the lane, and that's a lot of rotating pressure towards the top side of bot lane.
Yeah, and that's the key thing you just mentioned there. Looking towards the top sides of the map, our storyline coming in was there's going to be a lot of pressure happening in the top side, so getting those junglers into the early game is going to be paramount. But also, Flandre, still waiting on that pick for him. Are we expecting a full AP Echo, a full AP something here? Is he going to go for that heavy carry? Because the Maokai is being locked in.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the fact they left open that top lane up against Maokai, and if you're a Snake, there are so many picks that Flandre has gone for. He's gone for the top Graves, far away from when Graves was really that meta, because he had that that sustain, build path that we've seen a lot in terms of NALCS and around the world. So if you're leaving counter pick, or at least even for the second phase for Flandre, that counter pick, even I can't guess that one.
Yeah, it could be pretty much anything. And Maokai doesn't really have the best of laning phase even against his fellow tanks. So honestly, Flandre could pick pretty much anything. Again, if you have just joined us, we are jumping back into picks and bans. So if these guys are picking very quickly, you know why. Someone just had a miss ban, and we are waiting to get back into that point, which was the second banning phase, and it was over to Snake. These players, it was a good 2 minutes ago, so still trying to remember what they picked.
One big point you can go for with Snake is the fact that they do have a lot of their backline is fairly strong, especially Varus. We've seen him coming through. He can go through the Blade of the Rune King first purchase, so his tank busting, actually incredible. So he has a massive amount of tank busting. Of course, you have Cassiopeia as well. Biggest worry for me, because I can see the cleanse. Cassiopeia has to take it. There's a lot of worry in that lane since Ryze and Elise is going to be pressuring that quite a bit. But if he can survive that lane, and you already have the Rek'Sai, if you add one more tank in the support position, I think right here Snake should have a very solid team fighting composition. It would have to be in the support because you have Snake, Flandre, so I don't know if he's going to go in that route.
For sure. Well, we've got a couple answers to the questions we're asking. Will be the supports banned out? There's one in the form of Karma from IG. Jace as well banned away alongside that Ashe, so taking that away from IG's AD pool. And Jhin will be following after as well, so a lot of pinch put on that role.
That's really smart from Snake to be able to take those utility AD carries right out of there. Ashe is a pick that IG has gone for March time and time again on AD carry, honestly. It wasn't even March. If it was time, if it was honestly anybody in that AD carry position for IG, that's what they go for. And if IG right here, the composition they do have, really is, there's a lot of threat when it comes to tanks. They're alleviating that pressure, so IG here, they're forced to play a bottom lane that needs some pressure, needs some love.
They're bringing that Ezreal to the table here. We'll be going to that AD carry position. Snake now contemplating the support pick. Tahm Kench, pretty big right now. Froskuren loves the pick, and we'll be casting over later, and we'll probe her mind about that one.
That's the front line I'm looking for if they pick that out. That leaves that top lane carry pick that I'm looking for. It could even be in Kled. That sounds like a Flandre champion to me. And I look to IG. IG right here, they don't have a push or a shoving in that bottom lane, especially since they have the Varus into the Ezreal. So it's going to be interesting to see. It looks like, yeah, Nautilus goes through.
Yeah, that will be locked in there for Flandre. So it's a safe pick, you know, going into the top lane up against Duke's Maokai. It's not the big carry we're looking for that carrying potential now from Tank and Mint now with those two damage pickups. And the Trundle lock-in. All right.
I think I've seen this from Megan in solo queue, that he actually does go towards Trundle, even builds Courage, or at least he has the Courage of the Colossus mastery specifically for that Trundle pillar if they go for it, because he likes to just, you know, walk up to people face to face. This is going to be a very greedy bottom lane in the sense that Ezreal and Trundle do not have that much pressure. They're going to get shoved in. They're going to have a lot of problems. Hopefully, you know, Kid can alleviate that. He's going to mostly be going towards that mid lane. So if this mid lane for IG, if Ryze gets ahead, that's when the pressure starts to pile up. Then Varus and Trundle, or at least Varus and Tahm Kench, you know, pressuring and putting down a lot of damage on the turret is actually a problem, because Ryze, you know, can always get that flank pressure in there.
Absolutely. So we have the full compositions here, and if you were to give it to one of these teams just in terms of draft and nothing else, who do you think came out ahead here, Raz?
I would give it to IG. I like the Nautilus in the top side, because it doesn't mean, or at least it means that Maokai is going to have a lot of problems on the top side. He should get shoved in quite well. But overall, I think there's more openings for IG, because that plays to their win condition in Elise and Ryze.
Yeah. Do you think there's a world where Snake will get into this game? Of course, you've mentioned all the strong reasons of why the composition can get ahead, but is it a case of really just getting ahead early, or is it like they have a chance to get into the game at pretty much any point in the game?
Snake, that is?
Yeah.
I think Snake, they have a great team fight composition. I think that it's fantastic, and they should be able to play through their bot side, or at least their bot lane. If that can happen, I think if they can get priority on the dragons, if they can actually set up vision fairly well, like we saw WE do even when they were losing lanes, if they can get these objectives first, it's going to be incredibly hard for IG to really start any fight, especially since Cassiopeia's zoning is quite fantastic. Nautilus's pick potential is there, and you can't pick a team when they have a Tahm Kench. So that's 3 major front lines of Rek'Sai, Nautilus, and Tahm Kench. And I mean, they have an incredible backline as well. So that's a picture-perfect team type composition for me.
And in terms of storylines as well, putting a lot of pressure on that bottom lane. And we've got Mint coming in here once again. So he's going to be just turning up and seeing if he can actually do as well as some of his other ADCs on that lineup and really prove his mettle when it comes into this. It will be IG versus Snake going head-to-head here in our second match of the day. And it will be game 1 of this best of 3.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting. They're just having a 5-man point. Nothing really surprising here.
Mint, just going back and forth. This is the guy we're really going to be looking at in this game, because you were talking about how Snake really weighted in that bottom side in terms of the resources they want to be committing down there. But in terms of the team, when Flandre and SOFM are on your team, you're looking to get them rolling, get them unlocked. But that's not what the composition has really alluded to.
Yeah, and I honestly, I'm looking at SOFM here specifically, and I remember this guy has played Rek'Sai a lot. He's actually kind of, I would like to say, he's made Rek'Sai an incredible champion in terms of, you know, he builds that Tiamat fairly early. He becomes that farming style / skirmishing style Rek'Sai. So usually I would look into this and say that Elise has a lot of pressure in here. But if he can elude Elise for quite a little bit in the early game, it might not be that bad. But with that being said, Duke, I think he's definitely faking
just taking his red buff for a walk, you know, like bringing him up to top lane. But yeah, taking a bit of damage there. So
that's very smart. He just basically faked a leash, where Elise was able to, and this is what's great about Elise, is able to take this on her own. She doesn't need a leash. She can actually just start the camp on her own. And that means that when Maokai comes in with a little bit of mana missing and HP,
at least start at top side.
He's like, yo, hey guys, she's on the opposite side of the map.
Well, maybe it's the double mind game, because then Flandre is thinking, wait, there's like no way that he would have taken any damage because you can just tank up with those spylings, but pretty smart coming into this one. And yeah, not very interesting in the top lane, honestly. We did see a Maokai versus Nautilus 1v1 kill, and if that happens, I will talk about it, but I don't think it's going to honestly happen, because in professional play, you have 2 tanks just going to hit each other, and not a lot's going to happen.
Duke was put into this position before, so I have faith in him. And Duke has played fantastically when they were going up against OMG. But with that being said, I guess he can have help from a friend.
Call a friend. His friend's going to be Kid, who's heading into the top lane. Has been spotted out by that ward, which is just about to expire, and he saw it just expire as well. So he'll head back into his jungle. Tank taking a bunch of damage from Rocky, but he's very low on mana, so he'll take a trip back to base or just wait for a little bit himself. Not really in kill range. We can see the Masteries as well, Courage of the Colossus in that mid lane. Anything different? Anything jumping out to you?
Just the Grasp of the Undying on the Trundle, because usually he has been running with the Courage of the Colossus on that one. I like Grasp of the Undying, mostly because, of course, if you can get the traits, I do favor Tahm Kench in those traits. But if you can't get it, of course, you have the edge in the melee-to-melee matchup there.
Mo, he's just zoning as well, warding that bush, so he's just pushing up. And a bit of priority to Mint as well. Gonna be a lot on him, as we've already said, trying to get him big, and he'll be a big source of damage. And poking back and forth as well. We'll see what they can do in that bottom lane. But for now, it's just this way priority over to Snake. They'll push this one into tower.
And that's just going to be basically an AFK push. Marge is already missing a lot of mana. That's just an issue right now. He's going to be waiting up until his tier, but that's going to be a long wait, especially if he's just getting it poked down. And that's the problem with having to deal with not only the Lickitung action coming from Mo, but at the same time Mint able to just constantly spam those arrows. And now they're even taking advantage and checking out the jungle. They now recognize that Elise is not there, or at least her camps are not there, and that's going to be very useful information.
And Tank also stopping this freeze coming out from Rocky. He had the shield up, he was trying to freeze that one out, but quick trade, and Rocky will have to take these under the tower. He's going to get most of them as well, so he's good to go. At least now back down, so jungle has been pinged out by Snake, so they have the location of Kid.
That's very useful information specifically for SOFM here. Now he's built up his jungle enchant just for the wards, and now he's built up his longswords. He's probably going towards that Tiamat right now, and just knowing where Elise is not only helps out tank, it helps out SOFM to recognize where he can farm fairly safely, and when he gets Tiamat, that could just swap the matchup entirely.
We're trading in the top lane, actually dropping decently low. This is the point where just before level 6 you could see someone jump on the other person and maybe get a kill, but Flandre is going to put a no to that and head back to base, pick up a few items before he returns. Going to be the double Durans. So again, one of those strong builds in the top lane where you can deal a little bit more damage before you head onto your next item build. And he's doing a lot of damage. He'll be hitting level 6 soon as well. Duke is taking so much. Lands the Q, but the flash after with the Riptide. Flandre pushes it underneath the tower. Had he had that level 6, that would have been a dead Duke for sure. But in the end, it's just Summoners traded.
Definitely feels bad when you get creep blocked. That is a definite feels bad right there, because he probably didn't expect the fact that Nautilus was coming back with a double Dorans. That was just the first thing he probably didn't expect with it, because that's what Maokai does. It's not what Nautilus does. So he can, not only did he disrespect that fact, he just wanted to get that initial push in, even though he knew the TP was coming back in. But when it finished, he's like, okay, he has double Dorans. I'll get out of here. But no, the minions are keeping me chained down to this lane. This is the problem.
Yep, CC on CC, and Nautilus has enough himself anyway. Mid lane tank got the priority as he's pushing in this wave, has that level 6 on top of that. And we've got the trade happening once again. But fortunately, double Durans versus double Durans, Nautilus will almost always win out. He just does more damage, unfortunately for the Maokai. And bottom side of the map, Mo and SOFM seeing that jungler and support synergy, just clearing out some wards, getting some deep vision down.
That is really needed. Not only does it make kids' life harder to be able to impact this mid lane, especially if the wards are coming down, but this is what a Snake needs if they want to be able to set up their comp right? They want to set up on that dragon, especially since the first one is an Infernal Dragon, so if they can get priority on that position first and set up a proper team fight, it should work in their favor.
We've got the back timing as well from Min, so he's going to be sitting on that BF sword. So he's not going for that shred build we were talking about in Champion Select, just going to go towards most likely the Essence Reaver and see how that build goes. Pretty standard from across the board as well. Not really seeing anything that's jumping out. Double tiers in the mid lane, of course.
Essence Reaver does help out. We've been seeing a lot of the build, or at least the maxing order for Varus is Q, int E, int W.
Yep.
Which means the cooldown, you do shred it into, I would say, 10 seconds on your E. And of course your Q does stack up. So the biggest point is if you can get a lower cooldown on those, that is a much, I guess, a easier way to shred through just off of abilities alone, just because of the blight damage.
For sure. Blue buff's just going over to the mid laners as well, and taking that Crab Rookie, taking that one up as well. So again, all talking about that priority over Dragon. At least IG have some semblance of vision over that area now. Should be there for the next minute or so. Rookie got to be careful as he's heading back in. Takes the Q, he'll turn around, tag. Oh, what a turnaround from Rookie. That's actually pretty difficult.
Yeah, that was really well played.
Yeah.
He read him. Oh.
What's I've no idea what I just watched right there. Kid gonna be jumped after by SOFM, jump over the wall, and Kid's gonna make his way to safety. Jumps to the blast cone of all things.
Well, he got the Tiamat as we were mentioning, so he was able to take that skirmish. But Kid was randomly standing there. Maybe perhaps he was
like looking to scare SOFM. I was like, what are you doing
He
here?
saw him coming in. Overall, that was a catch that you don't want to look to make.
Yeah, no, pretty much the other way around there. Unfortunately, Mo taking a beating from Megan. And Rookie is thinking about going down, but will pull back at the last minute.
So it's very smart from Snake's bottom lane here, even though they don't have Vision of Rise moving towards, because of course the pink was set down. There's a lot. They've been doing making a great concerted effort of clearing Vision in the Riverside. So Rookie has the ability to just move out and ulti as if he was a Twisted Fate. But they recognize the moment he's out of Vision that they have to back away.
Got to react very quickly. Not a lot of room to do that. And Rookie,
it just feels like a trap for Mint and Mo, because they do want to pressure up in this lane. They want to abuse what feels like a very easy matchup against Marge and Megan in an Ezreal Tahm Kench. But every time they make effort in doing so, it's incredibly hard, but they're going to look for something mid.
Oh, it works both ways. Tahm Kench can come into the mid lane, flash over the wall from Rookie. Kid was there to back him up, and plus Flandre came down, so this was a coordinated team effort, but unfortunately, no no dice for Snake, and that was a lot of resources spent.
But I like the fact that they were looking for that pressure. Rookie now doesn't have flash. He's in a much harder position. I mean, Tank doesn't have much HP too. I think he actually does want to back away, go back to base, and get a few items under his belt. But now IG recognizes that, okay, they need to keep them in lane. They need to keep Snake's bottom lane away from that, that play once again. The problem here for them is that they recognize that, okay, maybe they're not falling for the trap enough times of shoving into us, so we can get Rise to help out and get that flank going.
And now priority over to IG's bottom lane, which is interesting to see. It's just really been a byproduct of Rise coming down there and putting some pressure. March clearing out that wave as Dragon has been started from IG. I don't think Snake has any vision over this. Well, ping goes down. SOFM is checking the brushes, and he'll take away the control ward as well. Yeah, I think Kid was just hoping that no one would drive by and spot him, so he'll back away to his own side of the map.
That was a good test overall. They were checking the back timing on that one. SOFM did back, but he had it in the back of his mind that that was a possibility, especially since Ezreal used his ulti in the lane to outright just get as much shove as possible and keep Mint and Mo there with the wave. Overall, here we go. Just check him out.
Yeah, not really going to get too hyped about that when both tanks are at 100% HP. The kill range for these tanks is approximately 20% of their health bars, so when they reach that, I'll get hyped.
Yeah, all I'm talking about is this man has a pretty, I would say a 10 CS lead in this matchup. So I'm liking the fact that Duke is taking this into a counter matchup. He's doing quite well for himself.
For sure, especially when we were talking about Flandre being the big player for Snake and getting him rolling, getting him big, but the onus is now going to be on SOFM, Mint, Tank, even in this one, to get big. And 11 minutes 30, you know, when I joined the LPL, I was promised lots of team fights, lots of action, 0 kills. Well, am I backing you? What's happening here, Raz? Explain it to me.
I feel like we definitely baited you to getting onto that plane. We're promising so many things. We're like, you know what? There's so much action in this region. I'm telling you right now, you know, it's not that hot in Sydney, I promise you. And then you come into the next surprise is looking at your next paycheck and saying, actually, you're here for free. Good luck.
Oh, man. Seems like that's what I'm getting baited into, unfortunately. But Rocky, his paycheck is just in the form of a nice juicy minion wave. He's got that slight advantage there in the mid lane. So I think overall, IG feeling happy about how this one's gone so far.
Snake is doing a great job at, in my opinion, it feels like they're doing a great job at understanding what their win condition here, what they want to actually look to achieve. The fact that they were able to get Kid off that Dragon makes it all the more important because they're gearing up for it. I think they're actually setting up a lot of pressure here. It could be the time.
Just feel like it's approaching a breaking point in this game, and it seems like that Dragon will unlock a lot of that. Bit of an invade here from SOFM and Mo, and taking away this blue buff and giving it over to someone take it. It's going to be Mint. All right, so that's pretty big in the bottom lane. No more mana issues for the next minute.
That's going to be too oppressive, and I think there's a definite meaning in too oppressive. If Mint has blue buff and he's going to be spamming as much abilities when it comes to at Marge, guess what Marge is going to do? He's going to call for pressure. 100% something will end up happening, or they will lose this tower. Giving your AD carry and Varus that much pressure means that, you know what, double down. I think Rek'Sai, after he comes back to base, he has a double Ruby. He's going to come back into this. He has one. All right, we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, that's a declaration of intent there. And double control wards on top of that. Rookie, he's lying in wait. IG definitely like the scarecrow tactic. Wait for someone to pop around the corner. Tank will get his own blue buff here, so double blue buffs now on the side of Snake, and SOFM also heading towards the mid lane, see if he can get anything done. And Rookie is kind of just running in circles. I don't think he's really under too much pressure of being ganked, especially with that control ward. SOFM clearing out there. Kid is also around that vicinity.
It's great that Megan found the time to be able to get the wards down. That being said, it looks like Rek'Sai and Cassiopeia are doing the same, just clearing it out. It's a constant battle.
Absolutely. Wards cleared left and right. This is a dark day for wards. And Mo eating up all this delicious fruit.
Is this Snake? Is this Snake?
What now?
I mean, Flandre on a tank, Snake playing an intelligent game. I'm a bit suspicious.
It's get Rusty in here. I'm sure he'd be able to give us some analysis because he was all about Snake earlier today when I was talking to him. But this was not what I was expecting from them.
Probably just gonna shove this game into my face. I'll tell you right now.
Only if they win. Only if they win. There's still a good chance for IG. Nothing really opened up yet in this game, so it's so difficult to say. Mint has picked up that Zeal on top of that BF sword, so could have fooled me thinking maybe he's Caitlyn. Rookie taking a bit of damage. Needs to be careful. Again, another great U-turn from him. Usually in that matchup, you so often get caught by that. If you're standing in that miasma, you get locked down. You have to face your target to throw out all your spells, and it's like, Petrifying Gaze, and you're dead.
So he's legitimately just timing it. But with that being said, Tank, had to use something.
Good closing around from IG. Duke's going to be following after. He's absolutely massive. And now Flandre TP's into a fight a little bit late, but it weren't really any good wards for him. And after all of that, and all that aggression, everyone will just go back to their lanes.
Yeah, legitimately, both teams have to back away, mostly because Mint doesn't have any mana. SOFM was healing up. Now he's healing up off of camps because at the time he didn't have much HP to himself. So, and the rest of IG, even though they were all 5 in numbers, had nothing, no HP. So both of them legitimately couldn't afford to stick around for the dragon because the other team would have stuck around and killed them.
All right, Raz, I'm taking bets on when First Blood will be in this game. We're 16 minutes in. It's going to happen in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
All right, that's a good. You know what? I'm going to cheat a little bit. I'm going to wait for Rookie to buy. No, you know what? I can't do it because, you know, Tank's not even going to let him back.
I'm going to say 21 minutes and 15 seconds.
Ooh, I'm going to give you 20.
All right, this isn't Price of Right here, Raz.
Okay, I was trying. You recognized it. Okay, I was going to go for 18 minutes.
All right, okay. Let's see.
I might have cheated just a little bit seeing them start.
Yeah.
Just a tiny bit.
Will there be a contest? We'll see. Doesn't look like it because Kid's on the top side of the map, so more likely they'll see the push into the top side with Duke, as Flandre was committed to that dragon, so it may just be that classic tower trade. There's a push up here.
Ooh. Great Trundle Pillar.
Yep, there's some blood in the water for sure. Mo is chasing after Marge, lands the lick. Can he get anything more from that? Prey Seeker, not going to live up to its name, unfortunately. And Mint will take the bottom tower. So, tower's traded. And Maokai, he's trying his best to take that tower.
Just taking a look at this, IG, I mean, Snake specifically have been playing fantastically here. This is such a well-structured game. They recognize that Marge and Megan on Ezreal and Trundle not going to be doing too much. That they actually just lose out not only passively in the lane, so they're doing so much to enable them in winning. And either be it just, of course, give them the blue buff, or generally speaking, they'll have Mo and Mint roam towards the river and just strangle Provision constantly. Now, it finally turned into, I mean, they didn't get the kill on Marge. He ended up flashing a well-timed flash, quite honestly, because Tank, if he got the miasma first, it would have turned into something. Ooh.
One of you's going to have to get off that. If you want that buff, it's going to be Duke coming in here. That's FM. Into this fight, Megan chunking him down. Tank now chasing after Rocky, but he's caught in the middle of everybody. Flandre coming down with the big anchor. That's going to be First Blood coming out there for Tank, but this is a complete fiesta in the river. Duke is in the middle of everyone. No kill onto Tank. And Rocky jumping after SOFM. Nice finish off there by Marge. That's going to be the 2-for-1 in favor of Snake, but Megan's looking for more. Waiting for that pillar to come back up, but the miasma will stop IG in their tracks.
Overall, a fantastic win for Snake. That was really well played. I was really just take a look specifically at Tank, because he made a massive play. He was surrounded by 4 people, didn't get taken down by Duke. Duke should have turned onto him, but he comes out with just a sliver of HP. He joins up with Mint, and this is what their composition is meant for. If Mint and Tank can stick together and just have their tanky shields of a teammate, you know, just covering them, that's all you need. They win front to back, and that's how they played it. Tank played a bit of a risky game, but he was able to get the assassination, and he comes out of it.
Wow, so finally got to that breaking point, and of all things, it was over Rift Herald.
Yeah.
Of course it was. This is the LPL I was waiting for, and you were right, Raz. Credit where it's due. It was around the 18-minute mark, so absolutely perfect. And it wasn't even from that dragon, so well played, sir. And now with those 2 kills, Snake would be looking to open up the map, and it went to the perfect places. Tank and Mint could not have been better.
Yeah, so, I mean, initially I was looking at that bet, I was like, maybe I cheated too much if they went for that dragon. So they went for a Rift Herald, and quite honestly, it was probably the difference of them not being decisive on who gets that Rift Herald buff that kind of screwed it. With that being said, we might get a catch here.
Kid was looking for it. Tank was dealing a lot of damage in return. So that's not going to be the case, but Mint gone to the top side of the map and just poking Marge away from this tower, getting a bit of chunk damage down. It has not been revealed just yet, but he's going to be spotted out by SOFM. Oh, Cocoon goes wide. Megan trading blows with the Rek'Sai in the jungle. And Rookie taking a fair beating himself in the mid lane from Flandre and Tank.
And SOFM has just been playing incredibly close to his bottom lane through and through in this game. He recognized that's his pressure point, and he's going to abuse it time and time again. They've been known as the bully in the LPL. If they recognize that one strength, they'll keep hitting at it. And right now, they brought them along the rest of the team. Flandre is just sticking with him.
That Motley crew headed up to the top lane. Not much they could have done, though. They just get that D4 down. Promptly cleared out by Megan. Really just trying to finish off this tower, but doesn't seem like it's going to happen in the near future. So everyone backing away, going back to base, picking up some items of their own. Tank's going to be finishing off that Morellonomicon. Got that Essence Reaver and the Hurricane now for Mint. And that big power spike of the Trinity Force for Marge will be helping out immensely in the team fights to come.
Yeah, but will it be enough? I just don't think so. It feels like, especially since Varus now has it. Oh, we might find Rookie has to ghost out.
She's a Rookie. Oh, nice sidestep. Rookie's got the moves. He's got some dancing shoes in this one. 2 U-turns and a sidestep. Rookie is on fire.
A little bit too much. This is actually the moment you start to question mark him in the all chat, saying, you know what, I think there might be a software here.
Yeah, pulls the game. Ref, get in here. What's happening? Frame perfect? Not 3 times in a row for sure. Snake maybe going to keep trying to test his reaction speed through this game. Try and get him with a flash knock-up from SOFM next, see if he can dodge that one. And again, a push in the mid lane. So we're back to more of a macro style of play from both of these two teams after that aggression.
Yeah, it looks like Snake is just resetting pressure. They're going to try and go for either. I mean, they're going for mid, 100%. They just need to wait for Varus to complete that shove, and he did just that. So you have to worry about whoever picks up this bottom lane wave. Honestly, it's at a safe place, so IG should just send people mid. They don't need to actually worry about that just yet.
Whoop. Missile just flying past Marge's ear there, whistling past him. Mo is going to waddle into the mid lane. He's going to waddle back. SOFM, he's waiting in the jungle. In with the Prey Seeker, but he's been found with the traffic cone. Get out of my jungle.
They definitely saw him with the... They definitely saw him with the trinket. They're like, we know you're there. We see a red version of you. That's not you. Get out of there. He just throws a random...
He's still there. He's still waiting in that bush.
Doesn't matter if they know he's there. That's the thing. They have to push him out.
I mean, it may at some point, the flash from Mo will get him out of dodge, but Marge blown up in the mid lane. Flandre coming in from the sidelines. Well played to Snake. Another kill over to that team.
I mean, they were focused so much on SOFM's positioning that they just did not catch the fact that Marge was alone, and so they're just going to get another dragon for themselves.
Now it's going to melt very quickly. A second Infernal Dragon to Snake. This is going to be beastly, especially from what you were telling me in Champions League. Big team fighting team here. This is going to be disastrous for IG.
I mean, RNG is on their side, and we're talking about Snake here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to make that joke. All I'm saying is that the double Infernal Dragon for a team fight composition is not something you want to go against when you're IG. It's a really tough position. They were already struggling when it came to protecting that mid lane turret. They couldn't do that. And so here we go.
Oh, from right around the corner, Duke turns up, and all the damage from Rookie, and that Maokai will detonate Mint. So that will even up the tails just a little. Another kill over to IG now.
You can definitely make a lot more creative plays, especially since you do have Maokai. Flandre has the same deal where towers don't technically matter. It actually comes to a point where making those plays to tower dive, they're so much more free, especially since Maokai is so damn tanky. Flandre at the same time. So just being under a tower doesn't really mean much, especially if you're a squishy AD carry like Mint and Marge.
Yeah, especially if you don't survive longer than like 0.5 seconds. You're not really tanking the tower at that point. Just an instant detonation there for IG. So again, it's been a bit of a game of picks over the last couple minutes. 24 minutes into this one, and there's only not even 1,000 gold in it. It's really just about those dragons which Snake have picked up that will be the tipping point, I feel.
And they keep looking for those picks. It's a battle of vision, and at this point, they've been doing it for so long that both teams kind of understand it. Megan is just using his Trundle Pillar to catch him out, even though they have a control ward there. It's like, I'm pretty damn sure you're in there. And so right now, you got to evolve from that point. Snake has been is I wouldn't say robotic, but they've essentially understood their comp to a perfect degree. They need to actually look towards taking this top lane outer turret. It's been on for a little bit too long. So, I mean, they sent their duo lane up there. I think they should continue to push that up, get some vision in that red side jungle, and allow it to happen.
You know, at the risk as well of inflating Rusty's ego, like, Snake have just looked really good in understanding, as you said, their composition, but also from their strengths. Like, they brought in tank, they brought in mint, and you're like, okay, they're focusing around the top side. Nope, going to be focusing around, like, the middle, the bottom, not even using SOFM in the ways that we thought they were going to. Like, it's really just impressive from that team.
Yeah, you got to quiet down a little bit. I mean, he's back
You might,
there.
yeah, you might hear me. Yeah.
I don't want that. I don't want that. He already has a big enough ego. I'm just going to put that out there. You know what? He hears me. So I'm just putting that out there. So yeah, I mean they're playing incredibly well. I keep saying it time and time again. They kind of stopped that push. Right now it's really interesting what IG is doing specifically. They're just sending Ryze to be able to match that shove instead of their bottom lane because they know that's a losing strategy. They can't have that happen where they constantly send Marge and Megan, who are ill-equipped for battle, to deal with them. Otherwise, they're just going to lose tower. They're going to dive time and time again. So they've sent Ezreal mid and just have him constantly shove up and keep that lane going, while Rookie is just saying, you know, I can clean this wave up pretty quickly, and then I'm pretty damn fast.
I can get out of dodge. I've shown my skills through this game. No matter what comes my way, I'll be able to dodge out of it. Not a single death with all the pressure that's been on him, so makes sense to send Rookie up there.
I mean, what's going to kill him? It seems like they need Flandre's ulti to actually make it matter. If Varus ult comes through, he's going to duck it to the right.
Yep.
If Tank goes and tries to use his ulti, he's like, I can't see you. I'm looking away from you. So honestly, I look at this situation. What's going to hit Rookie? It just feels like you bring Flandre up there and you just use your ulti. That's it.
Nope. Dodge this one. Somehow Rookie will do it, I'm sure. He'll pop his ult, the round warp will get him to safety. He'll do something.
That'd be fun.
Oh, this is that was a fun-looking trade, but neither of them have lost any health. If anything, they've gained health in this trade.
The biggest point is that even though Maokai does seem to have that Rift Herald, he's lost his mana. He doesn't have anything there. He actually hasn't built a mana item yet, which is interesting, which means that Flandre, you know, he doesn't really need it. He's actually just going to be able to just constantly send those auto attacks, so he's actually shoving out quite well. Maokai doesn't have much mana. He actually has to back, so right now, Flandre is in a pretty good position, which means Snake is in a good position.
Yep. Got that shove up.
Ooh.
Oh, damage onto SOFM. That's in relative terms, because he's quite tanky.
Nautilus is speeding in.
As fast as Nautilus can.
I guess
over Honeyfruit. And he's back onto the crab. All right, everything's back to normal.
I guess they lost. I guess they just have a Yogi Bear here because they just he was on his way for battle. He was there. That was actually a proper positioning. They didn't have a Maokai, and he was like, yeah, let's do it.
I'm coming.
Oh,
I'm ready. Nope,
was not ready.
not today. Mo, bit of damage over the wall there from Rookie. Takes him down to half, popping that thick skin. And reset. Rookie back to the top lane, carrying out yet another wave. Duke to the bot lane, and Marge back to the mid lane.
Snake needs to do something. They've just been stalled out here pretty heavily. I mean, they've taken that mid lane tower. That's fine, but you've got to be able to push Rookie out. That is the one man stopping you from pushing this game forward. 27 minutes in, you don't want to keep going.
Well, Tank, maybe thinking along those same lines. SOFM as well.
Ooh.
But who's caught? Who's the hunter? Who's the prey?
I like this. So they're actually creating a second pressure point in this Baron here. If they have Cassiopeia here, they're just constantly shoving up, or at least killing out Vision, and having mid shoved in. So you know what? You know, IG has to respect one of these things. They have to respect the Baron. They have to respect mid. That being said, they don't have to respect it anymore because SOFM doesn't have HP.
Down to half. Just all that damage from the Baron while he was trying to clear that one out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's going to be a bit of a pain from Snake.
Ooh.
And that chunk damage as well. Really nice from Marge. Again, just exacerbating that issue.
And they just stalled themselves out once again, or at least IG is doing a great job at stalling this game out. That's what it really is. They've gotten to a point right now where SOFM, he either needs to back or he needs to farm up some waves so he can actually start to regen off of his passive, because right now he's not able to do anything. And if he's not able to do anything, there's no dive pressure at all, and that means Stake are at, once again, a standstill.
However, Cloud Dragon hype. And that goes over to IG. Of all the things that they could have gotten at this stage, absolutely RNG'd.
How unlucky is that?
Yeah.
What is that? There is a director
2
out there.
Infertals. And a Cloud Dragon.
They're like, you know what? Ah, Snake, here you go. I'm going to dish out all of these fire dragons for you. And then IG's like, hey, we've done good. What do we get? And, you know,
Take some extra movement speed
Yeah,
out of combat. Here you go.
You
Have
need
fun
that.
with that one.
hey, take some movement speed so you can better stall in the same position.
Well, it's the NA Dragon, you know. NA loves that one.
It's actually
Megan.
interesting.
Hello. Taking a bit of damage there from Mint. And Tank falling onto Duke as well, but just more of a love tap than anything at this stage. Tower down though, so Snake, I'm not going to say they've broken the stall from IG, as that was an outer tower at almost 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, but Snake now can actually start to pressure this Baron, and they can actually output some real pressure because they can push forward into the red side jungle, which is really interesting. Biggest point, the real mess up here for IG was that, you know, Ryze is in the mid lane. Ryze, who has been doing such a fantastic job at holding that top lane, suddenly you just see the support of Trundle saying, you know what, I guess this is my lane now. What can I do? I actually just can't do anything. You know? So it was an oversight from IG. Perhaps they only put Ryze there because they went for that Cloud Dragon. So maybe the better position or the better decision in foresight from IG was to not take that Cloud Dragon and was to hold their position.
May have been the case. It was a boring play, but honestly the right one in that situation.
Ooh.
And
see, the Tiamat was doing it there. They actually procced the Baron there, but you know, Mo is like, yeah, you're not going to take much Baron damage here.
I
I'm gonna
got
eat
you.
up. Yeah, a real brother.
He's good to go. But true to what you just mentioned there, Raz, Snake are pushing up and placing down that deep vision. We even saw them in the jungle of IG, so really trying to pressure that one out. But because the game is so even, there's 2,000 gold in the game. Got to be careful of just IG, like pretty much like a couple members from that team just turning up and ruining their day if they try that Baron.
One big point for me is specifically when it comes to SOFM, he doesn't have any armor. He's actually gone so far into the damage aspect, and on top of that, the magic resist, that he's getting chunked out by Ezreal, and Ezreal's only getting stronger. He has the Mirror Mana. Of course, he's going into that Blade of the Rune King, has the proc, and he has the Last Whisper as well. He has so much armor shred where he doesn't technically need it. I guess he can do a lot onto Flandre. But he has so much damage right here, just one Q actually chunks out SOFM by quite a bit.
Yep, for sure. Just need to get him into that position, really, where he can start hitting people. And that's going to start with vision, so he can actually see what he's hitting. Rookie, back to the top lane. He was the band-aid that the team really needed, but he's really just for the farm at this point. Doesn't land onto Duke as he was coming in, but not going to matter too much. FSM has been jumped on, and that'll be the first kill of the fight before he's able to be gobbled up there by Mo. Tank's going to flash away. Kid was chasing after him as well, and Duke, he's even got a Guardian Angel. Absolutely unbelievable. Nice pick there from IG. Onto the jungler. That's going to be a Baron.
And SOFM is paper. He found himself in the wrong position, wrong time, obviously, and now this is a time where Snake needs to take this.
They need to do something. Riptide comes down. Megan dropping low. That'll be the first kill, but only onto the support. Mint is pretty much untouched. Nice dodge out of the way of the Ryze damage. Mo's going to be taking one for the team. Mint running away, but the flash from Duke was still available, and that'll be the kill. Rookie now following after onto Flandre. And that shield, what even is that? That's disgusting. Trying to find that one on to Nautilus, but not going to be the case. At the very least, Snake did stop the Baron.
Exactly. I was just about to say that they didn't lose Baron, and that's exactly what they needed. SOFM needs to check himself in his role in this team because he's not that tanky. He needs to get more. Well, first of all, he needs to be in the proper position. That's one point. Even though they have such a massive lead in terms of where they were positioning initially, they're starting to lose it, and he's starting to get a little bit impatient.
You can see the damage over the last team fight as well. Lots dealt by Mint. We were just saying during that team fight that Mint was untouched for a large portion of it until he got run down.
And you even mentioned that that was an excellent dodge with his flash there, or else he just would have he would have been popped. Yeah. And he did so much damage when he didn't have that one front line in SOFM. So if SOFM can play it out a little better, hell, if you can even actually add like an armor item onto him, then he can be that third tank line that they definitely need, because you look at Mo. He's not really much of a tank line himself. Sure, he's a Tahm Kench, but he's a support, doesn't have that items for himself. So right now, if you're SOFM, get yourself tankier. Flandre will back you up as well, and you will have a front or at least a back line to deal that damage.
It's nice to see as well from Mint, like he comes in under the shadow of OQ, and it's just like, well, will he actually perform? Is there any point in running Mint at all if we have a player of OQ's caliber? And honestly, in this game, he's been showing up. The ball's been in his court. There's been a lot of eggs thrown in his basket. Marge as well, in the battle of the ADCs. They are indeed looking for it. Most the one leading the charge. Flandre, he wants to get in range, but the hook's going to go wide. Lots of resources dumped on Duke, but will it be the right play? He's dropping very low. Megan He's going to be there also tanking up some damage, but the kill is onto Mo first. And this is all going drastically wrong for Snake. Kid off to the side. SOFM's chasing after, but a nice cocoon in that bottleneck will shut him down. Marge over the wall once again, but that'll be just the one kill. Favor of IG.
That was a very awkward situation for Snake. Now, initially it looked bad, but they had Redemption to heal back up in that team fight. What made it worse was that SOFM couldn't focus or couldn't really help out in pressuring because he was zoning out Elise. Elise was coming in from the flank, and honestly, Elise is doing so much damage. Actually has a Liandry's Torment on top of that Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so he's able to do so much damage to tanks, and that's what's really frightening. So I'm looking at Kid, and you know, usually you talk about Elise's falling off as the game goes on in the 35-minute mark, but actually he's really important in that front to back. So he was coming in on the flank, and it made it very awkward for SOFM to really help out in that fight.
And is for certain, but with that timing of Snake going towards that Baron pit, IG are going to convert that into a mid lane tower.
Ooh.
There is a TP coming out from Flandre. He does have his ultimate hook, doesn't land again onto Duke, but the cocoon does onto Flandre. And really just trying to hit that ult onto a better target, because that was so many resources in that last fight thrown onto Duke, who just shrugged it off for the most part. Did burn his Guardian Angel, which is key. This is a ballsy play from Snake. It's dropping very low. It's going to be secured there by SOFM. First kill onto Kid as well. This is actually a fantastic play working out from Snake. Now Mod launched on from Flandre. Duke was down for a second, but he's going to be instantly killed by Min. So much damage from that shred in from the Varus. Someone's gone somewhere. It's going to be Mo and Min tag teaming down Rookie, but I don't think Min wants to be here anymore. Marge over the wall of that flash, and that will be a 2-4-1. Favor Snake plus the Baron buff.
A little ambition, but they got the Baron. That's exactly what they need, and they can push on forward. Here's the funny part. Here's something that we don't see because the items are not in front of us, but we definitely have a banner of command on Flandre because it's Flandre. Why wouldn't he have banner of command, right? Of course he'll go for it. So not only do they have Baron, but they have that banner command push, and of course it's up against Duke. So the really only person who can deal with that banner of command is Marge. So this is going to be interesting to see how IG can deflect this pressure coming through.
It's actually a good one for you guys at home. If you want to cheese a Maokai and just ruin his day, go first item banner on pretty much anything. He will not be able to clear it because he's all magic damage. So watch him suffer. It's a great build.
This is the moment where you're like, you know, Maokai. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Land shot. He's going to be swallowed out by Rocky and Megan, both realizing they don't have the damage to deal with him currently. So he'll back off. He's safe.
But yeah, here's a fun thing. You know, Maokai has the highest AD, or at least base AD in the game. It doesn't matter because he just doesn't build AD.
Yeah. So he'll try his Wooden Heart out, but there's nothing he can really do against the bannered up minion. And that's still relevant in this game, you know. As you mentioned, they'll have to send someone else who is equipped to deal with that minion as it's pushing off in a side lane.
I have to assume it's top side. That's where he was initially, so they might just leave it off. That's exactly what they're going to do. And they're just going to pressure up mid. This is going to be really interesting to see how IG can deal with this. Here we go.
Here comes Rookie into the fight. A little bit late, though, because Duke has already initiated Flandre onto Megan. But these are some questionable ultimates which aren't getting anything done for Snake. SOFM pressuring over the wall. That's going to be the flash. The ultimate from Tank eviscerates the lineup from IG. They'll all have to run away with the tails between their legs. Duke is low. He'll go down for the count. Marge as well. So close to the death chamber. That's going to be Snake picking up those 2 fast kills, plus the mid tower, plus an inhibitor tower, and probably the inhib itself.
Marge and Kid just didn't have a chance. That's what it felt like, because Marge immediately had 108 or at least 100% HP, then almost had a sliver of his life, so he had to back away completely. And it looks like this might just be game for Snake. They're going for it.
Man, Tank, the hero that Snake needed right there, opening up this game, pushing onto these towers as well. Baron buff on 5 members. Mince is just poking away. Nice bit of damage there from IG, but not sure it's going to be enough to flash the knockup. The kill onto Megan. Marge trying his best along with Rocky, but it's just not enough. Rocky going down into that Sonya. It's going to buy a couple more seconds, but he's instantly taken out by Snake. Avert your eyes, Raz. That was dirty. And moving on to the Nexus, it will be Snake taking game 1 here against IG. Nothing that kid can do. And that'll be a pretty good game overall from Snake. Gotta commend them.
Yeah, it was really smart overall. I mean, they got stalled out just a little bit by IG, but IG is a good team. And so what was really interesting to me was that it felt like, I mean, at just 1 inhib, that's all they needed. They had 2 GAs in their double front line, and once they got the team fight that they wanted, or at least they have been looking for the entire game, they finally picked it up.
And we're going to be welcoming Froskuren back to the desk. I'm very interested in your thoughts because we had a conversation about macro in the LPL, and you were quite scathing, quite rightly, over a game that we saw yesterday. However, I would say that was pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm
Thoughts?
going to iterate on Raz's statement. IG were not a good team. They had a good player, and they had Rookie. Duke was doing his best, but it was really the kind of that one-man army that was slowing down Snake. Snake played that pretty much immaculately in terms of critical thinking and where they wanted to be on the map. A couple of execution errors, you know, Flandre missing the Nautilus hook a couple of times on key targets when they decided to pull the trigger. But otherwise, like, Snake got tempo early. They never let it go, and they were exactly where they needed to be at the exact right time.
Yeah, and they had a problem. Here's the thing with it, too. The moment the game got long enough where they're like, you know what, okay, it's becoming hard to pressure that top side because Rise is holding that lane pretty firm. It was like, all right, we can't do that. Maybe we can start pressuring other lanes. They were really critical thinking there.
But the brilliance of it was that when they decided to pull the trigger on the top lane, it was around the Dragon timer. So that Cloud Dragon comes out, and that's not just table scraps, that's actually Snake actively saying, okay, it was Infernal, Cloud, we don't care about it. We know that IG are going to think that they're just being gifted a free objective, and we're going to trade the top tower for that, which was 100% the right call.
And you can see the damage in that last game. I mean, March was putting in work, and Rookie as well. Got to commend them on that game, but Mint and Tank in the mid lane, you know, these two players subbing in here as well, just honestly did a spectacular job.
And again, the problem of IG was not player-based. It was team-based and not being where they needed to be. Kind of their big swing of power where things started to look up was when Duke pulled the trigger, made that teleport play around the Baron, and they tried to turn things from there. But otherwise, again, like, SOFM got tempo advantage very early in the jungle. You saw that in the CS discrepancy. It was massive between him and Kid. Yes, it is Rek'Sai into Elise, but once they had tempo advantage, it was Snake calling the shots from the start.
So it was. I was really caught off guard, and that's what it came down to.
I was excited.
I
was like, damn, Snake came to play.
You had hype. Yeah. I was just like, whew. I was taken back because I felt like Snake as a team that they were never a team to me that felt like they were very stable or stable in the sense that, I mean, we started to see it later on when we saw the builds coming through with Flandre, and that was kind of funny. But
Banner command.
Yeah, that was a little interesting. But overall, they were smart. They knew how to play that through, and that's what I like to see coming from specifically SOFM. I mean, he made a few flubs later on, but we saw consistency, and Flandre knew exactly what he needed to do.
And again, it was all an execution. You know, some skill shots being missed, maybe people not flashing correctly. But in terms of general of how they were moving around the map, the objectives that they were identifying at the time, what they were prioritizing, I had zero complaints with Snake, and that's what's super exciting for me. Now, we did hype up Zatai really hard at the beginning of this block, and then, of course, it's Tank that's played. And the thing is Snake's identity used to be solely reliant on how well Tank performed. He used to be like an integral key part of their figuration. But now it seems like he's transferred power, and it's more about SOFM and even Flandre stepping up and leading the charge. And Mo and Mint did fantastic as well.
Mint was incredible for me. I looked at Mint and I was like, okay, well, we didn't even talk about Mint, mostly because it was like he was the third tier of power. You saw OQ was like, well, there's no reason they wouldn't start OQ, except for maybe if they wanted to play Crystal, because they've had that time where, you know, he would come in even if it was inexplainable. But then it came out that Mint was fantastic.
Yeah, other than a lot of times, you know, Crystal was a bit of that team mascot, but coming in here, Tank will be the MVP of this game. And I mean, honestly, can't fault that choice. He did an exceptional job in those team fights, and that had that killer ultimate as well in that mid lane.
I actually slightly disagree with it. I do agree with you that Tank did his responsibility, did his job well. I still think that SOFM was more integral, kind of a part of their success. But the nice thing about Snake right now is it's not just all responsibility on Snake. The fact that they're spreading that responsibility across the team. I mean, you think of that cute little trust fall between Mint and Mo, where Mint took the Tahm Kench ultimate, and then they landed right in front of him, tried to block the Ezreal.
Well, I'm going to have to cut you off there, Raz, because we are going to jump to a quick break. But when we get back, we'll be here for Game 2 in this best of 3. And welcome back to the LPL here, gearing up for Game 2 between Snake and IG. I'm still here. I'm alongside Raz and Froskuren breaking this one down. You guys are having a cool discussion about just kind of communication flow during the break. Can you just take me through that one very briefly before we get into this?
So the big thing that I thought was really cool from SOFM is he kind of changed his style. It used to be that he was just a very aggressive jungler in your face, constantly trying to find the enemy jungler, kill them, and then use that as an advantage. This time around, it was really about how he acquired information. Anytime that they spotted Kid out, SOFM always made sure that he either traded deep wards or he traded the camps.
Yeah, and that's the big thing for me is that he usually is a jungler that will look for those advantages. In fact, he only looked for Kid when he had that TM when he knew he can get that 1v1. This time around, he had Mo and Mint, who had massive pressure in the lane, and were able to really get that track going.
Exactly, and then this created a tempo advantage. We talked about kind of the CS discrepancy, but the big thing for me is when he managed to take the blue buff away from Kid, he passed it over to Varus. Varus now has kind of an innate advantage in lane. He immediately backs, ults, and he manages to catch the buff before IG are able to trade it back, and he gives it over to his mid laner. Yeah. And then he backs, ults again, and then he catches them on Rift Herald. So he was always like one step ahead. Yes, they managed to scrape the Rift Herald out in time, but he had the exact idea of where they were and immediately pulled the trigger on the team fight. He's like, well, they got it, but I'm here anyway. Let's kill them.
Yeah, they were constantly thinking, and that's back to the communication point that you were making, is that they, as a team, as a unit, every single one of them were in tune of what needs to be done. And what needed to be done was Kid needed to get found. Like, if they can find Kid, they can really get it going, and that's what I really like to see.
You know, moving on to Game 2 here now as well, we had a lot of people sitting in the IG camp, and of course they lost that first game. So A, what do they need to do coming into this Game 2? But is it now secure that the Snake are like the better team? Because we saw so much from that we really weren't expecting to see in this game.
It's hard to say because I did like the fact that IG were able to turtle for so long. I think the real problem that really just, I guess, a crack in their armor was when they went for that Cloud Dragon. I think overall, you know, Rookie's playing fantastically well. Let's not put their bottom lane in that bad of a position. Let's not go for Trundle. Let's not go for Ezreal. I want to see a bottom lane that can actually contest shove or not find themselves in such a position where, honestly, they could never go into a side lane ever again up against the dual lane of Mo and Mint, or else, you know, I guess legitimately they would get dove time and time again.
The key words there for me were team and Rookie. I think definitively, at least from Game 1, Snake are the better team, but Rookie did show up to play. Now, you do have a lot of talent, like Raz is trying to hype up IG's bot lane. I agree that they are a good bot lane, but so far as like a unit, they are not as strong as Snake, and that's where Snake beat them. It wasn't in the individual mechanics. Snake have plenty of that, but they beat them around the map.
And we will be getting into Game 2, so thank you very much, Frusk, and we'll see you right after this one. We'll see if this is a 2-0 or the 1-1, and we'll go into that Game 3, but we will get into this second champion select now. And it will be that Jace as the first ban from IG and the LeBlanc from Snake. So we'll see how that changes things up. Saw Jace actually in the second phase of banning last time around.
Yeah, this is interesting. Right now, IG are leaving things open. This is a good way to go about it because Snake has to be the one. They're forced to ban Camille and Rengar in the second one. It legitimately needs to happen. There's no debate about it. So IG gets the first hand in the picks, maybe even the Zyra. We saw that get banned out third. So we'll see what Snake gives them.
We'll see. It will be that Camille surely being banned away from Snake. I would highly doubt IG would ban that on blue side and say, Duke, can you play Camille? No? Okay, no. Yeah, I think that's pretty unlikely. 7 seconds remaining. We'll get a resolution on that one in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
There you go. Jin as the final ban. So, gonna make a bold prediction here, Raz. Camille final ban from Snake.
I wonder how high the betting cost would they be on this one, because I feel like there is no way Camille gets through. Yeah.
Look at me, I'm an analyst now. There you go.
2 analysts on the decks.
Unbelievable. So, first pick now for IG. Has me locked in, Raz? Too late.
I said Zyra anyways, I was fine with that. Yeah. Syndra just is a much better one. Honestly, I've seen Tank go into this quite consistently. He's gone into this with Alessandra a while back. We've seen a lot of Corki into this matchup. I just feel like Syndra just wins out in a lot of cases. We've even seen a cute in North America. We actually saw a Fizz into this one. So Fizz is a great counter matchup if you have the ability to play around it. But that's an IG strategy. IG is the one with the Fizz player. So Snake, what do you got?
Katarina, maybe. We saw that from Bjergsen. We saw that matchup as well in the NALCS. I would love to see that. We'll see if Tank can bring that one out. Either way, Varus and Lee Sin have been picked up. SOFM did ban that away last time, so glad to see him back on that Lee. And a Rek'Sai and Ashe from IG.
I'm just glad that SOFM just hasn't changed. Oh, the cameraman, what are you doing? Yeah, but SOFM, he loves his Rek'Sai and he loves his Lee Sin. So it's fantastic to see Snake coming in with their first 2 games being on Rek'Sai and Lee Sin. And so we've seen our fair share of Lee Sin God so far.
Oh, yeah.
With Ben 4 and who else was it? My God.
Ben 4 was the easy one.
He was an
he
easy
was
one.
popping off.
He was looking for many plays as possible. So, but yeah, I'm just going to leave it by. People are going to kill me for not remembering the name. Regardless of that, SOFM is one of them. Put him on the list. Put him in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
And the Corki comes through.
Tank gonna show IG his package in this game with that Corki lock-in. And now IG back to their banning phase.
Yeah, so this is for me, for Snake, you see this composition, or at least the first 3 picks, and they are much more based on this early game strangling and rotations where, you know, Corki, last time we saw him, it may be a very difficult matchup for him in a sense. It may be a little harder, but he's protected. He has that exhaust. He's fine just like getting the trades through and pushing the lane, and once he gets the package, he's off to a different lane.
Gonna make those roaming plays, open something up for Snake there. Tahm Kench was the first ban from Snake. Second one was IG's Nautilus, taking that away from Flandre, and Singed as the final ban from Snake.
It's definitely a weird ban from Snake to take out the Tahm Kench specifically, because they already have a lot of mobility to move around the map. For them to take Tahm Kench itself, especially since they have the first pick here, it'd be pretty good, especially since they're going up against a Syndra and an Ashe. So dealing with that pick potential from IG would be pretty damn good.
Yeah, but now off the table, Thresh is the final ban from IG.
The support's the shared pick here, so both of them do need a support, and so the fact that, I mean, even Nautilus here is kind of a support in some regions. So Thresh and Tahm Kench being taken away, it's kind of hard, but you still have Zyra, you still have quite a bit.
For sure, and priority not even on the support there for Snake as they lock in Maokai for Flandre in the top lane. And now back over to IG.
If I'm IG, I would take Zyra. Don't take the...
Ah, it's locked in.
Please
No
go top
return.
lane. I just want it to be a top lane. It's probably going to be a top laner because it is a Maokai. And they do get pick again, so it doesn't really matter. They get the Zyra anyway, so there we go. Finally. Yeah. The reason why I do want Zyra is because the moment you see Maokai and Lee Sin locked in, you're like, all right, we got to be able to disengage out of this completely. And that's what both champions do. So I'm glad that not only is Trundle great against the Maokai matchup, but also if he joins in team fights, it's like, well, you know, Lee Sin, you've made a bad decision coming in, or, you know, Maokai, you've come in a little bit too farther. And that's what's great about Zyra specifically. You use your ulti, and suddenly the melee champions of Maokai and Lee Sin, it's a little harder to actually get fights going for yourselves.
And no misfortune this time around. It's going to be Karma locked in against the Zyra in the bottom lane. Decent matchup for sure. So 4 compositions have been locked in now from IG and Snake. What are you thinking, Raz? How do you think these compositions are going to shake up?
Ooh, it's pretty interesting. The pick potential coming from out of IG is pretty damn real. But look at Snake here, and of course, they don't have a Tahm Kench to save him. They do have a lot of mobility here, so I look at the strong laning phase in the bottom lane here. I like the Varus and I like the Karma. They can just legitimately play through their bot lane like they have done before. This is a style they played in the first game, so they might know it very well. And they have Corki this time. So I just feel like right now, if you're the bottom lane of Invictus Gaming, you're shaking in your boots.
Yeah, not really what they wanted to be in terms of a situation, especially when we looked at last game as well, and they were being shoved in, did not have that priority down there. Handshake from the coaches as we're getting into game 2. And in terms of that champion select, it was very back and forth and some interesting decisions from both teams, you know, taking away that Tahm Kench pretty much from themselves. Snake looking at that pick composition saying, this Tahm Kench, we don't need it. We're going to be fine, just fine with this Karma. So in terms of champion select, just based on that alone, which team do you think will be coming out ahead?
Ooh, that's a good point. I think I would love to put it on Snake's shoulders because we saw what Snake could do in the last game when they have pressure initially that they didn't actually lose it. There was a time where they were losing it because Rookie's pretty damn good, and they couldn't actually pull Nautilus into that lane, so it was really difficult for them to take that last turret. But the moment they did, they found their pressure point, and they were really smart in knowing what they could do. So all I'm saying is I'm looking into this one, and I like the early priority of Corki, Lee Sin into a shoving bottom lane. If they can get that going for them, I think it's very doable.
That's the key point there you mentioned, Raz. Priority and momentum that they can get from these laning phases and see if they can run over IG before they even get rolling into these team fights and into this game. I think I spy in the corner of my eye that the players have a pause there. So we'll be hovering here for a second. And it was a player disconnect, so
you know what?
My eyes did not deceive me.
I feel like they should just run it out. The full 3 minutes. Get yourself that free win.
Lock it in, boys.
Just looking back at it, just the pick completely. Specifically, mid lane is going to be a big point of contention for me, because IG once again they've structured themselves a great composition around Rookie, where we're going to have a lot of pressure towards mid, a lot of pick potential. This is what we've seen a lot of Syndra versus. This music, I swear to God,
it's dramatic.
That's a bit too dramatic. But just going back to the point, Syndra, we've seen Corki into Syndra, but Syndra is very difficult to go up against if you're Corki, simply because you have that long range stun, and of course if there's, you can just get followed up, especially by Ashe as well. I'm sure you have an exhaust if Syndra comes in close to finish it up with the ulti, but it's not really. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with that.
For sure. I'm absolutely terrible. As soon as the champion select comes off the screen, I have no idea what was picked. It's like I cannot remember the composition for my life. But I do remember, of course, that Syndra being picked up. We saw how instrumental that Rookie was to even just keep IG in that last game. So it's really down to him to see what he can do with that one. But Tank won't necessarily be staying in that mid lane. As soon as he gets that package, we'll be delivering it to Marge and Megan, perhaps. Duke in top lane as SOFM can also get involved. Again, another big player for the lineup. He was definitely looking towards those lanes, was getting the team rolling, as Froskuren was mentioning. But now he's on Lee Sin, a champion who can really pop off. We've seen that from Ben 4 earlier. Can really just be that champion who can do everything by himself. But regardless, Raz, we are now on to the Rift for Game 2 here with Snake and IG. We'll see who can take Game 2.
When I look at IG's composition, and I mentioned how it's set up to get Rookie going in the early portions of this game, but they have a lot of control. They have a lot of control in their composition, mean it, in Ashe and Zyra, Trundle as well, if he looks to play through these team fights. So just looking at it, it feels good if they can get the game going in their favor. But with the mobility with Corki, and of course I've talked about the bottom lane potential here, it is a bit of a worry, but I can see this going to team fights. Hey.
Hello there. How's it going?
I look fantastic. I like the producer out there giving me that reminder.
Giving us some love.
Give me a different angle.
It was good we weren't standing up, actually. It worked out really well.
Yeah. I mean, I have nothing to hide.
I hope that hope that worked out. See if I can get a good gif out of that one. Megan and Marge, war of attrition in the bottom lane, trench warfare, throwing skill shots back and forth.
Meanwhile, you got Duke, Kid, looking to give him the pounce, saying, hey, you know what? We know you're coming out. Waiting for that blue buff.
We'll find you right on cue. Here comes the buffs. And back into this bottom lane. Megan trying to clear out that wall. It's not going to happen. And ambushed in the jungle, in their homes. Kid comes in here.
What do they do to deserve that?
Stealing his belongings, stealing away that blue buff. Honestly, dark times when you think about it for the jungle camps.
Yeah, they don't even have friends anymore. They just stripped them away from them the last patch.
Yeah.
Goddamn preseason.
Ruined it for the jungle camps. However, lots of those friends have gone down to the Krugs, most annoying camp in the game, and of course the chicken camp just off to the mid lane. We're into this mid lane. Talking about that one, Rookie and Tank trading blows, and that got that level 2 advantage. Tank still trying to fight Rookie, even with that level 2 advantage.
Rookie took more damage from the
minions. Yeah, I was watching back away. I was like, actually, this trade not so bad.
That wasn't a fantastic trade, but Rookie better understand that he's not an auto-attacking champion. That's Corki. So you get your abilities out. You back away. The minions are looking at you.
Yeah, Tank's got friends.
Yeah.
Oh, SOFM. Taking away this Grump here. Kid is on his way to that jungle. Ready and waiting. He'll ambush this crab before he even knows what's happening. Oh. Out of the darkness.
I do know that ward is catching him out, so Kid's just not having a good time. Oh, with that being said, SOFM gets caught out here soon.
But he's rapidly approaching Megan and Marge. Lands the Q onto the Ashe as well. Really nice timing on the exhaust, blocking so much of that execution damage from SOFM. Kid, he's rolling in. The double knockup onto Minton SOFM. Might be enough though, and Kid's dropping low. It's going to be Jungler's exchange. Marge returning fire onto Mo. This is a bit of a back and forth, but Megan under attack. He'll flash away. Marge now needs to get out of this one. Will have to burn his flash. The summoners. And that was all the summoners burned down from IG.
The only summoner that is up and available. Yeah, sure, SOFM has a few, so maybe you can blame him for dying out in that situation. But take a look at this. He weaves in there, gets Marge, he's able to back away, and he said, you know, I got exactly what I need. You know, Marge, you don't have your heal, and they had a ward in that in the river as well, so they got Kid coming through. But they knew that they can take this fight. They did. At the cost of SOFM, he could flash away because he knew that Mo and Mint had the kill. He didn't have to stick around. So he actually did. It was an avoidable death. But regardless, you'll get 2 flashes on Marge and Megan. Mo still has flash, so you know what? That's a win.
Yep.
I'll give it a win. It's a win for Snake there.
And that was also a triple knockup. I didn't even see in that last fight.
Yeah.
However, I don't feel like there were that many kills, were there? I feel
Definitely wasn't.
Did more people die while that replay was happening?
There were 2 deaths in the bottom lane.
We need to CSI the crime scene here, Raz.
All right, something happened.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking towards mid lane. As I'm just walking up, hit the young S key there. Just show Rookie what's up, and then back away and take away the farm.
Wait a minute. I don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I'm pretty confused right now.
All right. This is interesting. This is gonna
Maybe we'll get
kill
a replay of that replay.
This is gonna kill me.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
All right. Okay.
Okay, something happened.
I knew something was up.
Oh!
Do I team fight this one? All right. Boo! In with the flash. Marge gonna go down. Oh, look at the damage. And Megan, run away. You can make it. Run, Forest. Mint, look at the damage from the minions there. This is probably where it happens. Oh!
All right.
For the win.
Oh, well, good catch, by the way, with the kills. I was like, you caught me off guard. I was like, wait a minute. I'm pretty sure nothing. I guess, actually.
Yeah.
You know what? There was only
on.
one fight happening this game. Yeah. All right. Well, great. You know what? Replay. Thank you for that. That was great. Thank you.
However, I did take that one and play-by-played it, so now we need another replay for you.
We do.
To analyze it.
That's fair.
But we can talk about that, what that means, though, because that was 2 kills traded back and forth. And the lone summon, the only summon that was remaining from Mo, has been burnt. So no summoners in that bottom lane. So likely the junglers will be back down there, because it's a pretty easy lane to gank. But it's going to be Rocky who's under attack. SOFM, no ultimate from him, but Tank lots of damage. Oh! The Q goes off to the side. To be fair, he didn't have the vision of him.
That's the thing with levitating champions. I'm going to put this out there. Levitating champions, like, oh, you got him now. Basindra and Kale, really difficult to hit with Lee Sin Qs. I'm going to put that out there.
Yep. Do I hit the feet? Do I hit the head? Where do I go with it?
Where do you go?
Oh, I aimed at the wrong place.
It's kind of like Aurelion Sol. You have to hit the head,
Yep.
or you're hitting absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the tail doesn't mean anything on Aurelion Sol. Lots of people don't know that, but everything will go through that one.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a fun one. The exhaust came through. Corki didn't have much mana for that one, so it was all up to Lee Sin on that one. Misses it. So it was still a good look overall. You want him to keep making those, getting that action. But in the bottom lane, you did ask me about who won out in that situation. I would say that Snake won out because that's a double kill on Varus. Overall, I mean, Zyra got the last kill. You know, Zyra does a bit of damage, just not at this point in the game.
We'll accelerate Megan a little bit towards that point, but for sure, getting Mint and his item breakpoint earlier on into the game is a big deal. So 300 gold in the bank will help him out with that. And Kid, he's in a battle to the death with the Crab. He did emerge victorious, and he'll head back to his jungle.
That's the thing with pacifists. They never win at the end of the day. I mean, sure, yeah. You win through morals. You didn't want to pick the fight with Kid.
But did you actually win? No, you did not. There is no winning.
Yeah.
SOFM. Red Buff, not a pacifist, but he's still not winning. He has won against many a player, though. Great many players have perished to the Red Buff. And in the bottom lane, now the push up from Megan and Marge, a lane that we didn't have a lot of high hopes for in terms of doing well in this lane, but they got the show.
Yeah, and Megan's putting down a lot of hurt. Another big point, too, is looking even in the top lane. That being said, Kid is kind of watching this out. Might even look for a dive.
Here comes Kid. He spots him over the wall. Won't be a prey seeker just to follow him after. Knows it won't be enough damage to finish him off, so.
Even had Rookie kind of pivot in that situation, so that was 100%. Sure, you lose, you get a blue buff, but that's a lot of damage coming out of this tower. That might even just be, they might even just head out Rek'Sai to commit to it, but no, they'll just back away.
Tank, interesting recall in the middle of the lane, as Rookie has ultimate, but SOFM was there just in case. So, he's fine. And Kid is also there, so it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, in the top lane right now, Trundle, sure, he only has that 5 CS advantage, but overall, he's working quite well. He's got his Tiamat. He's back. I guess I was wondering if he would go all out for that Hydra and just continue that split push. I think it's a pretty good matchup for him. The only thing that makes it harder for him is SOFM. Get out of there. But what makes it harder for them is the fact that Maokai actually can deal with those trades well with the Courage of the Colossus and extra shield in his kit, so it's not that bad. 10 CS is pretty bad. I should stop looking at it because we don't know how big that wave is top, and you just randomly got 5 CS.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen the top lane at all. I actually forgot there was a Maokai and Trundle in this game, to be fair. So, yeah, we'll see how that minion wave resolves, of course. And it's all about the bottom lane, all about that mid lane, where all the action has been happening, and the junglers getting involved. And as we were just mentioning them, they have turned up in the bottom side. Tank, he has the package, and the Void Rush. So this is the setup from both teams. And Tank will fly back to the mid lane. And it seems these two teams, well, I'm going to hold that thought for a second. This Tank will find Rocky in the mid lane. Lots of damage coming in. He has to be careful. He does have the Hex Drink, but Rocky has the ultimate. It will be followed after Unleash Power. Rocky for a little bit more Dark Sphere. Not going to be enough to finish off his opposing mid laner. And after all that, no kills go down.
That's what Hex Drinker gives you for the first round. Nothing is going to come with that one.
It's just like Ace in the Hole, right? It's just a bit of extra damage. You can just get down there onto your opposing ADC.
I suppose so. SOFM, of course, realizes that, and he's probably going to look for something. He's not going to have Tank this time around to actually help him through. So this should not be a dive. It's actually going to be incredibly hard for them to dive this IG bottom lane here.
All summoners, Stranglethorns available.
Yep.
Full health.
Yep.
Gonna say quite hard to dive. SOFM.
Marge may not have ulti, but I don't think that matters.
I don't think so. There's Chains of Corruption onto Marge. Lots of damage just alone from those two bot laners. SOFM is honestly getting bodied by that one blast of the brush from Megan, so he'll back away. And that was the end of that chapter.
Yeah, that was hard. I mean, that was a lot of poke damage. The best I could really come up with that situation. But there's no way any of them are going to look for that fight, especially since SOFM has only damage, has no tankiness to his name. None of them want to actually tank that tower for that long, especially since they're full HP.
Hello, Mint. He's underneath the Stranglethorns. We'll have to flash away from that as he was hit by the Grasping Roots. So he'll have to burn that summoner. May open up an opportunity for Kid, who wants to make his way down there. And indeed, he is in that river.
That's pretty crucial. We remember last time that tower was chunked down quite a bit. Sure, Ashe used her ulti, but that's a pretty low cooldown. It's already coming up in about 10 seconds. So right now they can, sure, they're going to back. They don't have that much mana, but they have that timer involved, and they know what they're working for. So Kid's already getting pressure around here in the river.
He was warded out, though. It was a really nice timing from Mo, noting his AD carry didn't have the flash, again, with their tower low. Placed the ward, see Kid on his way, so he'll have to take a more inventive route to the bottom lane if he wants this to happen. And that may be what he's looking for. Marge has his ultimate, lands onto Mint. Remember, no flash, but does have that heal. Still Kid will get the knock-up, and I think Mo honestly just kind of have to leave his ADC out to dry there. Nothing he can do about it. And a nice kill to Kid.
Yeah, I don't know why the exhaust came down at that point. That was the easiest play. You should have recognized that was going to happen the moment Ashe comes back into lane. And the moment you get caught out by, just save your sums. Especially since Dragon is still up. It's an Infernal Dragon. Why would it was a bad decision overall. It looks like it's just going to mean worse things here. Oh!
Tank in the mid lane, up against Rocky. He's out of mana. He's hitting with auto attacks. Nothing really happened.
He tries. He makes the attempt, man.
Yeah.
I respect that.
A+ for effort. D- for anything else. Kid and Marge take the bot tower. SOFM. Oh! Knocked back into the tower. Follows up with the Q. Great knockback. Once got to the Wii and blows them up with Unleashed Power. Well played to Rocky. Really the champion that IG need.
Oh, you hear that sound? That's every jungler in the world tilting off the face of the earth. That's Syndra right now. Syndra damage. Doesn't matter how fancy that play is. And let's take a look at how fancy it was. Oh. Does that matter? Here we go.
You think that was crisp?
Pushed away and then ulted. So, you know what? Absolute skill coming from Rookie here.
Oh, really well played. That was honestly a treat to watch in the mid lane.
That was a pretty good timing on his shove, though. That was actually, I'm going to respect that. I don't even know if the damage came through on Lee Sin Q on the last bit of it. It's actually because another ability did fly at him at the same time. So maybe he did avoid the extra damage. In the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. He had a lot of HP, so he probably wouldn't have died to that regardless.
You know, Raz, either way, it looked sick. That's what we need to know. As commentators, we just need to get hyped about it. And that was cool. Good job, Rocky. But in all seriousness, Rocky was the player that was holding IG in the game pretty much in the last game. So getting him some kills, getting him into this game, is something that will be in IG's best interest. And SOFM will think twice about going back into mid lane, I have to feel. Or maybe look towards top lane or bot lane. Still have not even seen top lane. I'm pretty sure the camera has not gone up there.
It actually hasn't. We'll have to take.
Maybe they don't exist anymore. Maybe it's a 4v4. We have no idea.
I mean, we're looking at it with the summoner. I mean, look. The funniest thing is we are actually looking at it in the mini map.
Yep.
But maybe the mini map's lying to us. Maybe it's trying to trick us into believing that there are actual characters in the top lane.
It's a definite possibility.
We need proof.
We do. We just need to go up there, guys. I know the observers can't hear us, and definitely probably won't speak English either. But
I mean, to be fair, it's really just Duke. He hasn't gotten much of a CS advantage. It's legitimately just even, 140 to 140. And on top of that, he hasn't gone back in so long. He's actually just been sitting on the components for his Hydra for a very long time. He has no intent of looking to split push. Whoa!
Megan with a full follow-up, and really good follow-up on that arrow. Mo so low. Flash away, plus the heal. Keeps him alive. Duke in from the top lane. Hey, he does exist. Here comes the pillar. Chasing after the Subjugate as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Tang, the big one, not enough to finish off Rocky. Oh, but it is enough to finish off Megan. And he'll go down. Meanwhile, the great chase continues. Mo, he's quite fast, though. So he may get away. Kid, that Prey Seeker.
He's going to get him
with the Tremor Sense. Again, still would not be enough damage. That's not an AP Rek'Sai.
But just take a look at that before the replay even comes through. I mean, this is a really tough situation for Marge. Marge is actually just walking up.
Gotta be careful with Tank. He might finish him off with some rockets.
What was he trying to do?
I don't know, but he survived.
All right. Well, just taking a look at Rookie for that team fight, that was actually really well played. And I just once it does come through, all we're going to be doing is just focusing on Rookie because he actually should have died a million times. It's so frustrating for Tank to play up against Rookie because he's missing so many rockets, and understandably so. So not only does he have Ghost, the moment Rookie pops it, he's just ducking and dodging left and right. He's doing quite well for himself.
I'm just hyped for this replay. I just want that Raz breakdown of how good Rookie was, to be honest.
I've already lost faith.
Yeah, maybe it's not coming. Top tower went down plus the dragon. Pretty important to note in this game. And that will go over to IG. So this time we'll get the consolation prize. Oh! Okay, we're good. We're good. We're safe. Megan was there as well, just waiting for it. And Marge, he's into the top lane. He's on wave clear duty. And again, wave clear, wave clear. That's the name of the game right now as everyone has gone back to base and picked up a fair bunch of items. Tank jumping after Rocky. SOFM right there. Finished him up. Executed with the ultimate. Meanwhile, a 1-for-1 trade. Duke will find Tank. And a nice 1-for-1.
Tank he definitely didn't need to just go face to face with Rookie, just like right up on him. He probably would have survived, but he's gone so throughout the entirety of the game. I don't think he trusts his skill shots that far anymore, especially not up against Rookie, who's dodged so much of his skill shots that he's like, you know what? You can't dodge it if it's literally right in front of you. And that was true. Yeah. You know what? There we go.
He was right. That theory was correct, and that kill did go over to him as well, so he was rewarded for his troubles. Megan and Marge finishing off this top tower. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Mint and SOFM taking their own. So a tower trade across map, and Kid.
It's not going to stop. Oh, just kidding. As I say that, they're only backing away because, of course, the back is coming through on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
Rookie's waiting for the wave, but that's all he's going to get.
Did see that one happening. And SOFM taking a quick look at the Krugs before he heads back. Nothing for him on the top side. It was completely cleared out by IG. And he knows he can't get to Herald in time either. That has been started off.
I haven't seen so many Rift Herald starts in so long. Usually, primarily, it's just something you don't want to deal with. But this time around, they do have a split pusher in Duke. They are going to prioritize it for him. So I like that fact. Here we go.
Oh, accidental sidestep from Tank, unleashed power, but he can't sidestep that one. Stranglethorns comes up, knocks Mo into the air. SOFM coming in, but he was exhausted. Still the kill onto Megan. A 1-for-2 so far for IG. Nice knock up there from the Kid as well. Another kill onto SF. And this has turned into a bloodbath. The only one remaining is Flandre. He'll try to finish off Marge, but the Warlords will keep him alive. An ace coming in for IG, a 2-for-5.
And a triple kill for Rookie. He played that so well. I keep talking about him, but he understood where he burned his Ghost, he burned his Flash, and he skidded around the fight. Why? Because Flandre, he was a major tank, and he didn't focus down on Syndra as he should have. He was in the left side of the fight. Meanwhile, you know what he did? You know what Rookie did? He just moved around the right. He said, I see where the front, or at least the back line is. I'm just going to go straight to Mint, and let's check it out. I mean, it really was. It was as simple as that. Tank had to take the 1v1. It's not going to happen. It was a great ulti from Megan overall. But just take a look at where Mo and Mint is. And Rookie just goes straight for them because Flandre is nowhere near them. And he has so much HP, he doesn't get to use it.
Completely exposed the flank of the team. And Flandre had to feel if his positioning was a little bit different there, the result of that team fight would have been vastly different. But Snake really falling by the wayside, and this could very much go to a game 3. IG, that was a very big win for them. And in terms of how much control they have over the map, in terms of the 4 towers they have over Snake plus that dragon, like, IG are in a perfect situation, and maybe this flank can go even better for them. They'll catch off someone. It's going to be Mo. Oh, nailed with the arrow. Kid, who's thinking about adding insult to injury as he found the ADC, but maybe Mo even getting away from this one. Up.
Mint's not going nowhere,
nope.
though.
Good luck, mate. Dooku in from behind, closing that trap around him. With a kill onto the ADC. So the old switcheroo, thought the support was going to go down. It was the ADC. And again, IG keeping up that momentum.
But at the very least, Snake are saying, you know what, we're going to continue to trade. SOFM does zone Rookie away from the wave, or at least from the tower specifically. So, you know, Tank able to get that mid lane tower, and maybe they can look to threaten this bot lane as well.
That's what we can hope. Flandre pushing this one out, and he'll take a trip back to his spawn pad. Meanwhile, Kid, let's see if he saw him. I don't think he did on the recall, otherwise would have interrupted it. Clearing out the mid wave now, Morellonomicon, and the makings of a potential Ludens. We'll see if that is what that will go into for Rookie there. The opposite side, Triforce complete from Tank. Big spike in damage from him. Waiting on the second item as well from Mint. So approaching item break points, I should say, across the board.
This may seem like a pretty decisive game so far with a 4K lead in IG's behalf, but I really do think that Snake, I mean, they can adapt. They have before, and they recognize that, you know, who's the damage dealer this fight? It's Rookie. So if they can get onto Rookie, if Flandre can focus onto locking down that one powerhouse, then they can actually turn these fights in their favor. Right now, Duke should be looking to split push. That's actually one of his weaknesses, especially since he is a Hydra Trundle. He's not that tanky. That's the problem with him. Even if he starts to steal resistances with his ulti, it's not going to be that big of a deal. He actually can get shredded through quite easily. So he should be looking to continue the split push pressure coming through. If he joins these team fights, they might have a problem.
So FM, big shield in from his support. Rookie chase after. Lots of missiles, lots of poke damage. And he will manage to get away just in time.
He gets away too easily.
He does. He is an escape artist in this series.
David Blaine himself.
Yep, turning up. 4-2-1. I guess 2 times he did not escape, but
yeah.
for the most part, there's been a good amount of times in this game, even alone, that he's gone out of dodge in places he really should not have. SOFM seems like a lot of unfortunate situations for him. He has still facilitated his team and got a lot of his laners rolling, but often at the cost of his own life.
Yeah, and he's going straight into tank right now. He has a lot of damage to his name, so that's the problem right now, where he is, as you say, he's going to bat. He's trying to get the assassinations. He's fairly behind. So right now he's,
looking for another one, but that was just a small combo from Rookie, and had his ultimate been up, that would have been a kill as well. Just a couple seconds left before it comes off cooldown.
I wonder where he's going into with his Negatron. I feel like he's probably going to end up going into GA. Or even Banshees. Actually, if he can just go straight into Banshees, that might be something he's going into. Oh!
Flandre right onto Marge, locked down, can't go anywhere. Easy kill for Tank in the mid lane.
Okay, that's something Marge has been doing a little bit too frequently. Top side, nothing happened, but he was pushing a wave a little bit too far out. And so this is the second time that he's been over-pushing, and this time he actually got punished. So he needs to actually watch himself, especially if he's nowhere near his support or the rest of his team, to just catch what he's been doing. Because, you know, you just need to wait for... I'm just repeating myself at this point. Wait for your team.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Yeah. That's the TLDR here.
There we go.
All right, we nailed it. Teamwork.
Oh, wait a minute.
Sat over that ward. They know that they're being revealed. Snake heading away from this Baron. They were thinking about an opportunity. Mo is going to do the same, take away this ward here. Ashe is still running in from base. Marge has only just respawned. And everyone backs away. I'm going to have a brief... reprise from that one.
Yeah, you're going to have to take a second. It feels like both teams have a lot to learn, especially going into the next skirmish, next fight. Because both teams, honestly, quite even. A lot of consistent damage coming out of Snake right now with Corki and Varus. And honestly, I guess SOFM. He's quite consistent. He's going straight into damage. He does build that Banshee's Veil, which is hilarious. And so IG right now, it's a lot harder of a team fight for them, especially since they have to commit to these picks. They don't really have a strong front line at all. I mean, Kid's trying, but he's the only one. And so if they can get the picks, that's fantastic. But otherwise, if they get caught in these team fights, especially since Flandre is so massive, they can definitely get caught out.
It's going to be the fight over the red buff. If we've learned anything so far, it's fights happen over completely random objectives. But Rookie will put a stop to that and just take that one away.
This time around, IG does have a lot of pressure over Baron. 24 minutes into the game. They technically can't do it because they don't have a front line to really deal with it. If Kid's the only one actually tanking out that Baron, he's going to lose a lot of HP. So they don't have the ability to peel back off of it, especially with no Ocean Dragons or Honey Fruits to honestly save them out. So Snake, they have a little bit of a comfort zone where they can actually start up because Maokai is just that big right now. And maybe even, but we'll see. They can definitely stall out. That's the problem with this right now.
Wow.
They can stall it out a little longer.
Marge picking up red buff as well at this point in the game. Taking a look at the item breakpoints once more. Triforce and Rapid Fire Cannon as well for tank. He's got the package even and the Hex Drinker, so he's in pretty good shape to ruin someone's day in the near future. Taking away the Crab as well for IG, and Snake heading up river. See if they can find anyone by the lonesome, perhaps find a straggler. Not quite right now, and again the split push continues from Duke.
The two differences, or at least the one difference I see here between Megan and Mo, is the fact that Megan, of course, right now is going towards his Liandry's Torment, which is going to be a big deal. Once he does actually end up getting it, he's going to be doing quite a lot of damage towards Flandre, and that's going to be a big deal. And being able to shred out that one major threat, if he can do that, that's fantastic, and that's what they're going to be waiting for. But Duke, waiting for nothing.
Well, we know he's not that tanky, but with the Subjugate stealing some health, stealing some resistances by Flandre, he'll get up. Wait, did he get that? Okay, no, I can't tell, because Tank has a buff.
Yeah, I think Corki has it, but he probably already had it.
We'll have to find out. Well, Rookie's got another move up, so I'm going to assume that Duke did not get it.
Yeah.
So he was trying. He was trying his heart out.
But overall, yeah, it just goes back to the point that Redemption has been built on Mo. So the team fight, they already have a strong team fight, and a Redemption on top of a Maokai, pretty disgusting. Ooh. You know, SOFM didn't even feel the breeze on that one.
That was not even close. Unfortunately, IG were sat on a ward, so easy for SOFM to see that one coming from a mile away. It's just a game of someone waiting to be picked out, someone waiting to get caught, a pick opening up for one of these two teams.
And this is what sucks for IG. Right now, the only thing they can do is look for that pick. They can kill Vision as much as they can and look for these picks, and here we go.
Well, they found it regardless onto SOFM. Nice little rotation there with the gank squad from Marge, Megan, and Rookie. A kill onto the jungler is pretty damn perfect.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Baron now. So this shouldn't have happened. SOFM should have recognized that they had so much vision that he is not a tank. Him tanking that out doesn't really mean anything. So right now, what can Snake do? I don't think they can do anything about this.
It's down to half.
Oh.
Rookie wants damage from range, but be careful. Mint throwing out Chains of Corruption, going to spread onto Marge and Rookie. It's dropping very low. This could be down to the wire. Flandre in the pit. This could be finished off by Snake, but they're going to continue on to this fight here. Flandre onto Duke, trying to melt the Trundle. Get a lot of health back from that Subjugate. And after all of that, and everyone backs away, I feel like maybe someone could have finished off that Baron. It was so close.
It's really hard because honestly, if Snake had turned on it, Mint was actually taking a lot of damage from Baron because they started to push forward and they were having that decision. Do we want to go on Baron? It's fairly low. Do we want to push on the team fight? If they went for Baron, not only would they have gotten demolished by the fact that Baron was still existing, and they would, IG would have turned on them. So it was a very difficult situation. They both had to part ways, especially since IG, sure, they may have killed the jungler, but they definitely could not deal with the Maokai at all. And they were taking far too much damage. Coming back to the initial worry, they just don't have a true tank. The only one right here is in Kid, and he's not reliable enough here.
Very true. I know I would have gone for it, but that's why I'm boosted and why these guys are playing, of course, on the LPL stage. So, wait for this, wait for the reset, wait for another team to go for the objective. Just like this one. Here's the Infernal Dragon, SOFM, and Flandre starting it off. But the Trap has been set up from IG. Arrow lands onto Mo. Will be the collapse there as well. Kid coming over the wall and locked down. Mo still somehow alive. Now he's got the help of the Blast Plant there. SOFM finishing off the Dragon. So many low members. Everyone flashing up red, but it's Kid, the first one to fall. Duke taking a lot of damage from Tank. He'll get out of dodge, and that'll just be the one kill for the with the Dragon as well. So nice win for Snake.
This is a big problem for IG right now. They're starting to feel it that they're not actually committing to split pushing, so they're realizing that they can't team fight. Tank just zoned out 4 people. In what world does that happen? A world where he does a lot of burst damage and no one can walk up to him. Not a single person. Even Duke had a problem with it. So it was, so the moment Kid was in there was no way coming out. There was no damage to follow up on, and for a good reason. So right now, they have to double check what they're doing. I mean, I guess they have no choice to deal with this Baron.
Caught in the Stranglethorns. So damage incoming from the Grasping Rouge. Rocky will be there to finish off the Force of Will. Meanwhile, Arrow coming down from Marge. SOFM deleted. Duke hammering away at Mint, and now onto Flandre. The Baron is very low, down to 1,000 HP. It's going to be Kid with the Smite secure. Flandre also down. 3-0 to IG, plus the Baron. Massive power play.
That's insane. It's not going to stop here.
Oh,
Tank is done.
Tank, he was trying. Oh! That was a 1-for-1. Nukes him down for the kill. I thought he was screwed up. He was looking for the frame perfect cleanse.
Yeah, but regardless of that, even though that amazing trade went through, IG just stole Baron, or at least they took it. They stole it from the fight. They got the fight. They got the Baron, and now they're taking the inhib.
They're taking a lot from this, opening up the base now from Snake. Flandre, Tank, and SOFM still down, so Kid will help the team take the top tower on top of that.
That was just a bad start on Baron. That's what it comes down to. That they can take the fight, but they didn't really. They were so confident in the fact that they're just going to go all in on Baron that they just got picked out. 100% SOFM just does not have HP. Even sure, you have Bansheesville. What does that mean? What does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Rookie can just pop that with a Q, and then he has ulti like that, or at least the stun in the follow-up. So it just comes down to you're just not tanky enough, and the only one is. I mean, he's just looking at the rest of his team dying. Especially since here's the thing with Mo. Mo got picked off. That's fair, right? At that point, you're like, all right, well, you know, that's bad.
Yeah.
But then he used Redemption for nothing. Absolutely nothing. And you can use Redemption while you're dead. Why was he being selfish with it? He could just allow himself to die. That's going to happen. Maybe he can live a second longer, but there was no way that was going to happen. There's a Syndra running at you. So you're dead. But you can actually still contribute to the fight by using Redemption for the rest of your team. And that's something that he failed to do.
For sure. So just a bit of an oversight there coming in from the support, but it's SOFM I'm looking towards right now. He was attempting a gank in the top lane onto Duke, but he is playing quite far back. Hard to make that one happen. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there is 3-man pressure from IG. And they can just play this game. 2 people in those single lanes. Make sure mid is pushing it. Help that one come along with those super minions. Now rotate the 4th member to the bottom lane with this minion wave pushing.
It's definitely a lot easier to split push with these Baron pressure, and Trundle's doing a lot right now here. Just wiping at it. It doesn't really matter to him. He doesn't care.
Oh, Flandre having a horrible time. Pretty much nothing he can do as a lonely Maokai. Probably not the person that they wanted to deal with that Trundle in that situation, and that has opened up yet another inhib. Oh, Tank instantly deleted. Nice play there from Rookie. I mean, it was even overkill of Marge's ultimate thrown on top. And with that kill, it's going to be bottom tower falling, top tower also under attack. It's actually all of Snake collapsing on Duke, but look at him. He's 1 versus 4 and he's not even dying. He's good to go. He's out. And Min dropping so low just from that damage in from Rocky. Mo and Min kiting to the left and to the right, but they're both going to fall. And it's Flandre, the only member remaining, but not for long. Flattened by Syndra. And SOFM is going to pad his CS scorelines by the end of the game, but it's IG the ones to take this one. Yeah, what a stark contrast, Raz.
That has to be game. That was ridiculous. They're just pushing SOFM, but as you said, that was quick.
Marge flash? Nope. Okay, so it's going to be SOFM getting away with his life. He's out of range of the volley, and that's game 2 over to IG, evening up the tables. We're going to game 3.
They should have done that a long time ago. IG specifically should have started their split push pressure. Them playing towards the team fight was not a very smart decision, but they did it nonetheless. They finally got a random Baron. That saved them. Yep. And then after that, you know what? It made it that easier to just start to split push with Trundle.
And once again, welcome back my good friend Froskuren. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Kind of thoughts on that game?
The same problems for IG are still existing. As a 5-man unit, they're not working, but again, they have such great potential on the roster that they're able to dig it back. Yes, Rookie was a highlight reel, just like, is that guy scripting? Is he not scripting? He's dodging everything.
My vote, and we need a fan vote for this.
Do
He's
we?
Scripting.
Got my vote as well.
Yeah, there we go.
But Marge in particular, especially on that Ashe era that really secured them the Baron because it connected with SOFM stepping up. So across the board, just individual power spikes, but it's like IG, they're still not super coordinated in their 5v5, and so I like the fact that they went for a comp that's so reliant on picks because they just need to find one member out of position and they automatically get the 4v5.
At least they were doing just that, right? At least they were going for the picks. I was not too fond of the fact that they were shying away from splitting with Duke.
Yep.
Duke needed to continue to stick to those lanes. Doesn't really matter. You know what? They take a dragon. We're fine with that. Just go for the tower. But that wasn't what they were looking to do. They kept bringing him to team fights, and honestly, initially that was working. But they just found that working. They thought it was a working formula, and they continued to do that, and that was kind of killing them.
I mean, this game was so different from game 1, you know, and how much of that actually stemmed from champion select, how much it was execution, because we obviously saw a lot in game there. It was like a lot about those picks, trying to open it up, but was it just an execution error from Snake?
It was a lot of things. If I were to talk about execution, for me, it was a major execution plus for Rookie. Rookie should have died a million times that game. Like, there was no way that any other mid laner in that situation probably would have died to the fact that, you know, Tank was going for those all-ins numerous times with exhaust on top of that. But he was able to dodge so many rockets, able to dodge so many skill shots that he was surviving so much longer than anyone else would have in those team fights.
100% agree that Rookie kept them afloat when in other situations someone else would have fallen down. But the thing that I want to go back to, in particular to champion select, is the fact that Snake have this, I'm going to use the word fetish, with like poke comps, and they don't necessarily execute poke comps as well as they do. Like, this is something not just in this iteration of Snake with these team members, but historically they've always kind of been obsessed with poke comps. But they never lay down the poke before they look for the team fight. They actually just kind of run face forward into it. You go all the way back down to like the Baka Zareth days. Like, they've always been poke, but
That's
they just
nice.
I just every time they pick it, I'm like, why are you doing this? You look at IG's comp, you're like, that is so much easier to execute.
To be fair to that, you know, they have some all-in potential. They've done it before. You know, Lissandra on Tank. They've done it before where they've had Lissandra Graves. They had that all-in potential and pick potential. So it's something that they've known before, so I'm not going to fault them for that. It's just...
I'm 100% going to fault them for it. I look at that draft phase, I'm like, that's super easy. IG, they have so many more tools and so many different options to win the game. The fact that they had a split pusher there. Like, their composition just had more win conditions and more variables and more options for them.
Perhaps, but it would have been easier for Snake, and this is the biggest point for me. There would have been a very easy game for them if Flandre had just recognized his position as a tank on Maokai, and he just went in. Like, if he was just on top of Syndra, easy game.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so important update just
Say
came
it.
in. Yeah, Zatai coming into the mid lane and OQ also being subbed in. So what does this mean? I can see you're very excited to get involved in this one.
This is throwing down the gauntlet right now. So Snake, back to the wall. You know, we're going to game 3 against Invictus Gaming. Like, okay, get Zatai in there, bring in OQ. So it's not one substitution, it's both substitutions, and that's super impressive.
See, they tried out Mint, and Mint did well. I'm not going to fault Mint.
Oh, he did
great
Yeah,
in
he
game
did.
one.
He was a great addition, and honestly, now we can keep in the back of our mind because he played well. Now that we're in game 3, and they're finally bringing out the roster that we've been hyping up, Zatai in the mid lane, and on the top of that, OQ. This is what we're talking about. What does this change? I think this changes a lot.
You couldn't have scripted an anime better, you know. He's across from his old organization. It's the last game, the last chance. And Zatai's like, put me in, coach. I'm ready to take Rookie down and assume my rightful throne.
It's so cool just to watch this one unfold. And we go back to our original storylines of now they're going to play a different style, because you looked at Snake and it was like, this is a completely different identity from what we were looking for.
And this is cool, too, because now we also kind of break it down. So why did they play Tank? Well, Tank's the Korean member, Mint's your Chinese AD carry. Obviously, you can't play more than 2 imports. SOFM is taking up that other spot. So you now have the other iteration of Snake where you have the Chinese mid laner in Zatai and you have the Korean AD carry in OQ. My concerns are the language barrier. Like, how is OQ going to communicate with the team. There's no other Korean on the roster. Yes, he probably picked up some English translation when he went over to the NALCS abroad, but it's like, is this going to be a scenario where Flandre, Zatai, and SOFM are going deep, and OQ's like, and I'm just going to hang back here, guys?
He's just like trying different languages. It's like English, no,
Ping,
Korean,
ping,
no,
ping, ping, ping.
back away.
It's
guys.
the ping culture. Honestly, he's in the perfect country just for that. The pings, and of course, you got the fact that English he does know quite a bit, or at least enough of it. And honestly, Snake already has enough problems when it comes to language barriers, so it's probably not something new for them. His role is simple in my mind, that he is going to be that back line. He's going to be known for his mechanics, and he's going to be playing 80 carries like Caitlyn, and just kind of play it as well as he can. They don't need to communicate with him much. I say that. He's probably going to die of a communication error. We'll find out.
I mean, I like the fact that Mo kind of proved himself, so it's not just this big question mark of, he's just thrown to the wolves and maybe he'll have a competent support next to him. I think this series has been a big surprise for Mint and Mo in particular. He looked great on the Tom Kench. So OQ definitely has a partner down there, but what that'll look like in terms of the communication. Tank, yes, he's the other Korean member, but he's been on the roster for an entire year.
And here's the thing. We talked about Zatai being a former IG member, and we kind of a little bit touched on the fact that Mo was as well. But Mo was that replacement for Kitties, right? Would Mo be that IG staple? It turned out it was going to be Megan. Now, it's going to be Megan versus Mo for me. I look at that, and I'm like, well, Mo's playing fantastically. Was it Mo? Or was it the IG infrastructure? That's what I'm looking at, for me at the very least.
IG infrastructure.
There we go. All I'm saying is that I liked how Mo played out his last couple of games, and I want to see him play with OQ and how he plays into the next one.
So I actually really like that point and talking about like infrastructure and how like IG as well is going to adapt to this, because Snake now busting out the big guns, right? And that changes the dynamic of their team. But how do IG now adapt to this in terms of a shift in power?
It also means that they have a lot of familiarity with there. Like IG, you've had this guy on your roster for like an entire year. It's like Zatai's spilling all their secrets. Like Zatai, he could just be sitting in the mid lane like, Kid's going to gank top lane now. And Flandre's like, okay, backs up. Kid's like, damn it.
I don't know. I want to say it's a fairly new IG, but he definitely does know how they communicate. That could be an ample addition to them. And look at them coming in.
Oh, getting ready to come back on stage here. And it will be for that Game 3 as well. And it's back to us as well. So a brief preview of what's to come there. So very excited for this Game 3.
I cannot explain how stoked I am. Now, the big question mark, though, is not just what kind of form we're going to get OQ in. He didn't have the greatest time abroad. Obviously, there's a lot of different viable arguments for there. But also kind of what kind of form is Zatai going to appear in?
Well, just finally here, Rookie will be that MVP of the last game. I mean, any complaints here for us? Because I know for last time there was, but I feel like Rookie deserves this one.
There are zero complaints. Rookie was playing out of his mind. Again, the question is this guy scripting? How is he dodging so many skill shots? Just absolutely unreal. And then, again, more pressure on Zatai. Rookie just had the game of his life, just proving, he is that superstar mid laner. Zatai role swapping from top back into mid. He needs to show up hot or he's just going to get steamrolled.
2 games in a row, we saw Rookie just play out of his mind in terms of just how he dodged.
Raw mechanics.
That's what it came down. He should have gone 0. If he went 0-0-0 in this game, still would have handed him the MVP because he was under so much threat and he was able to just duck and dodge out of all of them.
I'm going to throw it over to the OPL. Actually, we have an OPL player named Fantix, and he's a very well-known high mechanical mid laner. And when he went over to boot camp in Korea, he got to 1v1 across from Rookie and solo queue, and he actually said, Rookie is unreal. I thought that the difference between OPL teams and other professional teams was just the macro, and then he faced Rookie. He's like, no, it is actually the mechanics. This guy is doing things that I weren't aware existed in the game.
And even putting it in a Chinese perspective, or at least Kid, Rookie's sidekick in action, he said that, Faker and Rookie to him are just gods to him.
Well, once again, have to cut you off, Raz, because we're heading yet to another break. But when we get back, we'll be here for Game 3 between Snake and IG. to the 2017 Spring LPL here. We're broadcasting live out of Sydney. You can see some Poros there feeling very festive as we get back into Game 3 between IG and Snake. Welcome back.
That was adorable.
Yeah, I just want to see a merchandise store immediately.
Yep.
So I can purchase
I need
those
that.
too.
You need to calm down.
I mean, I have a plush. This is me coming out and saying that I have a massive plushie collection at home. So
I'm
sorry
not
about
surprised at all.
that. I brought some to my desk here. So regardless of that,
That is not Tank, that is Zatai.
There we go.
Hey, swapped in. That was the lower third that we needed.
The tricky trap graphic.
Yep.
this is a tie, or is it?
Oh, and that's another familiar face. That is no longer Mint, and it is OQ. So backs against the wall. Game 3 against Invictus Gaming. They bring in the big guns.
I'm actually really interested in OQ because, of course, we already mentioned it. Coming in from North America, as he played for Team Dragon Knights and NRG, didn't have too good of a time, obviously. Bit of a bit of a tough road to go through. This time around, he's on Snake. Maybe he can perform.
Rookie looks so unimpressed. Just his face. They're bringing in Zatai. Eh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll turn up again, give me whatever, and I'll just, like, again, dodge everything. You put pressure in the mid lane, I don't even care.
But I think they should just start banning out. I'm gonna say it. Ban out mids. It's tough if it's up against
mids.
if it's up against Whaleless. I would say don't do it. If it's up against Rookie, take Rise, take Syndra, put him on something awkward.
Well, they also get a lot of power because they're on the blue side of the map. So they don't necessarily just have to ban out those ones. They can just try to first pick it. We know that it's in Zatai's wheelhouse, or at least it was the last time that he was a mid laner. And again, that's the real big question mark for me is can Zatai return? Because he used to have a reputation of being a bit of a mid prodigy. You know, when the likes of Whites, Messiah, and Cool all retired, everyone looked at Zatai and said, okay, you were kind of 4th best in line. Now you get to be the best mid laner in China. And he's kind of stumbled a bit.
It's always come down to the fact that, as you mentioned, he was a jack of all trades. A new champion would come out, the new Buggy Azir. He still played it, and he played it fantastically well. And then other people like Rookie came along with the champion and outplay him on it. So this time around, it's a breath of fresh air. He's back at it, and he's pretty driven.
And that's a key word there, is driven. The fact that Zatai got a lot of crap for kind of sitting, resting on his laurels, being with an organization, kind of having this identity of, you know, he's always going to be with Invictus Gaming. He's never going to actually apply himself and actually become that prodigy because he has a secure and a safe spot. So finally changing teams and saying, no, I'm actually going to be the best mid laner. I'm going to prove that I can actually earn my spot.
Froskuren, just before you leave, can I get a prediction from you?
Give us something.
Oh, I'm going IG. Come on, Zatai.
Oh.
Okay. Turning up. All right. So let's get into Champion Select here, Raz.
This is one of those moments where I'm like, thank God Rusty's not here. He would have said Snake.
I'll just watch him run into the room and it's like, shout, Snake! Snake! I mean, it's very possible, you know? It could still happen. Zatai and OQ now coming out here. But let's get those bans rolling. So LeBlanc, Syndra, and Lee Sin. So going along what you guys were saying, taking away some of those mids from Rookie. And, of course, Camille on the red side banned, and Rengar.
So Rise is still available. I'd love if Snake can first pick that champion, you know, put Zatai on it, and then maybe go for an Ashe, an Elise. Just focus down this mid laner. Challenge IG where they're the greatest at, because the rest of the map, maybe they can't keep up.
We'll see. We'll see. Malzahar, final ban from IG. Do not want to deal with that pick. Highly oppressive, highly annoying. First pick, predictions.
Ooh, Rise. No!
Oh, went the other way this time. There's a Zyra first pick.
I can understand why
The
they would
bait
do
and
that,
switch.
because Cassiopeia is still up and available, so they can say, you know what, even if you take Rise, we'll take Cassio. That'll be just fine. Maybe even Orianna. But I think if specifically you just don't want IG taking Rise. You just don't want it to happen. Why are you letting it happen? We saw it game 1.
We did. We saw what a monster he can be with that pick. And IG. We'll see if that is the priority. It's going to be Rek'Sai for the jungle, that's for certain. Rise, question mark. Oh, that was banned last game.
That's true.
And the game before that.
So, of course, Rise and Cassiopeia, that's still up and available. No one really cares about that in the sense that they're both confident in the matchups coming through. Just taking away the major priority picks of Rek'Sai and Maokai means that IG already have the tanks in their pocket.
Yeah, the bread and butter of the new patch pretty much. Locked in there for IG. And Snake back over to them. We'll see what they'll pick up here. Rise still on the table. Jace, even if they wanted it.
Even the accidental hover of Singed. I saw that. You can't hide it from me.
It's going to be Northless.
Yeah.
No, for the top lane. Nothing fun just yet. Zatai, come on, spice it up. I have faith in you.
we might just even see a Lee Sin here. I think right now, if you're Snake, ooh. All right.
Okay, it's going to be the Kha'Zix. I'm going to come in with some hardcore analysis here. He didn't pick the Lee Sin because it was banned.
Oh, no.
Will be the Kha'Zix pick.
Already getting failed. You know, this is not even a problem with the new pick ban. That's literally just the first 3 bans.
Yeah,
So, you know,
got him.
I got him.
All right, so IG next 2 pickups here. Next pickup, rather, as we head into the next banning phase. Miss Fortune into the Zyra. So we'll see that as the quote-unquote counter pick.
So
See it so far.
IG just need an 80 carry, and on top of that, they need their mid laner. Of course, they're IG. They're on the red side. They're going to be looking to counter pick that as much as possible. So Snake right now, they need to make their first pick. It's really a question. Snake has no power as to what that first pick could be. So what could even happen is IG would probably just either ban Cassiopeia and pick up Ryze. They have that power.
They could do that. It's going to be Jace, who's banned out here along with Caitlyn. And one more ban to IG. And see where they place it. 10 seconds remaining.
Ooh, I mean, they have a lot of time to work with. This is something that I love about the coaches here in Big Ben, is that, okay, Ash makes sense,
Right.
but you want to drain out the 30 seconds as much as possible, even if it means, you know, let's talk about the next rotation here, because you don't have a lot of time. That did get shortened from the 40 seconds, 50 seconds, I believe, to 30 seconds. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean a lot in terms of, it does mean a lot, actually. It means a lot, so you want to be able to use your time wisely.
We're seeing a lot of teams as well, like, wait on the first 2 picks, especially on red side. It's like, okay, pretty easy. We know what we're picking up here, so let's wait down the timer and use as much time as we can.
I like how the Caitlyn got banned. It's an OQ special there. He can pick it up, and it's really tough to get to the back line, especially since you're Maokai and Rek'Sai. They're playing the front to back. It's really tough to get to that. So taking that out of the equation in first pick and Varus, I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, just nice adaptation as well from IG, you know, seeing OQ come in and adapting their pick and bans on the fly to suit that. There's the Varus lock-in from IG.
Did they just miss a ban?
I wasn't mentioning it just in case we were to see it pop up, but since nothing has popped up in a good while,
Yeah.
I would assume yes, but
Alright.
we'll see. Maybe it's a graphic error. We'll get informed of that soon, for sure. Varus locked in, though, and now waiting on Snake.
Ooh.
I'm going to keep talking because I know in 2 seconds it's going to be locked in. Jhin for OQ.
Okay, well, he did hover over the Twitch, and that's something to take note of for the next set, even for Snake, right? Because that's something that he's well enough known for. But the Jhin makes sense. The Jhin can set up the rest of the fight, especially since you have a Kha'Zix here who's looking for it.
And Orianna will be the final pickup, going to Zatai in the mid lane. I did just get news that that ban was just not locked in, so no remake. They just didn't use it.
Yeah, okay, well, that was definitely an oversight already. I
Yeah.
talked about how miscommunication isn't going to be an issue, but if that's the reason for the lack in ban, I'd like to just say, you know what, no, it was just confidence. They don't need to ban anything.
Yeah, exactly. This
Yeah.
ban, we don't need it.
Mm.
That's the Ryze over to IG.
Yeah.
All right, so it's not a horrible matchup for Zatai. Would have preferred maybe something like a Cassiopeia, but Orianna does just fine.
It's just difficult because this time around, sure, Orianna should be fine up against Ryze. We saw that matchup earlier on today, where Ryze, or Athena's Ryze, was able to impact the matchup top side, bot side so damn well, and it's because he was able to. It's such an easy wave clear mid, so it's gonna be hard, but they have a lot of protection here with Orianna to get SOFM, and honestly, OQ ahead.
You know the question I'm going to ask you now, Raz?
All right, what is it?
Compositions.
Ooh.
That's the question.
Okay.
Go.
You know what, let's do it. I like the bottom lane here with specifically for IG. I like the fact that they got Varus and Miss Fortune. It's a pretty damn good duo in the sense that it is completely oppressive to deal with. Those 2 champions right there really will be your winning point. And IG, if they can take advantage of it, and they've been both teams have been pretty damn good at doing just that. But if they can do just that and play towards the mid lane, or even mid lane play towards the bot lane, where you have a Ryze and a Maokai top lane, honestly, I feel like IG's composition overall very strong in the early side of the game, and their team fighting is going to be really a terror.
On the flip side, though, Jhin for OQ will be interesting to watch. And we're just focusing in on those subbed-in players. and how they'll perform. Orianna as well has that big playmaking potential with that Shockwave. Again, OQ. Jin can just really pop off. So let's see if they can do that, because they did come in for a reason.
Yeah, the biggest worry, of course, going up against Snake's composition is the fact that, you know, we talked about how the Zyra pick means a lot, especially up against Rek'Sai and Maokai. They really do want to play that front to back. So if they have to deal with the Zyra, you know, Stranglethorn, even her ulti, it's kind of hard, but I still have faith.
But it has all come down to this. Game 3 in this best of 3 between IG and Snake. See which team can emerge victorious. A lot of hype in the crowd over there in China as well. This was our hyped matchup of the day, and oh boy has it been delivering. And with those 2 final lock-ins of OQ and Zatai, we'll see what they can bring to the table. Excited for this one, Raz, for this one to unfold.
I'm not the only one either. It seems like the crowd chants were coming in pretty hot too for both of these teams. So I mean, this is game 3 for both of them. Obviously, that's redundant.
That's how it works.
That's game 3, and honestly, just bringing on 2 new players, specifically Zatai, who they have no track record on and what he plays, other than perhaps solo queue, but no scrim record, obviously, or even just any record of how many games they played. So this means a lot. We're Snake coming in. Not really much of a surprising pick in Orianna, but still, let's see how Zatai does.
That's the real question right here, because he's up against Rookie, who has really been performing in this series, if we haven't said it enough. And he will be facing him down, because as Frost was saying on the player cams, you know, Rookie was there, here comes another challenger, whatever. And maybe Zatai can really upset the balance there. And a pretty standard start, I'd say, overall. Bit of trading in the bottom lane, but just again, top laners helping out their junglers. They don't really care too much if they miss like a CS or 2 in the top lane. They are ultimately Maokai and Nautilus. And it's the bot lane that I'm interested in with OQ and Mo. Again, another sub in for this Jin player. Also, Megan and Marge have been performing quite well, holding their own.
Yeah, and both of them, honestly, the reason why we're looking at this bottom lane is because of how much of a shove battle it is, where both of them are trying to just get to that level 2 as fast as possible. But of course, you're Jin. Maybe, sure, you can get the bouncing grenade off of your Q and you can bounce from minion to minion, but then you just don't have bullets after 4. So Marge and Megan are going to take the initiative on that one.
They'll be pushing up, so pushing this one to tower. Oki should be able to get most of these, if not all of them. Yeah, he's good. Mo is even helping him out. And it's SOFM heading into the bottom side of the map. You know that Kid is doing the same as both top laners were helping out, so junglers will be meeting each other fairly soon. And it's actually Kid who's heading into this jungle, places down the ward.
Now has a good gauge of his HP, so
he's going to hit him with the Q and follow up again with that Void Spike. But ultimately, nothing will come from that.
It's a slim bridge for Zatai and SOFM. They were both fairly low. Rookie, of course, had full HP on that one. He didn't have much mana, but he probably would have been able to help out in that fight. Ooh.
Yeah, Zatai returning some damage, knowing that Rise was low on mana, so he's not going to be a huge amount of damage following that initial trade.
And Zatai knew exactly why he was shoving into. It was a point of Rookie, or at least Rise players these days, starting out with that mana crystal, so they know that they're going to get one shove off and then immediately go back for that tier. So 3 minutes into the game, you can get that tier off, start stacking as soon as possible. It's pretty good. It's a fast proc. Oh!
Flash from Mo, but that's because SOFM is here to follow onto Megan. Lots of damage in from the passive. And of course the Q, but he was not isolated, and SOFM will have to back away, almost losing the cost of his own life there as he was trying to make that gank happen. So very aggressive play from Snake, but since IG was playing so far back, it was nigh impossible to land that E.
Yeah, good news for that one though. Megan specifically has lost both his sums. Same with Marge, or at least he still has heal, but that's not going to mean too much if both flashes are down. So if the initial pressure that Marge and Megan are putting down not going to mean much as Kid is in the top side.
Looking for the gank onto Flandrake. Does have his flash, but the flash is not even being used yet by Kid. Flandrake must have known that, and that may secure his death. Indeed it will. Duke with the easy kill in the top lane.
He tried to flash in an awkward place so he can get the hook off, but I guess he didn't have anywhere to hook. I mean, there was a wall right beside him, so yeah. I'm not going to give him that.
It just take like a million years for the animation to happen, though. Yeah. And when you're against like a Rek'Sai who hasn't popped up yet, then there's pretty much no way that's going to work, even if that was your plan.
Oh, well, he tried. It's just purple side, Rek'Sai, very difficult to deal with, and that's something that we don't talk about a lot. If he ganks the top side of the map, it's actually really difficult to gauge that out, to be able to catch it, because at the very least you have to put in a very deep ward to catch him going into your blue side jungle. Otherwise, he's just going to go through that incredibly thick wall and catch you out.
That's exactly what happens in the top lane. That will slightly upset the balance of that top lane as well. Duke, with this early kill, Maokai's do like that as it allows them to pick up the Dark Seal and start rolling with that one. Just a really nice item for tanks in general because he's essentially going to be untouched for most of this laning phase, if not the mid game, and he'll get to the point where he's so tanky, like you're only really getting value from that item, so he's a happy Maokai.
Yeah, I don't even want to think about mid to the late game Maokai. I don't want to do it.
What's going to happen, Raz? You're going to have to face that fact eventually, but you probably do have a good 15 minutes.
Let's just say that an OQ doesn't want to deal. He's not imagining that moment. If you're, especially as a Jhin player, if you're playing Jhin, you don't want to imagine a massive tank and a massive Rise running at your face.
It's actually not a great game for OQ.
Yeah, it really isn't. That's the problem.
Lineup.
That's the thing with AD carries. We talk about I mean, too many people talk about the AD carry meme. The fact that it's probably overused at this point. But overall, if you're playing Jhin, this is why people just don't play Jhin a lot anymore. It's actually legitimately the moment. He's legitimately the second support on this team. I mean, Mo's actually a carry once he starts to get his items built in Liandry's. It's OQ that's purely known for his utility because he's not going to be impacting the tanks coming at his face. Sure, he could probably do something about Marge and Megan, but Marge and Megan will never meet him in battle.
No. Maybe he can do a bit against Rocky, you know, if he doesn't build too many resistances, because it'll be mostly nice squishy health for OQ to shred through, but absolutely nothing he can do really against Kid and Duke. Back into this bot lane though, pushing away, got that slight CS lead. Similar story in top lane, despite that kill going down over to IG. Mo, gotta be careful, you can see that interaction coming in from that lane. You know how devastating those double ups can be out from those plants. And Marge, or Megan rather, and Marge, again, following up those Qs, so much damage. Mo will take a trip back to base. And Rookie pushing in the mid lane as well with the assistance of Kid. Holding up this dragon area. First one will be Ocean. Really nice to have in that early game.
It's a good time for them to back away too. OQ and Mo had a 5 CS advantage, so they could take that, you know, they can definitely take that back. It was fine for them. OQ got 2 long swords off of that, so he can actually match in damage while having more movement speed. Ooh, but he's getting creeped out here. This is a problem. They're already getting. Oh no!
Oh, there's the ward in with the instant teleport in from the top lane. This is just bad news bears, honestly, for Mo and OQ. Good luck with this one. Marge backing away. See if OQ can finish him off. It's going to be the big crit, but ultimately not enough damage. The flash from Rookie, the follow-up, the big crit on the Q. And that was 2 kills over to IG, but did lose that with the life of Kid as he was under tower.
Honestly, what do you even say to that? That was actually just disgusting. That was at that point, it was like, you're looking at the rest of your map, and this is OQ coming in for his first game, where he's just like, all right, this is my time to shine on Snake, and I'm getting 5-man dope.
Oh, sombrero.
I didn't see it. I was looking away from the screen.
Me too. Fortunately, if I turn to my right and left, there are still screens.
Yeah, we actually are surrounded by screens, so it's impossible for us to miss it.
Oh, Rocky. And SOFM needs to walk near these, just try and get away. No, even without the isolation damage, SOFM is going to kill him. No getting away from him.
It kind of feels good for you to be able to miss that ulti, but still get a kill at the end of the day. Thank you, SOFM.
God bless Kha'Zix. What a great champion. Chasing someone down when there's a lot of room to maneuver. So much damage.
I can sense the sarcasm. I
can sense it. just a little. Just a pinch.
An inch.
You know, it's so satisfying landing the isolated Q down. It's like popping bubble wrap, you know? It feels so good.
I don't know about that. Ah, here we go.
Ultimate down from Megan. Zatai followed after by Marge. Another flash with a slowdown.
Oh!
And a double up damage as well. Marge last auto attack plus the ignite. Mo, he's angry that his mid laner went down. SOFM in with a return kill. The vengeance in the mid lane is strong. Flange finally arrives into that mid lane. Flash hook onto Marge, and he's just going to get detonated. Lots of damage coming in. That's actually a W evolve first from SOFM.
That's actually a big surprise to me. That's actually a major surprise. You see a lot of Kha'Zix evolving their Q first. That's just what they do. A W evolve means that you can actually chase a lot more. You get the slow off. And at the same time, a W evolve means you can farm a little easier. So that's an SOFM style if I've ever seen it. The fact that he already has a lot of damage. I guess he doesn't even need it anymore with the isolation view, but we'll see how it works out and if he can speed up ahead in the farm.
And finishing off that red buff as well. So, yeah, he's in pretty good shape, I would say. 3-0-0 at 10 minutes. He's feeling pretty good. He'll go back to base, at least finishing that Warriors, probably getting more. Indeed, he will be the boots and a ward and a null magic mantle. So, having that over Kid, who is pretty much only on the tier map.
This is what I'm proud about with Snake. They keep coming back onto the map with a wave of control wards. And now they have 4 in their kit. With especially with SOFM being a massive individual here right now, he's going off. So especially he can't really create pressure on his own. He needs to sneak the pressure up, and it looks like this dragon's probably going to be the trigger.
Plant over the wall, scouting plant, so they know that IG is on it. There's not really anything that Snake can do about it though. Kid will very easily smack this one away. 6 HP remaining, and it's Varus to finish that one off.
Yeah,
next one will also be Ocean.
Yeah, 100% they get this tower for it. Mostly because Zatai was able to get a lot of damage on that mid lane tower, as the bottom lane of OQ and Mo were getting dived long ago. So finally the culmination of that work actually turned into something. So this actually could be a major win for Snake. The fact that their own bottom lane got dove and they didn't get a dragon. I think that's a fair trade because now you have full mid lane pressure, a free mid lane tower, and SOFM. It's pretty big.
Pretty big, yes, indeed. So, all in all, not really a bad result for Snake at all. And also mid tower, you know, it's a big deal, opening up a large portion of that map now for Snake.
That's a big one right there. Especially that's what's causing Snake, or at least SOFM, to be able to get that position. Here we go.
Opening up the curtain call. Here comes Rookie. SOFM will have to make himself scarce. Glass plant knocks himself away. He was trying to get Rookie in there as well, but didn't want to play too much with fire.
That was a really good play from Rookie, but he did lose a wave off of that. So he's falling behind in CS. For him, he probably doesn't care as long as his bot lane survives and his tower survives. Very selfless from him. Really smart.
Back to this mid lane. Pushed in by Rookie and Megan. Just realized it's the Chinese client. I was just like, that's not what Miss Fortune says. And it was like, yeah, that's definitely a different language.
Oh.
Need to get used to that one.
See, this is first day for you here. But the moment Rumble comes in, you're going to have a fun time. Rumble, Chinese Rumble.
I've heard Korean Rumble as well. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Rumble in general, I suppose, is pretty fun, especially when he dies. Now, this sounds sadistic, but especially when he dies. Oh, big fan.
Have you memorized any of the Chinese lines from Rumble?
No. Sadly, only the.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready for that day. Unfortunately, Rumble really not on the meta. So.
Yeah. I mean, we did see a Rumble jungle earlier on, but that's definitely a bad
once
pick
in the blue moon.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair.
Well, we'll get his time. I'll be here for a bit. And Rookie getting this blue buff. There's no one to contest, and he's he's feeling good. 2-1-0. Again, getting this Rise pick, a pick that he got in Game 1.
Yeah.
That was just like, he probably shouldn't have gotten that in Game 1 or Game 3, considering how well he's been doing.
The thing is, I guess Snake did win out Game 1, and this is a big point where Snake, or Rookie, I'm going to just say Rookie, he was able to stall out the game for IG when they were far behind. And it's a very similar position where he is able to stall out. It's kind of hard for him because he did lose out in his own mid lane tower, so Snake can honestly just go up and target himself. Why not just go mid and when he's trying to wave clear? But they got outer turrets to deal with, and they're going to be trading top 4 back.
Carrying out lots of wards in the meantime. That's definitely the top tower.
Taking a little bit.
Yeah, let's see if they can take this bottom one, but with a 2-man defense from Marge and Megan, and 4 members just kind of floating around the area, maybe a little bit until they take this tower.
Oh, they should just go in, especially since there's no reason for them to be taking this blue buff. I know it's up, but Zatai and SOFM, you're here for a reason. They should not just be losing top lane tower for nothing.
And they've lost a lot of time.
Yeah.
Too much time, in fact, to the point where Zatai has to go back mid lane because there's a minion wave being pushed in. Rookie's there. And SOFM backs away, didn't even get the blue buff. I don't even think he'll pick this one away. At the best case scenario, it will be a smite war between him and Kid.
Yeah.
Here comes Megan. Alright, he gets it, but in terms of consolation prizes, they basically traded the blue buff for top lane.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It just came down to indecisiveness for Snake there, where they could have taken the blue buff, Or they could have taken the dive. And honestly, I just wanted to see OQ stay in that lane. OQ should have stayed in that lane and pushed up as fast as possible. That play was happening a mile ago, a long time ago. And so if he had pressed it, especially since Orianna was in the wing, was in that river for quite some time, was rotating, it would have been such an easy dive for them.
Fortunately, again, indecision really the name of the game. At the very least, they did get a lot of deep vision in the bottom side of the map. So if they wanted to set another play up in the near future, they could do that.
It's fair. And at the same time, Flandre does have TP, so they can actually very easily set up for it. They don't have any control wards except for maybe near the mid lane tower, so that means that they have a timer and how long they can set this play up. So I'd be surprised. I would actually be genuinely surprised if they can get that off.
At the same time, though, Rookie just goes into the bottom lane, maybe even predicting a potential push into the bottom lane. So,
this kind of reminds me of the game 1.
Yeah,
they just
stick him in a side lane, make him clear the waves.
Exactly, and Jin's not gonna want to deal in the side lanes. But Jin is not gonna want to deal with it, or at least nah. Varus, Varus is not gonna have a good time, especially since he's just gonna get dived repeatedly. So. If Rookie can deal with the Jin, and 100% he can, that means OQ is going to have to go straight mid. And I would kind of expect either Zatai and OQ to go mid to try and deal with that tower mid lane, or just outright just deal, or try and still dive regardless. We'll see.
Well, the whole of Snake are in the bottom side of the map on that river. Yes, of course, the good old check-in on top lane. These two players do still exist. Maokai and Nautilus, but it's really just around this river area right now as Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds. Neither team really wants to give this one up for free.
Maokai does want him back. He wants to get it back off so he can get full mana, full HP. He has TP. Maybe even get an item under his belt since he only has Sunfire Cave. If he can back away right now, it would be good because he can set up for this play right here around Dragon. It's not a particularly important Dragon, but the fight is what they're looking for, and if Snake is interested, IG should be interested.
Rookie potentially getting caught out. Smoke comes after, landing pretty much everything under the sun onto him. And when there's when you're basically playing a bullet hell game, there's not even Rookie can get out of this. So, okay, we got
Definitely not. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Now, the Dragon is definitely... This is the thing. Now, they can get this Ocean Dragon. I'm not really too concerned about it. What I am concerned with is the fact that Duke might end up just getting this tower top lane. If he's able to do that, then I think that is fair. I think that's... IG just want to stall this game out for as long as possible. Actually, nah, this tree has no damage. Bring someone else to the top lane or they're not getting this tower.
He's trying. Nope. Yeah, that's not happening.
I mean, Rek'Sai was in the area.
Yeah,
well.
he was taking Grump. More important,
Yeah, I guess
apparently,
so.
than the tower. That is set up, though, so another play from IG around the top side. We'll be able to knock that one over in a jiffy, but it's a while off. It's going to happen in like 5 minutes' time, probably.
Yes. So overall, just to take that play into perspective, IG just won a lot. I mean, IG lost a lot. They lost Rookie in that situation. He died. They got Dragon, or at least Snake got Dragon, and they were able to protect the top lane tower.
Yeah. Big plays here from Snake. This one has definitely evened up significantly over the last couple of minutes. Essentially nothing in it. 700 gold, 18 minutes.
So this is the first time, actually, I'd say in the LPL, or at least the games I've casted, that the Blade of the Rune King first is actually coming out of March. So we've seen a lot of SS Reaver, we've seen a lot of the crit into cooldown reduction. This time they just want to deal with the tanks. Auto attack and deal with them. So get that Blade of the Rune King. Ryze is going to be a big factor in these team fights as well. And if Maokai right now, he's going into some magic resist. You know, that's a pretty strong front line that you have to deal with. And I think they have a strong front stack.
Yeah, I believe we also saw it yesterday, I think, as well. Picking up like the Hurricane on top of that and just really shredding down that front line. He's going to be diving towards him. So that's his goal. And IG playing the slower game in this one. Very reminiscent of game 1, I feel. Even though we've had 9 kills in 20 minutes. And that does seem like a lot.
Yeah, this is definitely much different than the games we've seen overall this week, where a lot of the games are fire, they're going off, and you don't really see the intellect. That's a bit of a harsh term behind the team. And specifically newbie, that they just go for these fights, and honestly, it doesn't really It turns out well for them if they can play it out mechanically, but a lot of the times they just don't work well as a team. But it feels like maybe IG's not really been that hot as a team. Snake certainly has, and Rookie has been playing towards his team, and his team has been playing towards Rookie. So at the very least, there is a clear communication on both ends. This is actually just a replay.
Yeah, I was going to
one.
say, like, Rookie in top lane against the bot lane, like,
Yeah.
literally a copy and paste.
So at the very least, this time around, they're not going to make the same mistake from just peeling Rookie away from the tower so they can actually get a drag. Because they're in full turtle mode, where they're challenging Snake to make a play and to diving Rookie, which should be really difficult, or diving the rest of the map. And Rookie should be able to just kind of push forward, and that really shouldn't be an option for them. So right now, Snake just needs to make a call.
Yep. And for sure, that was the only reason, really, why Snake were able to get back into this game one, is because they moved Rookie away from that top lane, away from that side lane. So now we get to see the alternate timeline where that doesn't happen, and Snake, more onus on them to open up a play. And if they do, maybe it goes wrong for them, because Ryze on the top side, and if they force like something like a Baron, they just get wrecked.
Yeah, and SOFM, he is so massive right now. Right now, all I'm saying is they need to actually make this play happen. It's going to be very obvious. IG is going to recognize this miles in advance when they're sending the entire team up to the top side. And of course, backing their top lane around for that TP. Right now, he just got his TP, so that play is available to them. But if they can set up for that dive, I mean, that's what OQ's there for. They have the utility.
They have the utility, they have the pick, and that might be one here for Megan. Kid is going to have to body block a lot of that. That was a little close for comfort. Last one, again, goes wide of Megan. So that's not the pick they were looking for. This is the crap that they were.
Yeah, at the very least, they pushed them away from the Baron area. It's 21 minutes into the game. They shouldn't be able to do it, even if SOFM has Q evolved, or at least he's still a Kha'Zix, right? They should, technically, theoretically, they should be able to do it. But they don't want to. Here we go.
They'll find Rookie instead. Wow, that's incredible damage out from SOFM. Kid assisting his mid laner. So not going to be the kill, but down to around 45% HP. Maybe enough to take down the top tower.
Here we go.
That's all they need, yeah.
Very obvious one, except they already got a lot of damage down on Rookie, so this is not going to be that hard for them, just because of what SOFM did to start this off with. So they finally made the decision. They got that tower. Exactly what they were looking for.
Pretty much perfect. So back into that situation again in game one, where they were eventually able to take that top tower, and now they can start opening up the map and make things happen. Bot tower is still standing as well, so another pretty much a free objective for them to take.
Yeah, to be fair to both teams here, at the very least, it feels like Snake recognized that what happened in the first game, they shouldn't happen again. This time around, they're actually decisive in that they're just setting up for that fight and dive regardless. SOFM really did jump on, I mean, he jumped onto him and was able to chunk him out, so it made it that much easier, but they were setting up for it anyways. And so this time around, Rookie, he definitely didn't leave the lane voluntarily, so.
Yeah. It was actually a play out from Snake here. And that's the funny thing about this game. You know, we were talking about Zatai coming in, OQ as well, and there's actually a lot of focus not only from us, but also from IG, and a lot of pressure coming in from the junglers, the laners. And then it was SOFM. It's just like, aha, you know, threats in the other lanes means I can now really do a good job. Chains Corruption not landing there. SOFM makes it over the wall. So really just giving a platform for the other carriers on the team to make an appearance.
Exactly. I love to see a team of Snake where SOFM isn't just the primary carry.
Flash away from Mars. That was a lot of clenching going on there, I would say. Kid coming up, knock up onto SOFM. Dragon Forms for the disengage though. The Queen of Disengage herself, Zyra, helping out that team of Snake. But with that ultimate down, it may be the Dragon heading over. Flandre with that bottom lane tower.
That's still a win for me when it comes to Snake. They were able to get that bot lane tower. That's exactly what they want. They're going to be able to get all those 3 towers down. They did exactly that. You know, at the very least, SOFM is still alive, and now they're able to set up around this Baron. So, I mean, there are no wards here, so there's not much they can do in that regard, but at least they can back away, get that tower gold, and see what they buy.
Let's see, indeed. IG were beelining it over to that Baron just in case Snake was starting off, but they were just flying by. There's the Haunting guys in the mid lane. Ghostblade picked up as well from OQ.
That's
I
interesting.
think that's pretty much it, yeah.
That's actually interesting from Orianna that she is going for the Haunty guys, going into the Liandry's. Liandry's is a great second item purchase in comparison, as like a second item in comparison to Ludens. But Ludi, he already got the Ludens. That was just, he has Ludens and Morellos as is. So in general, I'd look at this and I'd say, you know what? Would you go for the Rabadon's Death Cap? But no, he's going up against a lot of frontliners, so he wants to be able to just be able to deal with what's in front of him. For him, that's all that matters in the magic penetration, the flat magic penetration coming from the Anji's tournament, and the magic, I mean the overall percentage one as well.
Yeah.
You just, that's overall magic penetration, and it's fairly cheap.
Oh, will not be too bad. You've got to think of the synergy as well between Ludens and you know, the splash damage.
Oh, that's true.
If Duke and Kiz there and he doesn't hit him with the ball, then perfect. Got the bounce coming out. That's at least 50 or 70 damage that he just gained there. So that'll be one to look out for.
That's one thing. One thing that tilts me is Luden's Echo and Rylai's Crystal Scepter every time. Doesn't matter if it's even if it's just the AP jungle item coming from Italy. If I ever get okay,
He's all right.
we walk it off.
Yeah, walk it off. I'm just bleeding out over here, but walk it off.
Just strutting. That's the key to all models out there. You know, it doesn't matter if you fall down or had a big, you know, a big emergency. Still walk it off at the end.
Yep, you fall over, you go down to 10% HP on the catwalk. Don't worry, you can strut it off. That's what we've learned here in the LPL broadcast. Good job, OQ, clearing out those minions. So, what does the game look like? Oh, OQ also went back and just finished his Infinity Edge as well, so only had a little bit more. So, pretty big for him. He's in quite good shape. Yeah.
Here's the thing about Jhin builds now, because it is kind of a iffy one in terms of you still build the Youmuu's Ghostblade, because Youmuu's, of course, did get that lethality's nerf, but it's still one of those rare lethality items that actually are still meaningful, even if the attack speed still was taken away from any. Okay, that's fine. No, that's not fine.
It's very not fine. It's following after. The curtain call still raining down. The flash does not land the grasping roots, and lots of CC went wide. So that should spell the end of that. And the minions were on the receiving end of a big crit from OQ.
Whew. All right, that was a lot of missing skill shots. They're going to be trying to set up for this. I don't think they can actually get anything out of it.
Yeah, not sure. It's a tie down to half. SOFM still very scary.
What makes this really hard is the fact that Zatai doesn't have...
Oh, pins it down. SOFM, does he have enough to heal from March? It will have been enough, and that's the shutdown over to Kid. Zatai.
Abort.
Abort mission. Don't want to be here anymore. March following after, and Duke with the kill. 2-0 to IG, and that just went so wrong.
You know, Duke's going to take that train. Dies back.
Yeah, definitely wanted to pull out.
Oh my god!
What was that damage?
Megan?
Look at the synergy between those two items. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, Duke's still ready for this, though.
Yeah, unfortunately no tower there, so Zatai may just have to take it like a man.
They're hard pinging that tower in the mid lane. Actually spam pinging it. That is the tilt ping if I've ever seen it, but you know, OQ is going straight for it.
Reload. It's the tower. Flandre, get in there.
Okay, there we go.
All right,
that's still a trade. That's fine.
That's all because of the spam things as well. You know, we were talking about communication issues. No communication issues for OQ. He wants someone to be somewhere. Ping, ping, ping.
This is why it was really hard to follow up on. Yeah, sure, he thought he can get the kill, but Megan actually still has heal, or at least Marge has heal for him. Orianna's not going to follow up. She had you know, a very small amount of HP. Mode lost his flash because earlier on he actually tried to flash engage with his E. Didn't work out. So not only does your support not have flash, but also, you know what? Here we go. We're actually trying to disengage from this play altogether. Nothing's happening.
Oh.
Okay. But yeah, that was just a really dumb play from Snake. I'm just gonna be blunt there. That was not a play you wanted to make. SOFM paid the price for it.
He did, and that was also shutdown gold. So he's been building a lot of damage. We'll start having to rethink what he's doing with his life. He's got a lot of components, I think. See what he actually completes first. Got any bets? Which items do you think is going to finish up? I feel like Hex Drinker will stay a Hex Drinker for a little bit.
Yeah. Tiamat probably can just stay as is.
Tiamat, yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, this is the point when you're playing like 2048, where it's just like you have a lot of 8s.
Actually, like Edge of Night. Edge of Night could be a thing.
Well,
maybe.
Could be a possibility. I think what's more important right now is the fact that Baron's being started off, and we're out of it.
Wait a minute.
Now Flandre's like, hang on. Why am I still here?
Okay, so that's a TP lost, honestly. That's actually a really smart play. Sure, Rookie used his ulti for that, but I would 100% trade a Ryze ulti for a Flandre TP.
And plus, it was like an attempt at the Baron as well, you know, at the price of a Ryze ult. So really, really is kind of good for them in general.
Oh.
Almost tagging Megan.
Uh-oh.
Great sidestep at the last moment. Rocky was the one to be chosen for Flandre's ultimate. Again, the follow-up from OQ. Duke is the one who's lagging behind. He'll get pulled in with the anchor, but Flandre needs to be a little careful of Rocky, who can take him out very easily. Here comes the curtain call. Feel like someone's going to die, or at least try and get that Guardian Angel from Duke. Indeed, they will. Should be able to make it out. Or not. Instant anchor toss out there from Flandre. Very nice timing. OQ will be the one to pick up that kill.
What made it such an awkward situation for Invictus Gaming? They were there. They're like, maybe we can try and do something. There was no way they can. SOFM was looming with his E. He was going to jump in at any moment in time. And the rest of them have so much range that they can make anything happen. With that being said, Baron's a possibility.
It is also very risky. Flash from Megan.
Oh my God.
Trying to find a straggler.
That's that W right there. Actually, just being able to evolve that, he was able to slow 2-3 people. They can look to chase them down. They're probably not going to get it.
Yeah, a little too fast. Well, the ultimate pop for my SOFM, but no, not enough movement speed. So that's the end of that chapter for certain. 7-7. And Baron still not gone over to either team, but it's good to check in at 31 minutes that the gold totals is like 600 gold, which is essentially nothing, even with those 2 extra towers that went over to Snake.
And that's a big win for Rookie specifically because he was playing that long con game, just trying to stall out for as long as possible. And he's been doing it quite well right now, even though they're still losing these fights. If they can get the proper start out with Duke and can actually threaten OQ specifically, if he can threaten OQ's position, Mo's position, Zatai's position, then it's going to be harder for SOFM to actually have and pose that kind of a threat that he has been.
Big purchase from Rookie that we just saw was the Void Staff now being picked up, just as the Maw was picked as a counter to that big AP damage coming out. So we'll be able to shred through those tanks a little bit faster, which has been causing issues.
It's interesting that Zatai has opted to keep the Haunting guys, go for the Void Staff. So he's going to have a lot of ability to shred magic resist. Meanwhile, Mo's gone towards Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and he's actually going to take, it's going to take too long for him to go for that Liandry's. That it's probably not even worth mentioning. Here we go.
True. Marge caught in the crossfire.
Oh.
Instant damage. I'm going to agree with the item purchase now. Oh, Marge. There was like no reaction time. That was like 80% to 0 in a fraction of a second.
Oh,
Rookie also caught out. Anyone caught out alone with a Kha'Zix and a Zatai around is not long for this world.
All right, that's a Baron start if I've ever seen one, especially since Rookie does not have Flash. I don't even care if he has Ghost. I'm not gonna even look at it because this should be an easy fight for Flandre if he ever gets the pick.
He got the pick onto the crab, but also Duke. He's here, and he has no Guardian Angel, unfortunately, so probably going to get chased down.
Oh!
Where did he go? There he is. Rookie saved him. Didn't even see his ultimate, so got him out just in time. Like, I saw the crit come down from Oki, and I was like, is he dead? I didn't see the flash above the kill come up.
That was actually really well played. That is, you know, if you have a friend of David Blade, if you can actually, if you have David Blaine on the hotline right there, that is pretty useful.
Yeah, that was a magic trick. That was that was really cool to watch. I honestly just didn't even see kill from Rocky. I was like genuinely surprised. Like no idea what happened.
He's probably gonna kick himself for Flandre's gonna kick himself for the fact that he hooked in that Scuttle Crab. The fact that the Scuttle Crab came in a long time ago, but still impactful. Was able to hook it. That's just. That's,
I mean,
that's
Scuttle
so
Crab was the real homie right there.
Yeah.
It's like just wandering around doing Scuttle Crab things, blocking a big anchor toss. As
taking
well.
the bullet for a president. That's
really,
what that
really
is.
Cool.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Oh, Dragon went down, and surely the Baron will be picked up or started. I should
Why would you
say,
do that to
by a
Sub
team.
4FM?
Yeah, that's like, it's like, come on, man. It's like, I see that you're carrying this game. However, I did get subbed in just to win this one. So if you could kindly back away while I do all the heavy lifting, that'd be great.
That was actually could have turned into a pick. This is actually really funny that SOFM is using these Evolve W to turn into Nautilus picks the entire game. So at every point, it just looks like they have a really weird, janky pick composition.
Oh, but actually in reality, it works out really well. Duke, he is very tanky. He's tanking up pretty much everything. Last shot will be coming in very shortly onto Duke, 400 damage. He'll shrug that one away. Marge does not land his Q onto SOFM, and again, everyone backs away.
This is really, really tiring if you're a Snake. You just want to be able to get something, anything.
Yep.
You're trying to pick everybody, or at least anybody on that team, and they find a way magically whisked off into the distance. So they really, I mean, theoretically they would love this Baron. They would love to just start this Baron right now and use it as pressure, but the worry is that SOFM, of course, he's a Kha'Zix. I mean, that he can burn it fairly quickly, but he's going to take a lot of damage. If they use Flandre to walk up and hit the Baron,
Sir,
who's going to start
see
the
the
fight?
ward in front of you. Okay,
Yeah, there we go. It's a really tough one because you would want Flandre to be there to start the fight, but you'd also want Flandre to be there to actually tank the Baron. So they're going to have to need Mo to actually play that role. Oh, they have no vision.
They do now, and it's down to half, so lots of time for IG to react to this. There's a TP from Duke. Now is a good time to back away from Snake and just kind of lock Duke in the pit. I'll just take the quick route out.
All right, this is officially hard. SOFM has no HP. Mo doesn't have anything. Zatai is losing out.
Kid
Get out of there.
knocked up. Duke also on the front lines, but there's very little behind them. Pretty much none of the carries can get in range. And Rookie, he's backing away. There's a Q landing down. Flandre taking so much damage. Get out of there. Megan with the big bullet time for the kill.
I think Rookie just turned into a tank. He had so much. He had half of his HP was a legitimate shield, and that's because of Seraph Embrace and of obviously this passive. It feels hard to take him down because it legitimately is.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. He goes up to like, what, 5,000 HP when he's got all those shields on him. It's pretty crazy. SOFM and OQ, seeing that this Baron has been started, Curtain Call comes up, and honestly, this could go over to IG.
Oh, it definitely is, unless if they part ways and allow him to get the Baron.
The Red Sea just opens up and it's like, final crit, let's go. Not today. And IG taking this one over. 3 dragons, nothing to sniff at, plus dragon being picked up. Next one's going to be the Elder, so all of a sudden this game is looking way better for IG.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard, especially since Black Cleaver got finished up on Misfortune. Oh, here's the thing. Executioner's calling. Thank God for that. You know, anyone on Snake could have gotten that because Duke is just healing for so much. And you know what? At this point, it feels very hard for me to imagine Snake coming out of this without losing a few turrets, maybe even in him.
Going to be a big Baron power play for sure.
What makes this harder is the fact that Duke has GA, so he has the freedom of going in and losing a lot of HP. So it's a free engage tool.
Just launched himself in there, and we've seen as well that he just pretty much doesn't take damage, even if he doesn't drop that Guardian Angel. Flandre though is quickly getting shredded by the percent damage from Marge. Rookie does a lot in his own right. Even Megan at this point is hurting.
Zatai is out of position. The wave is coming in topside. He's not going to be there for it. He's far too late. They need to walk away from the tower. I mean, he didn't have much HP to begin with, so they were probably just looking to defend the next one.
Kid pushing up once again. Big Baron's up minion wave. Not too many melee minions though, so actually might not be too bad. Yeah, Flandre can clear this one away. Mo.
The problem here is SOFM is running down mid.
Oh, the tree's going to follow him over the wall. It's going to be a very long trade, but even SOFM cannot face the wrath of Maokai.
If I'm Duke, I'm happy with that. You know, if Kha'Zix is nowhere near the play, then that just makes it easier for you to siege at the top side.
Absolutely fine with that result, but it's going to be IG backing away.
Oh.
Core, and it's Rookie and Kid who get caught in rotation to mid lane. I mean, just question marks all over the place, honestly, in this one. Rookie just finished off, and 2 players recalling on the top side. Mid lane, of course, like Maokai wasn't there.
Yeah. Yeah, that was something.
A blunder.
that was, yeah, you could say that was definitely something. That they just lost 2 members, maybe even 3.
And thus is LPL.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've learned a lot of things today. That was definitely an interesting one. You know, the ebb and flow of this game has been so back and forth. It's like Snake, can they break open the top lane because Rookie's there? Yes, they can. Okay, great. IG, will they ever be able to regain control? Great, they took Baron. Perfect. They managed to catch Snake out on the play. Then they just randomly lose 2 people in the jungle. And it's just like, it's literally all over the place to the point where they're like unscripted events that you just like can't predict are going to happen. So you can make like a good guess, like, okay, if they do this, then great. But randomly, maybe someone just dies.
Here's what sucks about that was that Duke, even though he was being held up by SOFM, who cares? Like, he actually should have just then walked towards the top lane. That would have been a small moment where it was a 5v4 with your jungler, or at least the enemy team's jungler, randomly mid. Or he would at the very least be following fairly late into the play. So that's a free tower for you, but they didn't take it. In fact, they decided not only did Maokai walk away, but the top lane, or at least the bulk of the top lane, brigade, I'd call them, decided to walk towards the mid through the jungle and die. So that was, yeah, you already mentioned it. It was just a bad play overall. And now Snake have a second chance at life with this Elder Dragon.
Definitely a lifeline. But Snake, hungry. SOFM, early ult from him.
No, that's just actually his passive. That's the thing about this man.
He has evolved it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, is that he was just now always...
Active camouflage.
Yeah.
Yeah, catches me every single time. It's because he hasn't evolved the Q. I'm so
that's
not
true.
used to that happening.
You know, that's it. That is interesting.
There was a lot of talk, you know, originally when that change came through and people was just like, active camouflage, so good. You can get from one side of the jungle to another. Duke caught out in the mid lane. Guardian Angel comes up. He'll flash away preemptively. Marge trying to put the damage that he can do onto the front lines. Big bullet time onto so many players. Kid coming up as well. And OQ returning fire, but there's no actual kills for the lineup of Snake. And with both Duke and Kid coming in, unable to close the noose around anyone backing away. But a nice 2 kills will surely mean the Elder Dragon for IG.
And Miss Fortune does a lot of damage.
Can confirm.
That was kind of crazy, and now it looks like IG is going to be looking for this Elder Dragon. The TP's coming through.
The Ty, the hero that we need. Flandre, perhaps, coming in here. Duke, he's still on IHP, but there's that point and click, completely outplayed. And Marge, meanwhile, in a duel with Flandre. Unfortunately, he has friends. He's going to buy a bit of time with a Guardian Angel, but it's just delaying the inevitable. That hook may have been pretty big and he landed it, but regardless, onto this Elder Dragon, and what can OQ do? He doesn't have his ultimate, and he doesn't have anything, and IG with those 3 dragons plus the Elder Dragon will be in commanding position to make some real damage to Snake's base.
And that looked like a last-ditch effort coming out of Flandre. I mean, they might just get this top lane off of this wave, but regardless of that, Miss Fortune, we talked about it, does a lot of damage, has a lot of AD, or at least penetration, and so we gotta respect that, especially SOFM. He's going a little bit too hard when he knows that he has a team. You picked Kha'Zix, now respect the fact that you should not be the one engaging all the time.
No, very, very true. It looked like maybe something could happen, you know, with a Zatai ultimate coming in there. And
now he just buys the QSS.
yeah,
now you realize.
Yeah, okay, but even if he jumps in there and QSS is something, he's still probably gonna die.
Yeah.
Still can't be that one to initiate. It's got to be that Flandre heading in there, or like a Zatai ultimate landing. But in that last fight, we didn't even see the ultimate come down. It's just really hard for Snake, and IG just making the best of these situations. And they've gotten so much of it, like the Baron, the Elder Dragon, so many dragons throughout this game, which has all culminated into the advantage they have now. So despite that kind of blunder we saw in the jungle, again, in commanding position.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of time with that Elder Dragon, so they got to make a decision. Specifically, Ryze kind of took a little bit of time before he decided to actually push that top line. So he went back, he's getting his items down, and now he's ready to fight.
Battle of the century here between Duke and Flandre. Baron will be spawning just about now.
Here's what's scary. Ryze has 6 items. 43 minutes into the game, he has completed just about every item that he needs. I guess technically Orianna's done the same, except she hasn't finished that loot at the Andrews tournament. Just kind of sat on it. Built a rabbit on his death cap, I suppose. Ooh.
Oh, that could have been bad.
Got for that passive.
Yeah, yeah. Duke had even seen him for a fraction of a second. The Baron has been started. This will come down to a smite war for sure. SOFM trying to get himself into position. Kid can stop the Baron. It's down to 3,000 right now. Big crit coming in from OQ. Megan over the wall, pinned down. OQ's got to finish him off though with the quick flash coming in there. Flandre dropping down. Another big crit. 1,000 damage to finish off his counterpart. But everyone's going to chase after him. Dogpile the ADC. And a 2-for-2 trade. Everyone backs away. And that was the Baron going down as well. Over to the side of Snake.
That was actually ridiculous. I mean, they had everything. It felt like, I mean, overall, that was an incredible steal. That was super well done. I just want to see a replay for that because it felt like OQ outplayed that situation so well, and I feel like SOFM could have helped just a little bit.
Maybe. As a possibility, but we'll see that one again because, oh, great timing. That was just off to the side of the screen as we saw chaos ensuing in the rest of the fight. But
yeah, well,
really well played.
We were far more entertained, or at least focused onto the team fight that was ensuing. We didn't even notice that the fact that SOFM just came in there and was able to outright steal that Baron, which is insane. And it was a definite big shift in tempo.
Well, wow, those are some cool numbers coming out of that last fight. And OQ, I mean, you saw all of it, like the curtain call at the start of the fight to the 2 finish-offs on both of the bot laners. And 7,000 damage in one team fight. That's a big number.
The big reason for that was that Megan was trying to find some use, and he got chunked out so hard by Orianna. And so he tried to do it over the wall, get that bullet time up, or at least, and it didn't work out because OQ knew where he was, flashed over the wall, and because of where he flashed and because IG didn't move their positioning at that point in time and just focus him down, he had flank on Marge. And if Jhin has flank pressure and a lot of crit, he's going to do a lot.
And this is that power of that big crit build when you get later and later into this game, like a 45, 46 minute game when you're reaching like 4 item Jhin, like you're hitting like 700, 800 AD at that point when you're 4 item build. He's already at 600 AD, which is mental. And he will only continue to get more when he finishes this last item. So need to be scared of that one. But in terms of how this one's been shaking out, got that advantage in terms of gold to IG. Towers are even. It's now waiting on those objectives once more because Snake have delayed the push, the aggression from IG with that Baron.
Just looking at Marge for me, his role has kind of shifted just a bit, where he can't walk into anybody. He can't walk into Orianna because, of course, the balls is going to obliterate him. He can't do it to SOFM. He's become the AD carry that now has to act afraid. It used to be OQ, now it's actually Marge, where he actually just has to sit back and try and aim his ulti. He needs to wait for his team to actually press forward, but he needs to provide that utility in the poke so he can actually walk in and do the damage that he's built to do.
So hard, though, against this lineup. We've got the point and click abilities from Flandre, and as you mentioned, Orianna will delete him in a heartbeat into this mid lane. Again, still full item build. Do you think we'll see a moment when Rookie will just say, screw it, I'm selling my boots and just get another big item?
Ooh. I wouldn't think so, mostly because I think at this point, he really does rely on the mobility to walk around. It's a possibility. I think he has all the items he needs.
He's got like a righteous glory.
Oh,
like,
you know what?
Let's go.
I'd be down for that. Sign me up for that one. You've swayed.
Okay, well, I feel like he's probably sat on like 2,000 gold or something like that, so it's still a ways off. But I actually wonder how long like the longest games have been, because this has got to be the longest game so far.
So far, definitely.
Yeah. Because typically there's so much fighting in LPL that it ends at some point because so many people are dead that the game ends. But 50 minutes in, no end in sight.
I mean, the fear of God has been instilled in SOFM. He's at this point where he has engaged so often that he recognizes that if he does it again, that's over for the game. He doesn't want to put himself in that position. Maokai has actually been, even though he's died once, that one time he did die was pretty massive. So at this point, especially since the Zatai does so much damage, Marge isn't going to walk out. Megan is already just, honestly, every time he's walked into a fight, he's died, or at least nearly died.
Sure.
So all the worry or pressure is on Kid and Duke to actually set up for these fights. And even if they set up for these fights, that doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely nothing because the Zatai, OQ, SOFM, literally all of the backline of these teams, they're just waiting for you. Anyone who to follow up. If Megan tries to follow up, if Marge tries to follow up, if Rookie decides to just run in there, they can just get blown away. So it is a standstill simply because both of these teams can delete each other.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Just waiting for that one person to get caught out in the jungle. One misstep.
So Liandry's does get finished here. So there we go. Zatai is finally at 6 items.
Yeah. Pretty big himself. And, Zatai Not even just deleting one person, he can delete multiple people if he catches them in that shockwave. We're at the standstill.
For me, it seems like the next fight's going to be at the Baron. Once again, SOFM, or at least Snake is as a whole, are on the map right now. They're just completely focused on wave clearing, especially since the bottom lane is going to be slow pushing. It seems like they have an advantage where they can actually set up. IG are starting to take position first, and right now Duke is back at base. We'll have to see if they regain position, but it's going to be a slow haul for Snake. They don't have to do anything because of how big that wave is turning out to be in the bottom lane.
Gonna send Duke down to meet it. He does have that TP, but Flandre with the rest of the team could give them an opportunity maybe to find someone. SOFM tagged up, Ward goes down, he's playing to the bottom side of the lane, he's good to go for now.
This is a rare moment where Snake was smart enough to recognize that it's the lane's first end positioning. IG was like, all right, we're in the position, you have to respect us. It's not true. Even though IG has gotten almost every dragon that's came through, they've gotten 2 Ocean Dragons and an Elder Dragon, they even gotten a Cloud Dragon. Doesn't really mean much to them.
We just want to echo that sentiment. That was a big crit. That wasn't even the 4th shot either. Yeah, 20 seconds remaining on that Baron. That will be where we'll see some action because a team will go for it and one team will contest. That's where we'll see a fighter up 1 minute as well to the Elder Dragon, so also important to keep in mind. So if there is a stall out around this Baron, then there could be a trade on objectives.
Maokai was able to hold and push that wave back, and now he's back in base once again. That's his job. He's just to sit there. That's actually the easiest job in the world, is just to wait and watch.
Yeah.
And he's got that home guard ready to pop. A lot of wards set down. They have positioning, IG does.
Got positioning, got the wards.
It's up to Snake to just continue to shove
Here's
up
the
these
TP.
lanes.
He sets up that ward, but there is a lot of setup on top of Duke as he comes in, jumps onto Flandre. Still, neither tank has really taken much damage, but now Duke is getting run down, honestly, by all this damage in from Snake. He'll jump away, still has that Guardian Angel, wants to keep it. Last shot comes in, finishes him off.
Goodbye, March.
He'll be coming back up. Yeah, he's caught in the middle of no man's land. Okay, he will finally be finished off there. Duke is still alive. He's getting a lot of health back from that Sap Magic. Oh, SOFM chased after Megan. Is that enough damage? Yes, it is. Finishing off the jungler. A 1-for-2. Kid now running away. Flandre finds Rocky. Will Mo be able to keep him in place with these grasping roots? Zatai, lots of damage coming onto him from Rocky, but he will be taken out there. A 3-for-1 over to Snake. See what they can do from this.
These are 50 to 70 second death timers. If the game doesn't end now, then I don't know what will end it.
I mean, those are low health bars and pretty healthy Megan and Kids, so I'm not even sure if the game is going to end here, Raz.
They'll go for it. Flandre is massive and he has a GA. If he doesn't end it right now, he has no balls. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Kids all jump away. Got the Guardian Angel still. They have that minion wave as well. All right, let's do it. Flandre, the hero that we need to finish off this game. 4,000 health. He's tanking up both towers. Nothing's happening to him whatsoever. And Megan, he's just not an AD carry at this point in the game. 2 kills, curtain call launched, shockwave views, and finally, after a 3-game slugfest, 52 minutes into the game, finally they finished this one off for a 2-1. Snake, take it home.
Big smiles on the faces of Snake right here, especially Zatai. Congratulations, you toppled your old team. That's what I'm talking about.
It's gotta feel good. And we'll welcome you back, Froskuren. Big smile on your face.
Yeah, it doesn't just feel good, it feels amazing. Again, Zatai, like him leaving Invictus Gaming is right there with the likes of Doublelift leaving CLG. These two are synonymous in terms of their branding. He decided, you know, I'm going to step back up, I'm going to be the mid laner, I'm going to prove that I am worth this position, and he takes down his old team.
Big hugs around, so there's not a lot of death.
Not bad blood, but it's a pride match, and you could see how both the teams were playing it. Like, they were so conservative. That was the closest game that we've had, I think, pretty much all year. Like, that was what, 600 gold difference for 99% of it.
Yeah, that was a really close game. Here comes the coach. Get in here, guys. That was a fun game. Except
and series, you know, like it's really cool to see, and this is what we were expecting. Like, regardless of where you stood, you were looking at these two teams to be the top 2 of their group, regardless of how this turned out. And both teams showed it, going down to 3 games and very, very close. It literally could have gone either way at many points in that game.
My biggest focus is going to be on OQ, actually, where I felt like OQ coming into this game with a lot of question marks, especially for English.
I just tried to double jack it up.
Oh, there we go. But he was such a playmaker, actually. He recognized that he couldn't really walk into most of these fights. But when he did, he flashed in, he got the kills necessary.
And let's talk about that crazy composition. The fact that we had a W evolve, and he was maxing Q, but evolved W first on the Kha'Zix, and then he took his E. So that meant level 16, he still didn't have his Q because then he went into his ultimate. Like, that's such a ridiculous utility Kha'Zix build.
Yeah.
And it actually got SOFM in a bit of trouble because he tried to play that utility Kha'Zix kind of like the carry Kha'Zix. He'd overextend, not have the burst damage, and then suddenly die. But he used it around OQ. It worked in perfect synergy with that Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, it worked in perfect synergy with both Jhin because, of course, he was getting that W as you were
That
mentioning,
chasing
right?
potential.
But also Nautilus as well. That pick, I called it a bastard like pick composition. But honestly, just look at that.
Wow, and that's actually a surprising amount of damage from Zatai. Like, we saw a lot of shockwaves kind of not quite hit the mark, and then we did see him nuke people literally where they were standing, and of course, looking at the ADC, OQ, the guy you were talking about, doing so much damage in that game.
I know backstage, Rusty, JP and I were just like, Orianna's OP. That champion's broken. I mean, they stalled out long enough that it came down to Zatai getting all 6 items, last item death cap right there, and we're just pretty much just nuking entire teams.
It made it very difficult for Ryze specifically. Like Ryze, or honestly, the reason why the damage showed that they were very low is because they were such an all-in composition. So they were very medium range up against a very long range comp. If they couldn't get the engage off properly, then that's just Duke getting hit up by a million people, and he's just sitting there like, are you guys gonna help? He's like, no, we're just gonna get jumped in on. That makes absolutely no sense for us. So they couldn't deal damage because there was no opening, and it was because of Orianna. It was because of, honestly, Kha'Zix as well, his threat and his jump pressure, and of course because of the utility on Jhin and Nautilus.
I think the word is creative, and that's something that Snake have also become known for, is they're kind of like creative teams about how they execute their compositions. We talked about kind of their love for poke comps, and it never works out for them, but then doing the cute little utility Kha'Zix with the Jhin, that chasing comp, and how when the game all the towers fall down and you have such an extended lane, how punishing it can be on a team.
Yeah, I mean, Snake was known for their creativity too. We've seen them with their Malzahar jungle, Malzahar top, Graves top. Like, we see these random points for them, and this is another one. It's a +1 on them, right? We've seen a few negative points because of their creativity. It doesn't always work out for them. This time, it was very nice. I mean, Kha'Zix was running around with 3 kills for quite some time, and it felt like they were once again getting stalled out. They kind of allowed that to happen a few points, but that's also great on IG to be able to recognize how to turtle.
Yeah, and it was because they put all of their gold onto the Kha'Zix that didn't have the Q. So he didn't have that crazy burst damage. So he's got all of this gold, he's got their lead, but he's like, and I'm here just to slow people. Like, he'd constantly walk into bottom, throw out his W and be like, and that's it, I got nothing else. Or when he jumped up onto the Misfortune and the heal saved her, he was looking for the reset, but he didn't have the burst damage because he's like, I thought I would do a lot more here.
Yeah. That's a tricky one, right? Because I'm looking at that. Maybe if he had Q, he would have gotten the kill. But I'm thinking, that's still really, really risky, and I probably wouldn't have liked it regardless.
Well, no surprise. Zatai in that mid lane, as you said, obliterating teams by himself, will be taking MVP in this game. Absolutely deserves it. And Zatai coming in again as the last-minute sub and saying, you know what, let's bring out the big guns, let's make it happen. And we can see so much now in the arsenal of Snake. It's like they played very different games from game 1 to game 3, completely different.
Yeah, and it's got to feel really good for Zatai, you know, against his old team. It started out a little bit rough. Like, thank God that game was so long because I believe he missed, like, his first 3 shockwaves. But over time, of course, they stalled out long enough. They were able to get 6 items because Rookie actually had the lead on him in terms of gold. You looked at Varus, you looked at Orianna. They were ticking over into that 20K mark, and they were a full item ahead of Zatai. But thankfully, they're like, just stall it out, just wave clear. I got the death cap, let's go.
Yeah, there we go. It's interesting, as you mentioned, he did definitely start off pretty rocky. I was looking at that, I was like, oh, you know what, Zatai, maybe this is not the game that you want to start in, right? But he showed up, and it was really tough for Mo, I would say. Mo couldn't get any time in a fight because at any point that he tried to get his bullet time across, he would get sniped out. Anytime he tried to set up with his E, or really he tried to make any form of impact, there was no way he was going to let that happen.
So how do you attack a team like this, like Snake? Because you know there's so many different members they can sub in now, and it's like they can play different play styles, and we've seen them do so many different things and also do well at it. So if you're a team who is not IG and you're in the rest of the group and you're looking towards this game and this top 2 teams, then how do you approach this?
It's definitely surprising to me that Mint worked out so well. It was surprising that Mint worked out so well, and Tank actually came out. So that's definitely throwing a wrench in other teams' plans that are going up against them. So that is true. Initially, I was like, you know what, this is definitely going to be the one roster they're running. They're running maybe running Crystal. Now teams don't even know if Crystal's going to play or not.
Yeah.
That's insane. So that's definitely a worry for teams.
Yeah, I'm 100% with Raz. I think it's almost now on kind of the flip side. It's also a worry for Snake in that they can be their own worst nightmare. You know, do you invest so heavily into one roster or trying to split the synergy and the communication and the game time between two different rosters that you never really make that S-tier team? You just have two A-tier teams, but then you fall down when it comes to a late playoff run, which has kind of been the MO of Snake. You know, they do great during the regular split, but then they fall down into fourth when it really counts.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like Snake.
Yeah, that's literally.
But to be fair, and this is a great start for them, it may have been a rocky 3-game play, but I think that they're playing a lot slower and a lot smarter than they have before. So if that's the case, that is a good, good omen there. Omen's probably not the right word, but it's a good sign.
It's also good from Flandre. When we think about, kind of what Snake's weaknesses were in terms of their 5v5, and there was a lot of kind of question marks around Flandre. He was overcommitting. He wasn't peeling back. Yeah, you still saw some of those communication or execution errors, but he seems much more responsive to actually helping his team. Taking the Nautilus, taking the Maokai through this series, and actually trying to be there to peel for the team, not just diving the back line.
Yeah.
I want to quickly turn it to IG as well because they put up a strong performance, honestly, against Snake in this best of 3. And they looked good. There were a lot of shining lights. They were touted pretty much to win this game by a lot of analysts as well. So looking at that lineup and looking at how Rookie performed, what they need to improve on and how they move on from here.
That's a really good question. And I think it's going to come around the good old
time.
Yeah, it is time, and it's a Rookie thing where Rookie's so good, but you got to be able to not rely on him.
I know I just asked the question, but I'm taking it away from you because we're heading to a commercial break before we set up for our final game. And that will be between RNG and OMG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. Hello and welcome back to the LPL. I'm still here hosting the desk alongside Frascuran, who is again still here. However, we are introducing Rusty. Hello, sir. How are you doing today?
Good. Just watched the games backstage. Was quietly supporting Snake, so a little bit,
Yeah,
just
quietly
a little bit.
supporting.
Quietly.
Well, I wasn't labeled. You know, you can't
Yeah.
hear me.
Sure,
So
sure.
it was
But
quiet.
we are moving on to our final game, which I will get your thoughts on. So it will be RNG and OMG, two teams who I would say have been struggling. You raised a very valid point. They have both lost against teams with eyes in the name, so surely they should both win this game.
Absolutely
Correct?
right. Logic is completely sound in that respect, but you're right. They have both been struggling. Whether or not they both win this game is not exactly something I want to digress too much further into. But there's a lot that they could both work on, and it's very evident where they go wrong.
And here's the thing, we expected OMG to kind of be bottom of the table. IMA certainly was a surprise, and so now we use this phrase all the time, it's a gut check game for RNG. You know, how far have they fallen from grace? Will they actually be able to just take down OMG swiftly as we expect them to be 6th place, or are RNG struggling more than we predicted?
Is it fair to say, though, that RNG, yes, they struggled, but they went up against IMA, a team who proved themselves today and actually won their set?
And that's the question.
I mean, I think it's a combination, right, of we noticed that RNG were struggling in some ways. Their communication wasn't always there. Their shot calling was definitely missing. And this is, again, to reiterate, this is RNG missing their Koreans and the Koreans that were shot calling for them. So that was our first gut check, was can they actually move around the map efficiently and effectively to find a victory? And that wasn't there. In saying that, yes, they lost to IMA, who have looked outstanding, but they still showed a lot of weaknesses.
And it's a lot of individual weaknesses in their individual decision making, particularly in the mid lane for Xiaohu. I mean, there was countless times where MLXG would sacrifice his positioning on the map to help Xiaohu set up a freeze, and Xiaohu would actually just throw it away. So he was given opportunities where he could find advantages, and he just didn't take them over.
Yeah, Xiaohu's someone that I actually do want to highlight. I think he's been underperforming since he got to Worlds, and I don't think that form has actually changed since he was at Worlds playing. Coming back into the LPL, he had a lot of time. I expected some kind of rejuvenation from the man, but we're yet to actually see him back in any kind of form at all.
Sure. So is there anywhere where the teams actually have strengths? Because you look at the ADCs and pretty much the most veteran players on those lineups. So you're then looking towards the bot lane to really carry the team in terms of everything.
Yeah, so on RNG side, you've got Uzi, everyone knows him. On the other side, you have SMLZ, and it's funny because both of them were kind of set up to be the next wave of AD carry talent in the region. SMLZ disappeared for a while, but now he's back. He's probably one of the better Jhin players actually in the LPL, and you kind of expect to look towards both these AD carries as they've been around for so long. In terms of if that would make MLXG predictable, you know, ganking bottom lot, we haven't seen that yet. And SMLZ has actually also been struggling on his really coveted Jhin pick. So both of them kind of looking not shaky, I guess, but not showing up to what the teams needed from them.
Yeah, and my expectation with this is that Uzi, as the veteran player, is actually a major part of the shot calling for the team again. And your expectation from that is that he would be going bottom. MLXG would always be there. Xiaohu would find a way to go down there and just play something like Twisted Fate all over again. But that didn't happen in their first series. And so I'm not sure if Uzi's actually playing as big a part as he originally was in the first iteration without the Koreans there and his old teams.
So if we take a look at kind of the flavor of this match, we know these are two struggling teams. What were we expecting in terms of play style? Is it like two very scrappy teams who are going to go head-to-head a lot, and it's essentially who can out-mechanic the other team?
When RNG are at their best, it's when they're kind of playing this battle ward style where they're making deep invades, placing vision, and then skirmishing over the vision. It really relies on having priority and shoving lanes to make sure that they can get to those aggressive rotations early. OMG have always found victory when they're grouped up as 5v5, but the problem is their decision making. Their individual talent in lanes, they'll struggle in the 1v1s, the 2v2 matchups. 5v5, they're still a strong team fighting team, but they just make the wrong calls.
The one place they won't struggle, though, I would imagine, is actually in the jungle position with two Lee Sin mains running around Summoner's Rift. There's a chance that Juejue, if he is starting on the roster, can keep up with MLXG, who didn't look that great in his first series himself. MLXG, if he shows up, very hard to beat. But Juejue has also shown that even in OMG, a team that seems to always lose lane, he's one of the standout early game performers that lets them get there to later.
Well, I believe we're heading to Champions League very shortly here, Rusty, so can I pester you for a prediction on this matchup?
Oh, God. RNG.
I put you on the spot.
I'll give it to RNG, and benefit of the doubt goes to experience in that respect. But I think if Icon pops off from OMG, then there is a real chance that they get at least a game.
Well, we do have the lines for sure, and there's Let Me Baby Xiaohu, Uzi, and Ming.
Oh, no.
Wow, so they moved away from MLXG as we now look across the jungle, or
That's right,
excuse
right.
me, across the map at Xiang, Chui, Icon, SMLZ, and 5. So the standard same lineup from OMG, but RNG game 2 of week 1, and they're completely changing it up. MLXG no longer starting for them. Instead, they look to Bebe.
And technically an import, right?
Yep.
So we can't officially say this is an all-Chinese 5v5 game anymore. They've just gone out and ruined it for the narratives.
I know, like Froskuren was saying, okay, it's going to be very interesting. All Chinese players, and I had this whole thing I was going to ask you about them, and then, yeah, ruined. Completely ruined. What are they doing? But what does this mean for the lineups now? How does that change the like dynamics of the team?
I mean, the question was for RNG, what is their direction? Who is going to be shot calling? What is their identity? We
Yep.
said RNG, when they're at their height, it's when they're a battle war team. When they're playing around MLXG, he is always, even when Mata and Looper were on the team, it was when Mata and MLXG were teamed up. You know, the joke was made that MLXG is kind of the right arm to Mata and Looper is the left. And so it still was always about him. Bebe completely changes that identity. Now we have no idea
arms.
what arms. Yeah, they're just rolling around on the floor.
And that's unfortunate, you know. And Uzi's got his eyes closed, so not even eyes in this one. So that will be difficult for them.
And across from him, SMLZ. So the cameraman very well aware of what this narrative is. You got the 2 veteran 80 carries. These guys are very familiar with each other. They faced countless times.
Yeah, one much more coveted than the other
Yes.
when you look at the public perception. But SMLZ is all business, but Uzi's meditating. So he is above business.
Well,
We
you
stopped.
have to imagine. I know, Rusty, that you got some lashback when you didn't predict RNG in the top of the power rankings. So Uzi obviously also feeling that. If the fan expectation is that
Hey, red
RNG are
light.
going to come out and smash it. Yeah, I follow you on Weibo.
Oh, man.
But don't worry, he's already predicted an RNG win, so he's saved himself. He's good.
But the thing is again, you have to think what the pressure Uzi is feeling right now. He is the standout on that roster. He got a lot of pressure and a lot of crap after his Worlds performance. He comes back in and RNG failed when a lot of fans are expecting them to continue to be as dominant as they showed on the world stage. I think it's pretty obvious why he's sitting there meditating. Like, he can't
sure.
screw up again.
But he did win the 1v1 tournament at All-Stars, so he's got that going for him, which is nice.
I mean, that also,
Prestigious.
and like it may not be the biggest deal, but it kind of just felt right that Uzi won the 1v1 tournament because it does highlight that even in underperformances at Worlds, it's a team game, and individually Uzi is still at the top of his game. He just needs the rest of the team to always be there, always show up and work as a unit, because Uzi individually always has what it takes to beat the best.
And across from him is going to be Ming on your screen right now. And again, this is the guy from Young Miracle, so brand new support coming up from the LSPL into the LPL. He's sitting next to a staple veteran. But we've heard a lot of things in the past of Uzi. You know, when Tabe retired, he actually moved to the mid lane because he refused to play with any other support. He's had the likes of Mata sitting down next to him, so it's a tall order to fill.
It is, and one of those questions we'll be answering as we get into game 4, sure. And in terms of leadership, you know, you've got to look to a guy like Uzi and see really what he can bring to a team. And yes, he may be difficult to work with in the lane scenario, but he has so much of a wealth of experience under his belt.
He's always going to be that X factor for teams. And when you look for the X factor across from him, I'm going to say it's going to be Icon.
It is Icon.
Icon we've kind of labeled as the hitman. He kind of came into the LPL from solo queue, making a lot of waves and taking down these really high-profile mid laners and these solo 1v1 kills, but he's unrefined and he's unstable, and so he's either going to win you the game or he's going to lose you the game. He's going to hit the Azir ult, or he's going to completely whiff it.
So in what fashion does he do that? Because we have a lot of players, you know, who have like feast or famine. Do you have like the Hoonies who are just like, I'm going to go in and I might go 10-0 or 0-10, but that's because I'm going to keep launching myself at my opponent. Is it just a case of him being outplayed before we head into Pix Advance?
He's never going to stop launching himself. He's always going to go forward.
Well, we're going to say goodbye to Rusty, get off my desk, and we'll get into Champions Select here. So, Malzahar will be the first ban out from RNG, and we're now waiting on OMG's first ban in this first banning phase.
I already miss Rusty.
He's still there. He's still walking off.
Distantly
Now I miss him. Now he's gone.
walking off into the sunset. Yeah, so we haven't seen a ton of caster supports for the LPL. It's really only been EDG's set against Vici where we kind of saw the Zyra come out. They've reared their heads a little bit in our last series of Snake versus Invictus Gaming, but it's more so been that staple of the tanks, the Tomkinch in particular. So 5, he was known as kind of a Thresh player, but RNG playing this one very stable, very standard.
Oh, for sure. With the Rise being banned out there. Camille, I mean, of course, naturally, Again, with the Rengar on red side, pretty much those staple bans that have come out from red side.
Yeah, stable bans coming out from red side. A bit of a questionable ban phase coming out from blue side right now. The fact that RNG don't feel comfortable taking one of those priority picks, or maybe they see something that they like more. Maybe because Uzi is the veteran player on the team right now that they prioritize an AD carry. We've seen a lot of teams kind of looking towards that Varus first pick. I don't necessarily agree with it, but we've seen it trending in the LPL. Or maybe they need to secure Bebe's jungle champion pool.
It's a possibility with the Maokai as the final ban. It doesn't say too much. Often we do see that on red side as well. LeBlanc aimed at Xiaohu. And now first pick from RNG. We'll see if it is that ADC. That would be very interesting if they do prioritize that. And it's going to be mid lane. Okay, Syndra, solid mid lane pick out for Xiaohu. Still a lot on the table though for Icon in terms of mid lane picks, so he's not dead in the water.
And already this gives RNG a really nice weapon to play around in that mid lane. You get a lot of pushing pressure, but more importantly, you get a lot of kill pressure and trading pressure there. It does mean that OMG need to look to take a very strong jungler who can look for the big 2v2, just because you need to at least balance that out some way when it comes jungle mid versus jungle mid.
As Rusty was saying before, basically two jungle Lee Sin mains. MXG unfortunately not in this game, but Zhuizhui will have that one all to himself. We'll wait on his pick as well. We'll see where he puts this one. Could be the Zyra. Saw a lot of Zyra priority, of course, in the last series. Very strong support right now.
Yeah, so finally kind of catching up with what's happening on the global scene for League of Legends. The return of the caster supports. I like the fact that you would early rotate Zyra here. I'm actually really curious if OMG are going to leave mid lane through second ban rotation, if they're going to pick it up as kind of their last pick in here. I like the fact that with the Zyra, as opposed to all of the wealth of AD carries that they still have available, that they've already got at least one part of a pushing lane on the bottom side of the map will really empower that Lee Sin if Zhuizhui wants to contest Bebe 1v1.
Now RNG, next two picks for them, 4 seconds on the clock, and it will be Ashe now coming into the bottom lane.
You don't want to give away the Ashe Zyra. You see that the Zyra is picked up. It kind of forces your hand, and there's the counter to the Zyra. So
the classic.
Yep, RNG already giving away their bot lane, but making sure that they're not just going to get shoved in. So now, OMG, do you pick up the mid laner, or do you maybe also grab an AD carry and just say, you know, we'll leave top mid through second rotation?
Oh, see what they think. Gonna wait on this for a couple more seconds. Will be the last pick here before the second phase of bans. And with 2 seconds left on the clock, it's gonna be an Ahri lock-in in from Icon. Okay.
Nice.
He's been turning up to play. And the gauntlet is really thrown down in the mid lane. Cool.
Okay, so Icon's pretty well known for his Ahri. He's made his name on kind of an assassin player. Kind of think of almost like a BDD storyline. You know, he was like super hyped. A lot of people were following him in solo queue, known as that 1v1 assassin flashy player. So Ahri definitely fitting well into that wheelhouse. What I like about it is also the mobility. So Icon, I called him the X factor for OMG if Uzi's the X factor for RNG, which means he needs to rely on that mobility to unlock himself from that lane and start getting into these side lanes and helping them snowball.
Also a pick that can A, deal with the Syndra, and B, deal with Uzi. So you have the X factors, but when one is automatically going to delete the other, then that could be a really big boon for OMG. Had the rest of the bans coming out there. It wasn't Varus, Jhin in from RNG, and Elise Kha'Zix from OMG.
This is why I don't necessarily like banning AD carries. Like, I understand why teams do it when they want to squeeze there, but I feel like taking away the Jhin and also picking away the Ashe, that there's already not super hard lockdown engage from OMG's composition, but they do have the options in the Charm, in the Insec, as well as the Root. And you're always going to have that Caitlyn in the back pocket there, or even the Ezreal, and you're still going to have a decently pushing lane.
That's locked in. That's going to be a Vi over to RNG as well for the jungle. All of the fun picks coming out in this one definitely belongs usually in the B tier picks. You know, Rek'Sai's gone, like Elise, Lee Sin, and then you go, okay, what's left available? Vi. And then you go through like all these different junglers. But that's going to be picked up here even with that priority gone. So very cool to see. Nautilus also for the top lane, therefore let me.
And with that Nautilus, it could open up Xiong to, yep, he's going to commit on the Gangplank.
This is already a pretty cool game just from Champion Select, but I am going to ask you to dissect these compositions and actually tell me what's going on in them.
Yeah, just let me quickly write them down before they take them off my screen. First and foremost, you have a lot of kill pressure from both the jungler and the mid combo, so it's hopefully going to be really explosive there. I'd like to see Icon kind of step back to his hitman status and try to take the 1v1. It's always going to be very scary around Syndra. I feel like anytime Ahri goes into a matchup, it automatically becomes a skill matchup, just if she can dodge the stun or not. I'm still going to weight that to Syndra because I feel like she's a bit overtuned right now at 20% what true damage.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could say that for the last, like, I don't know, 5 months or so. Like, that's pretty much a statement that you could make, and it's still true. You can see the coaches just quickly shaking hands, and once again, focus on Uzi. See if he can turn up to play here. Again, looking towards the mid lane on the opposing side. Icon and their bot lane, and see what they can do, but...
Well,
yeah, RNG, never give up.
I finally got the comps written down here. So Uzi does have the Ashe. He's going to be probably your primary engage, even though you do have the Vi, you do have the Syndra. It's nice the fact that they're giving him that kind of tool and that responsibility. You know, if he takes the role of shot caller in this unit, which we kind of expect because he does have experience doing it. In fact, he has experience doing it for OMG. To have that Ashe arrow, so to have that big trigger on his cannon. On the other side, though, there is a bit of a question mark of hard engage for OMG. They have, you know, some soft CC, the Zyra lockdown, the Ahri charm, as well as the Lee Sin kick, but otherwise their only long range engage is the GP ultimate.
Yeah, and that's not like a hard engage. It's just like, well, hopefully they go into like a choke point, or we can just run them down, but you know, it's not the same as like a Maokai jumping in there, or like a Nautilus even on the other side. And that's when you look at RNG, it's just like, what? They have so much engage.
It makes OMG siege really strong. If they ever approach a tower, they're very scary. But at the same time, saying that, that means that they're open to flanks, and RNG's composition is so good at punishing that.
All right, guys, we're getting into game for a final series of the day. It's going to be game 1 here between OMG and RNG. See how who can come out on top. Both these teams been struggling, but very excited to see what this one will hold. And already we have action in the bottom lane. Of course we do. 4 members stacked up there looking for a kill. 5 was dropping low. We'll see what we were looking for in terms of summoners. It was Icon's flash burn. He must have flash and charmed. And that will be exchanged for Ming's flash in the bottom lane too.
Yeah, Uzi also stalling out some of the backs right there. In response, though, Bebe did sneak up towards the red buff and drop down some vision, so RNG should at least get information about where OMG are starting. Usually standard is to start the top side anyway, especially now that Ming has no flash.
Definitely makes sense here. And Bebe on this Vi.
How excited are you for Vi?
Pretty excited. Definitely at least a 9 out of 10 on the 10 scale of excited for Vi. We've seen a little bit of it. It has like seeped in again when, you know, the top tier picks are gone. And she does sit in that B tier class, but just in solo queue as well, it's just like complete nightmare. It's the point and click ultimate along with Let Me's point and click ultimate. And if you are anyone pretty much in terms of a squishy, like Jiang, good luck getting away from that. Again, same with Icon and Caitlyn, you know, there's like very little you can do, and almost a perfect answer to this Ahri in the mid lane. Holding that thought for a second, there's a lot of trading going on in the bottom lane.
A lot of trading. Look at a lot of Thunderlords. We just saw the Keystones
League of Thunderlords.
disappear.
What is this, like 2016 again? And it's like the release of Thunderlords. I mean, there's literally 10 Thunderlords in the game.
Come on, guys. That's so last year.
Yeah, get on the Courage of the Colossus hype train.
The one that I do want to point out is that both AD carries not taking Fervor, taking Bloodlust. Again, we saw more of kind of a Fervor spike from the LPL AD carries just because there was a lot of tank supports running around. When you have mage supports running around and they chunk you out for so much, you need to really rely on your lifesteal and Bloodlust so you can even just survive in the lane. That's rude.
Oh, he's going to follow him after. Come on, get back here with my blue buff. Thank you very much. So, he'll get it in the end.
Yeah, had to smite it away, but that was actually quite a cheeky little play there. Xiaohu shoving the way forward and then disappearing in between the creep waves to try to contest that blue buff. Almost had it too. Bebe actually came over the wall and tried to take it away.
That was just kind of very comical.
Would have been awesome if it worked.
Oh yeah, I mean, like triple buffing the Lee Sin at this stage in the game, almost shutting him out for the next couple minutes. But regardless, he's got a level 3 now and a double buff, so maybe he can make something happen in the bottom lane.
But Ming and Uzi should be aware that Lee Sin's hanging around. There's the flash.
Flash, but it lands onto Ming. He's under attack. The flash from Zwaydrake. Can he land the Q? Yes, he can. And Ming will go down for first blood over to the Caitlyn. Can he close this around them? Bebe's coming in, looking for that Vault Breaker flash. In with the Riptide. Oh, someone's gonna die and make it 2. 5 is so low, but the Dredge Line landing will be the double kill out there for RMG. But the action's not over. This game is delivering on that front. Icon comes in. Jiang picks up the kill. What is going on, Frusk?
Okay, so both top laners have now burned teleport. Let's kind of restock, take what happened. Oh, wow. Let Me got both kills. Okay, so fast forward, here's the replay. Ming, he doesn't have flash. He should have known that this gank was coming. They saw that Lee Sin was on the bottom side of the map. First teleport comes through and it's Let Me. And again, he's going to be the big benefactor here of this play because he picks up both of the kills. Icon's also coming to roam down, which is why Xiong doesn't cancel his teleport here because he feels that the cavalry has arrived. In the end, Gangplank also picks up a kill, taking, Sheen Mommy Cinder. That's still really rough, especially for how early it is in the game. That Sheen proc damage is actually going to be disgusting if he can land it.
It's a lot. It really is a lot. You need the fan vote coming out here. 66% over to RNG. I honestly just can't call it at this point in the game. So much action already.
I feel like we've had like really kind of methodical, drawn out, slow games, and it's like RNG versus OMG. Buckle up.
Yeah, we're going in. We're going in hard. All right, so we didn't see a kill onto Icon, unfortunately. Kappa Pride.
That's what she said.
Back into the mid lane. Double Darren.
I'm sorry, we just thought once.
Oh, man. It's just been such a fast game.
Okay, check out SMLZ's itemization at 5 minutes into this game. 34 CS. Uzi decided to go, unfortunately, into Longsword and Cole just due to back timings. SMLZ held off and now has a full BF sword, so this is a huge swing of power, despite the fact that it looked bad for OMG's bottom lane after it all panned out and Let Me came down with the TP. Massive power spike in his favor.
And that'll be great against a person like Uzi, and we're talking about Uzi being the X Factor. He's the guy to look at for RNG, and now he's laying against the Caitlyn with a BF sword, so already shutting that down a little bit in terms of threat. Would it be nice if Icon had picked up a kill? Maybe if Jiang didn't greedily take that one away to top lane.
I mean, the good thing for him is he does have the tools because it is Ashe Misfortune that he shouldn't actually really be laning against the Caitlyn. He can just control the creep wave, have it push forward, chip away with that volley. Although if Jue continues to camp down here,
he's gonna tilt Uzi, and that's exactly what they want for OMG.
Pitch a tent.
Come on. All right. Ming does not want to be on the top side of the lane here.
It is important that 5 doesn't have his flash, so they don't have the ability to flash root again. That's what gave them the kill in the first place. But look at how patient Shui is being.
And they're pushing up. Ming taking a lot of damage. He is recalling. But if I'm Lee Sin, yeah, I'm going to stop the recall and reconsider because it just looks too good. And with this trap line as well, you know they're going to be cornered against the wall. Here comes Zreze once again, lands the Q onto Uzi. Fast kill. And you look at the play cam, Uzi just kind of shaking his head. It's like, yeah, I'm tilted.
And that's when your tendencies betray you. You know that Uzi wants to contest the creeps. You know that he's going to step forward and look for the volley, and they were just patient enough to communicate for the window. But hold on, actually a roam coming out of Xiaohu. They do have Xiang underneath the tower. If they killed him underneath it, it'd be super punishing because he doesn't have his TP. But it looks like Xiang's actually going to read that, and he's like, Syndra's missing? I'm out of here.
Really good from OMG at the start of this game. That was really heads up, seeing not in the mid lane, playing the bottom lane as well. Icon playing to the bottom side of his lane as well. So literally just not getting anything from this. And to be fair, 2 kills did go over to Let Me, so he's going to be pretty big, and also got to get up to the top lane faster. So big minion wave discrepancy in terms of CS top lane and mid lane, but the kills going over to OMG. So in total, there is still a slight gold advantage to RNG. It's negligible, but in terms of where the gold is situated, that's where you have to look at.
And I will give props to Xiaohu, even though he wasn't able to commit anything to the top lane, him simply disappearing into Fog of War actually helped open up that CS discrepancy between the top laners because a wave was crashing on Xiang's turret, so he lost a lot there.
And again, just farming out this bottom lane. Uzi most likely going to be playing slightly more defensive. He already thought he was, but even more so.
He's in a lot of bad ways. That's double longsword Cole into BF boots and dagger. And SMLZ can now kind of manipulate and control the wave to continue to punish him. Now, fortunately for Uzi, he does have his flash backup available, but unfortunately for Uzi, so does 5.
And double unfortunately, Zreze in the bottom side of the map once more. They do have some ward set up, but he may look for like a lane gank this time. There's a control ward, so got to be fearing another potential gank from Dre. He's moved on to his Grump, so impending doom.
Yeah, and he was actually spotted out with that hawk shot from Uzi. You immediately see the pings go down, and suddenly Uzi's like, and I'm way back. I've seen this one before.
Gonna stand at my tower for a bit. Let's go back up to the mid lane, because Icon was a big focus for us. Let's see as Zhao Hu can shut him out. He's got that big CS discrepancy just because of all of the fighting that we've seen and Icon's
Are they going to take this?
involvement in that.
No.
I'll say no for now. Ming, lots of damage coming in from 5. I'm just keeping my eye on the river real quick because there's both a jungler and mid laner potentially going head to head.
And again, remember that Xiaohu and Bebe contested the blue buff the first time around, so well aware of the timer. They knew that Shui and Icon were going to be on that side of the map, trying to get cheeky, trying to catch Icon, maybe walking back into his lane, and now they continually are cheating bottom, and they have the option to do that because Uzi has the Ash Arrow. Yes, he's down in itemization, but the burst damage and kill threat from the Vi as well as the Syndra, still holding a lot of power there. Xiao was actually just like bullying Icon around.
I mean, now we're at the point where people are getting to level 6 points. Dre over the wall catches him in the Scatter of the Week, and Dre will flash over the wall. Another dash from the Spirit Rush, and both of the OMG members make it out alive.
And that was the play from RNG. They knew that they had the kill pressure on pretty much anyone that they wanted because the Syndra had her ultimate. Vi also with her ultimate. Huge damage there. They even pulled down Let Me. And luckily for OMG, they weathered the storm. Yes, they burned their flash as well as their ultimate to disengage from it, but it's kind of a sigh of relief where things can calm down from that mid lane power.
And I know it was tactical because you know, Ming probably had to go back to base anyway. It was just funny watching Uzi do a typical Uzi thing. It's just like, what, that ult is locked on you? Yeah, you can take that. I'm going to stick around and farm, mate. So Ming has to prove himself to his new ADC that he's worthy. Flash out of the way from 5. Good reaction times. And Baby coming down there as well. So no Vault Breaker to hit. He's just kind of keeping Uzi company, allowing him to farm on the tower.
And SMLZ has a lot of confidence to be this far forward, knowing that that Vi ultimate is down. Yes, they're aware that Ming has gone back, so it is technically a 2v1 scenario, but they're not as fragile in the lane, knowing that Syndra and Vi have lost kind of those big cooldowns. And that's kind of that sigh of relief that we were talking about.
And Uzi in much better shape now. He's really just able to farm, and he's got a fairly decent freeze. Yeah, Kane's going back to base using that Piltover Peacemaker. So, actually no, sticking around. I am a liar. I'm lying to you. Icon back in this mid lane has picked up the Hextech Revolver. We'll see if it goes for the Super Soaker. That was a build that was being talked about for a little bit around Worlds.
Yeah, because it helps you survive the burst. In fact, this matchup into Syndra, when Syndra was really just destroying Worlds, I mean, she's always been kind of a priority pick even on 7.1. Faker actually said that this was going to be the counter, or at least the planned counter that he had, because it allows Ahri to get tanky enough and have enough utility that she can survive the Syndra burst.
Hello, it's Ray J getting caught out by Bebe. I just realized both junglers have like a repeating way. That's pretty cool.
Shui and Bebe?
Yeah. Maybe I should just like call them first one, like, because Kid did that as well. Now he's Kid. Is this something with the junglers? Icon getting caught out. Lots of damage in from Bebe. Did follow up with the ultimate, not off cooldown just yet. And Icon also dropping very low.
But the damage has been done. The fact that Icon's blinking red, he's trying to pot up so he can safely kind of at least hover behind, way back behind this tower and clear the creep wave. And they're actually not going to contest for mid lane. They're going to threaten the top side of the map.
Here he comes. He's got the ultimate this time around, and well, good luck. These are 2 pointer click ultimates coming your way. He can't move. There was nothing he could do. Oh, that's gotta feel bad.
And Xiang did it properly the first time around. The communication was there where he backed off. This time around, he actually burned his ultimate trying to help Icon disengage, and then foolishly stayed around on the turret. This time around, pays for it, and unfortunately it's just a trade of the Cloud Dragon for a ton of damage. In fact, the tower falling down, so huge swing for RNG.
This is going to be a very big Nautilus. Not only have he got those 3 kills, but the tower's also down. Yep, Ming, you take that one to the face. And he's just going to be unkillable. Already finished the Sunfire cape at 13 minutes. And a Kindle Gem. Oh no, he's really siding. Sold it. What's it going to be? Negatron Clip.
Yep.
Cool.
He's got his Ninja Tabby. Well, he's already got so much armor with the Ninja Tabby as well as the completed Sunfire at 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, pretty massive. So Uzi will have a great front line for him, so Will be
he's
feeling good.
gonna have that front line immediately. Letme is now just going to walk through the bottom of this lane, and SMLZ and 5 immediately have to give respect because he's sitting on the arrow, and as soon as the Nautilus shows up, that arrow is going to fly, and if it hits them, they're going to pick up a kill, and it's going to roll over into a tower. So RNG playing this very smart and immediately unlocking their top laner and continuing the structure snowball.
I feel like
that audio
yeah.
bug is just driving me nuts.
I feel like Letme must have been seen there, but maybe not. Because he's still camping the bush. Nah, he's gone back to base. Okay, so he was spotted out there, unfortunately, by OMG's minion wave.
Yeah, it's because Xiong, you can't afford to freeze anymore because if you do, you're just going to put your other map at a disadvantage from numbers. So he smartly shoved the wave in to try to at least force Letme just to sit in the lane. Of course, this puts him in a really precarious situation because he is so far extended. Luckily for him, though, Bebe's in front of him.
So he knows at least what one of the threats is, and he knows he has, like, again, the recall timing, and then maybe another 30 seconds if Bebe does decide to go into the top lane. So he's got a nice little grace period for himself before he needs to back away.
He messed up by staying on the tower and letting it fall in the first place and giving away the kill, but he made up for it by alleviating some pressure on SMLZ and 5's lane. It's like, get your crap out of here.
Uzi saying to Ming, come on, man, where were you? He's there, setting up a kill into Ray. Oh, but he uses him as a bowling ball. Come on, Ming, what are you doing? Actually, wasn't his fault. He's going to go down for the second kill. Bebe with his ultimate slams against the ground. A 2-for-1 in favor of OMG. Meanwhile, Caitlyn getting caught out by Zhao Hu, but the dredge line from Letme should be the kill. Comes in with the anchor. Run away from this one, Icon. Okay, he did.
So again, another great collapse from RNG there. In fact, 5. Oh no.
Can he make it?
No.
Bebe? Anything? No.
5 managed to slip out there. And this is from the difference of the fact that the Nautilus is going to mean so much more when TP's down versus the Gangplank. Like, this is your consolation prize. The Gangplank ultimate coming down here. And I just want to take a moment. The flash forces the Rage ultimate out, even though the tower probably would have ticked it down. It was so well played initially from JJ, and then it's like, all right, Nautilus teleported down. Our Gangplank is pretty worthless if he TP's down. There goes our fun time.
I like to imagine Uzi is just extremely angry in this game. Like, he's being camped in the bottom lane. Like, Ming was just used as a bowling ball and killed him. He's gotta not be feeling great.
Meanwhile, Letme's like, this is a great game. This is awesome,
Living
guys.
life.
Having fun.
I'm huge. 4-0-0 Nautilus. Having a great time.
And the hilarious thing is it's not like Bebe is like returning top lane. He keeps going bottom, but Letme also is just getting all of those leftover kills.
Well, it's now time for Letme just to convert to an ADC build and be the damage that team needs. Because you look at the opposite side, and OMG's kills are pretty much spread across the board. There's not like a single member is just massive. It's really going to come down to when we look at these team fights and we see objectives being traded back and forth, but how much will that actually matter?
Also comes down to itemization, so completed items. Uzi looking for the Essence Reaver Ashe build, so kind of going a bit of a throwback. It became quite popular in the LPL to prioritize that Infinity Edge because they like to prioritize the team fighting. So again, more of that utility. It makes sense. It's kind of kind. You want more of the CDR as well as the damage. It's not a terrible build on Ashe. I mean, it was standard for a very long time.
Sure.
Whereas on the other side, you have SMLZ who has completed his Infinity Edge. He didn't go for the 2 flat damage items and then into the attack speed. So he is ready to 5v5 right now.
Really what he wants. But the Triforce, yeah, picked up like a big Gangplank.
This Caitlyn build is not the I'm farming side lanes and pushing towers build. This is I'm grouping up. We need to make it happen.
Yeah, we are going. We're going to make something happen. Icon hasn't been back in a while, I feel, because he's been sat on those items for a fair bit. I want to see him finish the... Oh, it's going to be Proto Belt. Okay, so when we did see a little bit of Ahri, we were all like, Super Soaker, but then they all went Proto Belt. So once again, we're seeing that from Icon. But he's kind of past the point where, you know, Zhao Hu is laning against him, so he's not under that threat. It's when we get into team fights where it's like, hello, and he just nukes him with ult.
That different mentality. It's like, well, I'm not going to just tank and survive the ultimate. I'm actually just going to dodge the stun. So I'm going to get an extra flash key.
So he gets, you know, more room to maneuver, and he's going to be like diving Uzi most likely as well. Maybe, you know,
this poor guy, Uzi.
Look at it. Like, he's just getting bullied at the moment, to be honest.
It's just one of those games.
Yeah. And, you know, the opposite side, you're like, ah, yeah, star player, Icon, 001 has not even really been touched in this game.
I said X Factor.
Okay, X Factor. Changing my words. We'll wait another 10 minutes, and if he goes off, then I'll call him.
To be fair, the other X Factor in this game is Uzi. He's sitting 0, 2, and 3 right now, so
Yeah.
Kind of a delayed start on both ends.
That's fair.
Although I feel like
More delayed in one case, I'd say.
Icon really only has himself to blame. I feel like Uzi's been up against a wall a bit.
Yeah.
20 people in his lane.
I have to agree with that one. Quick clear out of the bottom lane, sticking the mid laner down there, and giving Caitlyn some time to farm in the mid lane. All right, I want team fights. I want team fights to happen. That's what I'm looking for.
Well,
Ocean Dragon's up.
I was going to say, there's an Ocean Dragon up.
All right. How much does the LPL love Ocean Dragons?
It's not really about the Ocean Dragon. It's actually just about the fact that it creates a Coliseum.
Excellent. That's what I wanted to hear. All right, Bebe clearing out the area. Lots of wards coming down from RNG.
But I actually prefer this call from RNG. So they have two different options here. You can either force the wave, which means that OMG need to be behind it and clear it out, which they're going to do with the Gangplank ultimate, and then you can kind of cheat back into the dragon. But it's this idea that when they approach towers, they're also terrifying. You got the Ashe Arrow, you have the Syndra ultimate, and now they have the superior positioning on the dragon.
Well, that was anti-fun.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, but like GP just ruined all the fun. There's no fight. We're going to kill the dragon. Now we're going to back away. There's no objective for them to fight over now. However, I did see a team fight over Riphild earlier, but he's gone back to the Void, so that's sad. All right, something's got to open up a fight soon.
Well, they want to take the last standing outer in the top side of the map, or they want to try to pick someone in the mid side. But unfortunately for OMG, again, they're lacking a ton of that CC. So I feel like their best case scenario is actually to shadow underneath Xiong and really pressure Let Me off the tower.
But doesn't quite land onto Xiang. Probably wouldn't have been a kill regardless. I mean, Bei is on his way to the top side of the map. And seeing that ward. Okay, so on way for the duty. Once again, Uzi taking that one. That's hurting a little bit more now. It was just ranked up to rank 2 for the ace and holder. Yahoo lying in wait, seeing if he can just catch anyone who happens to be chilling around this area. And he did catch Icon, so we'll see him go back into the mid lane.
He has vision on Icon as well. He's actually stacking up his orbs.
The Patient Hunter. Arrow doesn't land. And the taunt as well. What a god. Icon. Oh no. Okay, you saw the
walks
spear.
directly into
Yeah,
Syndra
it just
dies.
like instantly dies. That would have been fantastic, but yeah. No, we did see the Dark Sphere over the wall. So he'll take his blue buff and move on with his life. 21 minutes in, 10 kills. A nice, I was going to say healthy Goldie, but there's honestly nothing really in it between these two teams. It's just that one tower going down, so it's just the difference of dragons with that Ocean Dragon and the Cloud Dragon. The next one's going to be another Ocean Dragon.
What I find interesting right now is that both mid laners have pretty much given their AD carries the mid lanes. That was about 30 to 45 seconds where both Icon and Xiaohu were sitting off in the wings, just like bow-guarding River. You finally see, like, this is the first time Xiaohu's farmed in probably a minute.
Finally back, getting that under his belt. It's on Miranda Omakan and haunting guys right now. And he's in the bot lane. We'll be able to get Xiang from full health. And Xiang is currently sat on 2 items as well. The very nice point for GP players is when you hit those 2 item breakpoints and you just one-shot waves and start chunking through people. So again, he's also in a position where he's like, I want to fight. Got him.
The big thing, though, is Uzi is about to get his ultimate, and last time it didn't connect. This time, we'll see if that changes, because that arrow is going to make or break that mid tower.
Yep. Just needs to land onto somebody, and it's just about up.
I have a feeling it's going to be 5.
I think that's likely. 5 does have his flash, though, and we've seen previously that he is pretty good on the old F key there, so might be able to get that one just in time. There's no one without a flash, which is the kind of the problem right now. Like, he can burn a flash, but apart from that, nothing else.
Xiong! Oh no! He let it go again. He didn't make the same mistake.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Bot lane is under attack, and he should be able to pick up this tower. So he didn't make the mistake of just staying on the tower and dying, but they will lose the tower.
And this is RNG abusing their lane assignments, so kicking Xiaohu out into the bottom side. He pretty much has kill pressure on every single person on the map. It's one of the problems with OMG's comp is they don't have a true tank, so they don't have anyone who can absorb that Syndra damage. And just through slow whittling and the proper lane assignments, they're able to pick up the tower in the end.
So objective being traded, and it's got to be soon. We've got to see a fight. I feel it. Okay. Blue buff. Seems like a good objective to fight over. Joyce Ray is going to come in here. Bebe's chasing after. Let Me. There's the ultimate. He's going to go down. No real worries there. SMLZ, I'm not entirely sure what you're doing there, mate, but I think he'll be okay. Let Me does have his ultimate, but he wasn't able to get in range in time. So that's just the 1 kill going over to RNG for now.
I'm going to have to disagree with you a bit, Pulse.
All right.
I don't agree with fighting over blue buff is a good idea.
But it means action, and that's what I enjoy. That's what I wanted from these two teams. We're going to see a fight over mid lane. Uzi detonated by Icon. That's what we said in Champions League. Icon, when he's on Assassin versus Uzi, who's not having a great game, who comes out on top? The Ahri.
Yeah, the Zyra and the Ahri actually kind of Zyra didn't flash on top of him, but Ahri certainly did. But Zyra also dropping the ultimate, managed to stall out the Siege mid lane, and in the end, Xiong actually picks up the inner tower on the bottom side of the map.
So who won out from that?
Well, the inner tower is going to be worth a lot more than any sort of positioning in mid lane.
That makes sense. Let Me gonna slowly kill Gangplank, but he is a lot faster than a very slow Nautilus.
He's also got his Hex Drinker,
Okay.
which means it's now much safer for Xiong to be in these side lanes, despite the fact if it is the Nautilus or if it is the Syndra.
Much harder for him to get bursted down. Bring out this mid wave as well. They were trying to find a pick with Scatter Weak, and they put that trap in the very annoying position, which is just above the tower. And 6-6 in kills, so just clearing out the rest of these traps. And what are we doing in terms of items? So Void Staff just picked up as the second item coming in from Icon. Notice he's going to have to try and chunk through both the top laner and jungler, who are very rapidly getting towards their magic resist items. And Uzi, still not having a great game. He's sat on 2 items though, so it's not too bad. He's been farming pretty decently. He's just not been able to really make anything happen from these fights.
5 is a crazy man. I don't know if you saw that, but he like ran forward and ducked underneath the Syndra stun. If he gets hit with that, he's going to get popped like a balloon.
Honestly, 5 has been pretty good when it's been coming to getting out of like CC, skill shots. He's been impressed by how he's been dodging out of those. So.
I mean, no surprises there, but that 5 would be very good at hitting the root. Again, when he joined this team, he was kind of known as almost a Thresh one trick. Very good on that champion, so that sentence very similar to Zyra's knee.
Sure.
But he's been having some nice fancy footwork, and their mid lane push wins them positioning to secure an Ocean Drake.
Oh, again! 5. Oh, yeah, dodge this one, mate. Bebe coming in there with Zhaohu's ultimate. Gonna finish him off instantly. Bebe will fall for that one.
Jungle for support, I'd gladly take it.
And Icon pulling off to Let Me. He's going to use a Spirit Rush. Meanwhile, Zhaohu, nice dodge out of that Q. And now Zuedre caught up a creek without a pal, pretty much. There's nothing he can do about this one. And Caitlyn caught out. There comes the Riptide. Let Me will finish him off with the anchor. Coming in there with the 3-for-1 to RNG.
Target selection there, really punishing Xuezhui. He does manage to get the nice kick on Xiaohu, but he's got his completed Hourglass, which gives them the team fight as well as the position advantage to take mid-outer.
Really big for RNG there. And I actually think the key point of that fight was the Zhonya's coming in, so Zuedre couldn't get back out again.
Oh yeah, so we are going to see a replay of this. It's like you said, 5 with the fast feet manages to dodge the Ash Arrow, and it's kind of almost the insta-response Bebe with the point click.
Instantly detonated, but then like the instant traps coming down from Caitlyn as well just kind of trapped him in there.
As well as the Zyra ultimate and the GP ultimate layered on top of each other. But then it's right here. Xuezhui finds Xiaohu, actually burns his flash port, but a really nice Zhonya, and then Ming positions well to just annihilate the team with bullet time. And from there, Let Me, he's massive, he's very tanky. SMLZ cannot deal with the Nautilus, just doesn't have the shred, despite the fact that she does have her last Whisper, and just gets walked down.
I mean, that's like a 2.5 item ADC with, with Last Whisper, but Let Me is like, what, 5-0 right now? He's so big.
But Uzi is waiting on his Cole. I know it's not going to completely eclipse the difference of the Last Whisper, but he's actually not that far behind despite all of the troubles that have been thrown at him in that bottom lane as soon as he procs that gold value on it. In fact, wow, he's actually going for a defensive item, so not looking for the armor penetration. This makes sense. I mean, he's got enough damage in the likes of the Vi, as well as the Syndra, as well as the Misfortune, that he's really just a utility bot. And that's kind of cool of Uzi to show his change, his growth, and his maturing as a player, that he doesn't need to be that hard carry, that he can be a team player.
And the funny thing is, he still dealt the most damage in that last team fight, so like he's still doing fine. He's still in good shape.
I think that's more so on Xiaohu.
Yeah, probably, but into this top side, lots of vision has come down from both teams. The Crab, okay, it went over to RNG. Uzi picks that one up, and Baron is still a possibility. I didn't realize it was 28 minutes in, but it's now something that both teams could contest. We had a big lull period where both teams didn't really look for those fights, so more just taking objectives, looking for picks, trying to be smart.
Watching Let Me over on the side, he's actually looking for a big flank. Instead, he's just going to drop some deep vision, perhaps disappear back to bottom lane. And like you said, it's now turned into the Baron dance.
And it's turned into Bebe jumping on Dre. Oh, jump away. 5 gets out, but the Lee Sin's not so lucky. The follow-up, Zhao who instantly detonated, and there's Ming over the wall. Bullet time lands onto a 1-for-1 trade so far, and Uzi just like in the middle of nowhere. GP versus Nautilus, he may get away with that blast plant usage. He's going to follow after. It's going to take a long time to get. There's another blast plant. Go on, you can make it. I have faith in you, Nautilus. That was weird.
Visual
He's
bar.
out. Yes. Good job. Okay.
But suddenly that's 2 members only alive for RNG. Let Me does have his teleport, but he still needs to respawn for base. And OMG are going to go ahead and pull the trigger on the Baron despite the fact that their jungler is dead. Here comes the TP from Let Me. There is no smite for OMG, so there's still a chance.
Let's go, Nautilus. It's going to be secured by Icon. That was a bit dodgy, considering Make It Rain was there as well. But either way, it will be secured by OMG. And that is a big win for them.
Yeah, so in the end, huge props to Xiang. The fact that he was able to chase Let Me for so long to delay that back timing, because you saw there, that 5-second window was really the difference between Nautilus getting to the Baron pit too late and Nautilus getting into the pit before Baron went down. As that damage from Icon is absolutely disgusting coming over the wall. And Shueisha almost survives this fight. But this is RNG just really uncoordinated in their team fight. People getting caught out, not coming from the same side, and not layering their cooldowns correctly.
For sure. And Let Me really needs to be involved in these fights, you know, like, a lot of that gold on that team is on that Nautilus.
Oh, you mean you can't go 5-0-1 and just split push as a Nautilus and win the game?
It's true. Oh, that ultimate went on Ming. That's a new one. Uzi feeling a bit of respite. And right now, OMG, balls in their court. They can do pretty much anything they want. Mid lane should be going down, but the big flank from Let Me taken out the ADC to start this one off. Nice double stun coming in from Zhao, who Let Me is just absolutely unkillable. This is what we were talking about. Once he gets involved, what can they do? Icon looking for the detonate onto Zhao, who Zonius comes out. He's good to go. 3-0 so far. Let Me looking for another target for his anchor to land. And Dre, he's out jumping to that ward, and they're good to go.
And suddenly what looked good for OMG has now fallen apart at the seams. We talked about how their composition really wants to be forward and to siege underneath the tower, but the problem is that leaves them open for flanks. And the big flanking play for RNG is Let Me, and he is massive.
Nautilus, ladies and gentlemen, this is what he'll do to you when he's 6-0-3. Moving on to the inhibitor now. That's gone. It's out. It's done.
Yeah, those feels when you secure Baron and it's your mid inhib that goes down.
Yeah, yeah, that's a negative Baron play for sure. Now the Cloud Dragon is up, so RNG will have priority over that. Probably going to go back to base first, since there are a decent amount of low health bars. And wait for OMG to head over to that area, so maybe they'll pick this one up. That's actually fairly decent for OMG if they do manage to pick up Dragon, because then they could start playing around Elder in a long while from now.
And that is easier for them than playing in lanes because they have to be less vigilant with their vision. It's much harder to ward all of the possible flanking opportunities when you're this far extended down mid lane versus just having the pit and teleport locations warded around you. And that's the thing about OMG. They have a great team fight as long as they're prepared for it. Again, they have the gangplank. He needs to make sure that his barrels are out and ready because if there's ever a scenario where they get caught off the surprise, where RNG do get the jump on them, they're pretty much donezo.
And Icon is what? Like, we've seen the damage that he can do against any squishy on the side of RNG, so it's not all doom and gloom for the OMG lineup.
This guy's nuts.
This is some solid stake mission around the side. He hasn't been alerted just yet. Kick him against the wall, finish him off. And Icon, he'll jump away very quickly. Bebe, he's onto the back line, but he's completely by himself. Separated from the pack, and he just launched himself into the enemy team. Dre gonna do the same thing, gonna pay the price. So these junglers are nuts.
What an absolute legend. Like, that That's crazy. He's like, my team, we at least got one Baron buff. It's only on the DP. Finds the flank, kills Xiaohu before he's able to use the Hourglass, and allows him to break mid and possibly take down Nautilus. Raid boss.
He's got the Guardian Angel, so there's a phase 2 to that fight. And OMG didn't even finish off the first one. Allow him to reset, go back to full HP.
I love Shueishui.
Great player.
The thing is Shueishui came into the LPL. He does have a sub-jungler on this roster with World 6. Very hit and miss. Now, he's known as a big Lee Sin player. You can obviously see why his mechanics are definitely on point. Decision-making, not quite so much. But I love the OMG mentality of that they're always going to run for it, that they're never going to back up. It's kind of like, take the gamble, try the crazy play, and eventually you'll do crazy plays so often and so many times that they're no longer crazy. They're just the standard. And that's kind of like their motto.
I have a lot of respect for Lee Sin, whose both mind and body is telling him yes in pretty much every situation, which is what he's been doing. 4, 6, and 7, so his kill participation is through the roof. He's only missed out on 1 kill.
But the fact that he wasn't punished for that at all, like how risky of a play. It's not like he ran in there with his sweeper. He just ran into the enemy jungle, like completely confident that he's not going to walk over any vision and that Syndra's not going to know he's there and just turn and delete him.
I mean, it was absolutely a YOLO play, but it worked. So, I mean, you can't fault him for it.
It worked against RNG, and they're not looking too hot, although we'll see if they can clean it up and perhaps close out this series. They've lost their gold lead now, but they still have so many tools and so much power on this composition.
I actually really like that point you bring up, because we're looking at these two teams, and I'm not going to get a chance to talk because they just want to fight. Here comes the arrow, does not land onto 5. He's immune to arrows in this game.
Just in between the wickets.
Just in between. But go back to that point, it's like these two teams are looking towards the bottom side of the table. You know, you look at OMG and a lot of analysts talking to you guys, like honestly a team who are looking at last place in that group. RNG did not show up. Are they looking to rebuild? What can they do? But they, you know, of course dropped their game earlier against IMA. So what can they do now? Are they also looking towards the bottom of the table? And those are all questions you have to ask. So coming out of this series, I feel like some of those questions will be illuminated. What's for certain is we're going to have a fight over Hoover for some reason.
They lost it. Shueishui actually managed to steal it away using his smite.
Got him.
Got him, coach.
Um,
No, but in terms of RNG, I mean, this game at least, they've had the right idea. Unfortunately for Uzi, Letme's been the primary benefactor of a lot of these right ideas, and some of the right ideas they've missed out because of execution. You know, the arrow's missing, or the teleport's coming in just slightly too late. Xiaohu, though, has certainly stepped up this game. I'm not seeing as many errors as we saw previously, and that's always nice to see. Of course, this could just be a symptom of the fact that he's on a champion like Syndra.
True. And
but OMG's problem has always just been that they're unfortunately in a region that's stacked with superstar talent. And they have good members. I mean, you can see Shueishui, how he might be impressive. And given time, given experience, given proper leadership, that he could become a standout Chinese jungler. Same thing with Icon. But it's just this issue that they don't necessarily have that built into their current roster. I mean, if SMLZ is your most veteran player on the roster, it kind of speaks volumes to it. So it's just about time with them.
for sure.
Xiong,
Trying to like
the role swap god himself, from mid to support to top.
But I mean, trying to play catch up, as you know, against like teams even like RNG, you know, who are significantly more longer standing in terms of just some of the players. It's hard to get to that point. But if they can play catch up and they can do it quickly, then you know there's no reason why they couldn't progress higher than bottom of the table.
I mean, what a contemporary timeline we're in, where Royal Never Gives Up, formerly known as Star Royal Club, and OMG, the Dark Forces Never Give Up. That we're kind of predicting them now on bottom of the table. These two organizations were pillars of the LPL. OMG, I mean, they were the Edward Gaming before EEG even existed. They stayed true to their old oh no, 5.
He's gonna live.
Baby.
Machi survived, or Surprise 5 has died as much as he had. It feels like he's escaped from so many situations he should have died in.
If NLXG was that Vi, 5 would not be alive right now. Vi might not also be alive, but...
I mean, Baby's learning, right? Like, he's dived the backline probably 2 or 3 times where he just dived in and instantly died. I like the interactions between Vi and Caitlyn. That was in Chinese, so I don't know what they said, but it was cool regardless.
Nice try, Cupcake.
Probably the one.
That's the best I got.
Close enough. Ming, okay, they were giving that one a shot, but We'll go back over the wall, just seeing if they can get that cheeky Baron out of vision.
Nice heads-up play from RNG. At this point, they need to get control over their lanes. I feel like we've constantly been seeing RNG with their lanes pushing into them before they really want to approach this pit. You can actually see that Letme's finally pulling off the bottom side after he started to build up a slow push there. And I feel like we've seen this play a couple of times.
Out of vision, though. Doesn't work once and try up. Uzi, he's got him. He's got that number. But that's... Okay, we'll back away. It was down to around half health, and it's like, maybe OMG will try and commit to it. Nope. Let me do that one this time around.
But now we should be trading priority over the Baron. It should now fall back into RNG because they've got their waves under control. Again, that slow push from Letme in about 30 seconds is really going to be a problem that OMG will have to address on the bottom side of the map. So RNG, all eyes are on you. You now have control over the map. You can move into the Baron pit. How are you going to set up the objective, especially with Elder Drake also live?
It would be a big tell for them as a team. Because even on like an individual basis, we're looking at them and saying, not the star players compared to some other teams, so can they make it up in macro? Right now they're being shoved in.
Yeah, and they don't even want to try to play around with the vision game. They just want to help the... I was like, that seems a little bit risky. I can't believe they're actually just going to try to walk it in for that inhib. They smartly changed their minds.
Yeah, go back.
So much of their composition is really empowered by Fog of War and actually playing the vision game correctly because they have such great pick potential like the Ash Arrow, like the Cinder Burst. I like this call a lot more.
It's got a lot of health though. And OMG are here to contest. They'll have to walk through some bottlenecks, which is less than optimal. GP could put a spanner in the works.
Okay. I liked the idea of walking towards the Elder Drake. I didn't like the
idea of starting it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you just stand behind a corner? Big issue is that they don't have any more of their control wards left. But look, they placed two. What? RNG, please.
That's hilarious. Well, they're going to walk into the mid lane now, and they know that they'll have to contest around the Baron area. And now OMG's going to start off the Baron. I just don't even know anymore. Honestly.
Here's the hawk shot, though.
Found him.
Okay.
All right. Back away.
Let's make
teams need to stop starting objectives.
Let's make a gentleman's agreement. Everyone back, pick up your control wards, or we're just going to go in. Changed his mind.
And now he's going out. Didn't hit anything, so he's fine.
Meanwhile, Xiang, the bottom side of the map.
How's it going?
Deal with me.
I'm a GP. This is what I do.
Are they going to let it go?
And now RNG are going to go onto the Baron. There's a TP available for Xiang. At some point, I have to feel he'll be ulting to do something. Oh, there it is. Death's Daughter coming down. He's going to be looking for the steal, but it's secured by Bebe. And Zhuezhui is in way too deep. He'll be going down, but take a look at Xiang and what he's doing. He's like just taking the inhibitor.
They need to stall their backs. He can continue to go. He's got a free wave behind him.
Icon walked into the face of death and did not come out swinging. But still, pretty good.
But in the end, RNG are going to lose so much pressure and power from their Baron because they're going to have to use it to deal with the super creep wave crashing into the bottom side of their map. Now, it was a huge error from Icon. Again, you can see the hero play that he's trying to make. If I stall their backs out long enough, we can maybe take a Nexus Tower. Yeah, right into a brick wall.
Not so great. Elder Dragon still on the board as a neutral objective. Both teams will want to try and stop this one, but with Caitlyn in the top lane, with that massive minion wave, it's pretty much conceded to RNG. So that's the thing. So
but
that will help them out.
You know, this is actually big because this means that now that they can have the confidence to walk whatever objective down that they want. If they choose to kind of play it really clinical, really safe, taking that last outer on the bottom, or, you know, we already saw that they were thinking about that mid inhibitor, and that's also an option for them.
And even for Letme, you know, like he sits in the side lane, it's just like, split foot Nautilus. But now he's going to burn through those waves so quickly with the true damage that it's actually not too bad anymore. And the rest of the team can just join it, so that also works, pushing in this wave. So after all of that, even though the inhib went down, walk to the bottom lane, push it out. With these two massive buffs on the side of RNG, they can start taking down objectives. Middle inhibitor may be something for them to look at while they still have this Elder Dragon. Not going to be on them for too much longer. Yeah,
it's still very scary to consider diving a Nexus turret with the likes of the Caitlyn trap set up, the Zyra ult up, as well as kind of the immediate burst damage that Icon just kind of can flash onto your back line with what he's doing with Ahri. So I like the calmer, cleaner play of saying, let's go mid, let's try to walk down that inhibitor without the tower. instead of just using the power of a dive comp like Vi, like Nautilus. Although, here we
It's
go.
time for some hype. Zeraze coming in. Uzi knocked over the wall. He'll instantly flash out. No one can get to him right now, but he can't hit anyone either. And that will mean the death of Bebe. He's going to go in. He's always going to go in. Oh, keeps his Guardian Angel. Double Sonya's Hourglass. What's it mean? It means that both of them are dead. And let me moving on to Xiang. He goes down into his own Guardian Angel. Do they have the damage to finish him? Minx there along with Uzi. Not going to leave him up to dry. That's his first step of the game. Don't worry, his KDA is intact.
And that was with the Elder Drake, though. So, again, that's another huge failure from RNG in setting up their vision. The fact that they didn't spot out the Lee Sin, and you know that that's going to be the standard play. Like, OMG, they have no flanking plays except for that Lee Sin inset kick. Zhuizhui has the mechanics, he makes the play pay off, but frankly, that's RNG's failure, just kind of handing the game back to OMG. Just ward your flanks.
Are we playing League of Legends or ping pong? I actually can't tell, because this game has just gone back and forth so many times. Zhuizhui is looking for another play. I'm sure he can make it. He's still got the Guardian Angel as well. That didn't even go down.
He is
in the last
dragging
fight.
OMG across this finish line.
He takes the shots. A lot of damage from Five's plants. I mean, he's got the 2 items as well, so that'll be opening up the mid and hip.
I feel like neither team actually wants Baron at this point, because anytime they get Baron, they actually lose ground
That's
in
the
their
mark
base.
of death. Yeah. Actually, not a great objective to pick up. It's going to be at least 3 minutes until the next one, though. And Elder Dragon as well. So there's no big objectives for the teams to fight here. So we may just hit a bit of a quiet period just for a second before those objectives come back up.
As bloodthirsty and as big of a fan as I am of the LPL, you know all about those 5v5s. Again, my biggest gripe right now is with the lack of control wards and how they're setting up these objectives. And that's really what's been the ping pong back and forth of these throws. As you can clearly see that in the gold.
You can see each serve, actually, as the peaks and troughs are in that graph. That's actually fantastic. On point graph. And this is actually a game that's gone quite a long time. I didn't realize it was 45 minutes into the game.
We're going to come down to a 50-50 single team fight.
Yeah. This has been quite a long one. We saw like long games, of course, in the second series of today. There was like very long games that felt long because there was not a lot of fighting, and when they did, it was in short bursts. But this has just been both teams scrapping for the most part. Okay, there's been a couple lulls in the last maybe 10 minutes. But it will start heating up again as these big objectives like Baron, like Elder Dragon start spawning again. And it's just down to the teams looking to secure that vision before those objectives spawn.
And we really need to point out the trinket differences between the teams as we start getting into like these really late games where their item slots are choked up, where you're only able to really hold 3 control wards on the support position, because Xiaohu's actually still sitting with his yellow trinket as well as Let Me. So they don't have the 2 blue trinkets. So if RNG actually ever lose priority in positioning over that Baron pit, it's super dangerous because they don't have the blue trinket to allow them to check safely, because there's still a ton of pick potential available in Icon. So they have to be so diligent with their wave control to make sure that they never get forced out of the Baron pit area by dealing with mid or dealing with bottom wave.
And to that point, the CZ Rot portal has been picked up. Bebe launching himself once again, this time into the front line. Xiang is going to go down into his Guardian Angel. Zhuizhui maybe underneath the same fate. And he will be actually just jumping in there. Yeah, Uzi, he'll have to back away. And a lot of the damage that he was about to deal is completely down the toilet. Zhuizhui taken out there by Xiaohu. Ace in the hole, ball not blocked up by Let Me. Looked like his model was maybe in front, but still, that was a 1-for-1 junglers exchange.
Did Ming hit the blast cone and force Ashe into the fight?
I think so. Yeah, that's a support he's going to get fired after this game. Xiang onto this inhib. See you later. Take that down. Uzi must be tilted off the face of the planet right now.
Look at RNG's comms. Look at Let Me's face right now. Like, Xiang, he looks focused. He looks calm and collected. Let Me actually just kind of looks displeased.
Yeah.
7-1 and 6. That's a ridiculous scoreline.
Displeased is a great word to describe Let Me's face right now. Bebe, how's he looking? He's communicating. That's good. I want to see Uzi's face. I want to see an Uzi player cam. Can we get that one?
I mean, there's that very famous sequence of Uzi, you know, in tears in between his games and having the coach and the counselor come out and try to console him in between games. It's no secret that Uzi has a bit of a temperamental streak. Kind of did grow out of that, but a lot of pressure. That's the big thing about competing in the LPL is you're competing in front of one of the largest League of Legends audiences in the world, and so when you face that lashback, it's very loud.
Exactly. When you're an emotional player already, you can have those really high highs, but also those really low loads. Uzi, I think, nailed by that Death's Daughter. He's down to 60%. Does have the honey fruit there. And we'll go back to full health.
The nice thing, though, is RNG just have to be patient here because they have both the top and the bottom wave about to force OMG to reposition. So take your time with this Baron. Don't force a 50-50.
Okay. Seems to be pretty much what RNG is doing right now, not taking too much damage.
But what OMG are waiting for is the super creep wave in the mid lane. So while RNG have control of their side lanes, OMG are just buying time for the super creeps. Okay, Xiang's taking care of one priority.
It's gone up. Okay, what does this mean for the Baron? It's down to a third.
Oh no. Level
Dre,
17.
it could come down to it. Again, 5 untouchable with those arrows. See where's landing. He comes in. He gets the steal. Swayze may have just saved this one coming in from the OMG. Baby on the front lines instantly decimated. Xiang, triple knockup coming in from Letme. He just sealed the fate of his entire team. 5 and Icon trying to run away from this fray, but what can they do? That was disastrous for OMG.
But OMG, or excuse me, RNG can't really capitalize on it because they need to return to their base unless they go all in or nothing and just try to run it down mid lane. Nope, they're taking the smarter call. They're going to reset their backs, and they have to take care of their Nexus tower. So even though RNG win the team fight, it doesn't mean anything. It's still disaster.
Let me playing tower defense right now in the base, and I was so scrappy. But Zrejay picking up that Baron there, so honestly, fantastic steal. It just came down to smiting mechanics.
That is, I will never use the word fantastic there. I know.
I mean, he got the Baron.
But the fact that the teams are putting themselves in positions where they're taking the 50-50.
Let's see it again. Let's see if it actually was fantastic. I actually don't know what happened there. That was too fast.
Yeah, I mean, he finds the do, he's got the execute, comes in, makes the steal. It's a pretty stable play on the Lee Sin. It's why it's always scary when you take the 50-50 Baron Smite like that. And then unfortunately, this is the big thing is that the super creep wave is on the Nexus towers, and OMG know that at that point, we have the Baron. We actually just need to disengage. There's no reason to take the fight, and unfortunately, RNG used all their cooldowns, were unable to chase and punish.
Look at Xiao, who's damaged in that last team fight as well. A lot of that was actually from the final play where Xiang was like, let me just deliver this Nautilus ultimate into 3 players. And it was just like, okay, let me follow up on that one. That was pretty much where most of that 5,000 damage came from. Well, we are 50 minutes in, Frosk, and like you were saying earlier, probably going to come down to one of those big team fights which will decide the entire game, especially with all these open inhibs. So one big team fight from here will decide it.
There's kind of the difference about how the teams will be approaching trying to end the game, though, depending on when they have power. So it's this idea that when RNG, when they have the Baron, when they feel that they're in power, they're all grouped up together and they're just running down as, you know, the flying V, like the Mighty Ducks. Whereas OMG, you know, it's much more kind of guerrilla warfare. You've got Shui, he's looking for that flank. He's trying to slip in underneath your vision line. They make sure that Xiang is always across map for them, or they're playing and setting up around his barrels, and they're trying to splinter different lanes and pull OMG apart. So this is where, even though, excuse me, RNG apart, where even though OMG are technically in the tempo and the driver's seat, they're still very respectful of RNG, because that 5v5 comp, when everyone's together, is still utterly terrifying.
Sure. One Nexus turret remaining. RNG absolutely on the back foot. JJ, a tick here could be really good. Arrow, CC chain. He's still got the Guardian Angel. He'll jump in as far as he can. Maybe see if the rest of the team can follow up, but with the bullet time on top of him, he's just going to simply fall over. Bebe was there to secure his fate. With almost a 77-second death timer, RNG buy a lot of time for themselves, and with the spawn of Elder Dragon.
Xiaohu is, however, in the base right now, resetting his health bar, so they don't have their Syndra to immediately walk up to the pit, which is what is delaying this. They should just walk towards it.
That would make sense, but they're running down mid right now. They think they want the inhib. Who knows what RNG wants in reality? Big mini wave in both top and bot they will have to deal with. Yeah, it looks like they want the inhib more than anything, and maybe loop back for the Elder Dragon, but they are running out of time, and there's a big trap line.
Still 30 seconds, though. They get to play with the 4v5. Now they don't need to worry about the threat of Shui, you know, appearing behind Uzi, flash kicking him into certain death.
There's one thing to look out for, but just inching around this trap line. Very difficult to deal with. Xiang getting caught out. There's the ultimate and the CC chain once again from RNG. They find one. They're looking for the second. Bebe still with his Guardian Angel. Will burn his flash to keep that one alive. Charging up the Volt Breaker. Does not have flash, remember. Harder for him to land onto the player that he wants. But with the mid lane breached, they'll look for another one now. Let me charging into the front lines. Stopping that damage from Caitlyn. Dredge line doesn't quite connect. I feel like at this point, surely RNG will back away.
And finally, the pings go down for the Elder Drake. Now, Shui is back alive, but Xiang is dead, so still a 4v5 disadvantage for IMA, but they, for OMG, but they have the potential to look for a Smite steal now. Which is why I like that RNG are actually trying to clear out the vision behind them and setting up for possibly a Fnatic Death Brush. But Icon's actually moved up underneath him. He could catch Uzi coming around this corner.
Big minion wave bot lane. Someone's going to have to deal with that. Icon.
Just shadowing underneath.
In wait. He can catch pretty much anyone.
It's fine. Let me has teleport, so he's going to clear the minion wave.
He's going to be waiting for his chance. Bebe coming almost back up to full health as well. In pretty good shape. The standoff continues, but there's not long until Gangplank respawns, and he has TP, so I think that will be RNG backing away for now. Let me continuing to farm 7-1 and 9. Like, pretty much immortal in this game.
I mean, we're sitting at 100k gold. Everyone's got 6 items. There's no longer any room for control wards. The big vision differences are still going to be the fact that OMG are playing around 2 blue trinkets versus 2 yellow trinkets on RNG.
At what point, when you're like, I don't know, 70 minutes into a game and you have misfortune to support, you say, you know what, I'm just going to sell all my items and go ADC.
He actually has a Rylai's as well.
Yeah.
So he's
for a while.
utility armor pen. As here's the Hail Mary. Is he going to find anyone? He's fast.
He's very fast. Oh, he's going to pause for a second. Finds the Q. Actually knocks him out of the way of the arrow, which lands onto 5 instead. But I think he hit the Banshees.
But they have the priority positioning coming up into the mid lane, so OMG, they have to go the long way around. They're getting zoned out by Bebe, or I guess corralled. And they're now across map from Elder Drake.
Wow, that was a really interesting sequence of events. It was like, there's nothing in the mid lane, but because they were drawn into mid lane, that being from OMG, because RNG can go straight for this Elder Dragon.
They're burning it very quickly.
Yeah, they're beelining over to them. There's a Gangplank ultimate, lots of damage onto some of the key members there. It's only down to half right now. Shui, can he come out with another miracle steal? Could secure this game 1. Dropping low, down to 3,000.
Watch
Dredge
Icon.
jumping in.
He's
Can
in
he get this one? Once again with the second steal of the game. Dredge coming up big. Bebe getting caught out here. He'll drop down into the Guardian Angel. Dredge going in onto Uzi. Knocks him out of the fight, allowing Icon into the pit. He goes into the Zhonya's Hourglass. Xiaohu trying to stay alive while Lemmy comes back up. But not going to happen. A 4-for-1. Favor of OMG. Uzi, the only man left standing.
And surely with 70 to 60 second death timers left, OMG have enough space and enough time to walk this one down. We said, what is this team good at? They still have retained their 5v5 identity, and 56 minutes in this game, it came down to the 5v5, and they managed to outplay RNG.
Absolutely nuts. Uzi is going to put one last ditch effort, and that's to clear out the middle lane of minions.
Trying to catch the wave behind them so that the 66 damage reduction for the tower comes into play. But nice teleport from Xiang means that he'll simply slow them down but not stop the inevitable.
If only there was 2 towers, maybe he could have done something. But after 57 minutes, game 1, just game 1, goes over to OMG.
And you don't feel great after a game like that. We kind of talked about it a bit during the cast, but that was huge failures and oversights by both teams in terms of their vision control, especially in how you're playing such high burst assassin pick comps like that, although Uzi looking pretty positive on your screen.
Yeah, for sure. And we're welcoming back Mr. Rusty. What are your thoughts on that game? It was definitely a long one. You made it back just in time.
That was horrible.
Da, 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 da.
It was ping pong, right? So it
Yeah.
was like, no, you throw, no, you throw, no, my turn to throw. And like the Baron steals were there, and the Elder Drake steal was there, and legitimately Joy won a game that should not have been won.
Pretty much, that's a pretty good synopsis of what we just witnessed over the last 58 minutes.
So here's that graph. The bottom thing on your screen says Elder Drakes, and the fact that we had 3 in that game, I think, speaks to it as we now look at the damage graph.
43,000 to Xiaohu.
But see,
did a lot for his team.
This is why these can be very misleading, however, because while Xiaohu looks super impressive there and he did have a better game, the fact is that Shui is sitting at 10.2k, and like Rusty said, he dragged OMG's corpse over the finish line to win that game.
Yeah, and one big thing that you have to highlight, right? Looking at the draft of OMG, it was actually quite awkward because where is their tank?
Exactly.
Right? Like they just did not have one, but Jue has to be the tank. So he goes Spirit Visage on Lee Sin, like gets cooldown reduction, straight armor, magic resistance build, and just steals the buffs. That was ultimately his job, was to die, and it was effectively a dying competition between Bebe and Jue to see who could get the most deaths in the game, and ultimately the person who got the smites as well as the deaths was the winner.
I mean, there's very much not strategy from what I've seen in this series, and is that just going to continue? Do we expect anything different in the rest of these games?
Like, you completely expect this of OMG. Their problems last split is that their decision-making, like late-game decision-making, they just made bad calls, and that's what ultimately lost them games. But we knew that they were kind of that scrappy, crazy, Shui's making the crazy flanking plays, Icons blowing people up, and so that if it comes down, like if a team hands them a 50-50 where it just comes down to a team fight, OMG are definitely in that. You don't expect that of RNG.
Yeah, and these are the big fights where you just don't expect these things. Icon stands out to me whilst the smite was there from the Lee Sin as a player that stepped up and honestly went above and beyond where I thought he would be. RNG get momentum, and he just comes in and one-hits Xiaohu or one-hits somebody else like Uzi and just ruins any chance of winning.
100% agree. His positioning on that last team fight was excellent. The fact is, yeah, Shui was the big guy who got the Elder Drake steal, but even if he had missed that steal, Icon deleted 2 members just as that fight started, so it was already a 3v5.
And the one that really got me was the fight near OMG's red buff, where he was just over the other side of the wall. Xiaohu thought he'd made a pick and instantly died before he could even use his Zonias, and that was the moment where OMG actually turned around and said, oh, looks like we might be able to win this one, I think.
It was also fun to watch because we were talking about Icon as, the player with the X factor, as you were calling it. I definitely think he had that coming into this game. But we look on the flip side as well. Before we hit that point, Dre will be coming out as MVP, probably because of those steals more than anything.
Yeah, and 90% kill participation for his team speaks a lot towards Dre. Like, there was a lot of fighting, and he was usually the one to die, and so was the Vi, but he was always the necessary death to be an engaged tool for his team, otherwise they wouldn't have had one.
I think a good word for it is facilitator. Like, he was the guy that was always leading the charge, that was starting off the plays, kind of like serving it up for Icon.
Not sacrificial lamb in most cases, that's what it felt like. Just throw the Lee Sin in and see what he can do with it. I just heard that MXG will be coming in now as a sub, so thoughts on that one?
I had a theory, actually, for why they would put Bebe in, and it might just be because he plays Vi. And they knew that Jue, like we said this in the pregame, both Lee Sin One Tricks, MLXG, and Jue are going to play those champions. It'll be contested. And perhaps the strategy from RNG was bring in the Vi that can dumpster a Lee Sin and hope that the strategy is enough to work. And I can understand bringing back the most experienced member if that doesn't.
It also helps open up the priority pick. If you know that Lee Sin's going to be heavily contested, he's a very big elite jungler right now in the current pool, that by having that Vi in the back pocket, it allows you to also give power to Xiaohu by prioritizing the Syndra, which is what they did.
And it'd even be a good mentality reset. Just bringing in another player after a defeat that heavy-handed, after that many minutes of playing a close 50-50 type of game, someone to come in and say, it's okay, like we still got this, we can come back and win, is going to be valuable.
Especially another experienced member of the team, because you look at Uzi and I would be tilted after a game like that. Like, it was just horrible pretty much from minute 1. So now you're like MLXG actually able to bring something to the team. Either way, we're going to head to a quick break before we get into game 2. So stick around. We'll be back after this.
Crackle.
And welcome back to LPL Spring 2017. We're here for what could potentially be our final game here between RNG and OMG, as OMG took game 1. Very not so in convincing fashion. It was pretty much a coin flip when we got to the end of that game. But we are back, and I have my analysts here who are raring to go, not tilted whatsoever.
I mean, one of us is definitely not tilted. One of us had to cast the game.
I just, what a timeline we're in. Like, Starhorn Royal Club, Royal Never Give Up, OMG, and it kind of comes down into that, like, I cannot get over the trinkets. The fact that Syndra didn't have a sweeper or a blue trinket, was sitting on a yellow trinket at like 56 minutes in that game, and they lost. Oh, don't even get me started. Let's talk about LXG.
Let's do it, because Bebe is going to be subbed out here. MLXG coming in as another fresh voice after that loss for RNG, so that will change things up. However, OMG do have blue side, so unlikely he'll get his Lee Sin.
And this is actually something that's a big talking point, is RNG, they actually look refreshed. You know, you see Xiaohu, he's popping over, he's looking at MLXG, and like she's communicating with them. So the team doesn't look like they've shut down after such a tiring loss.
And you know what was crazy is at the end of the game, the player cameras come on to OMG, and they were just stale. Like, there was nothing there. They were lifeless. Like, the game was so long, and they didn't even think they should have won. And they just felt like it was a free victory. So they didn't seem as happy as what RNG are on your screen.
Yeah. See Ming popping a smile right there. Uzi was laughing after the game, despite the fact that everyone was having a party in his lane.
Which means this is clearly an RNG victory in game 2, right? Because pre-game, Uzi was basically meditating, had his eyes shut, focusing on his breathing, was ready to go, then went 0 and 4 after being relentlessly camped.
That was
so now he's happy. This is it.
Calm down. That was actually amazing. That was all part. I completely forgot about the meditation, but that was it. That was it.
You saw like OMG popping on the keyboard there. It's like, don't worry, Uzi, we're coming back.
Ready to go. Even MLXG is happy. It's actually really cool to see in high spirits that this team is. You'd actually, like, if you didn't know who won that game, you just assume that RNG won the last one.
And that's still, the reason why we're emphasizing this so much is, again, the reputation that a lot of these players have. Yeah. So this is part of, you know, defining yourself as not just a good team, but a great team. Your ability to kind of absorb a loss like that, reset and come back. In fact, Uzi, the last face appearing on your camera right there, he looked pretty good.
Chipper.
Surprisingly, Chipper, I will say, for a man that has been just heavily dismantled and defeated.
It was rough game.
Pretty much. So where's priority going to line out when we take a look at the champion select? How much will MLXG skew the draft?
I now think it's kind of a question of what the priority pick is going to be. So now that you don't have the Vi and it allows you to open up the Syndra, and the fact that RNG are also on red side, does this mean that Lee Sin's either going to get banned or he's going to be the priority pick from blue side?
Yeah, there was the Malzahar, Ryze, and Maokai bans from RNG on the blue side, but now they actually have forced bans in either LeBlanc, Camilla, Rengar, depending on what OMG decide to do. So there's going to be something potentially available. I know that Let Me was big on the Nautilus, but Maokai is a higher priority in my opinion anyway. So they could look towards that Maokai if nothing else is left up.
Very, very possible. Let's see if that is the case coming out here. I want to see what Uzi as well will bring to the table. Had the Ashe last game, but maybe we'll take something else here.
SMLZ now kind of taking up the meditation.
It was like, yeah, he looked across and he was like, oh, it definitely worked for Uzi. I'll give that one a shot.
Uzi strikes me as the Ezreal guy in this game because he just knows that Ashe wasn't fun. Like, it was just not fun. He couldn't get out of anything. So this game, he might just say, pick me Ezreal and we'll make it work.
And that would also allow them to open up the priority to look towards Xiaohu's champion pools, to look towards MLXG's champion pools as we now walk the champion select.
See you, Rusty. We're going to get into game 2 here of OMG and RNG. Maybe our last game today. We shall see. We'll see if RNG can come back. But what is for certain is these bans have come through. It's going to be a blue side Camille ban.
And we're already kind of showing our hand. You know, this idea that we're not going to use the priority on the likes of the Ryze or the Camille. We're looking for that Lee Sin possibility.
Yeah, that's real interesting. Typically don't see that. Will be LeBlanc on RNG side, again aimed at Icon. I wonder if they'll see an Ahri ban come out, because he is like more famous for that pick, so that's a possibility. Rengar picked away.
Yeah, and so now here's the interesting thing. What's it going to be? Do you ban Syndra from blue side because you're looking at a different direction? Does that prompt RNG then to respond and also ban the Lee Sin?
Very good question. Zyra final ban coming out here from OMG. So far the Lee is still up. RNG, where's their final ban going to be? Is it going to be the Ahri?
I think you have to leave both Syndra. You either take away Syndra or you leave both Lee and Syndra open, and you just kind of grab your 2 power picks in your second rotation. It's going to be Malzahar.
Yeah, okay, so that is the case indeed. So it's just a question of where OMG wants to place their priority now.
Yeah, big priority picks. You've got Maokai, Syndra, as well as the Lee Sin up. OMG, going to prioritize Icon.
I mean, if you're going to put your eggs in any basket, why not put it in Icons? He really turned up last game.
Bit slow to start, however.
He's finding his footing, you know? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But as soon as he started getting into the game, he was definitely getting it on.
Really recognized how unfun it was to play into the Syndra. There should be Maokai Lee Sin is what I... Oh, God.
Maokai Varus.
Left,
Wow.
left turn.
This not what I was expecting. Interesting. So Varus down to Uzi. Again, priority on what Uzi wants though, T-Tors, is pretty big here, but it now leaves Lee Sin open.
I agree with Rusty's mentality though. The fact is that Uzi just went from like a really stationary... Oh, it could be a flex though, mid for Varus to go into Syndra just because he can stay away from her. But again, like Uzi to go from Ashe to be camped as hard as he was and then to grab Varus, pretty much Ashe 2.0.
Yeah.
Which is why we see the Kench picked up.
Yeah, even deny that away from Ming here. So I actually kind of like what's happening, honestly, for OMG. They get the power pick of Syndra. They get the Lee Sin as well for the jungle.
It's also very important to pick up the Tahm Kench when you have the likes of the Syndra as well as looking across from Varus. Again, kind of Ashe 2.0. The big pick against Ashe is to take the Tahm Kench because the ultimate goes down, you just gobble them up. Likewise, you don't want to have Tahm Kench on the other side when Syndra tries to single someone out and burst them down.
Kha'Zix's final pickup here. I was just going to ask if Nautilus was going to be banned out here because, like, surely with Maokai being picked up, a priority is going to be that Nautilus coming in from OMG. So there it is.
But Poppy is still available, so we'll see if RNG also look that direction as OMG choosing to squeeze that mid pool.
Goodbye, Orianna. I'll be away from Zhao, who else gives Syndra problems? Pretty much no one. There's the Poppy ban. That makes things very interesting for the top lane. OMG's pool has been significantly pinched. And final ban from OMG.
I mean, Xiang showed last game that he was more than comfortable to go with the Gangplank. Yeah, it was a different matchup, but Maokai is kind of a neutral lane.
Very true. Okay, what's it going to be? 5 seconds remaining. I'm pretty excited for this final ban. Could go pretty much anywhere. Going to be Thresh. All right, so that one away from Ming was not necessarily like a big one. Uzi now. What's he going to be picking for his team?
I mean, Karma's still available. If you want to hide everything, we could reveal the mid lane pick. That makes more sense, which is why I don't necessarily agree with the Thresh pick. It could just be that Ming's more comfortable on that champion rather than the Karma.
Sure. Let's see if it's going to be the hide here with the Karma.
Hello.
Okay, so swapping up to Trundle. So that locks things in more concretely.
Yeah, trying to force Xiang into something softer to open up kill pressure and snowball pressure on the top side of the map because you have the point and click stun, you have the high burst jungler and Kha'Zix. You've pretty much taken away every single tanky or safe neutral option into that matchup.
That's very interesting. OMG, how do they pivot from here? Couple seconds remaining.
Pick your poison, Xiang.
Yeah, it's gonna be that Jhin coming out there for the bottom lane. So Tahm Kench and Jhin,
maybe
solid lane.
You grab
Does it Gangplank?
Gangplank. I was gonna say you could go like Bard and then take the Tahm Kench up into the top lane.
It's a possibility.
But nope, he's gonna go with his comfort.
Yeah, which seems fine. Did fine last game.
He just has to be. You just have to expect that they're going to pop up into the top lane early to start get that snowball off.
That's what we saw last game as well, you know, when we had the Syndra and the Nautilus just camping, well, not camping, but trying to take, like, the opportunities that were presenting themselves from cross-map plays and maybe try and shut him down. Oh. Echo. Okay, so that will go into the mid lane with Trundle down in bot lane. And then Varus ADC. Gotcha. Okay, so Echo coming out here for Xiaohu into that Syndra.
Yeah, it's always nice. Has a lot of safety into Assassins just because of how his ultimate's going to work. Nice thing about Echo is he's got a bit of his damage moved around now. He actually hits really hard. And people for so long, everyone was so used to playing against like the top tanky kind of utility style or bruiser Echoes that you kind of forget how much burst damage Echo can do, and so he can really sneak up on you and just kind of pop people. A lot of high mobility, so I like all of the tools that it gives Xiaohu. He was unlocking himself from his lane a lot when he was playing Syndra last game, has more of an opportunity to do that even this time around with Echo.
Really just fun watching AP Echoes. You know, that ult has a nutty scaling. Can pretty much just one-shot people later on into the game. But now we have those full compositions, and we've got coaches, of course, shaking hands as well, heading into the second game of this best of 3 here. Really could go either way, judging by game 1, which was, what, 58 minutes of just back and forth action, and judging from that goal graph as well, it was all over the place.
But it's very different in kind of how these teams have sculpted where they want to start placing early pressure and where they have snowball potential. So you've got OMG, they have Lee Sin and they have Syndra. That seems fairly obvious. You got the hard CC from Syndra as well as just the absurd burst damage that those two champions can do together. So that's your mid jungle for OMG. On the other side, RNG, again, they really took a lot of their bans and a lot of their strategy to sculpt out the very specific top lane matchup, having that Maokai as one of their higher priorities. They have Kha'Zix, so they have snowball potential for MLXG, so you have to think that they'll probably be looking topside early game, just to make that worth it. Otherwise, that Gangplank's just going to sit up there, get the free farm, and become that monster late game that Xiang was last time.
So what are your opinions on Uzi's life expectancy in the bottom lane? So he didn't manage to get that Tahm Kench. There's a Lee Sin on the enemy team, along with a Syndra, and he's on Varus.
I mean, not super terrifying, just because he's looking across from a Tahm Kench this time around. Now, once Tahm Kench gets post level 6, then things start really getting interesting. But he's got the Trundle, he's got the Disengage Pillar, as well as the Varus, so still a lot of tools to sit back and stay safe.
Okay, looking a little bit better this time around. That's right, first dragon is going to be Ocean. But we're getting into game 2 here between RNG and OMG. See who will take home this victory. A second win here will mean victory for OMG. And it will be really, really good for them, actually, taking down RNG, who would then be 0-2 coming into the first week here in LPL, which will be a massive body blow to the organization.
Yeah, and you can hear the fans still on RNG side being picked up by the crowd mics. I hate the sounds that Tahm Kench makes. I just find them utterly disgusting.
Repulsive, one might say.
Good word choice.
Thank you. It was a quote from Tahm Kench. Wards go down. Oh, hello, Control Ward out here from, is that Zhuizhui?
It's from OMG.
Yeah, Zhuizhui's ward, question mark, I think, right? Because he has 1 health potion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, so that might just like last for a long time.
Offering protection for Xiang, as well as possibly opening up a gank path to the top side. We'll keep our eyes on it, as Letme is doing the same thing that Duke did in Invictus Gaming's games. He's trying to hide where MLXG is starting on the jungle, so he's delaying his start up into the top lane, as well as showing with a little bit of damage, and kind of trying to fake out OMG. I just leashed red for Kha'Zix. JK, he's on blue side, which, again, he's racing top lane.
Let's see if that works. That's pretty much what we were saying in Champions League, right? Like, Xiang, if he picks this Gangplank, let's see if they can put that pressure up there. Let's get MLXG rolling along with Letme and make things happen for RNG early and try and make that happen. So this is all just playing into that plan and that train of thought.
And you can see pings going down from, I'm going to assume both junglers trying to spot out where they are. That was actually the wolf camp that was pinged, as JJ is now moving on to his red. And we'll keep our eyes on how MLXG will actually make his way towards that top side, if he does at all. And if he's spotted out by a very early control ward purchase. Looks like Blast Cone.
Okay, can he kind of round it?
If he goes for the Scuttle Crab or gets distracted with it first, nope.
Okay, he's still hidden. Xiang.
Oh no!
Oh, he walks towards the bush as well. The instant flash out, but it may be enough down from LXG by himself. And even the assist for Letme. What a first blood coming out there. Meanwhile, a response in the mid lane from Zhuizhui. Flash out from Zhao, who's just playing it safe.
Oh, so disappointing for Zhuizhui. He throws the Q and he actually kills the creep, so he's unable to travel to it. But this is what I like to see. MLXG returns to the roster. You can see the smile on his face, sculpted from Team Select. They threw so many top lane bans at Xiang, made sure that he was on a very squishy champion like the Gangplank in the top side, and they execute brilliantly on it. Start Kha'Zix bottom side, fake out a top side start, and get first blood.
It was just so by the book, you know. It's just like you see these things happen as it's just like, do they often culminate into anything? Often not, but that was just so perfect for MLXG.
Textbook.
Textbook, literally textbook. Okay, what can he do with it though? Because there's always a step 2 to this one, and it will mean heading back to different lanes, maybe even just taking another trip to top lane. Like, the wave is in a pretty decent place. There's a no flash gangplank.
All I'm saying is that your bottom side of the jungle's empty. You got an early first blood, and you got a point-click stun up top with a no-flash gangplank.
I'm just saying.
Just saying.
21 farm as well to 11. Disastrous.
Wow. Look at those wards, MLXG. Picks up Tracker's Knife as well as a longsword and 2 control wards.
Oof. He's going in.
I'm already happy. I'm like, he knew exactly what they were missing. The coach is just sitting next to him. Control wards. Bye.
Looking at game 1. Okay, guys. We watched Frusker on the analyst desk, and it's quite triggered. So we can fix that one. And already 2 control wards. In the bottom lane, though, Ming and Uzi going up against is Jin and Fire's Tam Kench. So less pressure, of course. Not a Zyra coming into this one. Was banned away this time around.
More important, there's not 10 people in his lane at 5 minutes in the game.
Yet. Not yet. Could be his Ray coming down there at some point. No wave is flushed though, so it won't be here for a little bit. There is a bit of a relaxing time for Uzi.
In fact, tracking MLXG right now, he's warding up Shui's jungle. Shui's actually top side, and he could slip in behind 5 in SMLZ if he cuts bottom. No, he's cutting back towards Wolves.
Yeah, he's out for now. Zreje is waiting for him to get another gank off and see if he can make that happen. Icon as well, see him get into the game. As you rightly mentioned before, he was a slow start in that last game. I can definitely say the same could be said for Uzi.
Well,
But did turn up by the end of the game.
Yeah, and he's also going to be waiting until his big kill pressure with level 6. So we'll keep our eyes when Syndra gets that, I don't want to call it a power spike, but that kill threat and how she abuses it with her pressure on the map. A lot of times Syndras will get level 6 and try to contest second rotation blue, but meanwhile bottom.
Tam Kench is going to waddle after you. Q lands from Zreje, but here's the TP. We'll get the retreat out from OMG, and did not complete that TP out there.
And now it's going to be a slight timer advantage to OMG. Now Xiang used his TP earlier just to get back into lane after dying to first blood and get on the tower, which means that if he's dove now with a big wave crashing, it's going to be very punishing. And 3 members up top.
Oh, the 3-man dive at level 5, Xiang as well. Oh, there's absolutely nothing he could do. The cleanest of dives in the top lane, and that'll be the kill going over to Xiaohu.
Beautifully executed right there. Fortunately, Icon does shove in the mid wave, which forces Xiaohu to respond, so he's not able to just sit up there and try to push through on the tower. But it does mean that top side of the map is now completely owned by RNG.
Absolutely, completely. MXG taking away some of those opposing camps. The bot lane has a bit of priority, and in terms of farm, like when you look at top lane, it's just like a GP versus a Maokai, and it's 27 farm to 51. You know something's wrong. And that starts off the game so well for this lineup. And a kill and an assist to MLXG.
Yeah, also the level discrepancy between the level 5 to level 6. The scary thing for me is once these teleports are back off of cooldown, that's when this power should really start impacting, kind of bleeding over the rest of the map. We talked about level 6 Syndra, how she likes to use her kill threat and walk over and contest the blues. This more so happens just because of unstaggered back timers or kind of sloppy back timers on RNG side. But a good takeaway for at least a portion of the map from OMG.
Very different game from game 1 from RNG. Definitely a little bit more calculated as well. That fresh blood of MXG is turning up in this game. He's back for his 3rd back now, and we'll be heading back out onto the map and see what he can do. Maybe look towards mid lane. Icon still has both his summoners, so maybe look to burn some of those. Lots of pings coming down. That's the control ward, so MLXG will have a way here. So many pings. Mostly on MLXG. Be taking away that control ward.
All Chinese rosters.
Ah, this is the one. There we are. We found it finally.
They've just been so trained by having mixed language rosters that they continue
naturally
to ping.
does ping, yeah.
But doesn't it just sound a little bit quieter?
No. Still sounds pretty loud. The problem is you can zone it out, but it wasn't until you told me backstage, it's like, listen to all the pings. I was like, oh no, I can't unhear it now. It's actually the worst. Because you just kind of drown it out. Icon stuns up. Oh, there's no way he's getting out. Icon's so dead. Xiaohu with the kill.
And you can see why the Echo was picked into the center right there. Nice maneuverability from Xiaohu around the stun. He then also lands his own stun and sets up beautifully for the Maokai, who's disappeared in between his waves, and comes by for the assist.
Let's secure out this next wave, shove that into tower, equalize the farm. Zhuizhui will probably collect this next wave on top of that. RNG, 3-0. Just setting up another kill, and that wasn't even with the assistance of MLXG. It was just the fact that Let Me had priority in top lane, able to wander down to the mid lane and just help secure that kill. Neither Sona's burnt though by Icon. Good, because next time he gets ganked, maybe he can get out of it. The second thing is, I'm not even sure if he could hit any of those summoners because he was CC'd so hard.
Yeah.
So maybe the other reason.
Perfect CC lock, but you do bring up the good point, the fact that he still has that flash and the ghost available, so still not in a terrible position, although deep teleport behind 5.
Tahm Kench, great champion.
Oh, double teleport.
Oh, 4 members here though. It doesn't even matter that Tahm Kench is able to gobble up his ADC. They're both dead anyway, and that'll be the 5th kill over to RNG, spreading the love. Even Ming gets a kill there.
And it feels really good when it happens for Uzi and not against him there.
10 people in my lane, but for me this time. Gotta feel good for Uzi.
In response, though, OMG are trying to race towers here and forcing MLXG off of the free farm, but there's no way that they're going to be able to contest this. This should be a first tower for RNG. Nope, they're actually just going to push the wave in.
Okay, so deny some of that farm and just back off, get the timing, come back to lane and continue.
I really like that. They've got so much kill pressure in their lane, and they just burned summoners on 5. So why not just hold the tower? You didn't have a wave stacked up quick enough that you'd be able to get the damage down anyway, especially with Varus's current backs.
Yeah, just kind of farm the bot lane for a bit. Why not? Really, at this point in the game, everything is going RNG's way.
About farming the champions, Pulse.
Yeah, I mean, you know, champions, minions, it's all the same really to that bottom lane now. And we could very likely, like, this early game has gone so well for RNG. It's such a stark contrast from game 1. It's very difficult to even say this is like part of the same series.
Reset, refresh are kind of the words that we were using on the analyst desk, and it's not necessarily that there's, you know, a stark style difference between Bebe and MLXG, but certainly just either a communication change or just a personality change. But like you said, they look really alive right now. In fact, this is cute.
Okay, not going to start off that dragon right there, but many pings in the bot lane. What do the pings mean? Well, it means that Zhao, who was attempting a gank.
I keep getting, I keep seeing Trundle. I'm like, what is the top lane doing here?
Why are you here?
And then I remember, oh, right, LPL, still playing Trundle support.
Gotcha. 2017, LPL. Icon doing pretty good in the farm department, mainly because Zhao, who's spent most of his time just roaming.
The nice thing about it is that they saw that Tahm Kench was there, so you don't get punished by picking a melee support like Trundle into the Frog. He actually has one of the, he's also really punishing against Jhin because he has one of the longest range displacements in the game, and obviously if Jhin sets up for the curtain call, Pillar's really going to ruin his day. Speaking of ruining days.
Alright, Smite War.
You can't do
level
anything
8
there.
versus level 7.
You're just going to die.
Wait, what?
He's just
follow after with the Q, he's so low, Tempest finishes him off. Zhuizhui wins that battle of junglers. MLXG
That's what we
takes
call
a trip back to base.
a lapse in judgment.
Oh,
God.
what's going on? The
Oh,
switcheroo. Back and forth. Zhuizhui. Will he die? Will he not? I honestly don't know at this stage. Zhao, who is in enemy territory, though, for now, but everyone's going to back away as OMG pull out. So that was a weird interaction.
What a disaster.
Oh, that is the word for it. Zhao, who not quite catching Icon in the parallel convergence. And the first kill on the board for OMG, and it is over to Zhuizhui.
Ping pong. It's the only word for it.
What we're playing.
He literally
not League
went
of
over that
Legends.
wall about
Yep.
5 times. It's fine.
Are those the two champions who can go over most? Whoa, the damage from Zhao, who takes Icon very low. Probably wait for his next Z-Drive dissonance.
Yeah, I love the trading patterns here from Xiaohu on Icon. The fact that anytime Icon is winding up for the animation of the Scatter the Weak, that Xiaohu, nice little somersault to the side, immediately trades back and really is punishing there, so showing a lot of comfort in this matchup.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge as well. There's instant triggers. He'll go in for that one. So this is stall the game just a little bit RNG. Less likely just to go balls to the wall and just instantly go into that jungle.
Well, the thing that they're waiting for really is the big cooldown on Let Me. His teleport's just about to come back up. Oh no.
Here comes Kha'Zix. Here goes Kha'Zix. Lands the Void Spikes. That's good enough for him. But Icon did burn his flash though, so he can make a repeat gank happen.
Yeah, and he can start invading and contesting any of these camps that he wants, particularly the blue buff that's about to spawn. He's now forced the flash out of Syndra as well as him to go back. They're moving in, clearing out the vision. They've pinged out the fact that there's a control ward there. Meanwhile, in response, Treasure is like, well, I've lost control of the top side of the map, but the bottom side.
That's my place. That's my turf. And he'll be taking the Ocean Dragon, first one of the game, 14 minutes. Next one's going to be Cloud. Haven't had good luck in terms of dragons actually this series. I think we've only had Cloud and Ocean.
But the Ocean Drake's great right here.
In the early game, sure.
Conversation with Mithy not too long ago about the idea that anytime you're still in lane phase and it's really about the junglers kind of being that swing pressure of adding the numbers advantage on the map, that Ocean Dragon is actually the best dragon in the game, just because you're so early that you're not getting the bonuses of the Infernal Drake, you're not sieging any towers or taking any epic monsters, so the Mountain Drake doesn't mean anything, and the Ocean Drake is going to help keep your playmaking jungler longer on Summoner's Rift.
Also, just in terms of laners as well, you know, in terms of interactions, like if they're just sat back farming, they can just continue to do so. So, Icon is waiting in this mid lane. But there was a ward revealing Lee Sin, so not going to be a gank for now. Just be very careful with Xiaohu, but also the other way around. Pretty decent matchup overall for Echo, as we were talking about in Champion Select.
Going to catch me here if he face checks into this.
Lots of things going on to the bot side. And the mid lane. But it's top lane there might be the action coming out because MLXG is hidden in that brush.
Yeah, there's two different types of plays here. If MLXG shows himself committing towards top side though, it's going to go ahead and give the trigger for Icon and Shui to commit bottom side. So MLXG actually smartly kind of hiding himself and just giving that natural pressure to force him on tower.
So all coming down from GP, but I think it's going to be the tower anyway. Yeah, that has definitely gone to RNG. So first blood tower over to them.
And I actually like the fact that, I mean, you can say that it's a mistake from OMG because they don't trade anything. It's not like they tried to make a play happen on the bottom side of the map, but it's so scary for them to even attempt that trade simply because they know that both Echo and Maokai still have their teleports up and available, so it's like, it's almost a lose-lose situation. We know that top lane's being bullied off, we know that that tower's about to go down, but we can't even go bottom unless we want to face a numbers advantage with the double TP use.
Well, Lemmy basically just took a full combo from 3 players and is still alive and kicking. Maybe he'll finally fall over. Down he goes, but for the life of Lee Sin as well. And he was the one who was getting caught out. Xiaohu following up the Icon. Has 2 hits. Gets the passive down. Jiang should be good to go. Xiaohu really wants him. And he's still Echo with his ultimate. MLG comes out, lands the Void Spikes for the kill. Nice 2-0 left for RNG.
Yeah, and they're also going to hit the wave bounce as well as they can get back to hit the tower, so huge win across the board for RNG. Xiaohu really stepping up, 3-0-3 right now on the Echo. You know, we have a lot of questions for him. Rusty said it best on the desk that kind of since Worlds he's really been disappointing from the standard that he set at MSI when RNG appeared, but this time around looking much more comfortable and confident.
Also facilitated by MLXG. MLXG has spent a decent amount of time in that mid lane facilitating how Xiaohu has done so far. So props to Xiaohu for carrying the baton, but you know, definitely was given that by MLXG. So OMG, talking about the team in general, haven't seen the bot lane in quite a while because all the action's been happening elsewhere, but Uzi and Ming has essentially just evened up the lane, but they are the ones who are pushing. So Uzi in a much better situation than game 1.
Yeah, and they're about to get their reinforcements. As you can see that Let Me is actually shadowing underneath. He's now spotted out by the deep vision from OMG, but he's free to kind of roam around and look for these opportunities to play in the mid lane, to play in the bottom lane, because he has his teleport waiting. So we'll see if he actually pulls the trigger on that and uses it to catch the wave that Xiang's forcing up topside, or if he's actually just going to mosey back home. He's actually looking for a cheeky W on Syndra.
Oh, Xiaohu.
He's going to eat this wave.
He picked the wrong one, but he's found Jiang anyway. Here comes the ultimate big pop on that one. The Chrono Break doing so much damage. There's just literally no way that GP can escape in the long lane.
Oh, that burst damage on Echo.
Yep. Walk into that ultimate, it does a lot of damage. And level 13, like, yep, Echo. It's just Echo.
Yeah, and now we're in another situation where, much like what happened last game with Xiaohu on Syndra, but this time around on Echo, that they're abusing their lane assignments. The fact that Xiaohu has kill pressure on so many different members, it allows RNG to be really creative in how they assign their lanes and how they are assigning their farming resources.
Here comes the tag team, LXG and Let Me taking out these wards, falling left and right. Here comes Ming as well. 5. Gonna give him a lick. Here comes Lee Sin on top of that.
Just buying time and taking anything extra that they can, but the primary goal is going to be that bottom tower as they now collapse down onto it. Will this be enough to buy time for them?
MLXG's used his E.
Oh,
Now
no.
he's under the fire of the curtain call.
Lapse in judgment.
Yeah, instant regret. And he'll have to lose his flash. Didn't even get the tower for it as well. So.
And that cost them big too. He burned his flash as well. That's twice now. MLXG on the Ocean Dragon when he got half health and just let Shui 100 to 0 him. And then right there,
Played himself.
it's okay. Xiaohu's making up for it.
Yes, takes his own tower in mid lane. Essentially unassisted at this stage. 4-0-3, not really a threat that Icon wants to deal with at this point in time. And look at the gold differential actually in the mid lane. Just under 2,000 between these two players. Really quite nasty.
Yep, level advantage, gold advantage, item advantage. Echo's a huge problem. Again, the primary reason why he's a problem is that he can kill anyone on the map right now. And he's so mobile that he's doing a great job bouncing between two waves and just causing OMG to turtle up. And they don't have the vision to quickly get between their lanes fast enough to kind of stall the sieging that's happening.
Just in terms of like how OMG are playing this game, I don't feel like they're playing particularly worse than they were in game 1. It just feels like RNG are so much better put together in this game.
Yeah, I think that's entirely a fair comment to make. We talked about how OMG, we know what their failings are, we know what their strengths are. It's in their ability to act as a 5v5 unit, particularly around their team fighting. And they really haven't been given that opportunity to showcase their strengths. And they're really just getting out-thought and out-decided across the map.
I think if this game continues the way it's going, 8-2 currently, 4,000 gold advantage, tower advantage, of course, over to RNG. You look forward to game 3 if they do indeed win this game, and if it carries on like in this fashion, they get that early lead, they make a very, I don't want to say scripted play, but a play that's like very by the buck and it works out and they just snowball the early game, then we could very much see a reverse sweep coming into this best of 3 from RNG. Just really from like a mentality shift or that refresh we were talking about. So very impressive what something like that can do for a team.
The questions for me, though, are how will RNG deal with such a wide open map? They've done a good job so far, but it's mostly been on the individual performance of Xiaohu in particular.
Oh, that's nasty. Now is not a good time to be an ADC. Honestly, Xiaohu chasing him down, Ming not even necessary to get involved.
Exactly, as I say that again, this 5-0 and 3 Echo really doing a lot of the heavy lifting for them. It's not necessarily been, again, their primary issue last game was their objective preparation and setup, particularly around their vision control. They were being caught out by side flanks from a team that really shouldn't have that ability to do it, or team comp that shouldn't have that ability. And they haven't shored up any of those issues this game, at least not been given the opportunity to showcase that they have. They're just so snowballed ahead that they're just brute forcing victory.
I mean, what we can say for certain is they are pretty good at playing from ahead.
There we go.
We're good. Jiang, he's not good though. 1-4-1, not having a really good game. Gotta be honest. Xiaohu. Who does GP win against in this game? I guess if they stuck Trundle down there, then he might be able to deal with Trundle.
I mean, his primary goal is to just eat up as much farm as possible and get to that crazy late game GP where he hits the barrel and he crits like 20 members for, a ridiculous, absurd amount of health.
Even just get him to 2 items, to be honest.
Problem is that there's no safe place for him to really be on the map. If RNG have information about where the rest of OMG are, he has dive threats. I mean, if it's Maokai and Kha'Zix, they can get him underneath the tower. If it's Echo alone, a 1v1, if he has Chrono Break, he's just going to dive and kill him. In fact, as I say that, he immediately has to back up.
He literally has to have like a screen's length of distance between him and the nearest enemy. Like if it's Echo, just got to get out of there, to be honest.
And he's doing the best he can. He hasn't fallen down in farm from Maokai, but the difference is what Letme is doing with the rest of his team, sitting 0, 1, and 6 versus Xiyoung. Like, it's with as much as Maokai is giving to his team with his presence being there, Xiyoung's not compensating for it by earning that farm, getting that itemization, and making sure that he can scale on a timely trajectory.
With that being said, hit a bit of a lull in the action, very temporarily I have to feel, 24 minutes into this one. Just waiting for pretty much Xiaohu to find someone, and then that person's gonna die. This is ballsy from Xiang. Does he have any backup?
He's
well,
popped his
no.
barrel.
Yeah, good luck.
Blast cone?
Oh,
Good
blast
job.
cone. Gets him to safety. All right, that was not a situation he deserved to live in, to be honest.
But again, it's the really fun trading windows that Echo kind of has in a lot of his different matchups, and you can clearly see that Gangplank was trying to get those trading windows around his barrels, and anytime he messed it up, it's like, oh no, I'm suddenly on the back foot. Xiyoung did a good job there trying to hide it in the brush and using the blast cone, but it's only about to get worse as Chrono breaks back into position. Oh no. You can't dive him without his ultimate.
That's what you say, but
got
Xiaohu
flash.
with the shield, or no shield in this one, and 5 is just there to finish him off, so yeah, you were right. Yeah, I mean, he got the kill, it was worth. RNG now onto the Baron, but SMLZ,
Get off my lawn.
I think he hit something, I think he hit Let Me once, so that was enough for them to back away.
No, but they do
Message
have
sent.
positioning on the map, and actually Syndra took a really untimely back, but it's fine because no one's pressuring mid.
I guess so, and maybe they didn't see the Syndra back as well, so it's just like, have to assume that everyone else is around the corner along with that Jhin.
We'll go with that.
Yeah, seeing us on that Baron, so we'll back away. Regardless, R&D is still ahead in this game. Xiaohu is just testing his power levels, that's what we'll put it down to. He's sitting on 3 items plus a Dark Seal and Sork Boots versus 2.5 items from Icon. So, bit of a disparity between him and essentially everyone else in this game.
OMG's doing a good job right now making sure that they rush towards Baron, though, and clear out and kind of gain control back of that area, or at least some sort of neutral safety. But now it's back to basics. Xiyoung's like, gotta continue to farm. I've got my maw complete, so I'm a bit safer now across from the Echo.
A little bit, being the operating word, but, you know, it's got it. It's got that going for him, which is nice.
Well, if you have the choice to trade of, you know, the rest of your map is a 4v4, and you're trading the 1, 5, and 2 Gangplank with the global ultimate to the 6, 1, and 3 Echo, I would gladly take that trade every single time.
Not if he just instantly dies to Xiaohu, though. That would kind of just
Big
mitigate
thing,
the whole thing.
yeah, this time is that Xiyoung doesn't have his flash to play around Echo's engagement, and Xiaohu has his ultimate, so here he goes.
Okay, did not get the kill.
But he's buying enough time for the rest of his team. They're comfortable in the 4v4. We were just talking about how, you know, you trade the Gangplank for the Echo, you're fine with that. Apparently the rest of the team's not.
Yeah. You look at the rest of the board, and we've put so much focus on Xiaohu because, yes, he is, like, going in this game, but MNXG is still pretty big. Like, you look at the Maokai, he's had a pretty healthy farm lead over Xiang for basically the whole game. He sat on, like, 2.5 items himself. MNXG going to get knocked into his Rage Ray, but still had his active camouflage and the ultimate, so he'll jump away. He's good, so even for OMG to find the pick is so difficult against the vast majority of these members outside of, say, Uzi. And Uzi's never been in a situation this game like his Ashe game where he's been in pick range.
You're also having to get past such a great front line that's prepared for Uzi. The fact that he has the Trundle support, one of the best disengaged champions in the game, as well as that Maokai. So you bring up a good point that there's not a lot of viable targets for OMG to pick out and just immediately delete. But really unfortunate that OMG can't punish a 4v4, especially with the type of comp that they have. And, you know, they have the Tahm Kench, so they can catch out anyone who is just slightly mispositioned. You still have the Syndra, who has great reach as well as burst damage.
It just feels like OMG are slowly going to lose everything outside of making a crazy play in some capacity. And he's going to get kicked back. Just hoping maybe there's a card around the corner, so the extra health would amplify the damage. Not going to be the case, and Dragon's Rage being down, even at this stage in the game, is quite a big deal.
I think I've seen this play before.
So he goes in and either kills Xiang or makes him go back to base, and then he hits the tower a bunch. But Xiang doing gangplank things, and he's taking away the barrels. 5. That's a lot of damage from MLXG. Can confirm. Who has picked up the last Whisper himself.
Xiaohu is also continuing to cheat up, drop into Fog of War. And it's either going to be a scenario where if RNG are just consistently patient, either Xiang's going to face check into Xiaohu sitting in a bush, possibly make a pick there, or Xiaohu's actually going to flank and help out his team. Missed his barrel.
Yep, lag. Almost 29 minutes in. Dre. He's got allies there, ready to jump back, but that's Chains of Corruption in from Uzi. But Tahm Kench, great player. I'll save him. Let me, that's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 goes wide.
Are they going to do it?
Well, judging from the 15 pings that just got thrown down, I'm going to say yes.
And this is the big thing. It's a Hurricane Kha'Zix, or excuse me, Hurricane on Varus Kha'Zix composition, and they have 2 great tanks. Here comes Xiaohu now.
Waddle as if your life depends on it. 5, get in there.
Oh, good stun.
Oh, very nice stun from Icon. Knocks MLXG into the team. He's taken out, but Ray J will trade his life for the enemy jungler. But more importantly, that did stop Baron, so that's what OMG were looking for in the end.
Yep, just buying themselves more time. That's only 1 teleport down on a double teleport composition for RNG. And they also forced the TP out of Xiang, so there's a possibility where they can now try to exploit this by sending Maokai towards the bottom side of the map instead of Xiaohu.
And again, still 5,000 gold advantage has essentially been the same for the last, I don't know, 10 minutes now, so proportionally that has shrunk. OMG staying afloat. Definitely not winning, but it's not getting more bad for them.
It hasn't gotten more bad. A lot of it has been OMG absorbing kind of the momentum that RNG snowballed off of Xiaohu, simply because he really hasn't been involved in these plays towards snowballing these objectives. Again, I feel like we've seen the same highlight reel on repeat of Xiaohu just continuously forcing his power down into the bottom lane, but not gaining anything for it.
It's just a game of clearing out wards. You know, like you've seen this one before.
We've got like 2 different games being played out. There's the 1v1 bottom and there's the 4v4 everywhere else. But we finally changed it up. It's now Let Me in the bottom side of the map. So they are going to try to exploit this TP advantage and really try to squeeze OMG for pressuring these side lanes and hopefully forcing a Baron, or I don't want to say force, securing a Baron with
that's
correct
better.
setup.
Yeah, that's much better. Xiang, oh, he's stunned up, and with Let Me on top of him as well, he is definitely not long for this. Whoa, flash away, and he's so low, but he somehow managed to get out. Icon with the final Dark Spear will finish him off, along with the damage coming out there from Jin. I mean, that's just a complete facepalm moment.
What a legend, Xiang. Okay, so we talked about how OMG has been eating up so much of RNG's snowball momentum, just like times that by 10 now. Because again, this is another whole window of a very long death timer that you're waiting for Xiaohu to get back in position, and OMG suddenly now kind of have slight tempo advantage.
Converting that into a mid lane tower, very nice for OMG, and just like that, just on the bot lane pivoting, they pick up at mid lane tower and gain a little bit of ground in this game.
This
Don't.
is not the right call.
Just clear out the wards, that's all you need to do.
They need to reset their side lane. So they also have a very easy objective, I say that. They have the objective of the outer tower in the top side of the map. Before I would think that they would even look towards the Baron unless they swing a very large team fight in their favor and just have a very free path towards it. Round 6. Fight.
Ward or combat. Oh, Baron. Someone's gonna start it. I know you teams. I've seen you in these situations. I know how much you like just starting objectives.
Who's gonna leap in first? That's a good pillar.
Oh, good kick. onto Uzi. Chains of Corruption lands onto JJ. Everyone get away from him. 5 locked up. Gonna jump onto that ADC as well. First kill onto the jungle. Looking for the second onto Jin. Xiaohu onto Icon. But Icon blows him up where he's standing. And the ultimate in return onto MLXD. Oh, pins him down. Fantastic curtain call. And this is starting to go quite wrong for RNG. Or is it? Uzi is still alive and well. Oh, lands the cube. That's going to pop out a gangplank. The pinata has come out. But Uzi goes in. Triple kill to Uzi.
And this is the difference in the AD carries, both these veteran players of the LPL. The fact is that Uzi steps forward. He understands the play is in motion. He goes under the tower and he ends up with the triple kill. SMLZ ran away.
Man, separating the good AD carries from the great AD carries.
And I know you have the reload mechanic on Jin, but he had the 2 bullets there.
Yep.
But let's take a look at this fight. So huge props to actually Icon, and more importantly Xiong. He's going to nail a great gangplank ultimate here. As you can see now, 3 members of RNG forced to walk through it. MLXG dodges out of it. And then Icon just capitalizes on the back of that. So now it's all eyes on SMLZ. He sets up his ultimate. It looks great for OMG. They're going to chase down these kills, but Uzi's like, nope. Xiong, you stepped way too far forward. SMLZ has 3 bullets right here. 2 bullets. Just throw them.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I'm scratching my head too.
He's like, why would you let me do that? Uzi very much entered in rage mode there at the end of the fight. He was completely annihilated OMG. So back in their control, there was a little bit of wavering. As I thought that OMG had maybe regained a bit of control, some semblance.
Uncharacteristic too. SMLZ is oftentimes recognized by us and congratulated as being one of the most proficient Jins in the LPL. He's one of the first players to pick up Jin. LPL was actually a bit slow to that. So he knows the power. He definitely knows how to use the champion.
It's like, Jin, does he really get involved in team fight? I mean, I'm very far back, so maybe I won't play this champion. And it was like, oh, actually, it does a lot of damage. It's very good in team fights. So.
Just slight communication issue there.
Okay. Welcome back to the Baron Dance, part 19.
But it's a Baron Dance with a lot of key summoners down. Pretty much. How are you there?
Okay, luckily Tam Kench is on that team, so Zreje's suicidal tactics will work out.
But the most important thing here on the map is the fact that the only guy with Flash is the Lee Sin. Everyone else is easy pickings. Ming now finally has his Flash back up, so you have a small window where you can execute on that, unless everyone's going to get choked up in this point again.
Well, Flash pretty low and gets stunned.
He's got
May
the grey
have to
health.
want to pop it shortly.
Why do we keep
Curtain
feeding
call.
into this?
Alright, some tank stand in front of MLXG. There we go. Ming's going to tank up the last one there.
It's just like, you're against a Curtain Call, you're against a Syndra, a Gangplank, and RNG. You're like, let's just pile into this tiny little narrow corridor.
Nothing could possibly go wrong.
And let's see what happens.
We can absolutely dodge, not being able to move left or right.
And we said, you know, this looks so much cleaner from RNG, but now the same problems are persisting. The map has opened up, and it comes down to a time of, can you prep and clear out all of the vision and objective, use a pick comp, wait for someone to face check into you, and then take a fight like this.
Oh, Xiang has been caught out. There's no Guardian Angel, there's no nothing to save him, but there are oranges, so for now, everything is okay. And Zreje, he's low. Don't do it. Don't go in. All right. Good Lee Sin. No one has died in this fight.
But I like it. That's exactly what RNG needed to be doing as opposed to trying to fight in these tiny corridors. So moving in the right direction this time around.
Big wave in the top lane will just crash against that tower. And OMG hovering around this mid lane now. RNG still pressuring the Baron. They're creating a kind of ghetto fanatic brush, I guess. Like, Xiaohu's going to go back and the rest of the team's going to stay, but Xiaohu does have his ult, so he might Chrono Break back. Oh, Zreje lands the ult, but again, 5 is there. He's got him. Got you. And Letme's tanking up all of this damage from the Curtain Call, and maybe Jin stayed there for a little bit too long. He's not going to get punished for it just yet. There's the heal for the extra movement speed. Oh, that pillar
Flash
could have been the death of him. The Devour, once again, up for 5, saving the life of yet another teammate.
And they're trying to pull quickly back onto the Baron. No, they're now mispositioned for the mid. Wow, around and round we go.
I don't get it, but MLXG's onto the top side of the map, picking up all of this juicy farm. Ah, excellent.
They 100% had the opportunity where Let Me could have flashed over the wall onto the Jhin, or even the Tahm Kench if he was, because they were standing next to each other. Like, you had one or the other.
Sure.
Not
That
sure,
didn't happen
Pulse.
then.
They didn't pull the trigger. LPL teams always pull the trigger.
Some of that has wavered, though, in what I've learnt from the last, I would say, 6 or many hours that I've been here. It's all kind of blending into one at the moment, I've got to be honest. Locked in the Devour animation,
Good
that's
exhaust.
hilarious. Oh, Jhin, it's pretty low, but that's going to be knocking Xiaohu into his
still has Chrono
Guardian
Break.
Angel. Kill onto 5, this is starting it off, but Dre, of course he's going to dive the back lines and instantly die. Classic Dre. Xiang, he's dead, and that's a 2-4, or 1-4-3 rather, for RNG if I can get my words out. I'm just going to lock up Let Me. So another win there for RNG.
But the big thing is that Icon is still alive. He's relatively healthy, has a good mana pool, and he actually dissuaded MLXG from using the reset, because MLXG had the opportunity that he could actually just reset back onto the Jhin, but he's like, oh god, Syndra's there. And will it be enough to deter the Baron? Let's see, Xiang will be up in 30 seconds?
I've got to say
Real
yes. I
close.
think they're okay. SMLZ does not have his ultimate, and Icon is still pretty scary though. Everyone's crowding into the back of the Baron to take more damage, and Let Me is still tanking it up. Icon's going to jump into the pit.
Oh my god, he got
Finds
it.
so many kills! Will he get the Baron? And he finds the steal! Icon, what even are you? He gets the steal, so many kills, and just saves the game for OMG. Let Me's going to fall over with the TPs coming in. And Icon, what a god! With the Guardian Angel coming up, there's no chance the Maokai can survive. Unreal.
And the teleport comes in from Xiang. He's got the Baron buff. The top tower will fall. Oh my.
Look at this. Everyone crowds up into the back of the pit. It's just like, ah, yes, let me just stand here. Instant deletion. Icon stays alive, and there's no one to smite it away. Let me just Dark Sphere that one for you.
Stuns them, flashes over the wall, pops someone with Q, kills MLXG with the ultimate. The big thing here is the target priority there. Forcing your ultimate on Kha'Zix, knowing that you're taking away the smite. As soon as the smite is dead, giving you the free Baron. We talked about how Icon is the X factor. He went off in game 1, slow start, showing up in game 2, still a bit of a slow start. But that's what I'm talking about. He's either going to win you a game or he's going to lose you a game.
And this might be the game that he's going to win for OMG. I mean, it looked almost insurmountable to a point where the control that RNG had over this game, but so much that has wavered in the last minute of this game. And my jet-like adult brain cannot comprehend what is going on in this series.
They're throwing over Baron. That is what is happening in this game. Not even just this game, in this series. RNG in particular, you know, we gave them the benefit of the doubt. They looked great initially coming back into this, but I said it, and I'll say it again, their same problems are persisting. They're vision problems. They don't set up properly.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, Jhin can deal with the minion wave. I mean, that's good. But Elder Dragon's up. 41 minutes in. 42 minutes into this game.
If OMG are smart, all they're going to do is send one of their members, have that wave pushing in mid lane. They can now impact the wave in the top lane if they choose so, and just wait for RNG to misstep like this, and then take a free Elder.
Okay, Xiaohu, pretty difficult to kill because he's got that Chrono Break, but he's still being chased after. There's the exhaust right after that one. Trying to use that GP ult to pin him in place, and maybe just delaying the inevitable. And Xiaohu, from such an incredible performance, has just been dropping kills left and right, getting a bit too ballsy, pushing up a bit too far, and putting RNG in a very awkward situation.
Xiaohu had all of the tools in the world. You can see that on the
God.
gold graph alone to carry this game, and he pretty much threw between 7 and 15 minutes of his power into the bottom lane, where Xiang frankly outplayed him on several occasions. You know, surviving, slipping by, setting up Icon, and now we're to the point where the lead that Xiang had is completely wasted. It's disappeared.
That's a 7,000 gold
Excuse
swing.
me, Xiaohu.
Xiaohu. Good job, Owen.
Oh my god. They're losing to a team that messed up the BlastCon.
That just describes this entire series. What we just witnessed. Alright, another fight. we're on to the Elder Dragon. Let's go. MLXG, can he get the
He's in
steal?
the pit.
Whoa, it's going to go to Xiang of all players. Okay, Let Me and Ming will be backing off. Gets the redemption down. Xiang following after. Can he get in range? Nope, going to be clearing out that barrel real quick. Xiaohu trying to find this flank. Now he's going to recall back to base. Yes, he is. He's going to recall back to base.
And they're going to walk over to the bottom side or push it up through mid.
They're going to try one of the two for sure, but with Elder on their side, they can
this
do a
is
lot.
just gut-wrenching for RNG.
It was such a big advantage. Like, again, cannot stress it enough. Did not even think that OMG had a snowball's chance in hell at coming back into this game, but then Icon just went off. And Xiang, like, yes, he had an awful early game, but he's Gangplank, and he's reached 44 minutes into the game where
They were able
he's
to
pretty gigantic.
stall out long enough where he becomes the monster that we knew this champion could be. You know, we saw it sculpted from the very beginning in Champion Select. You threw so many bans at the top lane. MLXG did that brilliant gank topside, got the snowball, got the first blood, transferred that power into mid lane, looked so good. But as soon as the towers fall down, they just couldn't choose what was the correct lane assignment. They couldn't choose what was the correct objective at the time, how to ward up properly for the objective. They do have a new support on their roster. I mean, I guess it's no surprise that their primary issues seem to be vision and objective priority when you go from Mata to Ming. And it's no shade on Ming, but it's literally the difference between a world champion, one of the best supports to ever play the game, and a poor rookie from the LSPL coming from Young Miracles. And Ming has looked good, especially in his 2v2, but this is such a huge, glaring hole for RNG. So much so that a team like OMG, who are very unrefined rookies in their own right, you know, still kind of pubescent babies growing up, just exploiting them.
You know, and a team like OMG, like, being able to do this to RNG, like, it really spells a lot of things out for perhaps the rest of the split for a team like RNG, who already lost that game to Aimee. Xiaohu looking for that flank, but man, Icon is just on point. Like, when he gains some momentum in the game, he just keeps it rolling. There's
cool
no
thing
shutting down Icon.
For both of these rosters, though, and kind of the light at the end of the tunnel for RNG still is that you know that you have the talent. You have Uzi, you have Xiaohu, and he showed in this game, you know, he was the 7-0 Echo for a little bit. So you have the tools to be powerful. Now you just need to organize them. Same thing for OMG. We're still, you know, we're going through growing pains. This is a roster that went through the promotion tournament last split. They decided not to make any roster changes. Like, just think about that. You almost get relegated. You don't change your roster at all because you have the confidence that one day you will be a great team.
I mean, this is maybe the first step in that dream. I mean, there's the possibility. Curtain call. Just barely tagging Ming. And how this game has swung, cannot stress that enough.
Ping pong. We've said it over and over again. That's exactly what this feels like.
Yeah, the ball has definitely gone over the net right now. But whether actually will be served back is another question. We'll find out through this team fight. He's on to the Jin, but he's going to survive. Got the redemption here on top of that one. Going to be Let Me jumping onto Zhuizhe. Again, Ming wants to jump onto them. Everyone's grouped up hard from OMG, but there's no real punish right now. And Uzi got that piercing arrow onto OMG. It is kind of OMG on the back foot temporarily. RNG, don't split up.
Yeah,
don't split up and search for clues.
It's Xiaohu really that kind of carried the weight of that team fight. You know, he got into the backline initially, forced Icon to protect SMLZ and kind of change up his target priority, then also threatened over the wall again. He's kind of corralled OMG back in front of his team.
RNG kind of just like a lost shepherd dog right now. It's just like, all right, got them into the pen, now what? And just like, lets all the sheep back out. And it's like, all right, let's go, Baron, let's go.
It's just, it's so hard how you attack this composition just because it's very terrifying to get to that back line, especially if SMLZ just stands next to Syndra, although they're going to try again.
5 saving his ADC. Nice chains of corruption will force OMG back. That's Zhuizhe again into the back lines, but he's just not taking any damage at this stage. MLXG jumps forwards. Again, has not found a kill just yet. 5, maybe the first casualty. Icon taking so much damage, but he's able to kite away. Curtain call charged up, lands onto Ming, lands onto Let Me. And that will be brought down.
That was a good team fight, though. So there was a couple of key summoner spells that went down. A great exhaust from Ming on Icon just as he used his ultimate. Made sure that Xiaohu's GA didn't get popped. It was an excellent Trundle Pillar from Ming to cancel out SMLZ's ultimate. So they are executing these team fights really well. The problem is neither team seems to have enough damage to deal with the tanky front line.
Dev's Daughter connects onto Ming. Let me still taking a bunch of damage. He has the Guardian Angel, which is now going to be popped here. Great start to the fight for OMG. Icon potentially getting blasted here by Xiaohu. Is Let Me, who is back up and once again put down by OMG. Gobbling up the mid laner here. Throws Icon into the face of Ming, who will instantly go down. Redemption will be falling, and Dreje trades his life for both the top laner and support there. Uzi, incredibly low. Can he connect it? This is the first one. Third. Oh, does not find the fourth. Uzi with the dancing shoes in the dark.
And I hate to call out Xiaohu here, but he set his team up perfectly and then he made a crucial error. He actually used his Chrono Break to reposition himself as opposed to letting the GA proc in the extended team fight and then proccing the Chrono Break to burst OMG. They were all grouped up in one location. May get to redeem himself here.
Oh, onto the Jin.
It's
Finds one. Looking for another one. He could clean up and make a big play. MLXG is also here for the clean. Finds the second onto Icon. Looking for the third now. On to 5. He's the only surviving member. And it should be the cleaner. Well played to RNG. MLXG and Xiaohu really turning it on.
And they've got a huge creep over the top side of the map, as well as massive death timers against OMG. Xiaohu may have made up for not proccing the GA the first time around. The teleport's coming in, the death timers are there. I think they can end the game, and we're going to game number 3.
Unbelievable. Dre, he's trying his best to get out the wave. Kicks Let Me away.
He's got to clear out the creep wave, but
Yeah.
even if he does, Let Me so tanky at this point in the game.
Preferably he was looking to kick the Maokai into him, actually.
This is uphill battle.
How long have we got on death timers? 25 seconds. There's a long time to store, and there's too many minions there. RNG, in a twist of fate, managed to take down the Nexus turrets. From a game that they should have won to a game that they threw to a game that looked almost impossible for OMG to lose. RNG end up winning and take us to game 3.
Okay, early game looked great for RNG. We definitely fumbled the ball come mid to late game. That's fine. Xiaohu brought it back for them, made the plays happen late game, and RNG squeaked into game number 3.
All right, Rusty, high tier analysis. What have you got for us?
Hey, mate, I'm back.
Hey,
That was exciting. What a game. Just what an experience. I feel like I'm fully immersed in wanting to know which team wins. It's like watching a drama series on Netflix right now. You just don't actually know.
The soap opera days of our lives.
We're just sitting backstage. We're like, OMG win. We're 5 minutes in. It's over. OMG win. And obviously not.
look at that gold grab. What even is that?
That's a hole.
It's a roller coaster. I know I come out here to analyze post game, and I was like, I have things written down, but really I just have nothing to add besides that was crazy. And like I feel like that captures all of it perfectly.
I think that blast plan, honestly, is just describe the whole series. I mean, like you could just condense all of it into that like 5-second clip.
Oh boy, okay.
50 minutes following a 58-minute game.
Rusty, my issues with RNG right now
Oh,
are...
I know what they are.
Yeah. Agree, disagree?
I don't disagree.
Throw me a bone.
I mean, rule of thumb, right? If you're going to set up for an objective,
Oh god.
you place control wards.
Oh,
'Cause
God.
control wards, wait for it, control areas, yeah?
Unreal.
So they could have placed control wards, taken the objectives, or at least set up and maybe baited objectives, teleported, things like that. But they didn't do that, so they didn't want the control. They like not knowing outcomes and guessing what's going to happen next.
The evil twin shows up and suddenly...
Yeah, and there's a bort.
Oh
Yep.
god.
Fully representing RNG right here in this game. I mean, that's honestly just the series. I have nothing really for you in this one. I posed the question in game 1. It's just like, are we going to see another coin flip game where essentially you don't know what's going to happen because we don't see any control? I thought I was proven wrong in the first maybe 10, 15 minutes.
looked
where
so
it looked
good.
incredibly good, right? And then it just went back to RNG.
Yeah, big things that happened, right? The Kha'Zix, firstly, MLXG coming in early game and getting a gank off. We saw it earlier in the day not be successful because the team placed an early ward just in case.
Yep.
but this time around it does work. Actually, best case scenario, it doesn't just push him out of lane to force a teleport, gets first blood for MLXG, and that should honestly be the lights out moment where RNG have got such a big advantage. Kha'Zix can then just invade. They've got the push advantage on the top side of the map. He should never have seen a blue buff again, but none of this actually happened as they had planned. It was honestly just Xiaohu who stepped up and carried his team until 20 minutes, and not so much after. But he did carry his team for the first 20 minutes.
He also came back at the very end.
Yeah.
But like, you're absolutely right. The fact is that they had complete control of the top side of the map, but that just didn't. They didn't do anything with. Like they create these opportunities for them, but they don't execute on it. And I don't know if it's an issue where they're not recognizing that the play is available, or.
Okay, so Xiaohu is going to be our MVP here. I think it's difficult to place an MVP on this game.
No, I definitely think it's deserved. Like
for the final play for sure, and what he managed to do for the early game for RNG for sure.
I mean, the only reason that they won was because of Xiaohu. He controlled the early game for them. He controlled the late game for them, and it was really them failing as a team, as a unit in that mid-game zone where they needed to set up objectives, create picks for them instead of just running headfirst.
And for a mid laner, he got top lane syndromed in a way where he just felt like he had so much to do. He was trying to be the biggest part of a team fight when he was fed, and he also needed to split push and try 1-3-1-ing, and OMG would just all collapse onto him. And this is where the game repeatedly slowed down because he just felt like he had too much to do, but didn't actually get it done. And as a result, OMG were able to claw back, and that's why we went to 40 minutes.
And then maybe you have to also look towards Let Me, because the thing is, if Xiaohu is kind of off on his own dealing with the lane assignment, you then look at, okay, who is our primary guy for starting the team fights? It's the big Maokai. So why isn't he able to grab any of OMG out of position? They had complete control over the top side of the map. There should never be a scenario where OMG are able to stall out long enough when Xiaohu is forcing, Icon to respond to Xiong like being dove.
Well, we're going to see the exciting conclusion to this series just after this break. So we're going to take a quick bump, but when we get back, we're seeing Game 3 between RNG and OMG. To the LPL Spring Split here for our final game of the day. I can definitively say that it will be for OMG and RNG. And what a series we've had. 2 over 50-minute games in this series. And I haven't been able to call it up until like probably the last minute of the game to see who's actually going to win in the end. It's just been absolutely crazy overall.
Yeah, you know, from that perspective, it is incredibly exciting. We've also got to see some great team fighting and great individual performances and kind of like these high burst moments. I know, Rusty, we were talking in between the break, like, Icon's playing great. Xiaohu made a great play. It just kind of like collectively, you know, the LPL broadcast, we're up so late that we really just want to be critical of the teams and try to improve from there.
And to be honest, that was actually one of the things I wanted to touch on when we were talking about MVP, because you looked at Xiaohu and come back here.
Coach forgot the headset just quietly.
Oh, that's funny.
That's cute.
Talking about like Xiaohu in the mid lane, like he had some great plays as Echo. He got the MVP, but you look on the other side, and Icon, like even though he lost the game, could have deserved the MVP himself for what he managed to pull off in that game.
Yeah, and he looks in high spirits as well. Fantastic Syndra performance. He was really critical. One of the reasons why the game stalled out for so long is because RNG were having such a hard time trying to penetrate OMG's 5v5 formation, and a lot of that had to do with Icon's positioning and target selection.
And just general champion choice as well, so it was really hard to actually get through OMG. Firstly, a Tahm Kench to keep the Jhin alive so you can't assassinate that Jhin. The amount of Hex Drinkers they have make Xiaohu's life difficult. Syndra's got the knockback, GP's got the oranges. Like, the amount of times he was almost dead but didn't die was ridiculous. And so to actually kill OMG, they needed that little bit of extra effort. And that's where we have to look towards RNG and say, you need to do this more as a team. And personally, like, there was one good moment, but I believe that Uzi's currently underperforming up until that one point he got a triple. Like, it's not the same Uzi. He's not winning lane as hard as he usually is and transitioning that anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, he did look in high spirits, and it's like, you know, he didn't seem tilted after that game one, because there was like a billion people in his lane
After the
time.
game, but now you can see him on your screen.
Down
He's
a little bit, but
not looking so hot.
hey, it is going to that game 3. I mean, it wasn't the prettiest game, of course, to win out there, but they have stayed in it, and a win is a win.
I mean,
and just long games.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the other thing. So
It's
you'd be
mentally
tired,
taxing,
especially this time of night. They're the last set.
that's the Uzi I want to see.
yeah. The Emperor. But yeah, it must be super late over there. Same time zone, right? Or
3
slightly
hours
different?
behind
3
us.
hours behind, yeah.
Wow,
Been
he's
a long day.
That's not great.
Oh.
You could see it on his face during the game as things really started to turn sour.
I mean, there was a tipping point, right?
Yeah.
For the team, and pretty much for the whole team, because you saw the start of the game, and you know the textbook play we were calling it, where it's just like, Maokai takes some damage, and then like MXG just appears in top lane, gets the kill, everyone's smiling, everyone's looking great, and as soon as we saw that flip, it was at that point where we saw the 7k gold swing, and it's where the faces turned sour.
Yeah, and before we actually get into any champion selects, I just want to highlight Icon one more time, because we've gone through the whole last split. We started calling him the Hitman because he takes names in lane, but when he gets momentum and actually takes those names, it's the reason he's got that nickname, because he can run away with an entire game by himself. We saw that in the last game for the most part as well, because it gave him a bit, and he ends up flashing into the Baron pit, making hero plays. This is the man to look out for if you're RNG. And the strategies have been to get Let Me ahead. Perhaps they want to make sure that Xiaohu stays ahead in future to stop Icon from snowballing anything further.
I would almost say at this point, just try to absorb some of that champion pool and get him away from those heavy playmaking champions like the Syndra, because unfortunately Let Me's proven that even when he gets ahead, because he had a great Nautilus game in game number 1, he got the Maokai in game number 2, but it didn't really matter.
Yeah, and the problem is that RNG can't actually ban it out. They've got first pick, so they'll have to try and look to pick the Syndra perhaps for themselves, and at this stage, just take the Lee Sin. Just get it away from Xuezue. He is a Lee Sin one-trick player. Like, he has other options, but they're not all his Lee Sin level.
That was a weird thing coming into the last champion select. It was a chance for RNG to take that one away from them, but they just didn't choose to go for it. Well, we'll be saying goodbye to you, Rusty. You'll be back at the end of the day, and I look forward to that one. So RNG and OMG, game 3.
Okay, this time around though, RNG having that blue side priority pick. We've talked at length about the Syndra at the Lee Sin. Let's see if they can find either one of those champions this time around and not look for the bizarre Varus out of left field.
Alright, so some pretty standard bans coming out so far. Rise on blue side though, along with the Malzahar, LeBlanc and Rengar as per usual from OMG. Probably expecting that Camille ban for the final ban there from OMG on red side, but on blue side, that final ban from RNG.
We've seen a lot
Let's
of
see if
these.
they target mid
Well, we've seen a lot of these bans thrown at the likes of Zyra. I actually really agree with the Maokai here. I think this is the start of a very strong ban phase from RNG. So I now have the hiccups. Excellent.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Rounds it all out. And Camille, of course, the final ban from OMG. Not going to see her rear her head in this one.
Okay, so the Syndra is left open, as is the Lee Sin. You have to expect you're picking between one or the other. So who do you cripple? Do you cripple Shui Shui, or do you cripple Icon? Do you have faith that MLXG and Xiaohu's champion pools are deep enough that they can get around it? This looks like it's Xiaohu.
Indeed. So there's the Syndra. Now Icon needs to go elsewhere. Remember, he did pick the Ahri into Syndra in game 1, so he might just do the same thing.
I think he'll find a lot more success, though, in kind of the echo mechanics that Xiaohu was showing or showcasing last game.
Yeah, if Icon's got the champ in his pool, why not? There's a Zyra, was actually banned out last game, so in game 1. Was pretty instrumental in setting up those bot lane ganks.
And again, the beautiful thing about Zyra is it pretty much forces you to pick up your support in first rotation of picks. Otherwise, you're just going to get squeezed and you're going to automatically lose one side of the map come second rotation. But wow, this is interesting.
Kha'Zix in that rotation there, and Lee Sin's still open. My eyes do not deceive me.
Yeah, exactly. So choosing to move away from the Lee Sin, and you know, I'm of the mentality that if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
But Shui Shui choosing to...
Are they aware Lee Sin was open? We have a Lee's and Kha'Zix picked up when you have the one-trick Lee Sin player and MLXG in this game.
I really like the Elise here just because it's also in tandem with the Syndra. Not that I don't find Lee Sin still phenomenal on 7.1, but just the fact that you're now working with Cocoon as well as Scatter the Weak.
It's just funny considering the players, but regardless, those are the lock-ins. There's Misfortune, once again, of course, still being picked into Zyra for that bottom lane. No AD carry just yet.
So here's the thing, do you pick up your mage here? Do you look for the Orianna, or do you also just grab your AD carry and prioritize the fact that you're going to get that Ashe Zyra? Now you do have the strength that you'll also be picking, and as I say that, it's Ashe 2.0 in the Varus, but with more tank killing pressure.
There it is, locked in. So taken away from Uzi as well, who picked up last game. Still a bunch for him to pick away.
So you expect now RNG to possibly squeeze the mid lane pool and make sure that Xiaohu continues to stay ahead. Rusty brought that up on the desk. And smartly, OMG on the other side are just trying to put Uzi down, or at least take away some of the power. Although I kind of suspect that Uzi's finally going to take us up on that Ezreal pick and play something that he feels a bit more powerful and a bit safer on.
Yeah, could be very likely coming out here.
Could also go the Caitlyn.
And yeah, if it isn't banned away, see what the last ban is from OMG. And there's the Ahri, taking the Ahri away. Again, we saw it in game 1. I wonder if they'll ban away the Echo as well. See what OMG do. Probably another ADC ban.
I mean, there's Echo, Orianna, Cassiopeia. There's still a wealth of options that Icon has that he can take into that mid lane. Obviously, it's always going to be a bit scary across from Syndra. You have the Corki that's really cropped his face, or popped up. Wow, they're not even going to ban the Caitlyn.
Oh, Poppy banned away. Okay. And one last ban from RNG here. Let's see where it'll go. Again, probably mid lane. Just 10 seconds left on this. And this will kind of illuminate the rest of the picking phase for both teams pretty much.
Right down to the wire here. Nautilus.
Nautilus. Alright, so a lot of pinch on the top lane. Maokai's gone as well, so we're going to see something completely different.
Again, really trying to sculpt and punish, make sure that Xiong's on a squishy champion. MLXG found a lot of success punishing that early. Ye was able to come back late game, but they can certainly build on the blueprint and the success that they found last time around.
That's for certain. Thinking about the Cassiopeia here. There's a lot of mid laners have been taken off the table. Cassiopeia so rises in priority as a pretty strong pick, even in their own right. And now RNG, onus on them to look towards the ADC. Again, Ezreal up, so could go for that. Caitlyn as well.
The thing that I already love about OMG's comp is how much zone control that they have in front of them for how much damage output that they have, especially in sustain with that Varus and that Cassie. So it looks like we might have a bit of a champion select issue.
Very possible.
See what picks and bans stay with us, or maybe it was possibly another Air. But again, so the fact that you have Zyra, Cassiopeia, and Varus, there's pretty much no excuse for you to be able to reach that backline, and even if you do, you should immediately get burned down by the sustain and immediate damage output from Varus and Cassie.
So just heard that it was a wrong pick getting locked in there, so I wonder if that was the Cassiopeia. I assume not, because they hovered over it for like forever, so maybe it was the next pick that we didn't see come up on the graphic.
Uzi's still looking quite frustrated.
Quite grim, yeah.
Or it's SMLZ. My favorite thing about SMLZ is that his facial expression never changes. He always just looks super calm, cool, and collected. Like everything, he can literally be like 9-0 in a game and just having the game of his life, like getting pentakill after pentakill, no smile.
He's
just like straight
zen.
face.
Most zen player in this room currently. Even serious faces from LXG. All pick bans will remain the same. We'll just get back up to that point. We just need the players to jump back into lobby and wait out up until the point we're at after the second phase of bans. We'll get back into this. So teams will talk a little bit longer.
It means that we pretty much have OMG's composition entirely revealed, just not the last top lane pick. Not a lot of options. Xion could go back to the Gangplank. RNG have been pretty keen to let him have that champion despite how influential it's been in the late game, just because they can punish it early game. If that's the case, that's another big zoning tool and a lot of AoE spread on their team fight.
Very possible. Where do you think Uzi's going to go? Because we mentioned the Ezreal and the Caitlyn, which was more likely, judging from the pick phase so far.
I think at this point you kind of go back to Comfort Champion. He looks a bit rattled. Caitlyn's also going to have a lot of safety, not just with her range, but also with her Caliber net. So I don't see it too far out of the realm of possibilities. You'd also have a great pushing lane. You'd be able to match Varus's range.
Very true. And the players. There we go. Just going back into champion select here. So
It's
we'll
also
do that one.
the question of what Let Me will take up into the top side.
That's true. So many. Do we have either top players locked in?
Nope. Let Me did play Kled in his
Ooh.
debut game, week number 1. It didn't find a lot of success, but he has been. I know he showcased that he'll play something other than just the potato tanks, especially with so many of them banned.
Yeah.
The Nautilus, Poppy, and Maokai all off the board.
Kled's a really good pick if you can pick him like late into a draft and there's nothing on the opposing teams to like absorb his ultimate. Remember like Alistar was a big pick into him.
It would also certainly help round out their composition in terms of their engage potential. Right now they have the Cocoon and they have the Syndra stun, but it's not as long range as something like the Kled ult. I feel like they're still missing kind of that tanky answer, however.
Kled would fit the bill. It would be real fun to cast on Kled. I don't think I've even cast a Kled game yet, actually.
See, my issue with Kled is that
rare.
it doesn't necessarily fit the bill in terms of impacting that back line. Although I guess against OMG's composition, you really don't want to be back there anyway. It's about trying to find issues to walk them down front to back and get around their zoning tools, like that Zyra ultimate,
Right.
like the what's Varus's ultimate? Something
Chains of Corruption.
It's what? Is it midnight yet?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to check. Okay, so we're back up to the same point we were at previously. Just need those two bans to come in. It was Poppy. It was Nautilus. Just lock it in. I want to see new stuff. Because I think the Cassiopeia.
We have
was
the
locked
option
in.
for Aurelia, Fiora, Darius,
Oh,
Kled,
the
Rumble.
Cassiopeia apparently was a mistake, I guess.
And now I'm disappointed.
It's been locked in. Raz was telling me about this earlier because we were talking about Chinese voice lines. And he was telling me that I needed to hear
You are in
Super
for a
Galaxy
treat.
Rumble. And I was like, there's no way Rumble's going to be picked up in this meta. And he was like, well, we saw one jungle Rumble. Well, we're going to see a top lane in this one. Of course we are. So I get my dream early on into the split.
But this means that OMG are revealing their hand. Like, you already see the mid lane matchup that you're going into, so not only are you not getting the that's so weird. You're not allowing your top laner to get the possible counter matchup on his pick. And taking a matchup that you already are comfortable in. I mean, unless the Rumble or the mid lane pick's going to inherently like redesign how the composition works.
Galio, let's go. I don't know. It's
I would
gonna
be
something
so
crazy.
excited for a Galio.
When was the last time we saw Galio? It was like, what, Faker versus...
His shield blocked for 1100 damage when I did the math with Sifa. Excuse me, Dracos.
Dracos, that's the one. That's crazy.
Hey,
Hey, Kled! Yes, okay.
You got
Kled
your
is-
wish.
I got 2 wishes in one game. That's crazy.
To the fields.
Come on, lock it in. You know you want to. I want you to.
Everyone wants him
Yeah,
to.
we had the Jin as well, but you know that's boring. Go on, OMG. Lock
That's
something interesting
standard.
in.
I feel like they set the bar with the Rumble. We're like, yes, the
You really
Chinese
gotta go crazy from
Rumble
this, to be honest.
voiceovers, and then they elevated it with the Kled,
Yeah.
and then they like tease us with the Jace.
You know, Corky's alright.
It's
Corky's
cool.
pretty cool. Yeah.
So we talked about this a bit earlier in the draft, the fact that Corki has really been re-emerging as Syndra's found more priority or has been sneaking through these draft phases. How it basically works is that he uses his W or his Valkyrie to try to dodge out in the stun and then just trade the auto attack damage. So
Right.
you dodge all of Syndra's skill shots, and then because you're the AD carry and she's the mage, you try to punish her in that small window between her cooldowns. Unfortunately, if you get hit with the cooldowns, you're dead.
You're dead, yeah. But you can build Hex Drinker as well, which will be a nice addition to his item build. The amount of AD carries in this game is too damn high. Everyone was just like, ha! ADCs in 2017. But then we have 4 of them in one game. So, pretty good apparently. There you go. RNG versus
super
OMG.
Yeah, and super stoked to kind of see how Let Me performs on this Kled. A big issue last time around was that it didn't necessarily fit in the composition. Still not super great here in my personal opinion, although you can see kind of what he's offering their team comp, you know, the ability to get in, to run them down, which they don't actually have a ton of disengage. They pretty much have the Zyra ultimate, but if you just run past it, they look really excited.
Yeah, real excited. I feel you. I feel you so hard. And, you know, we're feeling up here on the desk, but, like, I have no idea what a player would be feeling right now, you know?
can only imagine that after 2 back-to-back 50-minute games, where, like, even if you win that game, you're not feeling great.
No.
And if you lose, you're especially not feeling great. I mean, Uzi's face pretty much says it all.
Yeah, and he won the game.
Yeah, and so to go into Game 3, I mean, this just must be torment. This is a super long day, very exhausting games, very frustrating mentally, and trying to kind of reset, refocus for Game 3. And a lot's on the line here, a lot of pride.
For sure. I mean, you've come this far, and it's like over 2 hours into a series. It's like, I want this win, you know? It's like you can't go home with nothing after putting so much into a series like this. But regardless, this will be our very final game of the day. It's been a long one, folks. There's 3 series, but we are at the pinnacle. RNG versus OMG, Game 3. All comes down to this. And we got an Infernal Dragon.
Haha.
Great crowd chant as well, just to start it off. So the crowd is still hyped. They were clearly not being dissuaded by the long games and the long day. They're more hyped than everyone, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty intense. The
Yeah.
OMG fans getting behind them. And RNG are typically the heavy crowd favorites there, so it's nice to see that the Dark Forces are not giving up.
And that random dude in the crowd is the real MVP. Xiaohu, that's interesting movement.
Is that the duck?
It's just a normal duck. It's not the rubber ducky. We did have one earlier today. Got to comment on it, but that's just a normal one. There is a 10% chance that the rubber ducky makes an appearance in every game that you make.
This is the hard-hitting analysis that I like for.
If you want random facts about League of Legends, I got you. All about that.
This is interesting. So,
Oh, it's Super Galaxy Rumble as well.
okay, so this is how this voice, speaking of random facts, I'm going to quickly get to this before I start on the jungle pathing. This sounds like Helium. Rumble's voice is... Exactly. It's probably one of the most obnoxious of any of the voiceovers in the Chinese client.
Yeah, one second. I'm just turning my volume up.
Oh, you really want to get it surround sound. Get the...
Alright. Apparently
other-
I need to wait until he dies, is what Raz said. but-
he literally sounds like a deflated balloon. The other really terrifying one is Kog'Maw, who actually sounds like Satan reincarnate.
Oh,
Like
okay.
Kog'Maw's supposed to be like super adorable and cute, and he's
Sure.
like, oh.
Alright, I'm ready for that one. Was
Um,
that Fervor of Battle from Kled? That's what I saw.
I didn't actually check on the top laners' keystones. A big thing for me is actually that the junglers started the bottom side of the map. So OMG actually taking a page out of RNG's book, they faked the jungle topside start from Rumble leashing, and now there's the opportunity where Kha'Zix can catch this Kled off guard.
Uzi's angry. Uzi just did a lot of damage to Vareth right there. Hey, Blast Plant. MXG coming in there and taking away this crab. Setting up as well. Okay, where does he go from here? Looking for this quick invade into the jungle. We'll get some knowledge on where Kha'Zix was and will be.
I mean, if he wants to be super aggressive, SMLZ doesn't have the health. He could look for a very early dive.
He's
Will he
incredibly
flash?
low. He's like an auto attack
Q.
away. In with the cocoon as the heal coming out. He's looking for the execute damage. He will have the repel here, but they need the minion wave. He's just trying to corral them into the tower. Here comes the TP as like a zoning tool more than anything else. It's going to be completed. So that will spell the end of this dive essentially for MLXG, but will expose Rumble in the top lane and Let Me can freeze it.
But this gives so much to Let Me on that Kled. Wow, that's crazy. And the thing is MLXG could have very easily picked up that kill. He had the flash available. You could have completely caught him off guard and tried to kill him with the execute before you even had time to react because you're coming out of Fog of War. I think he was trying to hand the kill over to Uzi.
Very possible. I think he was just really trying to play around the heal and then play the slower game more than anything else. Just wait for the minion waves to come in. But regardless, it just worked out great for them.
Yeah, especially for that top lane. But the thing is, I feel like we keep giving advantages to Let Me, and he's not executing on them. Meanwhile, mid.
Icon is coming. Nice sidestep from the fast bomb. Dre is also here. Icon, that Thunderlord's proc coming off there. Drop a little bit low. And they'll resume laning phase. Icon out of health and Xiaohu out of mana.
Really just dissuading Syndra from pushing forward on that, although like you said, not having that mana pool available. That's now round 2. Good recall from SMLZ.
Oh, okay, reaction flash. So trading flash for flash. Which is probably fine for MLXG here, in all honesty. Or maybe not fine. Here comes Kha'Zix, wherever you got to run. There's no Blast Plant. Used it earlier. This could be first blood. And it will go over to 5. What even was that? I think that was an auto attack over the wall.
Okay, so what was a very good early game setup, particularly for Let Me, just because of the pressure that MLXG had exerted getting that teleport on bottom. The thing is that's now back-to-back ganks on bottom from MLXG, and you have to think, is there a correlation between Uzi not looking necessarily very happy, playing his lane very aggressive, and MLXG actually getting punished for hanging around too often?
Bear trap on the rope. What a great ability name.
I really like the trading windows that Kled has, especially when that cooldown is up. The thing, though, is that Rumble is going to do such a good job of just pushing and having so many creeps in front of him.
Oh yeah, completely outpushes Kled because his ability to push is essentially bear trap on a rope.
Yeah, and that's been one of the big problems of Kled and why we really haven't seen him crop up in the meta, is that this meta really breaks down into kind of 2 different subjects. You either can win your lane, create a pressure point in your lane through trading or through shoving. And if you can't do either to the best of your ability, then you're pretty much not viable or not a meta pick. You're too far down the totem pole. And I feel like that's kind of the sad spot that Kled's sitting in.
However, he did get an advantage opened up essentially by his bottom lane for him in the top lane. So see if he can actually leverage this advantage, because this will be pretty helpful for him and get into that mid game as a fairly tanky Kled.
Well, he completely needs it so he can be ahead of the clock to survive going deep. We're actually just continuing to look at the bottom lane as Uzi doing the Uzi classic and trying to contest every single CS, as now Bear Trap is actually just being used to farm from afar.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a resource champion, so it's not the end of the world. But getting in range of Rumble is just, it hurts. It hurts a lot.
But the unfortunate thing is kind of where the CS is, and it's completely even right now, despite the fact that Rumble lost a lot on his TP. Can he dodge the Q?
Well, he doesn't, but that was an exhausted
That's a lot
Q
of
that
creep
came
afro.
out, and there's a lot of damage. Last auto attack, Ming with the kill. And MLXG coming down will most likely be the death of 5 as well. Come on, Uzi's going to pick up the kill and feeling real good.
And you can see exactly how they're setting this up. This is entirely about camping Uzi's lane. He looked very upset in between games, and it seems that he has a definite voice in the team right now. Come to my lane, get me fed. MLXG is being so gingerly when he approaches these ganks, making sure that it is Uzi that is picking up the kills.
Yeah, very much spoon feeding a lot of these kills to him. It's like, here comes the support. Top lane, Jiang falling after with that damage, and we'll back away here. Flame Splitter again to continue pushing this wave, and you know, despite that like massive advantage that essentially Let Me had in that top lane, it's all dissipated, and now Rumble has the advantage.
That's my big problem right now, is Let Me had such a big advantage because he had the Summoner spell that Rumble was actually out of the lane for probably 2 waves, and you don't see that at all in his CS. So again, this is just kind of showcasing why Kled hasn't really been seen more. I believe he's been picked once in LCK.
Ooh, that's, yeah, I think we saw him like a couple times maybe in each region, but like 1 or 2 at maximum. Very rare.
No, I'm talking about in 2017. I know Wonder likes to play him occasionally.
Yes. I was like, definitely see him in AU. But yeah, in 2017, yeah, probably like again. But we'll go for that Tiamat. Pretty common in terms of his item build. We'll go for the Titanic Hydra because he just needs wave push, to be honest. Like, he's glad. Haunted Guys, of course, spell penetration build in from Rumble. Classic. Just focusing on the picks that we haven't seen too much of more than anything.
And unfortunately, it feels like the Observer is not of the same taste or value because we are just staring intently at this bottom lane.
It's like, come on, mate.
In fact, both mid laners are now racing to get on the action. Like, come on, give us a spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it, right? Like, Uzi is still instrumental in how this game will go. Like, MLXG knows it, RNG knows it, we know it. I just want to see Kled and Rumble, to be honest, in that 1v1. Like, top lane match is being very interesting. Oh, Icon.
Good
exhaust comes out. Yeah, really good timing. Probably would have been a kill, actually, if the exhaust had not come out at that time.
And unfortunately, it's a poor situation for Corki to be in when he has that package and he's forced back into that mid lane, just because Valkyrie is so important to how that matchup works against the Syndra to keep him safe, that he had to burn it, not making a play happen bottom, but instead not dodging a stun and trying to reset afterwards. We'll see if Xiaohu can punish him on the next rotation, that cooldown, because obviously the exhaust will not be back up. He's itemized Sheen first, probably looking for the Brutalizer next, although he's just sitting on a long sword, so has the options. Brutalizer, excuse me, Hex Drinker. It's late.
I was like, Brutalizer, that's a blast from the past.
Speaking
of which, Ming knocked up in the air, but the plants are still going ham. Goodbye to support. Xiaohu coming in from the mid lane on 5. Big chunk of his health bar taken out of there. Let's see if he can do anything on the back half of this fight, but this is going to be taking out the control ward.
And that is priority gank number 4. Makes more sense this time around, though, just because Jhin did have the ultimate there, so you actually had a lane with CC to set up your jungler. I like the fact that Syndra's also getting involved, so probably taking that, or possibly taking that strength back into the mid lane to now win not just 1 lane, but 2 lanes for RNG. This is cute.
It's going to be waiting there for a long time if he's waiting for someone to pass by. I mean, there is a misfortune there, but there's no way Ming's going to just wander into his jungle.
Well, now they have a reason to wander in. They don't want that Corki just like sitting in their stuff, looking at their creeps.
Oh, he went to the wrong bush.
They do not care at all.
So AJ is persistent. He's been in this bush for a good 30 seconds.
Oh no.
And it may pay off. Oh, over the wall, Icon with the kill. And Patient Hunter, gotta hand it to him.
All part of the plan. It was the Corki there, but meanwhile top.
Charge into Zhang, into the top lane. Goodbye, easy kill. Dre onto Uzi as well. The flash, a return flash, and jump after underneath the tower. Skirmishing smite, enough damage with the true damage coming out there. Scatter the weak will be the kill with the Dark Sphere. And this has turned into a complete fiesta all over the map.
But teleport was burned from Kled, and Let Me hasn't picked up anything for it. Oh no.
He's there to meet
got
you,
no
but he's
mana.
very low on mana.
Oh
Instant deletion. Meanwhile, Kled's here for the cleanup, but he's gone into mini form. No more skull. Icon still wants this fight. Bullet time. Oh, oh, oh. That was some clench.
He's got 70 health to his name. Icon just limping away from the back of it. Fortunately for Let Me, his teleport trade now actually works out because he does pick up a kill for his time. Wow. Joy is nuts. I know we've said this like 20 times, but I never expect him to just sit in a bush for like 45 minutes.
Man, I have no idea what happened in the last trade. I'm not even sure who won that last trade. I don't know how many kills there were before that trade because so many went down.
Well, I'm just going to say the Kazakhs is sitting 2-1 and 2, so I feel like Shui
Hey.
knows exactly who won that trade.
There is a slight goal advantage to RNG, just how the first couple trades went, I think, question mark.
Red Smite.
Red Smite.
He did.
Yeah, I know, that's what finished off his first go, I believe.
I love this guy.
Yeah, when he jumped onto Uzi, it was the tick.
He's like, no more tracker snipe. I am done with that.
Yeah. And we're going all in. If we're going to win this series, we're going to go hard or we're going to go home.
I'm not playing Spirit Visage Lee Sin. I'm not doing your dirty work.
Oh. I think that Kazakhs' time. Uzi, a bit scared there is. Both OMG members were encroaching on his position as he was ulting.
Really well played from SMLZ to threaten Uzi out of the ultimate, make sure that he can't get the force shot by just approaching and threatening with his own.
Xiang. Get out the wave, just the equalizer. He'll probably head back to base now.
Xiang's really scared that a potential dive was coming.
Yeah. Oh, Uzi taking so much damage. That's the insta-kill pretty much out there. I was not expecting that much damage. Xiaohu caught out by Shui Shui. But Matt catches him with Scatter the Weak. And 5 is coming up there to help him. Icon over the wall. And it's enough burst damage. The Corki wall taking from way higher health than that. Shui Shui once again looking for another one onto MLXG. And the bullet time, bane of his existence. Ming with a quick kill.
They do not stop. They are just literally running from base and then running straight at each other. This is 14 kills in 14 minutes.
I mean, I like it, honestly. It's just like, well, we're being in a position where we're eventually going to get to a 50-50, so why not just do it from minute 1?
Kled is actually making his way down
He's in
bottom.
charge range.
I feel like this is the window where everyone just needs to be like, okay, well, fine. We don't want to fight that much.
Nah, I just would have pulled the trigger there, I think. He was in charge range and 5 was low. But I guess the recalls may have gone off in time.
And suddenly the shoe on the other foot for Uzi, though, you know, things were looking really good for him. He got 4 back-to-back simultaneous ganks putting him ahead, but as soon as his flash was actually burned by Kazakhs diving his tower, they're now just continuously punishing. The cooldown is still down, so question is, are OMG going to stop at 2 or are we looking at 3?
I think we'll go for another one.
I feel like it's going to be red, blue, gank Uzi.
I agree with that sentiment.
As
sure.
5 is clearing out the vision
it's
in the
like,
bottom river.
I wonder what's going to happen next in the next like 30 seconds. Maybe Icon with his package as well. Like, could this be more scripted from OMG? All right, Uzi, you know what's coming. Take a step back.
No!
Take a step back. No, Uzi, not like this. He's been exhausted. Final rocket lands. Icon being stunned up. Okay, all right, we're good.
Their strategy literally is just tilt him.
Yeah. And it may work, honestly. Like,
he's got the entire team behind him. Now, what this does mean is that Letme is left alone with the tower, but this is all 4 members of OMG, and now 5. Rumble's on his way down.
The assassination attempt onto Kazakhs successful. Losing both of their bot laners so low, but they are still alive. Tagging him up, and now Uzi, it's his time to shine. Finding 2 kills. Wants the third onto Icon. Just needs to pop him with one more auto attack. There it is. That's the triple. And Xiang in this 1 versus 1. Making it a 2 versus 1. The overheat. He's got the flame spitter burning, and there's no body blocking that one. Let me onto the Rumble. He just needs to pop him into the mini form. Get Skull away from him. And he's essentially useless now. And Xiang could turn this one around. There's no way he's getting that Enrage meter back up.
Needs to really manage his heat, though. Make sure that he's able to use his abilities.
Whoop.
Good use of the creeps to dodge the harpoon to find that slow there. Okay, so in the end, it's exactly as we said. Uzi just tilting. His flash is still done, so OMG are throwing everything and the kitchen sink at this guy bottom. It looks good for RNG. They do respond. The problem is that Letme still doesn't have his TP for the start of the fight.
It's also a really good position for Ming to start it off, getting the exhaust essentially as Icon was Valkyrying in. Otherwise, Uzi would have been dead at that point.
Also, great spatial awareness from Uzi to take an even further step back, open up the ultimate, and try to set up Xiaohu for success. Unfortunately, Icon is just doing so much damage, and Rumble makes his way there before Letme does. Beautiful equalizer. Unfortunate that he actually overheats a bit early here.
He thought he might be okay, actually, because he was just like, 2 more auto attacks could be enough to finish him off, so... But yeah, it was a little early.
Quadra kill to triple kill, though.
Yeah, that was an all-you-can-eat buffet for Uzi. It was just every single shot of his ammo was resulting in a kill, so it was good times. 5-3-2.
And now the gold spread is so vastly different between these two teams. On RNG, it's pretty much Starhorn Royal Club 2.0. Everything is in the Uzi basket. He's now sitting 5-3-2. They've given him every available resource, consistent ganks, consistent backup. On the other hand, though, OMG's gold is super spread.
Xiaohu deleted by Icon. Was not expecting that to be enough damage, but I mean, Triforce Spike at 17 minutes here with the Hex Drinker.
So this is the big thing, though, the fact that OMG are actually getting a free push through and no one is responding from RNG.
Wow, Inner Turret goes down at 18 minutes. This could be a significantly faster game than the other two.
It's also going to give them the gold lead in the game as they're now looking towards mid lane. You can see 5 is actually poised on the top side of it, and Ming smartly not approaching the tower just yet. As I say that.
He approaches the tower and instantly dies. Let me charge. Picks up the kill there onto Varus. Icon trying his best to kite away, but he's finished off there. Let me running away. Go on, you can waddle.
Come on, Uzi.
No, oh, JJ very low himself, jumps over the wall, dodging out of that final damage, final deadly flourish from Uzi. And all of that will result in a 3-for-2. Slight advantage to OMG.
Still picking up more chasing kills, though, and starting to get his confidence and his swagger back. That's the Uzi that we expect and kind of that X factor that RNG really need to tow them over the line for this series.
We could almost reach the point where we're getting 2 kills a minute in this game, very realistically. We've almost had 30 in 19 minutes. So keep it up. Let's go.
Is this what you were expecting from the LPL Pulse?
Yeah, pretty much every game like this. And I think after 2 50-minute slugfests, the teams just want to fight.
You know, it was really curious to me as we kind of moved more into kind of the Courage of the Colossus and tank meta. You know, a lot of the power is being stripped from AD carries due to the strength and power of armor currently in the game. I thought that it might really suffer the LPL, and we started to see that reflected a bit, that, you know, we weren't team fighting as much, that it was more about objective trading, just because it's so hard to team fight with all the Tahm Kenches and the Maokais running around. They're just so hard to kill, even though they're great weapons for starting the team fights. I'm glad to see that we've kind of returned to normalcy.
Yeah, it's actually just really because of the 10-ban system. You take away all of the tanks, and what are you left with? Kled and Rumble. So it's only really good times. SMLZ. He's alright, he's alright. Xiaohu is looking for the pick off to the side there. Lots of picking potential on the C from the RNG lineup. Oh, Shui. Okay.
He's okay.
He's fine. Xiaohu's still very scary, but he is low on mana, so he doesn't have enough for a full combo. But he could just right-click someone.
I'm just really excited for RNG to finally decide that they want to push for this tower and just open up the curtain call in tandem with the charge. But they're more so using Let Me right now as that split pushing threat. He does have his, what is the item called? It's Midnight.
Which
Black
player?
Cleaver.
That's the Badger.
Yeah, his Black Cleaver setup, so he's great in his lane assignment currently. But as I say that, this is a pretty bold Baron play.
This is not even 21 minutes, but it is dropping very low. Misfortunate over
the
wall. Come on, someone just needs to get it. Who do they even go over to? Varus picks it up, actually, going over to OMG. 5 being chased out. He'll jump over the wall, and this is, I can't even keep track of everything that's going on. Uzi in a one-on-one trade. Icon picks up the kill. He'll win that duel, that shootout there behind the Baron pit. That was a 2-for-3. An OMG with the Baron, but maybe only one player will survive with it. Scatter the Weak will finish off the 4th kill.
Okay, so what? Varus is the only
Varus
player
is
who
our
scrapes
champion.
away. Take a look at that Baron call. It was shredded quite early, and in the end, it was the Varus that managed to pick it up. So unfortunately, Imlekshi was unable to get into the pit and contest for the smite. Good job on RNG, though, making sure that they're killing majority of the Baroned up players. Although that's the real play right there.
Oh, yeah. And it's funny because Zuedre got killed by Ming's ultimate, so it was literally a 50-50 on like whoever just threw something into the pit and would pick that one up. So that could have easily gone over to RNG and just been the biggest power play that we've ever seen.
But this means we can no longer fight over a monster objective like Baron, or an epic monster objective for the next 6 minutes. They have to fight over the towers. I know I see that Mountain Drake. I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist. They have to fight over the towers, Pulse.
44 seconds until something spawns.
I feel like they're just different rules to the League of Legends that RNG and OMG are playing.
Oh yeah, this is Yeah, this is something else. This is Season 8. This is, I don't know what's going on.
First team to 50 kills wins.
Yeah, I'd be fine with those game rules. Absolutely fine.
This guy's nuts.
Okay, where are we going? What's happening?
He wants the Syndra.
Come
and
on.
The fact is that he has the confidence that he thinks that he'll just consistently outplay the stun.
Yeah. I mean, props. Props for looking for it. Here comes charge. Oh, that's such a fast Syndra coming in there. He will connect onto 5 who jumps away. Ray J has completely been locked down. And Skull has evacuated the premises. So that's a fast kill just to RNG.
And I'm going to give huge props to Ming right there. That was a gorgeous misfortune ult. She zoned off so many members of the team. That said, they are so concerned with killing each other and fighting over random positions in the river, and not enough with actually sieging towers.
Oh, what's that objective? Mountain Dragon. There's not going to be a fight over it, though. MLXG will take that one away. Good stuff. So AJ using that chance while he's dead to take a quick drink. Stay hydrated, folks. RNG back to base. We'll see what Uzi is going to pick up. He's on 2.5 items. He's got 7 kills, 4 assists.
Looking for the static shift.
Well, not enough to finish it just yet. We'll just get the components. Blasting one from MLXG. Maybe build the Proto Belt here, I guess. And Jiaohu again with his own blasting ones.
Icon's going the Xie Corky build.
Yep.
So he's certainly going to have a lot more upfront burst damage that people are really going to be expecting him to have rather than going the rapid fire cannon build path there. I know Rusty's a really big fan of when Corkies do this.
Of the kind of hybrid burst build?
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of fun to watch.
Which it makes perfect sense. The fact of the matter is that they don't have a tank on their team, and so you have so many different kill threats, and the ability to just immediately assassinate or pop multiple people.
Yeah, just make it a 5 versus 4 instantly into the team fight. Try and play the rest of it from there. I feel like 45,000 gold to 47,000 gold is a lot for 24 minutes. I'm not sure what the statistics are. I never usually pay attention to it.
But are you actually ahead of clock when you're tied with the opposing team?
I would say that like the game has progressed to a further point in the game, I guess.
I guess
that's actually really weird how, you know.
The idea that like the death timers are really going to be the difference then, even though you have like far more kill pressure than you really should because you're so much farther in your items.
I think everyone just dies faster.
That's what we created with this game.
Yeah.
Screw the tanks, get them out.
Yeah, pretty much. When there's no tanks in the game and everyone just has a lot of gold, then it just becomes a shootout, you know? Whoever gets to jump on the other person.
I feel like with a shootout, though, comes the connotation that it's kind of like slow, drawn out. Everyone's just kind of sizing each other up.
Isn't that what's happening like right now?
I don't think these guys have been sizing each other up. I think they've just been hunting each other. Like Alien versus Predator, this is what this is.
All right, that's a pretty good metaphor. All right.
Shui gets to be Alien.
Let me... Was the one getting hunted, I guess?
Or if
He'll
he
back away.
overextends at all.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be Uzi. And Ming, is that farm worth it? He can always exit towards the top side of the map because it's a safe side established by Xiaohu and MLXG.
That's the crazy vision control they have on the top side. Cled's still staying on the bottom. And that ward is... How's the bush?
I think I've seen this play before, but it was by the other jungler.
Oh,
there's no escape for you
clearing out
now.
the escape routes. You're locked in with me.
Is anyone going to protect mid? Have we just sacrificed this one?
Yes. I believe the answer is yes.
Is anyone going to take mid?
No.
Ming, come on.
I didn't even... There's a huge minion wave. Someone do something. Okay, Uzi and Ming. But Icon's just going to clear it. No, it's gone. MLXG, Smite War. MLXG comes out on top. Got him.
They 100% could have taken that tower.
They'll probably get on this push.
Definitely, but they 100% could already have it and be setting up a curtain call and fighting them in the jungle of that red buff.
Absolutely, but I think everyone's brains have switched off at this point, Frost, so... Let me... He's going to play some Kled. Doesn't need to have... he just needs to get into the spirit of the character, which is just sheer anarchy. Just kind of run at things and hope that they die before you die.
RNG do have complete control over the map right now. Baron will be spawning very soon. They've backed. We have the control wards.
Hype.
I'm ready for it.
5 hers.
Running towards the
Freaking
pit.
forwards.
Setting down our vision.
Package located. Icon searching for target. There are 3 potential targets heading to top lane.
Trying to get their quick backs in before this starts becoming a tug of war over the epic monster. Okay, here we go, guys.
Hiding in the shadows. See the hunter waiting, looking for the kill onto the enemy Kha'Zix.
Perfect. They've got Let Me set up in the bottom side, trying to create a pressure point.
Icon showing RNG that he has his package.
Total onus on OMG. They need to do something right now because they have to deal with Kled in the bottom side of the map. They've run out of time. They're going to lose a free objective. Beautifully done by RNG. Just be patient. Just be patient.
Patience, not a virtue. That's going to be showing itself in this game. Uzi finds 5 for his kill.
Perfect.
See you, nerd.
Very cleanly done. Playing with vision, they find the pick, they pop the Zyra. That's massive. She dies with her ultimate still up, but more importantly, this allows RNG to now look at diving.
Uh-oh, did not want to face
that.
check that brush. Oh, that definitely had a Kha'Zix in it. It's like a game of battleships. It's like, oh, found him.
It was so good, though. They could get the wave pushing. The Zyra ult's not there anymore, so it's less, dangerous to dive because she can't just drop it. And they at least face checks. Immediately deleted. They can't even look towards Baron because the jungler's dead.
5 minutes later, Let Me still in the bottom lane.
Everything that they had done correctly has now just drifted away.
Fallen by the wayside. Alright, how are we doing? Let me look at the HUD real quick. 29 minutes and over 100,000 gold has been collected in this game. Almost 40 kills, so we're pulling away from the potential 2 kills a minute. We're close for a bit.
Don't worry, I feel like we're just gunning for a big 5v5.
Oh, I'm ready. I think if anything it was going to erupt over something like an Infernal Dragon, but we've already had one Baron. And it's already 29 minutes in, so it's pretty fast.
Now we have double Infernal. And that actually means much more on these compositions, and particularly because, again, there's really no tank in this game. And we are so, not late, but kind of sped up on the clock in terms of our itemization, so this is really good for OMG.
Yeah, everyone's a glass cannon, apart from Kled. So you might, if you get to head,
but this is cool then, because then you just get to appreciate like how they're actually setting up the team fights and who's hitting their cooldowns, who's making the mechanical outplays. This is my favorite type of League of Legends, when it just comes down to the team fight mechanics. We're walking into a cocoon.
I love micro, so as long as I get someone to do like a 1v1 or anything like that, I'm cool with that.
I want the charge.
Me too. Just seeing like random of the characters run at the speed of light is hilarious. Like the sped up run animations for some characters, just really funny.
Okay, so use the orb, sweeping out the front of Baron, making sure that they're not missing
Here
anything.
we go. Charge has been activated. He's gonna find someone. He's found Rumble. He's gonna give him a quick bump, and he's out. Okay, that's it.
Just a bit of a tickle.
Yeah, bit of a tickle. Yeah, that was less inspiring than I thought it was gonna be, to be honest. Whoa. Okay, didn't get him with the orb.
But they've learned their lesson. This is what I'm super excited about. They used the Scryer's Orb. They've swept out the front of the Baron Pit. They know that there's no vision in it. They've got their control wards on it, and now they're hunting for Shui Shui.
Oh, good. Zhonya's Hourglass at just the right time, opening up with the curtain call. Lands a couple onto Xiang. Get out of there. All right, we're good. Ming, so much down from Icon. It was just for that exhaust that kept him alive. Skull has unfortunately left Kled and left his master to die. That's a 1-for-1 there.
Icon is an absolute monster. That guy is a beast right there. But again, this is kind of the difference in what you're trading 1-for-1. It's the support versus the top laner. Now, Let Me does have his teleport, so theoretically he could get back in position faster than Zyra. But RNG are actually just going to take this breather, say, that's fine, gentlemen's agreement, let's reset it, reset the map.
Xiang, like a lawnmower in that top lane. Collecting all these minions.
He's got his penetration build up and online.
Yep, and the Zhonya's Hourglass. What's he going for next? He's got the Negatron Cloak. Is that going to be an Abyssal? What is that going to be?
Could be.
Could be Guardian Angel as well. Could be many things.
I'd like a GA just because he's doing so much right now, and I feel like we're at like a really key part in the game where that could really make or break it.
Sure.
There's also so much mixed damage across from him on RNG's team comp.
At the same time, like Abyssal increases the damage, also great against two of the big members of the team, MLXG and Xiaohu. Not going to help him too much against Uzi, of course.
But they changed it to per percentile penetration. I believe it's 10%
Abyssal?
now. Yes. It's midnight.
Maybe.
I'm actually losing my
Yeah.
mind.
We'll get some to confirm that, don't worry about it. I think regardless, increases damage. I know that for certain.
Oh yeah, it increases your damage by 10%.
Yeah. Xiaohu eating some fruit, getting his 5 a day. Icon, once again showing off his package. Going back to the mid lane.
Do you just live for your moments that you get to say that?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I create those highlight moments, you know what I mean?
There used to be a player in the LPL named Mydong.
Well, there's a player in the LPL right now called
His name's P. Diddy.
P. Diddy. That's the, yep. Go search his name, folks. It's not P. Diddy. Resembles.
It's
I'm
Penis.
not gonna have that. Okay. Even the Chinese casters don't say that.
Just call him by
We've
his
broken
name.
some boundaries today.
I like how OMG are no longer baiting into this. They've seen this trick so many times, and so there's two good things happening here. It's the fact that RNG are not putting themselves in a 50-50 smite situation. That's awesome.
Equalizer for the zone. MLXD in a battle to the death with those plants, and I think the plants won, to be honest.
And then there's also the fact that OMG are no longer just face checking into the vision-controlled area that RNG had set up. So both teams actually making the correct call around this Baron pit and really taking this last game very seriously, saying we're not going to give this away on a possible 50-50. And as I say that, let's just walk into Fog of War and get caught out by
Taking it very
Xiaohu.
seriously. Charge! Let's go! Let me onto the back lines. Get 5. Take him out. It's going to be Xiaohu trying to turn up big. 1,700 damage crit. 3 kills over to RNG. Let's see how much they can take from this.
And Xiaohu's like, I'm done waiting. I'm going to flash this wall. Immediately takes out the Corki and helps set up his team for victory. Uzi is now 10-4-5. Suddenly, what was looking like a hiatus has just burst wide open.
There's a lot of time to play with. This is going to be at least an inhibitor. And they have a Mountain Dragon, so these things are basically paper that they're tearing through.
I mean, it's only Kha'Zix left alive. They could end the game right here.
This could just be it for RNG. They're onto the Nexus towers. There's 1. There's 2. I think the end is in sight here for Oscurin. Dre, he's down. And that's just going to be the game. 35 minutes into this, significantly faster than the other two. And RNG, after a 3-game slugfest, find game 3 and take it 2-1.
And that has to feel excellent for RNG. Game 1, vision control was a bit of a disaster. Game 2, it got better in the early game, but they couldn't clinch it late. But Game 3, they fixed their mistakes. The towers fall down, they go to set up the Baron, and they don't get overzealous about it. They don't commit to it, they don't open themselves up to a 50-50. They play it clean, Xiaohu makes the play, and RNG scrape over the line.
Wow. And Rusty, what have you got for me?
That was a pretty good game.
It was a good game.
I'm actually a lot happier with that performance from RNG across the board. It was a lot quicker. You said suddenly 38 minutes is a quick game, but there was a lot of kills, and it felt like they kind of threw strategy out the window early game. They had a couple of plans, and it was quite nice. They just wanted to get Uzi going, like Boots' swiftness on his Jhin just to get him fed, to make sure that he was able to be involved in these kills and just be a part of the game. And I mean, they just got it together late game. That was where they were really lacking.
Yeah, well, late game was essentially 20 minutes into the game because they'd already killed each other like 40 times.
Oh, it was accelerated.
So, yeah, it was significantly accelerated. So it was actually probably like a 50-minute game, but because there were so many kills, we just got there faster. Thank you very much, guys. And the gold graph is exactly what I'd expect from a series like this.
Wow.
Just take a look at the very end of the graph there.
That's
complete plummet on the very
literally
end.
the moment where Xiaohu flashed over the wall.
Yeah.
I mean, note that it was only 3K at most for the entire game as well. 2.8K is where the graph caps out, so it was pretty tight.
Well, this game was pretty tight. 20K on the Jhin right there. 19 for Corki. And we just saw Icon blowing people up left and right. And I think, like, we've spoken about this guy so much over the series, but it's warranted. Like, Icon really showed up. And I think, like, for a player who was just like, yeah, he used to be, like, the hitman for, like, individual players. But he was, like, he had many people on his hit list.
Yeah, I think we came into this series again. We were like, Icon's the X factor. He's that added bonus that can be an S+ player on a good day. It could be a B performance maybe player on a bad day, and you never really know what you're going to get with him. And this was honestly as close as you're going to get to S+. Even in a losing game, he was legitimately the one-man wrecking crew. Like, Rumble did a lot to hold it down early game, came in with good teleports, but from that point to the end of the game, it was Icon against the world.
Yeah, given that key fragment, definitely deserved it. Frosk?
As much as I would love to sing the praises of Icon, and I think it's really deserved, I think I really want to focus kind of on Uzi. RNG definitely changed up their game plan, threw him all of their resources. You saw it on the damage graph right there, 20k to the, I think it was like 6.7 that Varus was putting out. And yeah, I agree with Rusty that he kind of really stumbled the first part of the series, but late in the series, especially in Game 3, I think he compensated for it.
Yeah.
Just overall, what are our learnings from this series? Because I know it was a lot of back and forth, and there was a lot of fun. We poked some, fun at the series in general. But what have we learned in terms of like the teams and how they're going to perform in the future?
I think it's very clear what RNG's problems are, and I think that when they're faced with a tough scenario, they kind of went back to basics. I think it was very obvious that Uzi went backstage and was like, camp my lane. And they put their faith in him, and it was well-warranted. It's also nice to see Xiaohu step up.
Yeah, I think there's a reoccurring trend that you might see throughout most of the LPL is firstly, we're struggling to set things up, but there are players now starting to step up again. And to me, it's almost a case of the LPL starting to reinvent itself again. The players understand that they've gone to Worlds time and again, and they've actually struggled because they're trying to replicate Korean styles, honestly. And now they've recognized that, hey, we can just be, Chinese players. Let's be aggressive. Let's actually just kill each other and become really good at it to the point where they can win through that. So the Baron struggles are there, but the individual mechanics are starting to, skyrocket.
Refine the style, refine the region. Take a look at RNG as well, specifically, because it was just like they were very close to like losing that game essentially and losing the entire series. They of course lost to IMA, but now 1-1, so in a better position. Do we think it's an upward trajectory from what we've seen today?
Definitely, because again, they retroed on what went wrong in Game 1 and Game 2, and you did see that reflected and kind of fixed in Game 3, the fact that they didn't want to take a 50-50 Baron, that it was through kind of smaller picks and smaller plays around Vision. So we definitely even just saw growth in this series alone.
And it starts from the draft phase again, the Syndra being picked by RNG. Firstly, it indicates they've acknowledged what went wrong in the second game and in the first game and why these games were so difficult at all. So they get the Syndra, they're able to work around strength points, and they also put MLXG on the opposite side of the map, where they looked at Let Me, but they decided, you know what, Uzi's actually a bigger carry, and we should look at him.
I mean, who else could have really been? Uzi will be the MVP for Game 3 on that Jhin. And this was the game where he really started coming into his own. There's a lot of fights, a lot of places where he could flourish his mechanics.
And let's be clear, this is not an easy team composition for Uzi to be playing against either. It was actually the double package composition with a Corki that can get into the back line and a Rumble that can place down his equalizer as well. And as a champion that stands still, like as a part of the kit, that actually has to stand still on top of both of those things, like you have to be very good and on point with your positioning.
To be fair, though, Uzi did get a lot of resources to snowball to get him into like
still
a
has to stand
zone.
still, like that doesn't change, and it was impressive. And we saw some different things in this game. We saw the Rumble, we saw the Kled as well. And do you think that's indicative of what we'll see later on if we do start seeing a pinch on the champion pools in terms of top lane, taking away the tanks? That will be a default.
It's interesting to me that unlike kind of the global meta, that LPL's not going towards like the Fioras, the Jaces, and the Dariuses. That it may be indicative of those two top laners, Xiong and Let Me. We would like Xiong. We're always going to have some questions for. He's known as a tank player, kind of a Maokai only. And then Let Me, we haven't seen him play professionally top for a very long time.
It's just the Nah, right, from memory.
That they could just have smaller champion pools. But it does look like a bit of a concern, I would say, and definitely a blueprint that other teams can follow to really punish these two teams.
Yeah, exactly. And these two teams are the problem when we look at that. We have seen Darius earlier today from Amazing J. We also saw an attempted Fiora from Funny in the previous series. Like, there are players that will do this, and I think this is actually a construction thing that we'll see for most of the teams is they're very defined in what they want to play top lane. Amazing J wants to be a tank or a carry tank, whereas Funny wants to be a carry. Like, he has to play these things, and maybe their styles are too defined, and we're seeing that exact same thing here with RNG and OMG.
And just taking it back all the way to the start of the day, that was a really interesting point. Like, what are you just thinking in terms of what we've learned from today, in terms of the teams, in terms of even meta from, like, everything?
I know it was a long time ago, to be fair.
It's Aime and Snake look really intelligent. Invictus Gaming looks like they just don't have the teamwork, but they're also like looking really hot. So I feel like we're having another LPL where you have really high highs and you have really low lows. And when it comes down to it, when your back's against the wall, when you feel like you can't go anywhere, it's like what Rusty is saying. You just kind of fall back on your mechanics and your ability to brute force. Because if there's one thing that LPL teams will never forget, it's to take the 50-50. I'm better than this guy. I can outplay him, so let's go for the fight.
And it's literally the 50-50 that has been defining this first week, because my takeaway from the first 3 days is Baron's just a danger zone. Like, the amount of steals that we've seen already is ridiculous. Elder Baron steals, like, it hits a point where the setup isn't perfect, but they're still committing to the 50-50 because they just believe that they'll be able to do it because of one slight advantage, and everything goes awry as a result. But the aggression, the confidence, the ability to actually say we can take this 50-50 is something that is actually missing on the world stage. And granted, you want better percentages. Sometimes you just don't have a choice.
I mean, you see that all the way back to MSI, you know, when Mata pulled out the Alistar, and everyone's like, you know, theoretically, the Alistar shouldn't work here. You should be punished like this. They shouldn't be able to. And Alistar's like, I don't care. Flashes in and just goes for it.
And you take that to the world stage, you know, and it's just like, well, if they had a 20% chance of winning, at least it's a 50-50, right? You know, it's a way better percentages. Talking about their second series, I'm glad you brought it up because we didn't get a chance for Rusty to talk about Snake. Your boys, they brought it home in that series. It was very scrappy, but they did do it.
Yeah, and honestly, it started super slow, so it was a really unusual game. Snake do like to play a slow style. They were the lane-swapping team back when lane-swapping was a meta. They were one of the only teams that would actively do that. But it felt like Duke has now joined Invictus Gaming and is now working with Rookie, and they're trying to match a similar style to what Snake were doing because they just want to try and learn macro, and one of the few teams that will do that.
And you can even see Snake there with that win on the board. I'm a 2-0, something I don't think a lot of people were expecting to see. And then right at the bottom, OMG in that 0-2. Very much could have picked up that game, though. It was not beyond them.
Yeah, and that's really been the surprise so far. Again, as we also look at the other side of the bracket, we get to see the Group B teams playing tomorrow. As again, we're also going to have another set of 3. Wow, it's late.
Oh, yeah, it is. I have no idea what time it is, and I don't want to know. It's been a long day for pretty much everyone, and we were even talking about the players, you know. Like, I don't know how they were holding up through this one.
There we go. That's what I want to talk about. These are our games for tomorrow. It's GT versus the QG Reapers, VG versus Newbie, EDG versus Team WE, and that's some really exciting storylines. It'll be the first time that we see Game Talents and the QG Reapers, as well as the old rivalry, EDG versus Team WE, to kick us off into the Chinese New Year.
Yeah, that is one of the bigger games that you'll see this week. We have it highlighted as our own match of the week for everybody to watch as well. So 2 big organizations, a lot of questions that need to be answered because they both performed well, but now they'll test each other.
Yeah, and that's the really hyped matchup. So what are you expecting coming into that game, just from what we've seen beforehand, do you think, like in terms of style, in terms of flavor?
I mean, we set up that we thought the Team W were unanimously kind of the favorites. They looked really good, although they did stumble a bit for Newbie in terms of their decision-making in game number 2, whereas EDG, you know, we didn't actually give them a lot of leeway. We said that their roster was quite questionable, but they came out and played really clean League of Legends. So if Team W are already making like questionable calls late game and throwing games where they should win, and EDG are playing a really clean macro game, suddenly this gets much closer than we suspected.
We already said that, like, EDG, if they're ever going to lose with a roster, it was this one. And they still found a way to look clean, which is just absurd to consider, right? So coming into that game, WE can always step up. They do often step up, particularly against EDG. Zero just really likes winning, But, I mean, Firelolly could be exploited, perhaps?
My big concern for Team W, and I want to get your feedback on this, Rusty, is this idea that they've, like, plateaued. Like, I think this is probably what kept them out of the regional qualifiers, that IMA continued to grow, Team WE really didn't go anywhere, and then I was expecting them to kind of take that next step, you know, getting Coach home, coming back into the new split, but they looked exactly the same. You know, the Ezreal Rise double tier comps, the 35-minute, you know, turn on time, the fact that it came down to an Elder Dragon 50-50 smite and they threw it. At this point, I'm just like, EDG are at least changing form. Team WE, it seems like they've kind of run out of steam.
I think it's too early to say plateaued at this stage. Like, we've seen them play a single best of.
I'm talking about an entire split. Like, you take summer 2016, we kind of saw the final form of them. It wasn't enough to get them to Worlds. They start 2017, and it's like exactly where they left off.
I mean, a miracle didn't get them to Worlds, let's be honest. They were like 15,000 gold ahead at the base of IMA, and, you know, Nautilus comes with this one big play from Amazing J. I think they were the most deserving Worlds team until IMA took it from them. I also think they were gradually getting better. They might have plateaued now, though.
And just talking about like, you know, how you're talking about like plateauing and it's too early to call things, but has there been any surprises for you in like how the teams have been like just operating? IMA?
IMA are a huge surprise. I did not expect them to be as clean and as dominant as they are. They look fantastic.
Yeah, IMA were actually a big surprise. We had them last or second last in our groups. I believe most people had them towards the lower end of the groups, so it is weird to see them 2-0.
Well, with that, and talking about the entire day, it's been a long one, but thank you very much for joining me. We are going to send it off for tonight for the LPL, but remember to join us again tomorrow, where we'll be back with even more games coming in from Group B as well. So from myself, my analyst desk, and everyone on the broadcast team, thank you for watching, and we'll catch you again tomorrow.